Chapter 1. The Revival of Memories. Flames engulfed the royal capital of Latveria, dark smoke spiraling into the heavens. Victor von Doom stood in the basement, witnessing through a holographic projection the collapse of his kingdom. Beneath the metallic mask, his eyes brimmed with an indescribable fury. "It cannot be, this is impossible," Dr. Doom growled, his hands pounding relentlessly on the control panel. Amidst the inferno, the spire of Doom Castle came crashing down. This sight pierced his heart like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the long night of his memories. The long-buried recollections surged forth like a flood that he was not the mad scientist ridiculed by others. He was once the god Emperor Doom, a being that instilled terror across the multiverse, a supreme entity wielding the horrific power to rewrite reality and invert the cosmos. And now, he was reduced to a mere creation of pity by Reed Richards. Reed, Doom seethed, finally comprehending that the midnight nightmares entwining his fragmented memories were not the ravings of insanity, but the carefully erased truths. Orchestrated by Reed Richards, he recalled the ultimate showdown, the climactic confrontation between God Emperor Doom and Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Reed did not kill him instead. He chose a fate far more cruel than death, stripping him of his godly powers, altering his memories, rendering him to scuttle like an ant in a desperate struggle for existence. Doom's fingers brushed the mask, once a symbol of his supreme authority, now a mark of his humiliation. "You have forced me to live like a jester," Doom whispered hoarsely. "This is more cruel than killing me." Reed Richards, "Do you think this is mercy?" "No, this is the greatest insult to Doom." In a holographic image, the citizens of Latveria struggled desperately to escape the flames and smoke, calling out for their sovereign, the ruler who once, like a deity, promised to shield them eternally. Doom felt the searing pain of shame. "I will reclaim everything. I, Victor von Doom, swear upon my mother soul that I shall make you." Reed Richards, witness true despair. "You have stolen my divine power. I shall seek an even greater strength. You have altered my memories. I shall reconstruct my existence, ensuring the entire universe remembers who the true God is." Deep within a clandestine laboratory, a colossal, circular apparatus occupied the central space. Blue-violet energy flowed within it. This was a quantum conduit device that Doom had painstakingly crafted over months, utilizing stolen Ant-Man technology. "Pym, you have no idea how far your research can reach." Doom's fingers danced over the control panel, his eyes gleaming with madness. "And I shall use it to touch the realm of the divine." For months, he had studied Ant-Man's quantum technology, seeking the key to reclaim his position as the God Emperor. Theoretically, the quantum realm connected every corner of the multiverse, including the world where he once reigned as a god. All he needed to do was open the right door. "The final calibration is complete." Doom's voice resonated with a low timbre. "Reed Richards, do you believe you have triumphed?" "You are mistaken. You have merely propelled me toward a destiny far greater." As the last command was entered, the energy within the quantum ring surged with unprecedented velocity, casting a blue-violet luminescence that illuminated the entire laboratory. "Initiate quantum resonance. Connect to the multiversal nodes." At his command, the energy fluctuations within the quantum ring intensified violently, causing the laboratory lights to flicker erratically. Doom could sense an invisible force gathering frantically around him. Then, everything spiraled out of control like a wild stallion breaking free. Warning: quantum stabilizer overload. The laboratory's artificial intelligence blared with a piercing alarm. System collapse is inevitable within 10 seconds. The energy readings soared uncontrollably, the numbers on the control panel oscillating chaotically. Doom lunged toward the console, furiously pounding each button in a desperate attempt to stabilize the system, but it was far too late. No, Doom shall not be defeated. A deafening explosion instantaneously engulfed the entire laboratory. Doom felt himself ensconced within a torrent of quantum energy, his consciousness torn into myriad fragments, his soul wrenched from his corporeal form. He plummeted into an endless void, akin to a severed kite, helplessly adrift in the interstices of time and space. In the final moments before his consciousness faded entirely, he caught a blurred glimpse of another figurine, unfamiliar young Asian face, similarly consumed by the merciless quantum tempest. For any new readers who wish to explore the Marvel narrative and find the preceding sections unengaging, feel free to peruse the prologue before directly jumping to chapters 28 to 32, as well as chapters 95 and 96, before embarking on Volume 4 of the Marvel tale, which will not detract from your reading experience. Chapter 2. The rebirth of the deity Fang'ang, a prodigy at the pinnacle of quantum physics, was also a fervent believer in the multiverse theory. The catastrophic experiment had ruthlessly torn his soul away from its original universe. When he opened his eyes once more, as consciousness gradually returned, he was horrified to find himself peering through a cold metallic mask, reevaluating this bizarre world. He almost believed it to be mere illusion. Yet, this was no fantasy. He could distinctly feel that deep within this unfamiliar body lay another powerful and furious consciousness, striving to reclaim absolute control over this vessel. Victor Von Doom's soul. "Begone from my body, mortal." Doom's essence roared from the depths of his soul, echoing thunderously in his mind, a cacophony that was deafening. "You, a wretched mortal, are utterly incapable of bearing Doom's magnificent power. Doom's will shall not be challenged." Fang'ang felt as though his head were splitting, as if countless steel needles were piercing his brain, while fragments of Doom's memories flashed chaotically within his mind. He beheld Doom as a deity, reigning supreme over the multiverse, and also witnessed the humiliation and anguish suffered after being ruthlessly defeated by Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, falling from grace. "I'm not an invader." Fang'ang gritted through the excruciating pain, struggling to respond from the depths of his soul, attempting to communicate with Doom's consciousness. "We are the convergence chosen by fate." Fate. Doom's essence scoffed derisively. Doom never believes in fate. Doom believes solely in his own will. Doom creates fate. Deep within the essence of Doom, Fang'ang astutely discerned his unwavering and indomitable obsession, a profound hatred for Mr. Fantastic, akin to a relentless parasite, an inherent, inescapable duty to protect the people of Latveria, and an everlasting, indelible longing for his mother, Cynthia Von Doom, buried deep within his soul. "Victor Von Doom." Fang'ang called out in the most peaceful and sincere tone from the depths of his being, "I am not an enemy seeking to usurp your body, but rather an ally sent by fate." Doom's consciousness roared, its intensity noticeably diminished, yet the tone remained laced with unabashed vigilance and skepticism. "Doom requires no allies. It is the weak who seek allies. Doom requires absolute power. I can assist you in obtaining unprecedented strength, surpassing even your apex power." Fang'ang seized the opportunity, casting forth his proposition. "I hail from a universe you have never encountered, one brimming with knowledge and a system of power beyond your wildest imaginings. What can you offer, Doom?" Doom's voice still bore contempt. Yet Fang'ang keenly sensed that beneath the arrogance lay curiosity and desire. "I can feel your pain." Fang'ang moderated his tone, endeavoring to stir emotions within the other, expressing the humiliation of being stripped of power, the anguish of witnessing his nation reduced to ruins, and the endless longing for his mother. "I comprehend it all. You understand nothing," Doom instinctively retorted, though the fury and hostility in his voice had noticeably diminished. "You have not experienced the glory of the divine, nor have you endured the profound agony of betrayal by those you trusted most." "I indeed do not grasp the feeling of losing the position of the divine," Fang'ang candidly replied, "yet I understand the despair of losing everything. In my world, I too have lost all: family, career, identity, all that I once possessed. Now, I have even lost my own universe." Doom's consciousness fell into silence, like the calm surface of the sea before a storm, concealing tumultuous currents beneath. Fang'ang sensed that he was contemplating, weighing options, and engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Suddenly, amidst the profound stillness of their souls, Fang'ang discerned the scent of decay emanating from Doom's core of consciousness, which was visibly dimming and collapsing, akin to a star on the verge of extinguishment. "Your soul is crumbling, Victor." Fang'ang's voice resonated clearly within the realm of consciousness. "The trauma of the fallen divine, the disgrace inflicted upon you by Richards, they are devouring the very foundation of your existence. If this continues, you will utterly dissipate, leaving not even a trace behind." Doom's consciousness surged violently, a torrent of despair and rage battering against Fang'ang's perception. "Doom will not perish." His voice had grown disjointed. "Doom shall endure. We can aid one another." Fang'ang spoke earnestly. "My knowledge, combined with your strength, can surely restore the glory of Latvia, exact vengeance upon Reed Richards, and even liberate your mother's soul, granting her a new lease on life." Deep within, Doom's consciousness began to oscillate violently. Fang'ang realized he had finally touched the deepest, most tender nerve within the other. "What makes you think you can accomplish this?" Doom's voice brimmed with incredulous vigilance, yet beneath that wariness lay a fragile, yet profoundly genuine hope. "Because I hail from a different universe, bearing knowledge of infinite possibilities that remain undiscovered by this one." Fang'ang elucidated, "More importantly, I harbor no fear of Reed Richards, nor any shadows of the past. I can adopt an entirely new perspective, examining your nemesis in ways you never anticipated, uncovering his weaknesses that he could never foresee." Reed Richards. Doom's voice once again resonated with searing hatred. "He has taken everything from me, cast me down from the pedestal, leaving me to live in a pathetic semblance of existence. And we shall make him pay." Fang'ang pledged, and Doom's soul trembled violently, akin to a flickering candle flame nearly extinguished by the wind. Fang'ang distinctly sensed that this proud tyrant had reached the terminus of existence. I shall fulfill all that is dumb. Knowledge. Memories. The echoes of power. Dum's voice emerged, fragmented yet resolute. To complete. Dum's unfulfilled desire. To exact vengeance upon Reed. And to redeem my mother. The final utterance dissipated entirely, leaving behind an indelible imprint of a soul laden with boundless knowledge, arcane mysteries, and unbridled hatred, gradually merging with the core of Fang'ang's spirit. At the juncture where their souls intertwined, anguish surged like a tidal wave, only to recede gently like a tranquil stream. Dum's consciousness and Fang'ang's thought ceased to be opposing forces. Instead, they converged like a brook flowing into the vast ocean. With Dum's fragments of soul, his knowledge, memories, and obsessions, melding seamlessly into Fang'ang's awareness. Initially sharp like the prick of a needle, it soon transformed into a serene stream merging into a placid lake. The boundaries of their souls blurred dramatically, ultimately vanishing altogether. A torrent of profound knowledge engraved with memories of triumph and humiliation, as well as the emotions of arrogance, fury, and obsession intertwined with a deep-seated yearning, flowed like invisible threads, weaving, permeating, and entwining into every crevice of Fang'ang's essence. Fang'ang's soul consciousness recognized its continued dominance. However, Dum's ingrained pride, all-consuming wrath, and almost twisted fixation on vengeance and redemption surged within him like molten lava, cooling and solidifying, ultimately becoming an inseparable facet of his character. The fused consciousness whispered, its voice echoing through the ruins with an ethereal quality, imbued with profound majesty. We are reborn, embodying the wisdom and power of both. Amidst the debris of the laboratory, a figure slowly rose from the shattered rubble. Beneath the mask, a pair of eyes abruptly opened, radiating an unprecedented brilliance, infused with Dum's pride and fury, yet also shimmering with Fang'ang's composure and intellect. Dum, the Divine Lord, shall rise again. His voice resonated. But this time, we shall not repeat past mistakes. He slowly lifted his gaze, piercing through the night, directed towards the land of Radavinia, where flames still pierced the dark sky. Vengeance, protection, salvation. We shall accomplish all of this. The newly reborn Doctor of Destruction whispered, his tone resolute. Richards, you believe you have created a jest. Yet you are unaware that you have unleashed a nightmare capable of obliterating you. The Divine Lord has returned. Chapter 3. Fatal Flaw. Fang'ang leafed through Dr. Doom's arcane tome, his fingertips tingling with faint energy fluctuations. As a scientist hailing from a realm devoid of extraordinary powers, he found himself both exhilarated and perplexed by this phenomenon. What, indeed, is magic? This transcendent occurrence ignited within him an unprecedented thrill, yet simultaneously birthed an instinctive confusion. In Doom's clandestine library, Fang'ang discovered a somewhat juvenile manuscript titled An Introduction to Beginner's Magic, penned by a youthful Doom. He immersed himself in it with ravenous curiosity, devouring the yellowed text and diligently practicing the meditative postures and breathing techniques inscribed within. His initial attempts were somewhat awkward. Yet soon he swiftly mastered several fundamental spells, the flickering flame at his fingertips, the energy shield enveloping him, and the gentle glow that soothed his aches. The successful incantation of spells and the command of energy kindled a flame deep within his soul, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and exhilaration. However, as he delved deeper into the arcane mysteries, brushing against more profound and esoteric knowledge, an undercurrent of unease began to fester within him. The dimensional rift spell recorded in the Klachu-Remi scroll should work like this. Fang'ang traced intricate patterns in the air with his fingertips, as obscure incantations filled the void, unleashing wisps of violet energy ripples. Suddenly, a metallic taste filled his throat, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and searing pain coursed through his arm. Why did it fail? Fang'ang wiped the blood from his lips, his brow furrowed in concentration. Doom's memories vividly reminded him that this spell had been successfully cast countless times by the Doctor of Destruction. Driven by doubt, Fang'ang opened an even more ancient tome. The Legacy of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, a precious document containing the highest secrets of Kamartosh, which Doom had pilfered. As he continued to read, the confusion etched upon his brow only deepened, enveloping him in a persistent cloud of foreboding. His expression transformed from initial focus to shock, ultimately solidifying into a state of incredulous realization. This is impossible. He abruptly rose, sweeping the magical tomes from the experimental table, papers scattering across the floor with a cacophonous clatter. Subsequently, he began to pace restlessly within the laboratory, his chest heaving, breaths growing labored. The magic of the Marvel Universe. It is nothing but an utter fabrication. Fang'ang nearly roared, his voice echoing in the hollow laboratory. He came to a sudden halt, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotion surging within him, forcing himself to regain composure. He raised his hand, tracing through the air, conjuring a holographic projection constructed from shards of memory before his eyes. In the image, Dr. Doom, clad in a deep green cloak, was swiftly forming intricate spell seals. as a formidable torrent of magical energy surged forth like a tsunami, instilling fear in all who beheld it. All these seemingly formidable powers, capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence, are essentially nothing more than the energy bestowed upon those who humbly bow to higher dimensions. Fang'ang's tone was laced with mockery, disdain, and an ineffable sense of disillusionment. He gestured, and more fragments of memory flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. The sorcerers of Kamartaj reverently channeled the energies of the Vishanti. Dr. Strange wielded his magic, opening portals to the mirror dimension, the Scarlet, which manipulated chaotic spells, wantonly distorting the laws of reality. All of these seemingly unfathomable and immensely powerful forces pointed to a singular source. They inexorably drew upon energies from external dimensions. Sorcerers are not the wellsprings of power, rather. They serve as mere conduits, the pipelines of dimensional rules. Fang'ang murmured to himself, yet deep within his gaze ignited the flame of enlightenment. It is no wonder that doom fell to Reed Richards, when Reed severed his connection to the powers of the transcendent deities. The so-called God Emperor Doom crumbled like a sandcastle in the wind, disintegrating in an instant. Fang'ang slowly raised his palm, a flicker of thought igniting a lively flame that appeared in his hand. Gazing at the flickering fire dancing at his fingertips, a bitter self-mockery crept upon his lips. I have been treading upon a misguided path, pursuing Doom's footsteps, mimicking him step for step. Ultimately, I would become another hollow figure, a false god in name only. He clenched his fist tightly, extinguishing the flame in an instant, and the laboratory was once again engulfed in silence. In that moment, an unprecedented clarity surged within him, dispelling the clouds and revealing the path ahead. As a visitor from another world, he possessed a unique perspective that transcended the limitations of Doom and all the sorcerers in the Marvel universe. It was a new mode of thinking, liberated from the shackles of indigenous knowledge systems, allowing him to survey the larger picture. All Marvel sorcerers found themselves ensnared in a common cognitive trap. They had never truly questioned the essence of magic and had never contemplated that the power they sought was never truly theirs to begin with. True power should not rely on external entities, but rather arise from within oneself. Greatness must be reclaimed as one's own. I must discover a path that transcends the existing frameworks of this world, drawing upon the boundless wisdom of the multiverse to forge a power that is truly my own. In that moment, he was no longer an apprentice shadowing Doom's steps, but an explorer who had broken free from old shackles, resolute in his determination to carve a new path. Chapter 4. The opening of the passage deep within the laboratory, the quantum channel apparatus stood silently. Fang'ang reactivated the system and adjusted the parameters. The previous experiment had faltered due to the absence of defined parameters for world localization, resulting in an overload of the energy system. Precision in positioning was imperative. Otherwise, an abundance of energy would prove futile. Fang'ang accessed Doom's clandestine archive, seeking any information pertinent to the quantum channel. In one document, he discovered an analysis of the properties of vibranium. While ordinary vibranium could absorb vibrations and energy, a special variant known as soulstone resonated with soul energy, stabilizing interdimensional passages. Soulstone, according to the records, soulstone was formed from ordinary vibranium through thousands of years of evolution in a unique environment. It not only inherited all the characteristics of vibranium, but also acquired the ability to connect souls with multidimensional spaces on the entire Earth. The only known source of soulstone was the ancestral Black Panther temple beneath the royal palace of Wakanda. A journey to Wakanda seemed inevitable, Fang'ang resolved. The data indicated that soulstone appeared deep purple to the naked eye, with flowing silver patterns on its surface. When in contact with soul energy, these patterns emitted an ethereal blue glow. Its hardness was 3 times that of ordinary vibranium, yet it boasted astonishing toughness. Most astonishingly, soulstone maintained its physical properties across different dimensions, making it the ideal material for constructing a stable interdimensional passage. Dr. Doom had also attempted. Fang'ang turned to the last page of the document, where Dr. Doom's experimental data was recorded. He had used a mere few grams of soulstone in an attempt to open a passage to another dimension. Although the endeavor had failed, the data indicated that the passage had indeed stabilized, albeit briefly. Fang'ang made his way to Doom's private vault, where he found those precious fragments of soulstone, hidden within a concealed safe. The shards were no larger than a fingernail, their surface patterns shimmering subtly under the light. He hoped these would suffice for small-scale testing. In the laboratory, Fang'ang carefully installed the soulstone fragments at the core of the quantum channel. Upon activating the device, the soulstone immediately emitted an ethereal blue glow, and the passage formed an unprecedented stable waveform. Soulstone was indeed the key. Fang'ang's excitement surged as he observed the data. After numerous attempts to locate other worlds, he encountered a critical issue: the absence of interdimensional markers, without coordinate anchor points. It was akin to navigating blindly through the vast cosmos. A precise marker was essential. Fang'ang furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Suddenly, a nearly frenzied thought leapt into his consciousness. My soul, the soul from another world, could it not serve as the most natural marker? The soul could resonate with soulstone, Perhaps it could transform my soul's information into coordinates recognizable by the device. Fang'ang pored over Doom's notes on soul magic, searching for a viable method. Theoretically feasible, yet fraught with peril. Fang'ang stared at the design blueprint, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The soul is the most essential component of an individual. Severing its fragments equates to tearing apart the very foundation of one's existence. The consequences can range from slight psychological trauma to severe dissociation. With numerous historical accounts of permanent soul injuries in the annals of magic, I must embrace this risk, Fang'ang declared resolutely. To mitigate the danger, he devised a complex magical array, capable of precisely controlling the quantity and location of the soul to be severed. Theoretically, by extracting only a small portion from the periphery of the soul and ensuring an even area of detachment, he could minimize the risks involved. To further safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he prepared various magical potions in his laboratory. A blue potion to temporarily stabilize soul fluctuations, a green potion to alleviate mental anguish, and a single vial of golden elixir, a treasured soul-repairing remedy from Doom, meant for one-time use. Should an emergency arise, the golden potion must be consumed immediately, regardless of the cost, to preserve the core of the soul. On the day of the experiment, a complex magical array was inscribed on the ground. With fragments of resonant soul are placed at its center, encircled by 7 amethyst crystals. He seated himself in the center of the array, inhaled deeply, and began to chant an ancient incantation. As the incantation progressed, a sharp pain surged from his chest, radiating throughout his body. This pain was not akin to physical injury. Rather, it emanated from a profound sense of tearing within his very essence, as if a blade were slicing through the core of his being. Endure. Fang'ang gritted his teeth and continued to chant. The surrounding amethyst began to glow, and the silver veins of the resonant were transformed into a dazzling blue. Threads of silvery white were drawn from Fang'ang's body, suspended in the air, forming intricate web-like structures. At the peak of the agony, he nearly lost consciousness, as fragmented images from his childhood memories, research achievements, and the world before his journey flashed before his eyes, accompanied by unfamiliar faces, perhaps remnants of Doom's memories. No, I cannot lose control. Fang'ang struggled to maintain his consciousness, adjusting the rhythm of his incantation. Once sufficient soul fragments had been gathered, Fang'ang abruptly halted the incantation and seized the blue potion, consuming it in one gulp. The potion took effect, and the pain gradually subsided. However, he still felt an emptiness within his soul, as though a piece of his flesh had been removed, leaving a hollow void. Even worse, Fang'ang realized that some details of his university years had slipped from his memory, stripped away along with the soul fragments. There is always a price. Fang'ang laboriously rose to his feet and transformed the collected soul fragments into quantum information, inputting it into the device. As the device activated, the resonant or resonated with the soul fragments, and the quantum channel began to form. This time, a clear coordinate point appeared on the screen, with remarkably stable waveforms. Success. Within the channel, blurred images flickered into view, revealing a world both strange and inexplicably familiar. Most astonishingly, silhouettes of 12 animals materialized within the channel. The rat, the ox, the tiger, the rabbit. They orbited around a mysterious symbol. 12 zodiac signs? Fang'ang was taken aback. Why did these symbols feel so familiar? As Fang'ang stepped into the corridor, a brilliant blue light engulfed the laboratory. Chapter 1. Journey to Another Realm. The quantum tunnel twisted before his eyes as Fang'ang took a step forward. Space itself seemed kneaded by invisible hands, his vision dissolving into a swirling vortex of blurred colors. He felt his body stretched, then compressed, until the world snapped back into focus. Fang'ang found himself standing in a quiet alley in downtown San Francisco. His gaze swept across the surroundings, a city both familiar and foreign. Victorian architecture, winding tram tracks, the faint silhouette of the Golden Gate Bridge in the distance. Everything resembled the San Francisco he knew, yet carried subtle differences. The crossing was successful, he murmured to himself, scanning the area to ensure no one had noticed his sudden appearance. Flexing his fingers, he assessed his physical state. No discomfort, no anomalies. The quantum transition had left him unharmed. Adjusting his black trench coat, he confirmed his equipment remained intact. Raising his left wrist, he tapped the watch strapped to it. Alpha, initiate. The watch face glowed blue instantly, projecting a holographic interface into the air. System activated, Dr. Fang. A calm, neutral electronic voice responded. Assessing current environment. Location confirmed. San Francisco, California, USA. Local time, 10:23 a.m. Detecting anomalous energy parameters. Confirmation of entry into the target universe. Alpha, execute shadow protocol. Infiltrate local networks and retrieve critical intelligence. Executing. Alpha's processing speed was staggering. In the Marvel Universe, this super AI system, crafted over years by Dr. Doom, could hold its own against even Stark Industries' firewalls. Now inherited by Fang'ang, its intrusion here was effortless. Like a hot knife through butter. Dr. Fang, this universe's cybersecurity defenses are remarkably primitive. Successful breaches include FBI database, full access obtained in 1.7 seconds. Pentagon internal network, full access in 4.2 seconds. CIA top security database, full access in 3.8 seconds. Shall I expand the infiltration range? Fang'ang's brow arched slightly. This exceeded his expectations. In his original world, even the most elite hackers couldn't penetrate these systems so easily. Expand the scope. Search for all data related to keywords, supernatural, magic, anomalies. Searching. Relevant information located. Section 13, a clandestine U.S. government agency specializing in the study and containment of supernatural phenomena and mystical artifacts. Current director, Chief Inspector Blake. Alpha projected an image of Chief Blake, a stern-faced Caucasian man in a standard government agent's suit. Another photo followed, a short but muscular Asian man in khakis and a blue jacket. Jackie Chan, renowned archaeologist, frequently assisting Section 13. Expertise, ancient artifact research, proficient in unique martial arts. To his astonishment, he found himself in the world of Jackie Chan adventures rather than a variant of the Marvel Universe. Was it perhaps due to the utilization of fragments of his soul as a locational beacon? There was no doubt. He had indeed arrived in the realm of his childhood animation. Memories flooded back like a relentless tide, the struggle for the Zodiac Talismans. The sealing and resurrection of the Master, the overt and covert skirmishes among various factions. These events, though yet to transpire, were already known to him and would serve as his greatest advantage. Dr. Fang, based on the intelligence currently at our disposal, I propose establishing a base near Chinatown. This area is densely populated and has a high frequency of information flow, making it conducive to concealing our activities. Agreed. Alpha, initiate the nesting plan. Fang'ang exited the alley. Blending into the bustling crowd, he made his way towards Chinatown, observing the intricate details of this world as he walked. The attire of the pedestrians bore a slightly retro style, and the technological advancements seemed to lag behind his original world by over a decade. Even more astonishingly, he could sense a unique energy permeating the air, distinct from the magical energies of the Marvel Universe, more primal and pure. 2 hours later, Fang'ang stood within the desolate confines of an abandoned warehouse. He retrieved a metallic cube from his pocket and placed it in the center of the floor. Activate. The metallic cube unfolded, releasing countless nanobots that swiftly dispersed to commence the transformation of the entire warehouse. The walls were reinforced, the underground space excavated, and advanced equipment was constructed from the nanomaterials. In a mere 30 minutes, a rudimentary high-tech base took shape, complete with holographic displays, computing terminals, and even a small magical laboratory. Alpha, execute the Vault Protocol. Executing. Infiltrating the global financial system. Complete. Funds totaling $470 million have been transferred from multiple offshore accounts, with sources untraceable. Fang'ang approached the control console at the heart of the base, his fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard. Soon, a comprehensive surveillance network map of San Francisco materialized. Alpha had infiltrated every camera, connected device, and even the satellite systems throughout the city. It is time to test the adaptability of magic. Fang'ang raised his hand, his fingertips glowing faintly with a green luminescence. This was the most elementary manipulation of magical energy, easily achievable in the Marvel Universe. As anticipated, Fang'ang pondered. The dimensional power harnessed by magic had inexplicably diminished by more than half, with some spells failing to transfer entirely. Alpha logged the data from the magic experiment. He attempted several simple spells with varying outcomes. The energy shield succeeded, albeit at only half its original strength. Levitation, however, was a complete failure. The magic of this world seemed to resonate with Qian in some profound way. Fang'ang speculated, recalling the righteous magic employed by his father in his battles against the Master. On the holographic projection within the base, Fang'ang accessed the database of the 13th district, retrieving information regarding talismans. It displayed that the sheep talisman had been recovered recently, but he had yet to gather all 12. In Fang'ang's eyes, the flames of ambition ignited. In this world, bereft of Marvel-level superheroes, his knowledge and skills wield an overwhelming advantage. Even the advanced technology of the 13th district appears to him as mere toys. The potential of those magical sigils is boundless, perhaps holding the key to remedying the fatal flaws of Marvel's sorcery. Alpha, initiate the conquest plan, he commanded, delineating it into 4 phases. As he paced before the holographic projection, his voice brimmed with confidence. Phase 1. Control the 13th district. Not to destroy, but to dominate. We require the sigils they have amassed. Phase 2. Investigate the fusion of elemental magic and Marvel sorcery. The amalgamation of these 2 systems of power will birth unprecedented abilities. Phase 3. Intervene in the sigil collection process. Steer Cheng Long to expedite the gathering of the 12 sigils, ensuring no traces are left behind. Phase 4. At the opportune moment, seal the soul of the saint. The primal power of the sigils emanates from the saint himself. According to the animated narrative, upon his resurrection, the saint was vanquished again by Cheng Long, the stone sculpture housing his soul destroyed by the dragon sigil, his moment of utmost vulnerability. Fang'ang sensed the influence of Dr. Doom's mentality seeping into his own, yet he did not reject it. This was precisely his most formidable asset, the knowledge and power that transcended two universes, rendering him unstoppable in this realm. Alpha gained complete control over the 13th District systems. I require comprehensive intelligence on them. Infiltration has commenced, Dr. Fang. Estimated completion time, 17 minutes. Fang'ang stood before the holographic map, surveying the city oblivious to the imminent transformation of its fate. A new game had begun. Chapter 2, Shadows of Infiltration. Fang'ang stood at the street corner, gazing at the telephone booth across the way. According to the intelligence he had infiltrated from the government system, this seemingly ordinary booth was, in fact, one of the clandestine entrances to the headquarters of Sector 13. Alpha, what is your status? Fang'ang inquired in a hushed tone. All systems are ready, Doctor. The voice of the artificial intelligence Alpha emanated from his specialized nano-earpiece. Your identity has been embedded in all relevant government databases. The success rate stands at 97. 3 days prior, he and Alpha had pinpointed an excellent breakthrough opportunity. Sector 13 was in dire need of an expert in supernatural energy research, as the previous expert had just resigned due to familial obligations. And what of the remaining 2? 7? Primarily influenced by Sheriff Blake's personal judgment factors, which cannot be entirely predicted. Furthermore, my subroutine is primed and will be deployed immediately upon accessing the internal network. That will suffice. Fang'ang strode towards the telephone booth, inhaling deeply before pushing open the glass door. Following protocol, he dialed the designated numbers. A subtle vibration beneath his feet signaled the silent opening of the floor, and he plummeted into darkness. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, the elevator came to a steady halt, lights bursting forth to illuminate the scene. At the end of the corridor stood 3 fully armed agents, poised like statues. The lead female agent bore a stern expression. Doctor, please cooperate with the security check. Her voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. Fang'ang's heart sank slightly, yet his exterior remained composed as he calmly presented his credentials and orders. Navigating through several security gates, he was ultimately escorted into his spacious office. A tall figure with broad shoulders and a gleaming bald head stood with his back to Fang'ang, exuding an air of authority. This was Sheriff Blake. The office was dominated by a massive display screen that occupied an entire wall, vividly simulating the external world, sunlight pouring down, skyscrapers towering, and traffic bustling, creating the illusion that they were not deep underground but in a lofty office overlooking the panoramic view of San Francisco. Doctor, welcome to Sector 13. Blake finally turned around, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Fang'ang, his tone laced with evaluation. The directive from the Department of Defense has indeed arrived, with remarkable efficiency. Efficiency? Fang'ang's lips curled into a semblance of a smirk, a hint of self-mockery. Perhaps it is due to the urgency, Sheriff. He perceptively sensed the probing nature of Blake's words, yet his demeanor remained unruffled. In the past 3 weeks, global fluctuations in supernatural energy have surged by 27. Fang'ang cast the first significant revelation, the data chart on his tablet expanding dramatically. According to my modeling projections, we are poised to encounter an energy peak within a month. The Department of Defense surmises this correlates directly with the active forces of the spells. Blake's brow furrowed slightly, his scrutinizing gaze unwavering. Why have we not received any related reports regarding this data? As Fang'ang's fingertips delicately tapped the screen, a complex array of equations instantly consumed Blake's vision. Only by intertwining the energy field theory with the profound structures of ancient qi magic could the hidden patterns beneath the data be deciphered. He paused momentarily, an imperceptible pride tinging his tone, for this was precisely his area of expertise. Blake, staring at the equations that resembled an ancient script, furrowed his brow deeper, clearly unable to grasp their intricacies, yet he sensed a certain professionalism embedded within. Fang'ang judiciously slowed his pace, articulating the core concepts in succinct yet authoritative language, ensuring Blake could comprehend part of the explanation without it appearing overly simplistic. Blake nodded thoughtfully, his expression softening slightly, though he remained vigilant. The situation indeed seemed dire. However, Doctor, he scrutinized with unwavering intensity, the 13th District has its own regulations. Until your identity and capabilities are thoroughly verified, your privileges will be restricted. Quite justifiable. Fang'ang smiled gently, his demeanor impenetrable. Safety first is eternally the truth. Blake nodded, signaling the female agent to arrange a workstation for Fang'ang externally. Fang'ang commenced reviewing the supernatural energy fluctuation data provided by the 13th District, while internally, He quietly set his own plan in motion, discreetly approaching the workstation. His fingertips seemingly casually brushed over the USB port, and a miniature data transmitter silently inserted itself. The upload commenced. In a whisper inaudible to others, he murmured, "Upload progress?" He appeared engrossed in the data on the screen while actually communicating with Alpha. 27, sir. Alpha's voice resonated in his mind. The firewall strength of the 13th district exceeded expectations, yet it posed no real threat. Full penetration is anticipated to complete in 4 hours. Excellent. A smile curled at the corners of Fang'ang's mouth. 4 hours would suffice. He lifted his gaze, donning a gentle smile once more, as if nothing had transpired, politely nodding to a passing researcher. For the next 3 days, Fang'ang flawlessly assumed the role of a highly talented and cooperative expert. He adhered to a punctual schedule, engaged harmoniously with colleagues, and his insights were precisely on point, demonstrating capability without overtly showcasing brilliance. He required time and patience, awaiting Alpha to finalize the last arrangements. And Alpha did not disappoint him. Silently, an invisible net had enveloped the 13th district, monitoring every data stream, poised for Fang'ang to issue the final command. Sir, the energy stabilization system in Zone B has been fully controlled. The plan can be initiated at any moment. On the morning of the 4th day, Alpha's prompt arrived as scheduled. Execute the red zone plan. It must be convincingly realistic, yet precisely controlled to avoid any substantive data loss. Fang'ang issued the directive. 10 minutes later, the alarm abruptly shattered the tranquility of the laboratory. Doctor, a young researcher burst in, his face ashen, his voice hoarse. The energy stabilizer in Zone B has overloaded. The core data server is on the verge of destruction. The laboratory erupted into chaos. A cacophony of gasps and the sound of hurried footsteps blending into a tumultuous symphony. In Zone B, which housed a third of the core research data from Area 13, the ramifications of any damage would be unfathomable. To the control room, Fang'ang commanded decisively, his voice steady as he strode purposefully towards the exit, his mind racing to simulate every detail of the impending crisis. Inside the control room, pandemonium reigned, alarms blared deafeningly, and the screens flickered ominously with crimson hues. Energy levels soaring uncontrollably. A gray-haired supervisor paced anxiously, akin to a distressed insect in a hot pan. The algorithm has collapsed. No one can repair it in such a short time, he exclaimed. Make way. Fang'ang pushed through the throng, heading straight for the control console. I will handle this. His gaze was piercing, his tone resolute, instantly commanding the attention of everyone present. His fingertips danced across the holographic keyboard, lines of code cascading like a waterfall. In truth, the true orchestrator of the situation was Alpha, transmitting the most optimized commands directly before Fang'ang's eyes through the glasses he wore. What are you doing? The supervisor rushed over. Reconstructing the stability algorithm. Fang'ang replied without averting his gaze, his voice urgent. The existing algorithm has flaws. It cannot cope with the nonlinear impacts of supernatural energy. A week. It will take at least a week to complete the reconstruction. The supervisor shouted in despair. Fang'ang paid him no mind, his focus unwavering on the screen as the energy levels continued to rise. 30 seconds. Someone cried out hoarsely, counting down. 20 seconds. Fang'ang typed the final line of code and pressed the enter key. The control room fell into a hushed silence as everyone held their breath. The red alert on the screen gradually faded, the energy curve beginning its slow descent, and ultimately, the perilous red transformed into a reassuring green. The system had been restored. A subtle smile graced Fang'ang's lips, though his expression remained one of humility and fatigue. It was merely a fundamental principle of field stability, with slight adjustments made to accommodate the characteristics of supernatural energy. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, a minor issue resolved. Chapter 3. Controlling the sheriff. The phrase was not particularly complex, yet it left every technical expert present momentarily dazed. They understood that even their most accomplished member would require days, if not weeks, to comprehend the work that Fang'ang had executed in a mere 3 minutes. In fact, Fang'ang added, there are several design flaws within your system that could easily precipitate similar issues. If permitted, I could assist in a comprehensive upgrade. The supervisor nodded enthusiastically. Certainly. I shall recommend you to Sheriff Blake at once. Fang'ang smiled modestly, though internally he was already celebrating. This crisis, meticulously orchestrated by Alpha, had perfectly achieved its objective. Not only had he garnered a reputation akin to that of a hero, but he had also created a plausible rationale for acquiring greater system privileges. That evening, a voice echoed in Fang'ang's earpiece. The system is under complete control, sir. All surveillance cameras, communication systems, and research databases within District 13 are now under my dominion. I can modify any surveillance records and intercept any communications. Perfect, Fang'ang murmured. How many charms are there? Currently, 4 charms have been detected, corresponding to the rooster, ox, snake, and sheep, stored in a special vault on the 5th underground level. Access requires Sheriff Blake's biometric authentication. That shall be our next objective. After 2 weeks of flawless performance, Fang'ang sensed that Sheriff Blake's vigilance towards him was waning. As he assisted in resolving more technical challenges, all meticulously devised malfunctions by Alpha, Fang'ang's standing within District 13 grew increasingly prominent. One Friday evening, with most employees having departed, Alpha displayed through the surveillance system that Blake was laboring alone in his office, appearing utterly fatigued. The surveillance has been looped, sir, Alpha informed him through the earpiece. For the next 30 minutes, the monitoring system will showcase a continuous loop of Sheriff Blake working alone in his office. No one will suspect your presence. Fang'ang gently knocked on Blake's office door. Dr. Blake? What is it? Blake inquired, appearing somewhat startled. I have some new research findings to share. Fang'ang replied with a smile as he stepped into the office, softly closing the door behind him, and this as well. He raised a bottle of fine whiskey, stating, I heard this is your favorite. Blake's expression softened slightly. You are investigating me? Merely a gesture of goodwill, Fang'ang said with a light laugh, pouring 2 glasses and offering one to Blake. To collaboration. As their glasses clinked together, Blake took a sip, his furrowed brow easing. Indeed, quite good. Seizing the opportunity, Fang'ang steered the conversation towards his research, deliberately guiding the dialogue into areas that piqued Blake's interest. As their discussion deepened, Blake's wariness further diminished. When Blake finished his second glass, Fang'ang's eyes glimmered ever so slightly. You know, Blake, his voice taking on a low, rhythmic tone. I have been pondering a question these days. What question? Blake's gaze had begun to waver. Why should we harbor suspicion towards one another when we have the potential to become the best of friends? In Fang'ang's eyes, a flicker of magical energy glimmered as he gently raised his right hand, his fingertips emanating a faint violet glow. Blake sought to avert his gaze. Yet it was already too late. You feel weary, Blake, profoundly weary, Fang'ang murmured. But you trust me, for you know I am here to assist you. We are friends, the best of friends. Blake's eyes gradually became vacant, mechanically echoing, we are friends, the best of friends. Fang'ang smiled, intensifying his enchantment. From this moment forth, you shall continue your duties unperturbed, and no one will suspect anything amiss. Yet, you will grant me your complete trust and all necessary permissions. This is reasonable, for my research is vital to the 13th district. Reasonable. Research is important. Blake mumbled. Excellent. Fang'ang nodded with satisfaction. Now, I require your authorization to access the spell repository. Blake, in a daze, rose and approached the vault, entering the code to retrieve a red access card. He handed the card to Fang'ang. This is the highest level access card, granting entry to any area, including the spell repository. However, my biometric verification is still required. Then let us proceed to the repository at once, my old friend, Fang'ang replied with a smile. In the dead of night, Sheriff Blake, in a stupor, guided Fang'ang through layers of security to the spell repository located 5 levels underground. Along the way, Alpha ensured that all surveillance systems displayed normal feeds, concealing their clandestine visit. As the heavy metal door slowly swung open following Blake's iris scan and fingerprint authentication, the interior of the repository revealed itself, spacious and brilliantly lit. Centered around a circular platform encircled by transparent bulletproof display cases. Each case housed a spell radiating a soft glow. Alpha, record all data. Fang'ang commanded in a hushed tone. Scanning initiated, sir, Alpha responded. The energy fluctuation patterns of these spells are remarkably unique, fundamentally distinct from the magic of the Marvel Universe. Fang'ang approached the nearest display case, which contained an artifact inscribed with peculiar runes. Through the glass, he could sense the mysterious energy emanating from the spell. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Fang'ang's eyes. Alpha, what is the status of the repository's security system? All under my control, sir. I can modify access logs at any moment to ensure that no one is aware of tonight's events. Additionally, the scans indicate that these spells are equipped with tracking devices. Removing them from the repository will trigger an immediate alarm. No need for haste, Fang'ang softly replied. For now, let them remain here. We have already seized control of the 13th district. These spells will ultimately belong to me. He turned to Blake. Starting tomorrow, you will arrange for me to take over the spell research project. You will inform everyone that this is due to my unparalleled expertise and a superior understanding of spell energy compared to the rest of the team. Unparalleled expertise. Superior understanding. Blake echoed. Excellent. Now, let us depart. Remember, you will have no recollection of tonight's events. Blake nodded and departed the vault with Fang'ang. The heavy metallic door clanged shut behind them. Yet Fang'ang was acutely aware that the gateway to the power of the talismans had now been flung wide open for him. Upon returning to their temporary abode, Fang'ang gazed at the holographic map of District 13 projected by Alpha, where every security system and critical juncture had been marked as under their control. Yet, it was insufficient. District 13 must be entirely subdued. Chapter 4. Complete control at midnight. A week later, Fang'ang stood in the observation room at the highest point, gazing down upon the illuminated complex of facilities within the base. Tonight marked the final step in activating the hive mind system, connecting all subjects into a unified network. Alpha. Initiate the activation of control nodes across the entire area. As the command was issued, every nano-control medium throughout District 13 was simultaneously activated to its highest level. Fang'ang could sense hundreds of consciousnesses surging at the periphery of his mental domain, converging like a tidal wave. At this moment, the entirety of District 13 felt like an extension of his own being, every corner within his perception. The hive mind network has been established, Alpha reported. All 383 primary nodes and 247 secondary nodes are stably connected, with a control efficiency of 99. 2. Fang'ang closed his eyes, savoring this unprecedented power. Through this network, he could not only convey commands to everyone but also access their memories and knowledge. The decades of experience and skills accumulated in District 13 now belonged to him. He issued a fundamental directive. Everyone, continue your normal work and maintain your existing behavioral patterns. But prioritize executing any of my instructions. Any new discoveries regarding charms or supernatural phenomena must be reported to me immediately. The command spread to every corner of the network, met with confirmations from hundreds of mental responses. District 13 would continue to operate as usual, and no one would perceive that the true puppeteer had changed. Fang'ang turned his attention to the holographic projection of the District 13 structure, beginning to plan his next course of action. Alpha. Commence the construction of my central command center. Simultaneously, compile all available resources concerning charms and magical research. A satisfied smile graced Fang'ang's lips as he reflected on how it all began. From a Defense Department specialist newly granted access to this enigmatic institution to now becoming the unseen ruler of District 13. No one noticed this astonishing transformation. No one realized they had become mere pawns on a chessboard. Last week, Fang'ang had attained the highest authority in District 13 through mental magic control over Sheriff Blake. Yet he understood that such direct control was overly taxing and lacked stability. He required a more stable and discreet method of control to replace the exhausting magical manipulation. In his secret laboratory, Fang'ang sought to integrate the nanotechnology acquired from the Doctor of Destruction's database with the existing technology of this world. After countless failures and adjustments, he finally succeeded in creating miniature nanorobots capable of circulating within the human body without detection by the immune system, directly influencing brain activity. He commenced the first phase of testing, observing the faint blue light flickering from the nanorobots under the microscope. The first test subject was, of course, Sheriff Blake. Fang'ang had already established preliminary control over him through mental magic, but that control required continual reinforcement. Now, he needed only to add a few drops of a solution containing the nanorobots into Blake's coffee. A day later, Fang'ang summoned Blake to his office. "How do you feel, Sheriff?" Fang'ang casually inquired. "Is everything in order, sir?" Blake replied, his voice steady, his gaze clear, devoid of any signs of manipulation. Fang'ang smiled. "Share with me your true thoughts." In an instant, Blake's expression turned vacant. "I exist solely to serve you. My thoughts belong to you. My actions heed your command." "Excellent. Return to normal." Blake immediately reverted to his original state, oblivious to his prior utterance. The control medium test was a resounding success. To dominate the entire District 13, a flawless deployment plan was imperative. "Blake, I have a proposal," Fang'ang nonchalantly suggested during a routine meeting. "I have noticed that the recent health reports of our agents indicated generally low immunity, which may affect operational efficiency." Blake nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The medical department shares similar concerns. I have developed a nutritional supplement in my private research that significantly enhances immunity." Fang'ang handed over a forged research report. "I am willing to provide this technology to District 13 as part of our collaboration." The report was replete with impressive data and technical jargon, sufficient to bewilder any layperson. The head of the medical department, Dr. Devins, under Fang'ang's control, soon offered a favorable review. 2 weeks later, a health initiative named the Immunity Enhancement Program was officially launched in District 13. Agents consumed nutritional tablets laced with trace amounts of control nanobots daily. Unaware that they were gradually becoming puppets of Fang'ang devised a sophisticated 3-phase deployment scheme. Phase 1 established a basic network of nanobots within the body. Without exerting any control, Phase 2 initiated slight adjustments to the emotional centers, enhancing trust in Fang'ang. Phase 3 culminated in partial takeover of cognition, establishing a dual consciousness system. This gradual approach ensured that no one could detect the changes, akin to a frog being boiled in warm water. When 90 of District 13 personnel had entered the third phase of control, Fang'ang activated the hive mind system. Connections established, Alpha reported, all nodes responding normally. Fang'ang sensed thousands of consciousnesses surging at the periphery of his mental realm, subservient to his will like a tide. Remarkably, these individuals retained their personalities and modes of thought, yet at a profound level, they were implanted with an absolute directive to obey Fang'ang. He crafted a more intricate dual-thinking model for the senior personnel, allowing them to maintain their decision-making abilities and individual traits, while unconditionally executing Fang'ang's will on critical matters. Thus, District 13 appeared to operate as usual, with no one suspecting the underlying changes. Blake, Fang'ang summoned through the mental connection. Gather all department heads and establish a special research team of the highest priority, reporting directly to me. Sheriff Blake suddenly felt an idea forming in his mind. This was an ingenious notion that should be implemented without delay. He was utterly convinced that this notion originated solely from his own mind, unaware that it was a directive implanted by Fang'ang. In the ensuing weeks, Fang'ang fortified his network of control while simultaneously commencing the transformation of the facilities within District 13. On the surface, the daily operations of District 13 appeared unaffected. Agents continued their missions, researchers pursued their inquiries, yet now all information was promptly relayed to Fang'ang's private database. Alpha mobilized the resources of District 13 to construct Fang'ang's command center, outfitting it with the most advanced surveillance systems and research apparatus. This place became his shadow throne, a nerve center capable of exerting dominion over the entirety of District 13. With the first phase completed, Fang'ang smiled at the control panel, declaring that from this day forth, District 13 would be my stronghold, and no one would ever uncover the truth. Chapter 5. Friendly Contact. Having thoroughly seized control of the 13th District, a colossal holographic projection displayed the map of San Francisco. Alpha had meticulously marked every corner of the city, with key areas illuminated by flickering points of various colors. Alpha, initiate the OmniView program, Fang instructed softly. At your command, Doctor. Alpha's voice responded, confirming the activation of the program and the commencement of the deployment of the first batch of surveillance units. Though the 13th District was formidable, their technological prowess paled in comparison to that of the Marvel Universe. The nanotechnology he had brought was sufficient to astound this world. As dawn broke over San Francisco, sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a gentle glow upon the city. Within the city's surveillance system, countless minuscule nanobots were discreetly dispersing. These devices, smaller than dust, formed the core of Fang's surveillance network, meticulously designed by his own hands. Doctor, the first batch of nano-monitoring units has been successfully deployed, Alpha announced in Fang's private laboratory. Fang nodded, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic keyboard to bring forth real-time surveillance footage of several key areas. What is the coverage status of Chinatown? Currently, it stands at 65.2, with an expectation to exceed 95 within 24 hours. Multiple fluctuations of chi magic energy have been detected, and we are analyzing the specific sources. Alpha replied. Fang shifted the view to an aerial perspective over Chinatown, a focal point of his monitoring network, being the primary operational zone for Jackie Chan and his team. Unlike ordinary surveillance equipment, his nanobots possess the unique capability not only to capture imagery but also to detect peculiar energy fluctuations, particularly the enigmatic energies emanating from chi magic and spellcasting. Fascinating, Fang mused as he observed the data stream analysis. The energy of spells in this world bore an essential distinction from the magical energy of the Marvel Universe, yet the fundamental particle structures exhibited astonishing similarities. Continue collecting data. I intend to establish a comprehensive energy model. Simultaneously, Fang successfully infiltrated San Francisco's primary network systems through Alpha. Municipal networks, police channels, and even private communications lay under his scrutiny. Information is power, and he now possessed an unceasing flow of intelligence. Alpha. Filter all communications and records related to spells, antiques, and magic, with a particular focus on tracking Jackie Chan and the Black Hand's activities. A slight chi magic fluctuation has been detected near the old man's shop. They are in the process of packing, suggesting they are about to depart. Fang contemplated briefly. This represented a splendid opportunity. Notify Sheriff Blake and designate me as the technical advisor, participating throughout the operation. 2 hours later, a black SUV from the 13th District quietly set off. Inside the vehicle, Sheriff Blake was briefing Fang about the operation. Dr. Fang, this operation is unconventional. I've enlisted an old friend to assist. He possesses considerable experience in this matter, Blake remarked, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before he quickly regained composure. Fang inwardly chuckled, having already surmised the identity of this old friend. Of course, Sheriff. I eagerly await the opportunity to meet this expert. Fang'ang alighted from the vehicle alongside Blake and beheld 3 individuals awaiting their arrival, the illustrious Jackie Chan, his venerable uncle, and his niece, Xiaoyu. Blake, my friend. Jackie exclaimed warmly as he embraced Blake, then turned his inquisitive gaze toward Fang'ang. And who might this be? Dr. Fang'ang, a newly arrived expert in talismanic studies from the 13th District, Blake introduced. Dr. Fang, this is Jackie Chan, my old friend and an authority on antiques. These are his uncle and niece. Fang'ang extended his hand with a congenial smile. It is an honor, Mr. Chan. I have heard of your remarkable expertise in talismans. Jackie grasped his hand and chuckled. Ah, merely fortunate to have encountered some peculiar artifacts. The true expert is my uncle. Jackie's uncle scrutinized Fang'ang, a flicker of subtle wariness glinting in his eyes. Young man, do you delve into the realm of antiques as well? Fang'ang humbly nodded. I possess a modicum of knowledge, particularly fascinated by the history and energetic properties of talismans. The uncle grunted, seemingly skeptical. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu gazed at Fang'ang with curiosity. Remaining silent, Fang'ang discreetly observed the trio. Jackie appeared as animated as in his animated portrayals, somewhat impetuous. The uncle bore a more serious demeanor, his gaze harboring inscrutable wisdom, and although Xiaoyu was young, her presence was formidable, especially as she unconsciously toyed with her fingers, causing Fang'ang to perceive faint energetic fluctuations. According to our intelligence, Blake broke the silence. The Black Hand Gang may have set their sights on the talisman here, specifically the rabbit talisman. We must locate it before they do. Jackie thumped his chest confidently. Leave it to me. I possess ample experience in tracking down troublesome artifacts. Fang'ang interjected at an opportune moment. If permitted, I can offer some technical assistance. The 13th District has developed devices for detecting talismanic energy. He retrieved a compact device from his pocket, an energy detector designed based on Marvel Universe technology, far more precise than the original equipment from the 13th District. The uncle squinted, seemingly intrigued by Fang'ang's device. Can this little contraption detect the flow of qi? To a certain extent, yes, Fang'ang replied cautiously. It can detect anomalous energy fluctuations, including the magical energy emitted by talismans. At that moment, the device emitted a sharp buzzing sound. Fang'ang glanced at the readings, which indicated a strong energy response. Jackie had already dashed forward. Hurry. The Black Hand Gang could arrive at any moment, with Jackie leading the way. Fang'ang feigned concentration on the device while closely observing the movements of the group. The energy response intensified. It's just ahead, Fang'ang murmured. The rabbit talisman, Jackie exclaimed. Suddenly, a cacophonous clash of metal echoed through the air. It's the Black Hand Gang. Sheriff Blake drew his firearm. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Jackie swiftly seized the talisman. We must make haste. Before anyone could react, the wall on the opposite side was violently blown apart. Amidst the billowing smoke, several figures clad in black surged in. Leading the charge was the familiar giant, True. Jackie-chan, we meet again, True sneered. Surrender the talisman. Fang'ang stood by, maintaining a vigilant facade while his heart brimmed with anticipation for the impending battle. This marked his inaugural opportunity to closely observe the combat prowess of Jackie Chan's team, serving as an exquisite litmus test for the feasibility of his own plans. Dream on. Jackie assumed a classic kung fu stance, declaring that to obtain the talisman, one must first pass his challenge. The combat erupted in an instant. Jackie surged towards his adversary with astonishing speed, his movements fluid and precise, akin to a flowing river. Fang'ang noted that Jackie's fighting style starkly contrasted with that of Captain America, while Steve relied on the strength and reflexes granted by the super soldier serum. Jackie embodied years of rigorous training in martial arts and combat intelligence. Despite his advanced age, the old man exhibited an unexpectedly agile prowess. Even more astonishing to Fang'ang was the distinction between the elemental magic wielded by the old man and the dimensional magic of the supreme sorcerer. While Master Gu channeled the energies of the multiverse, the old man appeared to manipulate the energy balance between himself and his surroundings. Xiaoyu primarily evaded the conflict. Yet Fang'ang astutely perceived that when threatened, she could unleash a formidable surge of energy, reminiscent of an unawakened Jean Grey. The latent potential within Xiaoyu was truly astonishing. Though Blake was merely an ordinary human, his experience as a seasoned agent endowed him with precise marksmanship, providing robust fire support for the team. Fang'ang did not remain a mere spectator. To maintain his cover, he employed basic self-defense techniques along with standard equipment from the 13th District, which was, in fact, a refined version of Marvel's technology. The battle persisted for approximately 10 minutes. Despite the numerical advantage of the Black Hand Gang, they were ultimately repelled by Jackie's team. Upon returning to the 13th District headquarters, Fang'ang immediately commenced organizing the observational data from the day. Alpha, establish a combat model for Jackie's team, Fang'ang commanded, simultaneously uploading the collected data into the system. The holographic projection unveiled a detailed analysis. Jackie's combat ability was roughly equivalent to that of Captain America without his shield. Exhibiting superior reflexes and agility, yet slightly lacking in raw power, the old man's elemental magic, while powerful, had a limited range. Far inferior to the capabilities of the supreme sorcerer, Xiaoyu possessed immense potential, yet her abilities remained dormant. The conclusion was clear. Without the aid of talismans, Jackie's team would struggle to withstand direct assaults from advanced technological weaponry, Alpha summarized. Fang'ang nodded in agreement, finding it consistent with his own judgments. However, direct confrontation was not a prudent choice. Doom left behind the most formidable weapon available for immediate use, the extermination armor, a synthesis of marvelous magic and technology. In this world, marvelous magic has been severely diminished, rendering the armor currently inoperable. Moreover, the unpredictability of the old man's elemental magic and the variable potential of Xiao Yu pose significant uncertainties. Most importantly, they are the protagonists of their narrative. After careful consideration, Fang'ang devised a new strategy, the Friendly Approach Initiative. He shall engage with Jackie Chan's team as an expert in talismanic studies, endeavoring to earn their trust while clandestinely investigating their connection to these sacred symbols. Alpha. Prepare a comprehensive research report on talismans as an opportunity for collaboration with Jackie Chan's team. As you wish, Doctor. The report will be completed within 2 hours. Fang'ang turned his gaze towards the window, overlooking the nightlit expanse of San Francisco. Though today's action was merely a modest step, his influence had already begun to permeate the city. Like an invisible web, it was quietly enveloping the entirety of San Francisco. Chapter 6. The study of talismans. Fang'ang's gaze fell upon the 5 talismans before him, encased within a transparent protective shield: the rabbit, snake, chicken, ox, and sheep. These seemingly ordinary jade carvings emanated a faint luminescence, as if life pulsed within them. Alpha. Prepare to record experimental data. Fang'ang inhaled deeply, adjusting the laboratory security level and activating the comprehensive monitoring system. The system is ready, Dr. Fang. With utmost care, Fang'ang donned a pair of specialized gloves and extracted the chicken talisman from its sealed enclosure, initiating the test of its capabilities. He closed his eyes, attempting to channel the talisman's power according to the methods chronicled in ancient texts. Initially, nothing transpired. However, as he concentrated on the talisman and endeavored to guide the energy within, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance. An invisible force erupted from the talisman, causing the laboratory's equipment, documents, and even the furniture to levitate, suspended in midair as if gravity had ceased to exist. Worse yet, these objects began to collide uncontrollably, producing a cacophony of jarring impacts. Alpha, it's out of control. Activate emergency protective measures. Fang'ang shouted, simultaneously striving to rein in the talisman's power. Activated, Dr. Fang. However, I advise you to cease the talisman activation immediately. Fang'ang forcefully severed his connection with the talisman. All items plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash, and the laboratory alarm blared, red warning lights flashing incessantly. Record. The chicken talisman levitated objects through telekinesis. Control difficulty, extremely high. Fang'ang gasped. It seems these talismans are far more challenging to master than I had anticipated. This incident rendered Fang'ang more cautious. He devised a sophisticated array of instruments specifically designed to measure the energy fluctuations emitted by the talismans. This energy is remarkably pure, as if it were directly linked to the essence of the universe, Fang'ang murmured, documenting the data. In comparison to the magic of Kamartaj, the power of the talismans appeared more primal and natural, yet simultaneously more difficult to control. Alpha's voice resonated, according to the analysis. The talisman energy seems directly connected to the user's life force and mental prowess, rather than relying on external dimensional magic sources. This explains why I cannot easily master them as I do with other magical artifacts, Fang'ang pondered. I require more data. Retrieve the surveillance records of Cheng Long utilizing the talismans from Area 13. The holographic screen displayed footage of Cheng Long battling the Black Hand. Fang'ang observed that each time Cheng Long activated a talisman, his movements were exceptionally fluid and natural, as if the talismans were mere extensions of his own body. There were no incantations, no elaborate gestures, only an almost instinctual coordination. It seems the crux lies in the qi, Fang'ang mused. Cheng Long's martial training enables him to instinctively guide the qi within him, a foundation I currently lack. He turned to another experimental table, where a small quantum conduit device rested. It is time to conduct a cross-universal test. In a clandestine laboratory within the Marvel Universe, Fang'ang returns through a quantum portal, bearing 5 talismans to the secret base established by Dr. Doom. He initiates a cross-universal capability assessment. Commence testing, Fang'ang commands. He begins with the Ox Talisman, which in the world of Jackie Chan adventures, bestows extraordinary strength upon its wielder. As he activates the talisman using the previously established method, he feels a surge of power coursing through him, yet this sensation is markedly weaker than that experienced in another realm. The output of strength registers at a mere 30% of its original potency. Alpha reports a significant decline in defensive capabilities as well. Furrowing his brow, Fang'ang sequentially tests the remaining talismans. The results are disheartening. The rabbit talisman's speed is drastically diminished. The snake talisman's invisibility effect becomes erratic. The chicken talisman barely manages to levitate small objects a few centimeters, and the goat talisman is nearly ineffective, producing only faint energy fluctuations. The situation is worse than I anticipated, Fang'ang muses, seated in the laboratory chair, gazing at the hovering data charts. The power of the talismans has severely weakened after traversing universes. He conducts a series of comparative experiments, testing the talismans back and forth between the two realms, meticulously documenting the data. A pattern emerges. The more potent the talisman, the greater the attenuation experienced when crossing universes. It's akin to differing operating systems. Fang'ang remarks to Alpha, noting that the magical code of the talismans cannot fully operate within the system of the Marvel Universe. He retrieves the foundational magical rule models of both universes for comparison. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, magic relies heavily on inner balance and the flow of chi. Whereas in the Marvel Universe, magic is more intricately connected to energy sources from alternate dimensions. This fundamental disparity inhibits the talismans from realizing their full potential within the Marvel Universe. I must devise a method to stabilize and amplify the talisman's power in this realm. Fang'ang contemplates aloud, for without it, even the collection of all talismans will not suffice to meet my needs. On the third day of his return to the Jackie Chan universe, he searches through the tomes of chi magic gathered in the 13th district for inspiration to enhance the talisman's strength. An urgent communication interrupts him. Doctor. The monitoring screen displays the latest movements of the Jackie Chan team. They are tracking the whereabouts of the Dragon Talisman. This revelation heightens Fang'ang's sense of urgency. He calls forth all ancient texts and secret files regarding the talismans collected in the 13th district and begins to systematically organize the information. Alpha. Assist me in analyzing the records concerning the 12 talismans within these ancient manuscripts. As the data was meticulously organized, a comprehensive map of talismanic abilities gradually took shape. The mouse talisman transforms stillness into motion, bestowing life. The ox talisman possesses boundless strength, impervious to blades. The tiger talisman delineates good from evil, harmonizing yin and yang. The rabbit talisman enables instantaneous movement, racing at superluminal speeds. The dragon talisman unleashes explosive flames, incinerating all. The snake talisman grants invisibility, erasing presence. The horse talisman dispels ailments and purges curses, restoring purity. The goat talisman facilitates astral projection, communicating through dreams. The monkey talisman enables shape-shifting, reconfiguring forms. The rooster talisman harnesses telekinesis for levitation, commanding objects to fly. The dog talisman ensures immortality, preserving eternal youth. The pig talisman emits searing lasers, radiating intense heat, the cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Fang'ang murmured to himself, noticing a certain balance among the talismanic powers. To validate this hypothesis, he simultaneously activated the ox and rabbit talismans. To his astonishment, rather than interfering with one another, the two talismans produced a powerful energy resonance, significantly amplifying the strength of the ox talisman and the speed of the rabbit talisman. The resonance effect. Fang'ang excitedly documented this discovery, realizing that the energy connection between the talismans must stem from their shared origin within the power of the Holy Master. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an alarm from the monitoring system. The screen displayed that Qing Long had uncovered clues regarding the dragon talisman and was en route to its location. Time was of the essence. Fang'ang took a deep breath. The pace of research must be accelerated. Chapter 7: The Mystery of the Tiger Talisman among the 12 Talismans. One particularly captured Fang'ang's attention, the Tiger Talisman. Although he had yet to behold this talisman with his own eyes as a traveler from another realm, he understood that the Tiger Talisman embodied a unique ability to maintain balance. He noted a specific description. The bearer of the Tiger Talisman could harmonize yin and yang, separate good from evil, and balance all things. In places of imbalance, the Tiger Talisman could restore harmony. This passage suggested that the Tiger Talisman possessed a distinctive power to sustain equilibrium, capable of reconciling opposing forces. Fang'ang contemplated the implications of this information. I require more specific data. He rose and walked to the far end of the laboratory where his magical detection device awaited. This apparatus, a fusion of technology from the Marvel Universe and the magical principles of the Jackie Chan world, could analyze the energy patterns of magical items. Fang'ang sequentially placed 5 talismans into the device, recording their energy characteristics. The display presented a comparative analysis of the energy patterns of all the talismans. A holographic screen revealed 5 colorful waveforms, each representing the energy traits of the respective talismans. Fang'ang scrutinized these waveforms, endeavoring to discern commonalities and differences. Intriguingly, he pointed at the screen and remarked, all the talismans exhibit a certain state of imbalance. Observe here, the energy fluctuations consistently lean towards one side, as if there is a deficiency of some harmonious force. Suddenly, Fang'ang realized that this could very well be the role of the Tiger Talisman, as a fulcrum to reconcile the energies of the other talismans. If he could deduce the energy pattern of the Tiger Talisman, perhaps he could uncover a means to enhance the powers of the other talismans. This aligned with Fang'ang's memories, as the Holy Master utilized the Tiger Talisman as a core element to harmonize the other talismans. Alpha. Calculate the potential energy characteristics of the Tiger Talisman based on the existing talisman's energy patterns. The artificial intelligence fell silent for a few moments before presenting a new waveform on the screen, a perfectly balanced energy curve with symmetrical peaks and troughs and a stable frequency. Is this the energy pattern of the Tiger Talisman? Fang'ang inquired, astonished. This is merely a theoretical model, Mr. Fang, Alpha replied, derived from the energy characteristics of the other talismans and descriptions in ancient texts. The actual Tiger Talisman may differ. Fang'ang gazed at the flawless waveform, deep in thought. If the Tiger Talisman indeed possessed such a balanced energy pattern, it could very well be the linchpin of the entire talisman system. He accessed the surveillance records from District 13 to review the historical conflicts between Jackie Chan and various malevolent forces over the talismans. As the footage played, Fang'ang observed an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever the situation teetered into severe imbalance and evil forces were on the cusp of victory, there would invariably emerge a mysterious turnaround. As if an invisible force were maintaining equilibrium. This could be the latent influence of the Tiger Talisman. Or perhaps balance is the fundamental rule governing the entire world of Jackie Chan's adventures, Fang'ang mused. Recalling how a new evil force arose whenever the Holy Master was resurrected after being defeated, he opened his personal journal and chronicled his revelations. The Tiger Talisman was not merely one of the 12 talismans, but potentially the cornerstone of the entire magical framework. To master it was akin to possessing the key to control all other talismans. Fang'ang closed the journal, his gaze resolute. He had to locate the Tiger Talisman, not only for his own ambitions, but to genuinely comprehend the magical structure of this world. In the ensuing days, Fang'ang redirected his focus towards experiments aimed at enhancing talismans. If he could not immediately procure the Tiger Talisman, he could at least endeavor to amplify the potency of the existing ones, particularly addressing their diminished efficacy when traversing the cosmos. He selected the Ox Talisman and the Rooster Talisman as his primary subjects of study, for their energy characteristics were strikingly distinct, one epitomizing physical strength, the other embodying mental prowess. Should he discover a method to enhance both, it was likely that such a technique would be applicable to all talismans. Fang'ang devised an intricate amplification device, merging nanotechnology with magical arrays. At its core lay an energy converter, theoretically capable of transforming the magical energy of the Marvel Universe into a form that talismans could absorb. He commenced the testing phase. Fang'ang placed the Ox Talisman at the center of the apparatus and activated the system. Initially, everything appeared to progress smoothly. The energy converter emitted a soft blue glow as the Ox Talisman began to absorb the transformed energy, its radiance gradually intensifying. However, just as Fang'ang prepared to celebrate his success, the situation spiraled out of control. The Ox Talisman erupted in a blinding red light, and the energy converter began to overload, emitting a shrill alarm. The system was unstable, urgently recommending the immediate termination of the experiment. Alpha warned. Fang'ang attempted to shut down the system, but it was too late. With a deafening explosion, the energy converter detonated, sending a shockwave that knocked Fang'ang to the ground. The laboratory lay in ruins, the equipment severely damaged. Damn it! Fang'ang coughed as he rose from the floor, inspecting the condition of the Ox Talisman. To his astonishment, the talisman remained intact, yet its energy pattern had become markedly more unstable. It appeared that directly infusing external energy was not the correct approach. What the talismans require is not more energy, but a more balanced energy, Fang'ang muttered. This failure prompted him to reevaluate his methodology. He returned to ancient texts in search of greater insights regarding Qi. If the legendary figure could naturally wield talismans, the secret likely resided in the application of Qi. The ancient texts proclaimed, Qi is the source of life, flowing through all things. Practitioners of Qigong can guide the Qi within their bodies to achieve a harmonious balance between the internal and external. Fang'ang resolved to attempt learning the cultivation methods of Qi. This presented a formidable challenge for one accustomed to relying on external forces for magic. Yet he had no alternative. This sensation was unlike any magic I have previously employed. To his astonishment, he discovered it to be more intrinsic, more natural. After weeks of cultivation, Fang'ang endeavored once more to utilize the talismans. This time, he did not rely on any external devices, but instead sought to channel the power of the talismans through his own Qi. When he activated the Rooster Talisman, the experience felt entirely different. The power of charms is no longer an uncontrollable torrent, but rather a stream that can be guided. He effortlessly commanded the levitation of objects within the laboratory, even deftly maneuvering them with precision. Success! Fang'ang exclaimed, emphasizing that the key lies in internal equilibrium rather than external force. This revelation prompted him to redesign the charm enhancement experiment. This time, he refrained from attempting to infuse the charm with additional energy. Instead, he devised a magical amplifier based on the knowledge of Dr. Destruction, aimed at balancing and stabilizing the charm's energy. Commencing the final test, Fang'ang placed the bovine charm into the newly designed amplifier while simultaneously channeling his Qi to establish a connection with the charm. The amplifier emanated a gentle green light, causing the energy of the bovine charm to stabilize and intensify. Fang'ang felt a surge of power coursing through him, more potent and controllable than ever before. The energy output had nearly doubled, reported Alpha, with a stable waveform and no abnormal fluctuations. Fang'ang clenched his fists, reveling in the tumultuous strength within him. A light punch against the specially designed test wall resulted in a profound indentation. Incredible! Fang'ang chuckled. This power could rival that found even in the Marvel Universe. However, as time passed, Fang'ang began to notice unsettling anomalies. He became increasingly impulsive, more prone to anger, and his thoughts skewed towards power and conquest. This change was subtle yet undeniably present, as if the essence of the bovine charm was influencing his character. Alpha, analyze my brainwave patterns, Fang'ang commanded. A sense of unease creeping over him. Abnormalities detected, Mr. Fang, Alpha responded. Your brainwave patterns are shifting. The emotional centers are becoming more active while the rational thought regions are diminishing. Fang'ang immediately severed his connection with the charm, feeling his mind gradually clear. This discovery served as a wake-up call. The power of charms affects not only the body but also the mind. Without proper balance, prolonged use could alter the user's very nature. It seems I have underestimated the power of charms, Fang'ang mused to himself. They are not merely tools, but entities with their own will. In his experimental log, he inscribed, power and balance are akin to two sides of a coin. Pursuing power while neglecting balance ultimately leads to self-destruction. Chapter 8. The study of Qi magic in the private laboratory of the 13th district. Silence enveloped the space. In the deep of night, only a faint light illuminated the room. The desk was heaped with ancient tomes and scrolls from across the globe. These were the rare texts on Qi magic, personally commissioned by Fang'ang, gathered by agents from the 13th district from hidden temples, ancient shrines, and even private collectors, including some exceedingly rare editions. Alpha, document the experiment log. Fang'ang's voice shattered the stillness. Research on Qi magic, Phase 1, seeking the origin. He carefully opened an ancient volume. The pages contain the inscription, Qi, the spirit resonance of heaven and earth, flows amidst all things. If a cultivator can comprehend its path and regulate their breath to guide the Qi, they may achieve the state of unity between heaven and humanity. Fang'ang furrowed his brow, meticulously studying these profound descriptions. The text was replete with philosophy yet lacked the precise formulas and steps akin to Marvel magic, rendering it obscure and vague. He understood that to address the issue of the weakening of spells across the cosmos, he must delve into the essence of Qi magic and uncover its true mysteries. Commence the fundamental practice of guiding Qi into the body, he proclaimed in a low tone. He sat cross-legged, striving to eliminate distractions, following the breathing techniques described in the ancient texts to guide his intent, attempting to sense the flow of Qi within. As time slipped by, an hour passed. The stillness left his legs numb and his back aching. Yet, the anticipated sensation of Qi remained elusive, leaving him with an emptiness inside, devoid of any response. Failure. Fang'ang opened his eyes, standing with a hint of irritation, moving his stiff limbs. His brow knitted with frustration. The threshold of Qi magic proved to be more profound than he had anticipated. For 3 consecutive days, Fang'ang immersed himself in the practice of guiding Qi into his body, yet each attempt felt like a stone sinking into the ocean, yielding no progress. The feeling of defeat, like an inescapable shadow, began to accumulate within him. He was compelled to halt his blind endeavors and reassess his research direction. He retrieved more materials for comparative analysis, striving to discover a breakthrough amidst the vast sea of information. The fundamental differences between Qi magic and Marvel magic gradually became clearer to him. Marvel magic, in essence, harnesses energy from external dimensions, guiding and shaping it for one's use. Fang'ang articulated to the recording device, his tone steady. In contrast, Qi magic is entirely different. It does not seek from the external, but rather arises from the inner balance and awakening of the practitioner. It is a process of self-cultivation from within. This realization illuminated Fang'ang's thoughts, yet simultaneously ensnared him in a new dilemma, the lack of intuitive reference. To truly comprehend Qi magic, relying solely on textual records was insufficient. He required a vivid demonstration, a model from which to observe and learn. Alpha, retrieve all surveillance records of the old man using Qi magic. Fang'ang made an instantaneous decision. The holographic screen flickered to life, revealing an overwhelming array of surveillance images. Within these frames, the old man showcased an array of remarkable Qi magic across various scenarios. Fang'ang fixated on the screen, meticulously observing every subtle movement of the old man. He noted that whenever the old man guided the flow of Qi, his breathing became exceptionally rhythmic and even, while his body underwent delicate transformations, as though an invisible energy was coursing through him, flowing gently with each breath. He slowed the playback, focusing intently on analyzing the patterns of his breathing and the fluctuations of energy. Fang'ang issued commands at a rapid pace, anxious not to overlook any detail. The visuals replayed in slow motion, while simultaneously, the screen displayed data graphs of energy fluctuations. The curves on the graph resembled a sinuous dragon, exhibiting a peculiar spiral pattern, starkly contrasting with the linear energy flows typically seen in Marvel's magic. Fang'ang felt a jolt within, as if he had grasped a fragment of the essence of Qi magic. He diligently recorded this spiral energy pattern to construct a simulation model. For an entire week thereafter, Fang'ang remained nearly confined to his home. Immersing himself tirelessly in a sea of data, he conducted an in-depth observation and analysis of the old man's records of Qi magic usage, gradually building an energy model for Qi magic and deepening his understanding of it. However, theoretical breakthroughs did not equate to practical success. The practice of channeling Qi into his body remained fraught with challenges, as if an invisible barrier obstructed his path forward. Just as frustration and a sense of defeat began to swell within him, an unexpected discovery illuminated his thoughts. During a meditation attempt, his wandering consciousness inadvertently brushed against the door of forgotten memories. Fang'ang's mind, akin to a specter traversing time and space, revisited fragmented memories of a young Dr. Doom. This was a youthful Doom, in the distant Tibetan Himalayas, seeking greater power through the esoteric study of ancient magic. The shards of memory scattered like stars, coalescing once more within Fang'ang's mind. He witnessed the young Doom earnestly learning the techniques of energy guidance from an elderly Tibetan monk. Astonishingly, these ancient Eastern techniques bore striking similarities to the Qi magic he had been painstakingly studying. Eureka! Fang'ang suddenly jolted awake from his meditation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Doom had also encountered similar Eastern methods of energy guidance. Without delay, he retrieved the fragments of Doom's memories, revisiting those details he had previously overlooked. The Tibetan monk had imparted not only obscure and complex incantations to Doom, but also an intricate system of breathing and meditation techniques, which served as the key to unlocking the gateway to energy, intended to enhance his ability to perceive and direct the latent energy within. This was the crucial element I have been desperately seeking yet have always lacked, Fang'ang whispered excitedly. Realizing that Doom had fused these Eastern techniques with the Western magic he had learned, ultimately creating a unique and powerful style of magic. I too can achieve this. Fang'ang promptly endeavored to merge the meditative practices of Tibet with the control techniques of Marvel magic. He adjusted his breath according to the guidance of the monks etched in his memory, simultaneously channeling the energy within his body through the precise control methods of Marvel magic. Initially, his progress remained slow and arduous. The flow of energy within him resembled a meandering stream, so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. However, Fang'ang did not succumb to discouragement. He firmly believed he was on the right path and persisted in his practice. Gradually, with relentless effort, he began to perceive the presence of the energy flow within him more distinctly. It was a sensation starkly different from the manipulation of Marvel magic, more subdued, more serene, and profoundly natural, as if awakening an ancient power that had long lain dormant deep within his being. It was time for practical testing. After several days, Fang'ang concluded his research in District 13 and returned to the secret base located in Latvia. With great solemnity, he retrieved the cow talisman. The surface of the talisman remained dull and unremarkable, resembling an ordinary stone. He inhaled deeply, calming the excitement within him, and attempted to activate the talisman using the newly acquired mixed techniques. Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state, guiding the energy flow within him, and cautiously establishing a connection with the talisman. In an instant, the surface of the talisman began to emit a faint glow, akin to a slumbering star being roused. The light gradually intensified until it became bright and stable. The energy output stabilized, restoring the talisman's efficacy to 50 of its original state. At that moment, Alpha's voice timely chimed in to report the test results. This outcome filled Fang'ang with both astonishment and disappointment. Though the 50 efficacy marked a significant improvement, it still fell short of his aspirations. However, what astonished him further was another revelation. Alpha promptly analyzed the energy patterns following the talisman's activation, and Fang'ang issued his command. On the holographic screen, the energy waveform chart reappeared, yet this time, what unfolded before Fang'ang's eyes was an unprecedented energy waveform. It was neither purely Marvel magic nor traditional Qi magic, but rather a novel form that perfectly fused the two. This hybrid energy retained the malleability and explosive power of Marvel magic, while incorporating the natural flow and ceaseless vitality of Qi magic, showcasing a surprising compatibility between two fundamentally distinct magical systems at the energy level. Intriguing. Fang'ang gazed at the flowing energy before him. This was not merely a simple overlay, but a true fusion in every sense. If delved into further, it might yield an entirely new branch of magic. He swiftly extracted his notebook, beginning to document the characteristics and reaction patterns of this mixed magic. Although this amalgamation remained in its nascent stages, it already exhibited the potential to transcend the limitations of the original systems, harboring boundless possibilities. This was far more significant than I initially envisioned. Fang'ang solemnly inscribed his conclusion in the experimental record. I may have touched upon the key to creating an entirely new magical system. Chapter 9. The Legend of the Saint Lord in the Dead of Night. Fang'ang was still engrossed in his experiments, merging qi magic with incantations. As he channeled the flows of energy within him, the bovine talisman emitted a faint glow, yet it could only achieve the same efficacy as before. It was insufficient. Furrowing his brow, Fang'ang knew he must find a fundamental solution. He ventured deeper into the archives, a repository of esoteric tomes collected by the 13th District over many years. Alpha, retrieve all records pertaining to the Saint Lord. A holographic projection unfolded in the air, revealing a grotesque dragon-like demon. Its golden eyes seemed to pierce the very soul, while the dark green scales shimmered with a cold luminescence in the dim light. The Saint Lord, an ancient demon of fire, a formidable sorcerer. Alpha's voice echoed in the silent archive. During the Lin dynasty, he ruled over the mortal realm, bringing suffering to countless beings. It was only when the great warrior Lo Pei emerged, armed with astonishing wisdom and courage, that the Saint Lord was sealed. His power dispersed into 12 zodiac talismans. Fang'ang's fingers glided over the text on the parchment, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. This was not merely a historical account. It was a key to unlocking the gates of power. He pressed on. The Saint Lord wielded the purest form of dark qi magic, capable of commanding hellfire and summoning an army of shadow warriors. Within his soul lay the ultimate mysteries of qi magic. Each of the 12 talismans harbored a fragment of his power. Should the Saint Lord reclaim all 12, he could break Lo Pei's seal and return to the world. Eureka! Fang'ang sprang to his feet, excitement igniting his gaze. The essence of the Saint Lord's soul was the key to resolving the diminishing power of the talismans. He hastened to the control console of his laboratory, calling up the energy fluctuation graphs of the existing talismans. His research over the past few days had revealed a mysterious connection among the talismans. A connection undoubtedly rooted in the soul of the Saint Lord. The soul was the cornerstone of both realms. If he could obtain the essence of the Saint Lord's soul, Fang'ang murmured to himself, it would surely address the issue of the talisman's power decay within the Marvel Universe. This thought set his blood ablaze. He vividly recalled the plot of the animated series. Once all the talismans were gathered, the Saint Lord would be resurrected, only to be ultimately defeated by the Jackie Chan team, reverting to a statue. When that statue was shattered, the Saint Lord would exist in a spectral form. That would be the opportune moment for capture. Fang'ang's gaze sharpened, but first, I must ensure that all talismans are collected within the 13th District. Research into the resonance of the collective energy of the 12 talismans is essential. He summoned a holographic map, marking the locations of the known talismans. Currently, the 13th District safeguarded 6 talismans, while the Jackie Chan team was in pursuit of the 7th. Time was of the essence. He needed to accelerate his plans. Commence the design of the Saint Lord's soul sealing device, Fang'ang commanded. I require a mechanism capable of capturing and sealing him when he manifests in his soul form. In the days that followed, Fang'ang devoted himself wholeheartedly to the design of this apparatus. He amalgamated the arcane knowledge of the Marvel Universe with the principles of qi magic from this world, endeavoring to forge an unprecedented sealing system. However, as his research delved deeper, a myriad of problems ensued. The stability of energy proved gravely inadequate. Fang'ang gazed intently at the simulation results. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. The soul of the Lord had existed for millennia, and should its energy exceed expectations, the entire apparatus would collapse. He repeatedly modified the design, experimenting with dozens of different schemes, yet he remained unable to transcend this bottleneck. In the late-night laboratory, the only sounds were the rhythmic tapping of his keyboard and the occasional sigh of frustration. Perhaps we should contemplate alternative solutions, Alpha suggested. No, there must be a way. Fang'ang stubbornly shook his head. No matter how formidable the Lord's power, it had once been vanquished and sealed by predecessors. As long as the correct sealing method could be discovered. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the surveillance screen. In the footage, Old Man was meditating in his antique shop. Indeed, as Jackie Chan's uncle, Old Man is not only a master of qi magic but also well-versed in the ancient art of sealing. If anyone in this world comprehends the nuances of sealing powerful magical beings, it is undoubtedly him. It seems I must pay a visit to this true master. But this requires a reason that Old Man cannot refuse, Fang'ang murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Fang'ang returned to the workstation and meticulously reviewed the design schematics of the sealing apparatus. Within the holographic projection, intricate magical patterns intertwined into a sophisticated system. Yet certain critical nodes still radiated glaring red warning signs. Alpha, retrieve the historical records pertaining to the sealing of the Lord. As per the records, Lopez employed a unique Eastern sealing technique when sealing the Lord, integrating the profound essence of qi magic, Alpha responded. However, the specific sealing method has been lost to time. Lopez's success in sealing such a formidable demon must have been predicated upon some pivotal technique, likely concealed within the ancient tomes collected by Old Man. He proceeded towards the laboratory housing the seals from District 13. 6 talismans glimmered faintly under the dim light. Soon, you shall be reunited, Fang'ang whispered, and this time, the Lord's power shall find a more suitable abode. Chapter 10. The scheme at the theater within the monitoring room of the 13th District. Fang'ang's gaze was fixed upon the holographic projection of an elderly man. The old man, diminutive in stature with graying hair, was seen hanging a sign indicating the theater's temporary closure at its entrance, his face etched with resignation and fatigue. Lao Tianyo, 78 years of age, was the proprietor of the Golden Dragon Theater in Chinatown, having dedicated over 4 decades to the art of traditional Chinese drama. The voice of Alpha resonated in Fang'ang's ear, revealing that he had shared a 30-year friendship with the old man, meeting weekly at a tea house every Thursday afternoon. A subtle smile crept across Fang'ang's lips. He had discovered a method to make Lao Tianyo unable to refuse his proposition. What was the state of the theater? Its financial condition had been steadily deteriorating, with sparse audiences and antiquated equipment. In the past 3 months alone, it had incurred losses nearing $100,000. Alpha responded that, based on current trends, the theater was projected to face closure within 2 months. Fang'ang pondered momentarily, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Too slow. We must expedite this process. Are you suggesting? Fang'ang's voice was calm yet ruthless. We need to thrust the theater into immediate crisis, yet stop short of total collapse. I must emerge as a savior at the moment when Lao Tianyo feels most despondent. Understood, Mr. Fang. In the week that followed, a series of unfortunate events plagued the Golden Dragon Theater. First, the fire department conducted a surprise inspection, uncovering multiple safety hazards and issuing exorbitant fines. Next, the tax authorities arrived to scrutinize the books, highlighting suspicious expenditures from years past. Finally, several menacing gang members began to loiter outside the theater, scaring away the few remaining patrons. Fang'ang observed these developments through the surveillance system. Despair cloaked Lao Tianyo's features. Yet he persisted in arriving early each day to polish the worn seats and stage, as though safeguarding the last vestige of dignity. It is time, Fang'ang murmured softly. The following morning, a sleek black sedan came to a halt before the Golden Dragon Theater, dressed in a meticulously tailored deep blue suit and holding a folder. Fang'ang pushed open the theater's grand entrance. Lao Tianyo was on stage, polishing an antiquated light fixture, when he heard the footsteps and turned around. I apologize. We are currently closed. Mr. Lao Tianyo? Fang'ang approached with a smile. I am Fang'ang, the head of Huazi Investment Group. I have a keen interest in your theater. The old man regarded him warily. You wish to purchase this place? No, I wish to invest. Fang'ang surveyed the surroundings, recognizing the invaluable heritage of Chinese traditional culture that ought not to vanish. A flicker of hope ignited in Lao Tianyo's eyes, only to dim once more. Thank you for your kindness, but this place is beyond salvation. The tax issues, the fire hazards, and those gangsters. None of these are insurmountable challenges. Fang'ang retrieved a proposal from his folder. I can provide sufficient funds to resolve these predicaments and undertake a comprehensive renovation of the theater. The sole condition is that I hope to introduce some innovative elements, blending tradition with modernity. The old beetle perused the proposal, gradually widening his eyes. This is exceedingly generous. But why? Why my theater? Fang'ang strode towards the center of the stage, gently caressing the props. My grandfather immigrated from Guangdong. He often took me to watch traditional Chinese opera. He picked up a Peking opera mask and skillfully explained its symbolic significance. This is the mask of Guangdong, representing loyalty and valor. The red face paint symbolizes fidelity and justice. The old beetle gazed at him in astonishment. You possess a profound understanding of our culture. This is my heritage. Fang'ang placed the mask back in its rightful spot. I aspire to help preserve this cultural legacy while breathing new life into it. Thus commenced their collaboration. Fang'ang swiftly resolved all the issues plaguing the theater. Fire hazards were rectified, tax complications deftly navigated, and those gang members mysteriously vanished. The theater underwent a comprehensive renovation, with everything from stage equipment to the audience seating transformed anew. Most astonishing to the old beetle was Fang'ang's innovative performance concept. He suggested merging traditional Peking opera with modern multimedia technology, creating an unprecedented visual experience. Simultaneously, he introduced certain Western elements to make the narrative more accessible and relatable to contemporary audiences. It was nothing short of miraculous. After witnessing a rehearsal of the new performance, the old beetle exclaimed with excitement, "You have not only salvaged the theater, but also bestowed it with a new vitality." Fang'ang humbly smiled. "This is all thanks to the cultural foundation you have cultivated over the years. I merely added some modern elements." As the reopening day approached, the interactions between Fang'ang and the old beetle became increasingly frequent. In every conversation, he adeptly steered the topic towards the old man. You mentioned having an old friend who is also well-versed in antiques and traditional culture? One evening, in the tea room backstage, Fang'ang inquired seemingly casually. Oh, you mean the old man? The old beetle chuckled. He is my closest friend. The items in his antique shop are far more than mere antiques. Oh? Fang'ang feigned curiosity. What makes them special? The old beetle lowered his voice mysteriously. Some items possess extraordinary powers. Fang'ang nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He understood that the timing was not yet ripe. On the grand reopening day of the newly renovated Golden Dragon Theater, the entire Chinatown buzzed with excitement. The new performance, a fusion of tradition and modernity, drew throngs of spectators. As the old beetle delivered his speech from the stage, tears sparkled in his eyes. All of this is thanks to our benefactor, Mr. Fang'ang. The elder proclaimed with fervor. He has not only rescued the theater, but has also revitalized our cultural heritage. Amidst the thunderous applause, Fang'ang humbly bowed in gratitude. When he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of a mirror in the corner. The reflection revealed a blurred visage, the outline of another person materializing. It was the stern countenance of Dr. Doom. Fang'ang froze, an unsettling wave of anxiety surging within him. Did he truly assist the old beetle solely to draw closer to the old man? Is it truly right to exploit the trust of a benevolent elder? You have made the correct decision. The voice of doom echoes in his mind. The necessary sacrifices for the acquisition of power are indeed worthwhile. Fang'ang closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opens them again, the mirror reflects only his own image. Yes, if the end is just, then the means are reasonable. To obtain the method to control the soul of the Holy Lord, such minor manipulations are inconsequential. At the celebratory banquet, Lao Tianyo pulls Fang'ang to sit at the main table. After several rounds of drinks, the elder suddenly remarks, Mr. Fang, I have noticed your keen interest in traditional culture, particularly the mysterious aspects. Fang'ang nods cautiously. I have always been fascinated by Eastern mysticism. Lao Tianyo gazes at him thoughtfully. You know, my friend, old Pa, has conducted profound research in this area. I can see that you are not an ordinary person. You possess rare wisdom and kindness. A stir of emotion rises within Fang'ang, yet he maintains his composure. Does old Pa share this knowledge with outsiders? Generally not. Lao Tianyo chuckles, but with my recommendation, the situation changes. Fang'ang feigns surprise. Really? I am immensely grateful. No need for thanks. Lao Tianyo pats his shoulder. You have saved the theater, saved my dream. It is but a trivial matter. The following day, Lao Tianyo hands Fang'ang a letter. This is a recommendation for old Pa. He is at the shop every afternoon from 3 to 5. He may be out searching for antiques at other times. Remember to bring some tea. He enjoys fine tea. Fang'ang accepts the letter, expressing his sincere gratitude. As he turns to leave, a barely perceptible smile graces his lips. The plan has succeeded flawlessly. Back in the private laboratory of District 13, Fang'ang carefully places the recommendation letter on the table. The voice of Alpha resonates, Mr. Fang. What is the next plan? Prepare to visit old Pa. Fang'ang's gaze sharpens. It is time to learn the true art of sealing. Chapter 11. A visit to Grandpa in the heart of San Francisco's Chinatown. A quaint establishment named Grandpa's Antiques quietly stands at the street corner. The wooden sign has faded over time, yet the window displays an array of antiques, each item carefully placed to create a harmonious visual delight. Fang'ang stands at the entrance, taking a deep breath. He has thoughtfully prepared a box of premium Longjing tea and an ancient tome on Qi Menduanjia from the Republic of China era as gifts. While old Tianyo's letter of recommendation rests securely in his inner pocket. This visit is pivotal for his plans. He must earn Grandpa's trust. As he pushes the door open, a delicate chime rings out. The interior is softly lit, and the air is infused with the fragrant aroma of sandalwood and aged paper. Is anyone here? Fang'ang inquires softly. From the back room emerges a diminutive elder, adorned with round spectacles and dressed in a traditional blue Chinese jacket. This is Grandpa, the uncle of Cheng Long and one of the world's foremost masters of Qi magic. Grandpa gazes at Fang'ang and speaks in a slightly accented English. Young man. It seems we have met while searching for charms before. Are you here to see Cheng Long? He is not present at the moment. Fang'ang smiles faintly and retrieves old Tianyo's letter from his pocket. No, Grandpa, I am here to see you. I am Fang'ang, and Mr. Tianyo spoke highly of you, asking me to deliver this letter. Furrowing his brow, Grandpa takes the letter, dons his reading glasses, and examines it closely. His expression transitions from skepticism to surprise, culminating in a soft hum. That meddlesome old fellow, he mutters. Young people are always a hassle, yet he reluctantly nods. All right. Since you come recommended by him, I can spare a moment. Fang'ang presents the carefully prepared gifts. I apologize for the intrusion. I brought a small token of appreciation. Grandpa accepts the offering, flipping through the ancient tome, his eyebrows rising. Qi Menduanjia from the early Republic period, well preserved. He then opens the tea, inhaling its fragrance. Westlake Longing, this year's spring harvest, his tone softens. At least you understand the importance of tradition. Grandpa leads Fang'ang to a small tea table within the shop. Please, sit. Let us enjoy some tea. Fang'ang surveys the surroundings, his gaze landing on a piece of bronzeware. That is a late Shang Dynasty bronze jewel. Used in sacrificial ceremonies, correct? Grandpa's hand pauses momentarily as he prepares the tea, looking up at Fang'ang. Do you have knowledge of antiques? Somewhat, Fang'ang replies modestly. Then gestures towards another corner. That Han Dynasty jade buy is exquisitely crafted. It must have belonged to royalty. A glimmer of interest flashes in Grandpa's eyes. He hands the brewed tea to Fang'ang and takes a seat himself. Old Tian Nyo mentioned you have an interest in special knowledge? Fang'ang takes a small sip of tea, savoring the flavor as it unfolds in his mouth. Indeed, I am fascinated by Eastern mysticism, particularly ancient sealing techniques. Oh? Grandpa raises an eyebrow. What piques your interest in sealing techniques? This is not a subject that ordinary individuals would concern themselves with. Fang'ang sets down his teacup, his expression turning earnest. I believe there exists in this world a force that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Some powers are so formidable that they require appropriate restraint and sealing. The elder, lost in thought, nodded slightly and rose to approach a glass display case. Come. Take a look at this. He retrieved a bronze artifact, resembling a diminutive cauldron, its surface intricately etched with complex runes. Do you know what this is? Fang'ang scrutinized it closely, sensing a subtle yet distinct energy fluctuation. According to Doom's memory, this fluctuation bore resemblance to certain dimensional magics, yet it possessed an intrinsic difference. This is a sealing vessel, Fang'ang replied cautiously, designed to confine a certain spiritual or energy entity. The elder's eyes widened slightly, seemingly surprised that Fang'ang could discern such a detail. Abruptly, he inadvertently knocked over a teacup, causing tea to splash towards Fang'ang's attire. Fang'ang's reaction was instantaneous. Rather than retreating, he gently waved his hand, halting the tea mid-air for a fleeting moment before it returned to the table without a single drop spilling. The elder squinted, intrigued. What you employed is not merely qi. Fang'ang was aware that he had subconsciously utilized a technique reminiscent of Marvel magic. I have studied various systems of energy manipulation, he explained. Qi is the essence of all things, the elder remarked. It flows between heaven and earth, permeating all life. Fang'ang nodded in agreement, then added, from the perspective of quantum physics, this bears similarities to quantum field theory. The wave-particle duality and uncertainty of fundamental particles astonishingly parallel the flow and transformation of qi. The elder gazed at Fang'ang in astonishment, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Are you a scientist? I was once a doctoral candidate in quantum physics, Fang'ang confessed. But I have come to realize that science and the so-called mysticism are not adversaries. Rather, they are different perspectives observing the same reality. The elder fell silent for a moment, seemingly reevaluating the young man before him. Tell me, what do you understand about charms? Fang'ang recognized this as a test. He needed to respond prudently, showcasing his knowledge without revealing too much. Charms serve as vessels of energy, he spoke slowly, capable of storing, guiding, and releasing specific types of energy. I have studied various charms and discovered that they exhibit a resonant relationship. When multiple charms converge, they produce an amplifying effect. The elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Continue. But what is even more intriguing, Fang'ang continued, is that charms seem to embody not only the energy they contain but also a certain consciousness or memory, as if they were once part of a more powerful existence. Suddenly, the elder stood, moving towards the back of the shop. Follow me. He led Fang'ang into a secluded chamber, its walls adorned with ancient scrolls and charms. In the center stood an aged wooden table, upon which lay several open tomes. You speak the truth, the elder said gravely. Charms were indeed once part of a powerful entity. Are you familiar with the tale of the Saint Lord? Fang'ang nodded. The demon of fire, sealed by Lopez, had its power dispersed into 12 zodiac talismans. Furthermore, the old man produced an ancient tome, turning to a page to reveal its contents to Fang'ang. The sealing technique employed by Lopez was a long-lost art, intricately intertwined with the principles of qi balance and the natural laws of the universe. Fang'ang meticulously examined the page, which depicted a complex sealing array, bearing resemblances to the sealing device he was currently studying. I have witnessed the perils of malevolent magic, Fang'ang stated earnestly, his voice tinged with concern. The catastrophic power, should it fall into the wrong hands, would yield unimaginable consequences. This is why I seek to comprehend the art of sealing, to counter potential threats. The old man scrutinized Fang'ang, seemingly assessing the sincerity of his words. Ultimately, he nodded, his demeanor visibly softening. It is rare for young individuals to grasp the weight of responsibility that comes with magic, he remarked, moving towards the bookshelf to retrieve an even more ancient volume. This is the source of qi, which chronicles the foundational theories of qi magic. Fang'ang gingerly accepted the book, feeling an ancient and potent energy emanating from its pages. Thank you for your trust, he expressed sincerely. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Hold your gratitude for now. I simply sense that you possess somewhat unusual insights that merit further discourse. It is too late today. Thus, come back tomorrow afternoon, and we shall delve into deeper magical theories, particularly concerning the principles of qi balance. Fang'ang nodded in appreciation, carefully returning the book to the old man's hands. I look forward to our exchange tomorrow. As they parted, the old man stood at the entrance of the shop, contemplatively watching Fang'ang's retreating figure, while idly manipulating an ancient bagua coin in his hand. He sensed an unusual aura about Fang'ang, both familiar and strange, imbued with the essence of qi, yet intermingled with other forces. An intriguing young man. The old man murmured to himself, aware that Fang'ang knew far more than he outwardly displayed. The coin spun in his hand, the yin and yang sides alternating in a flickering dance, heralding an impending disruption of balance. Chapter 12. The Art of Magical Discourse. The following afternoon, Fang'ang arrived punctually at the old man's antique shop. A sign indicating a temporary closure hung on the door, yet it stood slightly ajar, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Upon entering, the chime of a bell rang out melodiously. The old man lifted his gaze from behind the counter, remarking, "Indeed, you are quite punctual, young man." With a brief statement, he retrieved an ancient bronze key from beneath the counter and instructed, "Follow me." The old man led Fang'ang through a narrow corridor. Arriving at what appeared to be an ordinary wall deep within the shop, he inserted the key into a nearly imperceptible hole in the wall and turned it gently. With the sound of mechanisms engaging, the wall slowly parted, revealing a concealed chamber. "Few have the privilege to enter here," the old man stated, gesturing for Fang'ang to proceed. The hidden space, though modest in size, imparted an expansive aura. The walls were lined with venerable tomes and scrolls, while a rustic round table sat at the center, adorned with teaware and several open ancient texts. In a corner, several softly glowing artifacts stood silently on a wooden shelf, some with peculiar shapes and others etched with runes. The air was imbued with the distinct aroma of herbs and ancient manuscripts, fostering a sense of transcendent tranquility. "Please, have a seat," the old man indicated toward a chair beside the table, while he commenced the preparation of tea. He extracted 7 different herbs, placing them into the teapot in a specific sequence, then added pure water, stirring with an unusual technique. "This is the 7-star tea," he elucidated, designed to unlock the doors of perception and elevate thought beyond the superficial. Before we delve into the essence of magic, we must possess a clear mind and an open heart. Fang'ang observed each of the old man's movements, comparing them to the magical rituals embedded in his memories. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple act of brewing tea, yet the old man was engaged in a sophisticated modulation of the energy field. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air as he poured it into 2 porcelain cups, offering one to Fang'ang drink, "And then we shall begin." Fang'ang took a small sip. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, sharpening his mental clarity. He felt the currents of energy within himself becoming increasingly vibrant, even gaining a faint awareness of the energy flow in the room. "How does it feel?" the old man inquired. "Remarkable," Fang'ang replied candidly. "It is as if all my senses have been heightened, and my thoughts have become acutely perceptive." The old man nodded in satisfaction, and then produced an ancient bagua diagram from beneath the table, placing it at the center of the table. To his astonishment, the bagua began to rotate autonomously, with the yin-yang symbol at its center slowly turning, the black and white elements chasing one another in an eternal dance. "Qi," the old man began to explain, his voice deep and resonant, "is the essence of all things, flowing between heaven and earth, permeating all life. The crux of qi magic lies not in control, but in guidance, not in conquest, but in harmony." He pointed to the spinning bagua, saying, "Observe this yin and yang, interdependent and transformative. Within light exists the seed of darkness, and within darkness, the spark of light. True power emanates from balance." Fang'ang listened intently, his focus unwavering as he observed the mesmerizing rotation of the bagua. He observed the Tai Chi pattern altering in speed and brightness as his father spoke. In his youth, he too had pursued pure power, and his father's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. He had attempted to transcend the boundaries of nature, nearly losing himself in the process. His father rolled up his sleeves, revealing an ancient scar upon his arm. This was the price to pay. Magic must respect the laws of nature. Otherwise, the natural world will exact a painful toll. Fang'ang nodded, yet an unsettling feeling surged within him. Dumb's memories whispered in his mind. Power itself is innocent. The key lies in the will and determination of the wielder. He suppressed this thought, focusing on his father's discourse. "I comprehend the significance of balance," Fang'ang said. "Yet I have been pondering whether there exists a method to delve deeper into this power without disrupting that equilibrium." His father scrutinized him, asking, "What captivates you so about magic?" "The pursuit of knowledge," Fang'ang replied, his eyes glimmering with sincerity. "I have always believed that understanding the essence of things is humanity's most noble endeavor. Whether through science or magic, Both are divergent paths to uncover the truth. His father nodded thoughtfully. To investigate the principles of things is the wisdom of the sages. Yet, knowledge itself is not the end. It prompts the question, where does it lead? To a more profound understanding, Fang'ang responded. Through grasping the essence, we can better coexist harmoniously with the world. This answer seemed to satisfy his father. He rose, approached the bookshelf, and retrieved a manuscript that appeared exceedingly ancient. For 50 years, I have never shown this to anyone, he said, but your thirst for knowledge reminds me of my youthful explorations. He opened the manuscript, revealing a dense array of runes and diagrams that documented his father's in-depth study of the essence of air magic. This encapsulates my lifelong contemplation of the nature of air. Fang'ang examined the manuscript meticulously, touched by the trust it represented. He could discern that his father's research had indeed approached the essence of air magic, and these insights would prove immensely beneficial in refining the sealing device. There is another dimension I wish to explore, Fang'ang said cautiously, sensing Dum's memories surging in his mind, eager to express themselves. He had to exercise careful control, ensuring that Dum's obsession with power did not dominate. Regarding the connections between different magical systems, he began to articulate his thoughts on the essence of magic, skillfully integrating some dimensional magic concepts from Dum's memories while deliberately downplaying the aspects of power and conquest, emphasizing instead the value of understanding and exploration. Your thinking is quite audacious, his father remarked, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of caution and curiosity, but it is also perilous. To venture into the unknown may attract uncontrollable forces. Precisely why the wisdom of balance is essential, Fang'ang replied. Power itself is neither good nor evil. The crux lies in the intent and manner of its usage. Intent. His father raised an eyebrow. What kind of intent could justify the perilous exploration of the unknown? Fang'ang felt the tumultuous thoughts of doom surging within him, an overwhelming thirst for power nearly eclipsing his reason. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain clarity. The pursuit of truth, Fang'ang eventually declared with conviction, is the quest for essence. You have stated that true power emanates from balance. Yet, to attain such equilibrium, we must first comprehend the origins of various forces. The debate between the two intensified, with the sparks of their thoughts clashing in the air. Remarkably, as the discussion deepened, strange phenomena began to manifest within the room. Pages of books turned autonomously, tea warmed continuously without boiling, candle flames shifted in color, and ancient runes on the walls began to glow. Old Daddy noticed these occurrences, but did not halt the discourse. He eloquently shared profound insights regarding the cycle of life and the conservation of energy within the realm of qi magic, each word a gem of wisdom. Fang'ang listened intently, grasping the essence, and then articulated his understanding of the nature of energy. Their thoughts soared in a harmonious collision, the discourse gradually elevating from technicalities to philosophical heights. Perhaps an inspiration struck Fang'ang suddenly. We could attempt an entirely new fusion. Contemplating for a moment, he moved his hands gracefully through the air, fingertips shimmering with a faint blue luminescence. As he gestured, a three-dimensional model of a magical array began to coalesce in the atmosphere, light intertwining and runes swirling. This unprecedented theoretical framework of magic ingeniously merged his scientific reasoning, Old Daddy's philosophical insights of qi magic, and the dimensional concepts from Doom's memories. The framework preserved the philosophical balance of qi magic while integrating the systematic thinking of modern science, simultaneously encompassing the expansive possibilities of dimensional magic. In this model, Fang'ang elucidated, qi is perceived as a fundamental energy field, while spells serve as unique nodes within this field. Through specific energy manipulations, we can achieve deeper magical applications without disrupting balance. Old Daddy gazed at the chart, his eyes brightening with increasing intensity. His voice trembled slightly. Perhaps the closest description to the essence of magic I have encountered. 50 years, Old Daddy murmured, for 50 years. I have never met anyone capable of engaging so profoundly in the essence of magic. You remind me of my younger self, that yearning for truth, that exploration of essence. Fang'ang experienced an unprecedented spiritual elevation. In this intellectual clash, he not only acquired invaluable knowledge about qi magic, but, more importantly, discovered the key to merging disparate magical systems. Regarding the art of sealing, Old Daddy suddenly remarked, seemingly perceiving Fang'ang's true intent, you previously mentioned your interest. Fang'ang nodded, his heartbeat quickening. This was indeed the primary purpose of his visit. Sealing, at its core, is a unique art of balance, Old Daddy explained, not annihilation, but restraint, not destruction, but transformation. The most powerful seals utilize the energy of the sealed object itself, forming a self-sustaining balance system. He retrieved an ancient scroll from the bookshelf, carefully unfurling it. This is a portion of the formation utilized by Lop when sealing the Holy Lord. The complete version has been lost to time, yet these foundational principles remain applicable. Fang'ang diligently studied the runes and formations inscribed on the scroll, comparing them with his own design for the sealing device. He discovered a critical flaw in his previous design. He had attempted to forcibly constrain the Holy Lord's soul using external energy, whereas the correct approach should have been to guide the Holy Lord's energy to create a self-sealing cycle. I understand, Fang'ang whispered, enlightenment washing over him. Sealing is not about resistance, but rather about guidance. The old man nodded in satisfaction, affirming, indeed. The most powerful seals often appear not as seals at all, but as a naturally existing state. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, their discussion finally drew to a close. The old man entrusted several precious ancient texts in the scroll of the sealing formation to Fang'ang. These are part of my lifelong research, he said. I believe you will make good use of this knowledge. Remember, no matter how formidable the power, it must be balanced. Fang'ang solemnly accepted these treasures, his heart brimming with gratitude. I will remember your teachings. As he departed from the antique shop, Fang'ang glanced back. The old man stood at the doorway, his figure appearing especially aged and wise in the twilight. In that moment, Fang'ang recalled the story from the ancient texts of Confucius seeking wisdom from Laozi. The collision of the thoughts of these two sages sparked a brilliance that would illuminate future generations. Chapter 13, The Initial Assault on the Holy Lord, Part 1. Within the command center of District 13. A holographic projection suspended a three-dimensional schematic of the Black Hand Gang's headquarters. The destruction armor stood silently beside the projection, its surface runes flickering with a faint blue glow in the dim light, reminiscent of stars adorning the night sky. Alpha confirmed the time of action. Fang'ang's voice was calm yet resolute. According to surveillance data, Valen is scheduled to depart from the headquarters at 8 o'clock tonight to attend an auction. With an estimated return 4 hours later, Alpha replied. The defensive strength of the Black Hand Gang headquarters is at standard levels, with approximately 30 armed personnel. Fang'ang nodded slightly, recognizing the perfect timing. Is the Shadow Dragon Squad prepared? Yes, Dr. Fang. The gang members under our control have positioned themselves as instructed and are ready to launch the attack at any moment. A slight smile graced Fang'ang's lips, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Shadow Dragon Squad was a robotic force he had crafted by referencing the technology of Dr. Destruction's robotic army, utilizing resources from San Francisco. This operation would masquerade as a gang conflict, deftly concealing his true intentions. Commenced the action. As night descended, the Black Hand Gang's headquarters loomed at the edge of Chinatown in San Francisco, illuminated brilliantly. Valen's luxurious sedan had just departed when the tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by the sound of gunfire. The Red Dragon Gang is here, a sentinel from the Black Hand Gang shouted, followed by a flurry of gunshots. Several vans surged toward the headquarters from various directions, their occupants opening fire upon the building. Members of the Black Hand Gang retaliated swiftly, plunging the streets into chaos. While all attention was focused on the frontal conflict, the Shadow Dragon Squad stealthily approached from the rear of the building. These robots moved with precision and efficiency, each step meticulously calculated, gliding silently through the darkness. The security system is under control, and the electronic lock on the back door has been disengaged. Alpha's voice resonated through the comms. The Shadow Dragon Squad infiltrated the building like phantoms, ascending the emergency stairwell. Behind the visor of the destruction armor, Fang'ang's gaze remained cool and focused. The guards on the 12th floor were swiftly subdued without a sound. The intricately carved dragon-emblazoned door creaked open under the robot's force, and Fang'ang stepped into Valen's office. His eyes locked onto the pedestal at the center of the room, where a statue of the Holy Lord was enshrined. The green dragon-shaped statue coiled upon a black base, its surface marred with cracks. The eyes, embedded with red gemstones, emitted an ominous crimson glow in the darkness, resembling two burning specters. Even as a mere statue, it exuded an ancient and malevolent aura. Fang'ang approached slowly, the internal systems of his armor automatically recording the surrounding energy fluctuations. As he drew within 3 meters of the statue, the world seemed to still for an instant. Suddenly, the statue's red eyes erupted with blinding light, akin to 2 exploding red stars. A surge of emerald energy gushed forth from the fissures, swirling in the air, coalescing into a massive dragon-shaped apparition. This specter possessed a serpentine form, its scales shimmering with a metallic sheen. The dragon's head loomed, fierce and terrifying, its long whiskers swaying as if moved by an unseen force. Most disquieting were its blood-red eyes, blazing like fire yet as cold as ice, harboring an ancient malevolence. An intruder, a voice reminiscent of metal scraping, echoed through the room, reverberating in every corner. You dare disturb my slumber. The towering figure of the annihilation armor remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat in the face of this primordial demon's essence. Cloaked in deep black, the armor was adorned with emerald green runes, glimmering with an otherworldly light under the radiance of the saint's energy. The mask was frigid and imposing, reminiscent of a merciless judge. The dragon-like apparition gazed down upon this uninvited guest, a flicker of doubt crossing its eyes. In the next moment, it emitted a low growl. unleashing an invisible mental shockwave that surged towards Fang'ang like a tsunami. The air warped, and dust seemed to freeze in time. Fang'ang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if 1,000 needles were simultaneously piercing his mind. Alarms blared within the armor, warning of the mental assault's peril. The runes of the annihilation armor flared to life, forming an intangible psychic barrier. Fang'ang gritted his teeth, sensing a foreign consciousness slithering into his thoughts like a venomous serpent. The armor's defense system barely withstood this attack, yet he could feel it nearing its limit. The dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by the failure of its psychic onslaught. The apparition solidified further, the texture of its scales becoming distinctly visible. A fascinating defense. The saint's voice, akin to metal scraping, echoed, but it is still insufficient. In the next instant, the saint let out a howl that shattered several panes of glass in the office. Suddenly, dark whirlpools emerged on the floor, resembling portals to the abyss. Ripples spread from their centers as shadowy arms reached forth, followed by heads, torsos, and legs. A dozen shadowy warriors crawled out, their forms as dark as ink, their outlines indistinct as though forged from pure darkness. They bore no faces, only 2 glowing red dots representing their eyes. Armed with weapons forged from dark energy swords, spears, and sickles, they surged forth. Eliminate him. The saint's command thundered like a storm. The shadow warriors rushed silently toward Fang'ang, their movements swift as lightning, leaving behind blurred black afterimages. With a swift motion, Fang'ang summoned the Shadow Dragon squad into the office, engaging in fierce combat with the shadow warriors. The sounds of metal clashing and energy colliding reverberated throughout the space, sparks flying. A robot's fist pierced through a shadow warrior's chest, only to be met with the swift thrust of another's spear, which impaled its head. The annihilation armor moved like a streak of black lightning on the battlefield, each action precise and lethal. Fang'ang sidestepped, evading a dark blade, while simultaneously swinging his right arm. The energy blade on the armor's arm severing the head of a shadow warrior. The warrior dissipated soundlessly, transforming into a wisp of black smoke. Alpha, record combat mode. Fang'ang commanded succinctly over the communication channel, executing a backflip to evade an ambush by 3 shadow warriors. The palm of the armor glowed with blue light, releasing an energy pulse that directly pierced through the chest of one shadow warrior. The shadowy warrior dissipated like smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing into the ether. The Shadow Dragon squad swiftly acclimated to the battlefield conditions, deploying energy weapons to combat the shadowy warriors. One robot transformed its arms into energy cannons, firing in rapid succession and obliterating 2 shadowy warriors. Another robot launched several miniature missiles from its back, accurately striking a cluster of assembled shadowy warriors, leaving the office riddled with destruction. The dragon-shaped specter of the Lord hovered above the statue, coldly scrutinizing the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, its form began to emit a radiant glow, an eerie green light seeping through the gaps in its scales. The dragon's head slowly lifted, its eyes igniting with a molten intensity. Alpha, energy readings. Fang'ang observed the Lord's transformation with keen vigilance. Warning, significant energy accumulation detected. Immediate evasion advised. The Lord opened its massive jaws, a blinding light igniting deep within its throat. In the next moment, a torrent of thick black flames erupted from its mouth, resembling a river of death. This fire exhibited a bizarre greenish-black hue, scorching and distorting the air in its wake. Several robots, unable to evade in time, were directly hit by the black flames, their metallic shells instantly turning a fiery red before melting into a puddle of liquid, their internal circuits vaporized. Fang'ang promptly activated the defense system of his battle armor, a blue energy shield materializing before him. The black flames collided with the energy shield, emitting a piercing shriek. Rippling waves appeared on the surface of the energy shield, the flames coursing along the edges as if seeking a breach. Fang'ang felt an overwhelming force, the temperature within his armor soaring as if he were engulfed in a furnace. The energy shield began to develop cracks under the relentless assault of the black flames, resembling shattered glass, yet it ultimately withstood until the onslaught ceased. The Lord seemed satisfied with its display of power. The dragon-shaped specter grew more solid, allowing the intricate textures of each scale to become discernible. Interesting, its voice reverberated through the chamber, yet the outcome remains unchanged. On the battlefield, the number of shadowy warriors appeared inexhaustible, with new warriors continuously emerging from the black vortex. Although the Shadow Dragon squad exhibited formidable combat prowess, they began to incur losses. Mangled robotic bodies strewn across the ground. Fang'ang assessed the situation with calm deliberation, the display within his armor flickering incessantly, recording each energy fluctuation. The purpose of this battle was not victory, but the collection of intelligence to prepare for the ultimate sealing plan. Alpha, prepare to execute the next phase. Fang'ang commanded succinctly. The Lord's dragon-shaped specter began to gather more energy, the green glow between its scales intensifying, akin to burning phosphorescence. The air warped under the weight of high energy, causing items within the office to float erratically. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped the entire room. Even the shadowy warriors ceased their attacks, seemingly awaiting the Lord's final strike. "Your courage is commendable," the Lord's voice deepened, echoing as if from the depths of hell. "But this is the end." The dragon-shaped specter opened its enormous mouth, a mass of even greater black flames coalescing deep within its throat. The swirling flames continuously rotate and compress, forming a sphere of energy with remarkable density. The runes on Fang'ang's battle armor illuminate, creating flowing circuits of energy. The Lord of Light emits a deafening roar, and the concentrated black fire, brimming with tremendous power, is finally unleashed. In the air, the flames coalesce into a colossal fire dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunges toward Fang'ang. Wherever the dragon passes, the air is torn asunder, giving rise to numerous black spatial rifts. Under the glow of the black fire, the destruction armor's runes shimmer with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to stars in the night sky. Chapter 14. The Initial Battle with the Sovereign, Part 2. The dark, fiery dragon unleashed by the Sovereign roared as it lunged towards Fang'ang, causing the air to twist and contort under the searing heat. The runes of the destruction armor illuminated in their entirety, casting a striking contrast between the azure glow and the inky flames. Fang'ang crossed his arms over his chest, and in an instant, the armor activated its built-in shield system. A hemispherical energy shield unfurled around him, its surface pulsating with runes. The dark dragon collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the entire office. Ripples undulated across the surface of the shield, nearing its critical threshold. The voice of Alpha echoed within the armor. Inside, the holographic display frantically scrolled through immense streams of data. A three-dimensional model dynamically reconstructed the Sovereign's energy structure, with each assault meticulously analyzed, categorized, and recorded. Fang'ang's gaze swept over the data, as the armor automatically highlighted key information: energy fluctuation frequencies, variations in attack patterns, and distributions of force field intensity. The onslaught of the dark dragon persisted for nearly 10 seconds before finally dissipating. Fang'ang lowered his arms and surveyed the devastation. The office had transformed into a wasteland. The walls were riddled with gaping holes, revealing the warped steel beams behind them. Half of the ceiling had collapsed, with wires crackling at the fractures. The floor had melted under the intense heat, creating steaming craters. Steadying himself, Fang'ang felt the surface of his armor slightly warm. He quickly scanned the battlefield. The Shadow Dragon squad had suffered heavy losses, with the remaining robots scattered about the room, engaging in skirmishes with the relentless Shadow Warriors. The dragon-like specter of the Sovereign hovered ominously in midair. An intriguing defense. The Sovereign's voice resonated, akin to metal scraping. Fang'ang offered no reply, but his gaze sharpened. The armor had amassed sufficient data. It was time to test the potency of magic. He traced a peculiar trajectory in the air with his right hand, leaving behind a trail of blue luminescence. The light crystallized into intricate runes, which swiftly proliferated into dozens of smaller symbols that orbited around Fang'ang. "The airflow guidance array has been activated," Alpha cautioned. Fang'ang inhaled deeply, thrusting his hands forward. The runes appeared to be propelled by an invisible force, soaring in all directions. Each rune, upon touching the floor, walls, or ceiling, took root instantly, forming an energy network that enveloped the entire office. The Sovereign seemed to sense the anomaly, its dragon head subtly turning to scrutinize the newly manifested runes. At that moment, Fang'ang brought his hands together in prayer, then abruptly parted them. Energy constrainment. All runes ignited simultaneously, releasing columns of blue light that intertwined in the air, coalescing into a vast energy cage that ensnared the Sovereign's dragon-like apparition. This was no mere energy barrier. It was a unique structure capable of interfering with and constraining energy flow. The cage formed by the energy constrainment consisted of multiple layers, each with distinct frequencies and amplitudes, interwoven to create a complex energy matrix. Within the confines of the cage, the space appeared to thicken, causing the Sovereign's dragon-like specter to move with noticeable sluggishness. An enraged roar erupted from the Sovereign as it struggled against the confines of the energy prison. It endeavored to amass energy for an offensive. Yet the flow of energy was disrupted, rendering the formation of an effective attack shape impossible. Fang'ang seized this opportunity without hesitation, swiftly mobilizing the energy system of his battle armor. He brought his right index and middle fingers together, tracing a motion across his chest, energy slicing. His right arm became enveloped in azure energy, manifesting as a blade of energy approximately 2 meters in length. This blade was unlike any ordinary energy weapon. Its edges bore serrated spatial fissures, as if capable of cleaving through reality itself. With each swing, the blade left behind faintly glowing cracks in the air, remnants of space that had been momentarily torn asunder before rapidly mending. He lunged towards the ensnared Holy Master, the energy blade carving an elegant arc, precisely targeting an energy node identified as a crucial point of energy flow in the battle armor's analysis. The blade passed through the dragon-shaped phantom without encountering any tangible resistance. Yet the Holy Master emitted a pained howl. A distinct fissure appeared upon the dragon-shaped phantom, with energy leaking forth. The leaking energy glowed a vivid emerald, forming bizarre patterns in the air before swiftly dissipating. The energy node sustained damage, leading to an increase in the disorder of the target's energy flow, reported Alpha. Fang'ang did not relent in his assault, delivering successive strikes with the energy-slicing blade, each blow deftly aimed at the vulnerabilities of the Holy Master's energy structure. This was not a mindless attack, but rather a calculated strike based on data collected by the armor, aimed at disrupting the Holy Master's energy configuration and gathering further intelligence regarding its weaknesses. The energy-slicing blade traced blue arcs through the air, with each attack executed with unparalleled precision. The internal display of the armor continuously updated data, documenting the effects of each strike and the Holy Master's reactions. Under the relentless barrage, the dragon-shaped phantom of the Holy Master became increasingly unstable, with more points of energy leakage, and its once clear contours began to blur. It unleashed a deafening roar, the dragon phantom suddenly swelling, its size doubling. The stability of the energy restraint diminished, with a collapse anticipated within 10 seconds, Alpha warned. Fang'ang swiftly retreated as the armor automatically adjusted its defensive systems, reallocating energy flow to bolster the protective layer in front. The runes on the armor's surface glowed brighter, preparing for the impending impact. At that moment, the energy restraint collapsed, and the Holy Master's dragon-shaped phantom broke free from its constraints, letting out a thunderous roar. The entire office trembled, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the remaining walls and the ceiling threatening to cave in. A massive chunk of concrete fell from above, crashing onto the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. You shall pay the price. The Holy Master's voice resonated with fury. The dragon-shaped phantom commenced a rapid expansion, tripling in size, nearly filling the upper half of the entire office. No longer did the gaps between its scales ooze black liquid. Instead, they emitted a blinding green radiance. The dragon's head contorted into a fierce visage, its long whiskers flowing. Its claws became sharper, leaving visible rifts in the air with each swing. Fragments began to drift erratically, influenced by the gravity distorted by the energy field. The walls completely collapsed, revealing the night sky beyond. The floor began to crack, barely able to support itself. The entire top-level office transformed into an open battlefield, with only the central statue of the Lord remaining intact, as if safeguarded by some unseen force. The dragon-shaped specter of the Lord opened its massive maw, yet this time did not unleash flames. Its eyes transformed into pure sources of green light, radiating an intensity so profound. In the next moment, countless bolts of green lightning erupted from its form. These bolts were not mere currents of electricity, but rather projections of high-energy magic, each imbued with tremendous destructive power. The lightning forked and intertwined in the air, weaving a deadly net. One bolt struck a floating concrete fragment, instantly vaporizing it, leaving not even a trace of dust. Another struck the ground, leaving a deep, charred cavity several meters into the reinforced concrete structure, its edges glowing with an eerie green, as if corroded by some potent force. Several Shadow Dragon Squad robots were directly hit by the lightning, completely vaporized. The remaining robots swiftly took evasive maneuvers, but in such a dense web of lightning, there was scarcely a safe zone. Fang'ang's battle armor immediately activated the phase transition system, its surface runes flashing with blinding brilliance. A thin layer of blue halo appeared on the armor's surface, resembling an additional skin. Several bolts of lightning struck the armor, but most of the energy was absorbed and redirected by the specialized energy structure, then released from the armor's surface, impacting the surrounding walls and ceiling. The phase transition system placed the armor in a semi-ethereal state, allowing it to partially evade physical and energy attacks. This was Fang'ang's masterpiece, a fusion of air magic and technology, capable of providing extra protection at critical moments. However, even with such protection, Fang'ang felt a tremendous force. The temperature inside the armor soaring sharply, as if he were engulfed in a furnace. Dr. Fang, the armor's energy reserve is below 40. Caution is advised, Alpha reminded. Fang'ang nodded, aware that he could no longer afford to expend resources recklessly. The purpose of this battle was to gather data, not to engage in a desperate struggle with the Lord. The display inside the armor had already recorded a wealth of valuable information, including the Lord's energy responses to attacks and the distribution of weaknesses. The lightning storm persisted for approximately 20 seconds before finally abating. The dragon-shaped specter of the Lord resumed its normal size, yet its aura became more tangible, as if solidifying. Its outline grew clearer, the texture of its scales more intricate, and the glow within its dragon eyes became more concentrated, no longer aimlessly diffusing. The display within the armor completed its preliminary analysis of the Lord's energy structure, a three-dimensional model revealing the flow paths and node distributions of the Lord's energy. This data was crucial for the impending confrontation with the Lord's soul. The dragon-shaped specter of the Lord slowly approached. Who are you? The magic you wield is quite extraordinary. Its voice resonated, deep and filled with curiosity. Fang'ang remained silent, while the internal systems of the battle armor continued to record the movements and energy fluctuations of the sovereign. This close-range observation provided more precise data, yet simultaneously heightened the peril. The sovereign appeared displeased with Fang'ang's silence, the green light between the scales intensifying. Reluctant to speak? Then let me unveil your true self. An invisible wave of mental force surged towards Fang'ang, attempting to penetrate the armor's defenses and directly probe his thoughts. This mental assault was several times more potent than the previous one. Fang'ang promptly reinforced the armor's psychic barrier system, an intangible energy field forming around his consciousness. The sovereign's mental power resembled countless delicate tendrils, seeking out any fissures in the psychic shield. Fang'ang experienced a sharp headache, yet the barrier held steadfast. A dragon-like phantom began to swirl in the air, every movement generating energy ripples akin to disturbances upon water's surface. It seemed to be searching for vulnerabilities in Fang'ang's defenses, preparing to launch a more precise strike. Fang'ang realized he could no longer sustain this tentative conflict. The sovereign's might far exceeded his expectations. Alpha, prepare the retreat plan, he commanded through the communication system, his voice low and resolute. Ready to proceed, Dr. Fang. The retreat route has been mapped and dispersal points established, Alpha responded swiftly. Fang'ang nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He had gathered sufficient data. It was time to conclude this battle. Chapter 15, The First Encounter with the Holy Lord, Part 2. The dragon-shaped phantom continued to spiral in the air. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Fang'ang, completely disregarding its surroundings. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Fang'ang issued a command. The remaining Shadow Dragon battle team swiftly transformed their formation, encircling the statue of the Holy Lord in concentric circles. The core energy source in the chest of the robotic figure suddenly illuminated, and dazzling beams of light interwove to form a net. With invisible threads of energy taut in the air, constructing an energy barrier akin to a prison cage. Sensing something amiss, the Holy Lord's furious dragon head snapped towards Fang'ang, the light coalescing in its eyes nearly erupting into tangible flames. At this critical moment, Fang'ang thrust his left hand outward, palm facing away, fingers splayed slightly like a hand controlling the wind. His right hand's index and middle fingers came together like a sword, swiftly tracing intricate and esoteric patterns in the void. Lines intertwined, and light flickered as a mysterious blue magic circle materialized out of thin air. The runes on the circle flowed, emanating a heart-stopping wave of energy. Interference field, Fang'ang uttered in a low voice. The magic circle erupted in a brilliant blue light, followed closely by a dense mist of blue that surged like a dam breaking, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Vision was devoured, and energy perception was severely disrupted. Within the mist, points of light resembling distant stars flickered in and out of view, each representing a miniature energy interference source. This exquisite magic, blending the hidden profundities of atmospheric magic with the chaotic powers of dimensional magic, transformed the battlefield into an ethereal realm of fog, where reality and illusion became indistinguishable. Fang'ang's figure became elusive within the mist, while dozens of indistinguishable phantoms emerged like specters, each perfectly mimicking Fang'ang's movements, creating a dizzying spectacle of reality and illusion. The Holy Lord emitted a thunderous roar, the dragon-shaped phantom thrashing wildly in the mist, violent waves of energy rippling outward in an attempt to tear apart the vexing fog. However, the mist merely parted momentarily before quickly reassembling as if imbued with life. The phantoms coalesced once more, now denser and more challenging to discern. A mere trick. The Holy Lord's furious voice reverberated through the fog, deafening in its intensity. The dragon's tail lashed out with tremendous force, unleashing another violent wave of energy that swept across the battlefield, seeking to obliterate all mist and phantoms in one fell swoop. Yet, the interference field extended far beyond mere visual deception. It distorted the entire energy perception system. The Holy Lord's frenzied energy shockwaves plunged into the depths of the void, utterly unable to lock onto Fang'ang's true position. As the energy wave swept through, the mist briefly dissipated as if blown away by a tempest, only to be replaced in an instant by an even denser fog that surged forth like a tide. The number of phantoms appeared endless, even more numerous and convincing than before. Seizing this precious moment, Fang'ang glided like a specter through the mist, racing toward the statue of the Holy Lord. Inside the battle armor, the data streams on the display cascaded like a waterfall, feverishly documenting the Holy Lord's energy characteristics in this disrupted state. He arrived before the statue in an instant, as a torrent of data surged into the central processor of his battle armor. Suddenly, the Lord, as if sensing an unseen force, found the once violent dragon-shaped phantom abruptly still. The crimson eyes of the dragon fixed intently upon the statue, akin to an enraged volcano. Erupting with a furious roar, "Dare you?" Fang'ang advanced rather than retreated, swiftly reaching out to seize a crucial object from the statue. Deftly stowing it away within the hidden chamber of his armor, executing the maneuver seamlessly without a moment's hesitation. The Shadow Dragon team was executing the final directive. Fang'ang's voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. The remaining robots of the Shadow Dragon team seemed to have awaited this moment with bated breath, instantaneously initiating their ultimate program. The energy cores embedded in their chests surged like overloaded engines, emitting an unprecedented blinding radiance. Unstable energy fluctuations began to manifest on their surfaces, accompanied by a disconcerting metallic distortion. The energy cage formed by the robots suddenly constricted, tightening around the Lord's dragon-shaped phantom like a noose. Simultaneously, dozens of miniature jamming devices erupted from the robots, scattering through the air like raindrops, weaving a denser and more intricate network of interference that completely sealed off the space surrounding the Lord. The dragon-shaped phantom of the Lord swelled in furious defiance. Radiant green light bursting forth from the gaps in its scales, accumulating a terrifying energy potent enough to annihilate all. However, at the moment this energy was on the verge of exploding, all miniature jamming devices activated simultaneously, akin to countless miniature bombs detonating in unison, unleashing a deluge of electromagnetic pulses and energy interference waves, intertwining to form an invisible net of strangulation. The energy accumulation process of the Lord was violently interrupted. The dragon-shaped phantom trembling violently, energy fluctuations surging like chaotic tides, flickering in intensity. It emitted a pained roar, its dragon head thrashing wildly. Fang'ang had already retreated swiftly to the edge of the window, standing before the shattered pane, casting one last glance at the battlefield shrouded in blue mist. Within the depths of the mist, the dragon-shaped silhouette of the Lord flickered in and out of view. In the center, the statue of the Lord still stood resolutely. Yet its once impenetrable surface had developed several fine cracks. The self-destruction sequence had been initiated, with a countdown, 10 seconds. The cold voice of Alpha resonated within the armor. Fang'ang nodded slightly, activating the propulsion system on his armor's back, bursting through the shattered window and plunging into the ink-black night sky. The powerful thrust propelled him away from the Black Hand Gang's headquarters, which was destined to become an inferno. The night wind howled, and the city lights twinkled like scattered stars below, racing past him. As the countdown reached 0, the remaining Shadow Dragon team robots atop the Black Hand Gang headquarters suddenly detonated. A cataclysmic explosion rent the air, searing light instantaneously tearing through the night, illuminating it as if it were day. The upper structure of the Black Hand Gang headquarters collapsed entirely in the blast, concrete blocks, twisted steel rebar, and shattered glass raining down like a torrential storm, crashing onto the streets below with a deafening roar. Fang'ang, piloting his armor, had already soared to a safe distance. Hovering in the night sky, his steely gaze piercing through the visor, observing the inferno consuming the remnants of the building below, amidst a nebulous dragon-shaped silhouette. It remains ensconced at the heart of the conflagration. What is the status of data collection? Fang'ang inquired once more. All combat data has been meticulously recorded. The analysis of the Lord's energy characteristics has reached an 85 completion rate, while the identification of attack patterns stands at 78. Alpha promptly delivered a detailed report. Preliminary analysis indicates that the Lord's energy structure exhibits a complex multi-layered nature, endowed with a remarkable capacity for rapid adaptation and transformation, necessitating further in-depth study. A faint smile of satisfaction finally graced Fang'ang's lips. This exploratory combat endeavor had ultimately yielded results that exceeded expectations. Chapter 16. Data Analysis. As Fang'ang approached, the secret entrance to District 13 opened automatically, allowing him to descend onto the central platform of the laboratory. The visor of his battle armor retracted, revealing his slightly fatigued yet content visage. "Welcome back, Dr. Fang," echoed Alpha's voice through the laboratory speakers. "The combat data has been uploaded to the main system, and the analysis program has commenced." The holographic projection displayed critical combat data, including the energy waveform of the Saint, an analysis of attack patterns, and records of the defense system's responses. "The Saint's power exceeds what I had previously recalled," Fang'ang expressed with concern. "He exhibited magical attacks not seen in the animations. Indeed, this is the real world. How could a demon that has existed for a millennium be so easily vanquished as depicted in cartoons? Particularly that green lightning attack, which possesses formidable penetrative and destructive capabilities. It is extremely perilous." "Indeed, Dr. Fang. According to the analysis, that attack appears capable of directly interfering with the material structure, resulting in the instantaneous disintegration of the target," Alpha confirmed. Fang'ang nodded, his fingers deftly navigating the console to retrieve more data. "We must develop a new defense system tailored to counteract such attacks. Furthermore, the Saint's mental control abilities require stringent precautionary measures." He continued to analyze the data, a frown creasing his brow. Interestingly, the energy structure of the Saint exhibits a cyclical pattern, which might be the key to the sealing process. The holographic projection shifted to a three-dimensional model illustrating the flow path of the Saint's energy. Energy formed eddies at specific nodes, then flowed along a fixed trajectory, ultimately returning to its origin, creating a complete cycle. This cyclical pattern bears a striking resemblance to the principles of air magic described by my father, Fang'ang mused thoughtfully. Perhaps we can leverage this insight to design a more effective sealing system. He moved to the opposite side of the laboratory, where a partially completed prototype of the soul sealing device for the Saint lay. This apparatus amalgamated elements of technology and magic, crafted from designs inspired by the manuscripts gifted by his father. At its core was a complex energy matrix, its surface inscribed with intricate runes capable of resonating with the Saint's energy structure, thereby facilitating the sealing process. Everything is falling into place, Fang'ang suddenly declared, his eyes gleaming with the spark of success. Now we can truly commence. Alpha seemed perplexed by the statement. Dr. Fang, are you referring to the combat data? Fang'ang smiled faintly, retrieving a sealed container from a hidden compartment within his armor. The container was a specialized energy isolation chamber, its surface adorned with complex runes designed to block energy radiation from its contents. He carefully opened the container, revealing several green fragments that glimmered faintly under the light. Not merely data, he whispered, but also this. Inside lay shards of the Saint's statue, precious samples that Fang'ang had discreetly collected while in proximity to it. The fragments exhibited a vibrant emerald hue, their surfaces marred by fine cracks, each fissure pulsating with a faint green luminescence, as if imbued with a life force of its own. The fragments contain the very essence of the Holy Lord's energy characteristics, which are crucial for perfecting the sealing device. Under the cover of the interference field, Fang'ang elucidated, I have not only collected data but also acquired these fragments. The Holy Lord, in his final moments, must have sensed something, prompting his furious outburst. Alpha's tone was laced with admiration, a remarkably astute strategy, Dr. Fang. These fragments will significantly expedite the enhancement process of the sealing device. Fang'ang placed the container on the analysis platform and initiated the scanning program. The surface of the analysis platform illuminated with a cerulean glow as beams of scanning light traversed the fragments, gathering data on their energy characteristics and material structures. The holographic projection revealed a three-dimensional model of the fragments, including the internal pathways of energy flow and the distribution of nodes. We are preparing for the next phase of work, Fang'ang declared, his gaze resolute. Based on today's combat data, we must undertake a comprehensive upgrade of the battle suits and robotic forces. He returned to the main control panel and called up the design schematics of the sealing device. The blueprints still bore many blank spaces, parts that needed to be refined through practical data and sample analysis. Analyzing these fragments will enhance the design of the sealing device. Fang'ang's voice resonated with urgency. The Holy Lord's power is stronger than I anticipated. We must hasten our progress. He turned back to the main control panel, continuing to analyze the combat data. Fang'ang paid particular attention to the data regarding the green lightning. The penetrating power and destructive capability of this attack far exceeded his expectations, necessitating the development of a new defense system to counter it. Simultaneously, he pondered how to refine his magical techniques. While energy confinement could temporarily restrain the Holy Lord, its duration was insufficient. The effectiveness of energy slicing was commendable, yet its energy consumption was excessive. He needed to discover a more efficient method to employ these techniques. Dr. Fang, the fragment analysis is complete. Alpha's voice interrupted his contemplation. Fang'ang promptly approached the analysis platform to review the results. The holographic projection displayed detailed analytical data of the fragments, encompassing energy characteristics, material structures, and magical attributes. The data proved to be far more abundant than he had anticipated, providing invaluable references for the enhancement of the sealing device. Excellent. A spark of excitement glimmered in Fang'ang's eyes. With this data, I can significantly elevate the efficiency and stability of the sealing device. Chapter 17. The assembly of charms. As the tiger charm was clasped in his palm, the 12 charms ignited simultaneously, unleashing a breathtaking brilliance that filled the laboratory. Waves of energy rippled outward like tranquil ripples across a pond. Fang'ang felt a formidable force coursing through his fingertips, resonating with the currents within him, signaling that the final piece of the puzzle was in place. The 12 charms had finally been united. Fang'ang's voice trembled with restrained excitement. Just hours earlier, Sheriff Blake had urgently contacted him. Dr. Fang, the location of the tiger charm has been pinpointed to the Party Paradise Bakery in the city center, hidden within a contest entry. Jackie Chan is already on site. Without hesitation, Fang'ang set aside the prototype of the sealing device, arming himself with the rune energy detector to ensure absolute certainty. This was the last charm. He could not permit any unforeseen circumstances. Sheriff Blake indeed lived up to his reputation. Although a sudden flower explosion in the bakery nearly obscured the charm, the sheriff adeptly utilized the detector to navigate the chaos, retrieving the charm just as Jackie Chan found himself ensnared by glue. Now, Fang'ang carefully placed the ancient charm, adorned with tiger stripes, onto a specially designed energy analysis platform, alongside the other 11 charms that were meticulously arranged. The moment the tiger charm was positioned, The 12 charms seemed to recognize one another, their radiance intensifying, forming a visible energy vortex between them. Alpha, record this set of data, Fang'ang commanded. Holding his breath as he observed the rapidly fluctuating readings on the energy analyzer, his fingertips trembling slightly. He first validated the equilibrium of the tiger charm while simultaneously activating the rabbit and ox charms, whose energy attributes were diametrically opposed. In the past, such a combination would have resulted in energy conflict or even an explosion. However, under the harmonizing influence of the tiger charm, they resonated in perfect harmony, allowing energy to flow steadily without any signs of discord. Incredible, Fang'ang murmured to himself, realizing that the legends were indeed true. As the experiment progressed, he uncovered even more astonishing revelations. Upon attempting the 17th arrangement of the charms, the monitoring device emitted a piercing alarm, with energy readings surpassing the instrument's limits. When the 12 charms were arranged in a specific configuration, they produced not merely a simple accumulation of energy, but rather formed an entirely new energy field, a perfect cyclical system, where each charm both received and transmitted energy. Fang'ang swiftly called up the energy characteristics extracted from the fragments of the sacred lord for comparison. The waveforms displayed on the holographic projection nearly overlapped entirely. This was no mere coincidence. A spark of insight flickered in Fang'ang's eyes. The charms were not only the key to awakening the sacred lord, but also crucial to sealing it. The most effective seal was not one of confrontation, but rather of guidance. This revelation fundamentally altered Fang'ang's sealing strategy. He quickly turned to the holographic projection, his fingers deftly sketching complex energy pathways in the air, integrating the charm resonance structure into the sealing system, thus creating a device capable of generating a unique resonance with the energy of the sacred lord, allowing for the guidance and binding of its power. Alpha, initiate simulation testing. Fang'ang commanded, his eyes fixed intently on the holographic projection, holding his breath in anticipation. When the energy entity representing the Lord appeared within the virtual environment, the sealing device was activated, causing the Lord's energy to flow involuntarily along its predetermined path, ultimately being guided into a closed loop. Simulations indicated that the sealing efficiency had reached an unprecedented 95. Fang'ang finally exhaled a long breath, yet there was no joy in his heart. Only a sense of relief mingled with the weight of impending conclusion. Perfect. Fang'ang nodded in satisfaction. Now, it was time to manufacture the physical device. He personally oversaw the fabrication of the sealing apparatus, ensuring that every detail was flawless. The core of the device was constructed from a special nanocomposite material, capable of precisely replicating and sustaining complex energy structures. The outer layer was crafted from a high-strength alloy, its surface treated to present a deep blue-black hue, as if it could absorb the surrounding light. The completed sealing device emerged as a sophisticated and intricate work of art. Its main body formed a perfect sphere, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, suspended within a U-shaped stand. The sphere's surface was inscribed with countless minute runes and energy patterns, which emitted a faint blue luminescence under specific lighting, creating intricate and beautiful designs. The interior of the sphere housed an even more complex structure. 12 miniature energy nodes were arranged according to specific orientations, corresponding to the positions of 12 spells. These nodes were interconnected by numerous fine energy channels, forming a three-dimensional energy network. Upon activation, this network would generate a resonance field highly compatible with the Lord's energy structure, guiding and binding the Lord's soul. At the base of the stand lay the control system and energy supply unit. The control panel featured a series of touch-sensitive areas, each corresponding to different functions of the device. At the center was a small holographic projector, capable of displaying the operational status of the device and the energy fluctuations of the sealing target. He gently caressed the runes on the device's surface, which glowed softly at his touch, as if imbued with life. Alpha, prepare for the final test, Fang'ang commanded, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Then we shall execute the bait plan. Chapter 18. The Resurrection of the Sovereign. Fang'ang meticulously analyzed all available data concerning the battle with the Sovereign, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In comparison to the animated depictions, the Sovereign's strength was at least thrice as formidable, its oppressive force and energy intensity far exceeding expectations. Even within the original narrative, defeating the Sovereign would prove arduous for Cheng Long. I must increase my leverage, Fang'ang murmured to himself, and devise a means to weaken the Sovereign. Acknowledging that the talismans served as the source of the Sovereign's power, he realized they could also be utilized as instruments for its diminishment. Alpha, retrieve the ancient text provided by my father regarding curse magic. A holographic display illuminated with a series of ancient magical manuscripts. Fang'ang swiftly perused the documents. Seeking usable information, he discovered an archaic spell known as energy parasitism, capable of implanting a unique seed within an energy entity, gradually depleting the host's strength over time. This was precisely what Fang'ang required. He devised an innovative energy interference array, designed to conceal itself within the energy structure of the talismans. As the sovereign absorbed the energy from the talismans, the interference array would simultaneously infiltrate its being, beginning to operate subtly. He incorporated the principle of yielding to rigidity from air magic, ensuring the interference array would not confront the sovereign's energy directly, but rather guide it to interfere with itself, creating a delicate yet continuous cycle of energy depletion. Alpha, implant the interference array within the talismans, Fang'ang commanded, initiating the meticulous and time-consuming task. Once all preparations were complete, he embarked on a baiting scheme to have the Black Hand steal the talismans and complete the sovereign's resurrection ritual. The traitorous agents from the 13th District successfully delivered 12 talismans to the Black Hand. Upon receiving them, Valong eagerly prepared to conduct the resurrection ceremony. In the office of the Black Hand's headquarters, he impatiently placed each talisman upon the statue of the sovereign. The final talisman. Valong raised the Tiger Talisman, his voice trembling with excitement. Great sovereign, accept this final power and return to the mortal realm. The moment the Tiger Talisman was set upon the statue, a blinding green light erupted from it, illuminating the entire office. The ground trembled violently, cracks appeared in the walls, and objects within the office were overturned by an invisible force. The statue began to contort, its stone surface gradually softening, akin to the skin of a living creature. Within the green light, a colossal dragon-like silhouette emerged, revealing the true form of the sovereign, the demon dragon of fire. With a deafening explosion, the sovereign was fully resurrected. It possessed the appearance of a dragon, yet was more twisted and malevolent than any ordinary dragon. Its scales shimmered in a profound green, reflecting a metallic luster in the shadows. As its enormous wings unfurled, they nearly filled the entirety of the office space, the membranous sections translucent, revealing the flowing green energy within. The sovereign's eyes resembled two massive red gemstones, burning with an ancient and malevolent flame. Slowly, the sovereign raised its head and unleashed a soul-shattering roar. I have finally returned. The glass windows of the office shattered in a cacophony, while decorative items fell from the walls. The members of the Black Hand present felt a wave of dizziness, some collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere. An ancient and malevolent aura permeated the air, and the temperature surged dramatically. The plants in the office withered within mere seconds, as if some unseen force had siphoned away their life. Even more terrifying was the subtle distortion of space surrounding the Lord, wherein the outlines of objects became blurred and light warped into grotesque shapes. Great Lord. Valen knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling with fear and exhilaration. I am your loyal servant. It was I who brought you back to this realm. Now, I beseech you, fulfill your promise and reveal to me the whereabouts of the Golden Rooster King's treasure. The Lord lowered his head, crimson eyes locking onto Valen's. He let out a grotesque laugh, revealing a row of teeth as sharp as blades. Foolish human. The Lord's voice resonated like the whispers of 1,000 souls. Do you truly believe I would share my power with a mere insect such as you? Valen's complexion turned ashen. But you promised my promise? The Lord scoffed. That was merely a means to command you tools to serve me. Now that I have been resurrected, I have no further need of you. Valen's expression morphed from fear to fury. True, the mightiest enforcer of the Black Hand, charged at the Lord. Yet, with a mere flick of his claw, the Lord sent True crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. A pathetic attempt, the Lord mocked. Now it is time to rebuild my kingdom. The Lord's form began to radiate light, as green energy erupted from within, breaking through the office ceiling. He unfurled his immense wings and ascended into the night sky, leaving behind a group of terrified Black Hand members and an enraged Valen. As the Lord soared into the night, his flight path was slightly unsteady, and the energy radiation exhibited subtle yet undeniable fluctuations. The energy interference array has begun to take effect, Fang remarked coldly. The hunt has commenced. Chapter 19. The display of Uncle Long's might on the large screen of the command center in District 13. The energy fluctuation graph displayed a continually shifting waveform, revealing a subtly unstable state. Alpha, can you confirm that this is the energy signature of the sovereign? Fang'ang inquired. Confirmed, Dr. Fang. The energy signature matches that of the sovereign perfectly. As you can see, there is a 0.03 instability in the waveform, which aligns with the expected effects of the interference array you implanted, Alpha responded. Fang'ang nodded slightly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The interference array had begun to take effect. Although its impact was still faint, it was precisely what he anticipated, an imperceptible yet gradual weakening of the sovereign. At that moment, Sheriff Blake hurried into the command center. Dr. Fang, we have just received an urgent communication from Jackie Chan. The sovereign is heading to Hong Kong, seemingly to reconstruct its palace there. Hong Kong? Fang'ang frowned. Alpha, bring up the ancient energy node distribution map of Hong Kong. The holographic projection immediately displayed a map of the Hong Kong area, marked with dozens of blinking points. After scrutinizing it carefully, Fang'ang pointed to one particularly bright point. It is here. The sovereign's choice of location is no coincidence. This is one of the most powerful ancient energy nodes in East Asia. We must act immediately. Turning to Blake, he commanded, prepare the aircraft and contact Jackie and Old Dad. We will rendezvous with them in Hong Kong. A few hours later, the special aircraft of District 13 landed at Hong Kong International Airport. Jackie Chan and Old Dad were already awaiting their arrival. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the four of them promptly proceeded to the presumed location of the sovereign. Dr. Fang, are you certain the sovereign will be there? Jackie asked, appearing ready for battle. I have a 90% certainty, Fang'ang replied, retrieving a compact device from his bag. This was an upgraded energy detector capable of pinpointing the sovereign's location with greater precision. As they approached the target area, Fang'ang's detector began emitting a rapid beeping sound. Not far ahead, a semi-transparent structure was slowly taking shape. It was the sovereign's palace. Stop. Fang'ang signaled for everyone to conceal themselves nearby. Let me scan the terrain first. He activated the advanced scanner and began analyzing the subterranean structure. The holographic projection unveiled a complex underground energy network, and both Fang'ang and Old Dad recognized the pattern simultaneously. This is an ancient energy gathering array, Old Dad exclaimed. Now I understand why the sovereign chose this location. Fang'ang analyzed. Once this array is fully activated, it will significantly enhance the sovereign's power. We must prevent that from happening. He swiftly provided tactical advice to Jackie. Jackie, the current energy fluctuations of the sovereign exhibit slight instability. This is our opportunity. However, to defeat the sovereign, we will require Old Dad's assistance. Old Dad nodded. I need to concoct a special magical potion that will allow one to penetrate the sovereign's body and extract the talismans. But this will take some time. I will do my best to stall the sovereign, Jackie declared confidently. Fang'ang opened another box, revealing a set of foldable nano armor. Before we proceed, don this. It will provide you with additional protection and enhanced mobility. Jackie Chan gazed curiously at the armor. What is this? Nano armor, the latest technology from District 13. Fang'ang elucidated. It enhances your agility, making it easier for you to evade attacks and approach the sovereign. He pressed a button at the center of the armor, and it sprang to life. Nanoparticles flowed like water, swiftly enveloping Jackie's body, starting from his feet and ascending rapidly to encase his legs, torso, and finally his arms and head. The entire process was seamless and graceful. Once the armor fully unfolded, Jackie marveled at his hands. The armor fit snugly against his body, so light that it felt almost weightless, yet imparting a solid sense of security. Its core was a silvery hue, adorned with crimson energy lines at the joints. Try moving around, Fang'ang suggested. Jackie executed a few simple movements, followed by an intricate series of martial arts maneuvers. The armor perfectly mirrored his every action, presenting no hindrance, but instead amplifying his speed and strength. Remarkable, Jackie exclaimed, feeling lighter and more powerful than ever. The armor automatically adjusts to your movements, enhancing your advantages. Fang'ang explained. It is also equipped with a basic energy shield to withstand a certain degree of attacks. However, bear in mind, its primary function is to enhance your mobility, not to allow you to endure the sovereign's strikes. The sovereign seemed to sense the presence of intruders. A thunderous roar emanating from the palace. It has discovered us, Jackie shouted, bracing for battle. The sovereign soared out from the palace, its form more formidable than before. Green scales shimmering in the sunlight. Its eyes brimmed with fury and murderous intent. Humans, how dare you disturb me? The sovereign's voice thundered. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames, while simultaneously sweeping its claws to release dozens of shadow warriors composed of dark mist. Jackie sprang into action, the armor heightening his reflexes and leaping capabilities. His figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, evading the sovereign's attacks while engaging the shadow warriors. Meanwhile, Fang'ang analyzed the sovereign's attack patterns and energy fluctuations from the rear, providing corresponding directives. Jackie, watch out for its tail, Fang'ang warned through the communicator. Jackie leaped just in time, the armor's thrusters granting him extra height as he effortlessly evaded the sovereign's sudden tail strike. In a relatively safe position, Old Man began concocting a special magical potion. He retrieved various peculiar materials from his satchel, skillfully blending them in a small jade bowl while softly reciting ancient incantations. Under his deft manipulation, the potion transformed from deep crimson to purple, eventually becoming a peculiar translucent blue, emitting a faint glow. The potion is ready, the old man proclaimed. Jackie, fall back. Fang'ang decisively commanded. Sheriff Blake, utilize heavy artillery to provide cover for Cheng Long. The old man finally completed the concoction of the magical potion. He carefully poured the liquid into a small vial and swiftly approached Cheng Long. Cheng Long, apply this to your hands. The old man handed the potion to Cheng Long, explaining that it would allow his hands to penetrate the body of the Holy Master and extract the talisman. But you must act quickly. The potion's effect lasts only a few minutes. Cheng Long took the potion and smeared it onto his hands. The liquid was immediately absorbed, and his hands began to emit a faint blue glow. I'm ready, Long declared, employing the enhanced capabilities of his battle suit to approach the Holy Master with astonishing speed. He leaped into the air, thrusting his potion-coated hand into the chest of the Holy Master. Long felt his hand pass through a strange resistance. He could not see inside. Relying solely on his sense of touch, his fingers grazed something hard, and he seized it, pulling it out. "I've done it!" Long exclaimed, exhilarated. As he beheld the talisman in his hand, the Dragon Talisman, the Holy Master reacted with even greater fury, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Long staggering back several meters. Fortunately, the suit's shield absorbed much of the impact, allowing him to quickly regain his balance. "The Mouse Talisman!" The old man shouted. "This is the key." Long prepared to approach the Holy Master once more, but this time the challenge was greater. The Holy Master seemed to have become aware of their intentions and grew increasingly vigilant, shifting positions to thwart Long's approach. "I need an opportunity," Long shouted, deftly evading numerous attacks as the suit's energy shield began to flicker. Fang'ang analyzed the situation. "Old man, can you create a distraction?" The old man nodded, retrieving a small vial from his bag and tossing it toward the Holy Master. The vial exploded mid-air, releasing a blinding light that temporarily obscured the Holy Master's vision. Seizing the moment, Long activated the suit's thrusters, propelling himself toward the Holy Master like a bolt of lightning. He thrust his newly coated hand into the Holy Master's abdomen. Time seemed to slow. Long's hand groped within the Holy Master, feeling multiple hard objects, the talismans. Trusting his instincts, he grasped one and swiftly yanked it out. As he clearly identified the talisman in his hand, both Long and the old man exclaimed in delight. "It's the Mouse Talisman!" With the Mouse Talisman extracted, the Holy Master emitted a pained howl, its body beginning to wither until it finally reverted to a stone statue. Long, the old man, and Fang'ang all exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu, who had been watching from a safe distance, inadvertently activated the Dragon Talisman. A powerful beam of energy erupted from the talisman, striking the statue of the Holy Master and shattering it into fragments. "No!" The old man cried in terror. "This will disrupt the balance." Debris scattered across the ground, filling the air with an ancient and malevolent aura. Chapter 20. Preparation of the seal. At the moment the Dragon Talisman struck the statue of the Holy Lord, time seemed to stand still. Countless minuscule cracks appeared across the surface of the statue, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Then, with a deafening explosion, the statue shattered completely, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the ground. However, the talismans did not shatter alongside the statue. Instead, they separated from the debris, floating in the air as luminous orbs. Each talisman radiated a unique hue. The Dragon Talisman emitted a scorching red light, while the Dog Talisman displayed a rich golden glow. 12 colors intertwined in the air, creating a strange yet beautiful spectacle. What was happening? Long watched in astonishment as the Dragon Talisman in his hand seemed to yearn to escape his grasp. At that moment, the ancient patterns on the ground began to glow. Initially, only a few faint beams of light appeared, but soon, the entire surface was illuminated, revealing an intricate array. This array, composed of countless tiny runes and energy lines, formed a massive circle with a diameter of approximately 20 meters. At its center lay a Bagua symbol, surrounded by 12 small energy nodes corresponding to the 12 zodiac talismans. The Holy Lord was reversing the array. Old Daddy instantly recognized its essence, exclaiming in surprise, "This is an ancient sealing array, now being harnessed by the Holy Lord for rebirth." As the array fully materialized, the talismans resonated powerfully with it. The 12 talismans began to rotate at an accelerated pace, forming a vortex of energy. From the heart of the vortex, a blinding green pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens as if connecting the earth and sky. Within the light, a blurred silhouette began to take shape. It was the dragon-shaped soul of the Holy Lord, grander and more twisted than its corporeal form. Unbound by physical limitations, its body was composed of pure energy, translucent and ever-changing. At times solidifying, at times becoming ethereal, as if traversing the realms of reality and nothingness. Its eyes blazed like two burning red stars, emanating an ancient and malevolent glow. The instant the Holy Lord's soul fully manifested, the sky over Hong Kong darkened ominously, clouds thickening as lightning danced within them, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. The temperature surged, and the surrounding vegetation withered at a visible rate. Leaves curled and blackened, flowers withered, and the grass turned into a desolate brown. More terrifying was the oppressive aura radiating from the Holy Lord's soul, weighing down upon everyone as if it were a tangible force. Sheriff Blake and the other agents from the 13th District collapsed instantly, while ordinary citizens felt an inexplicable terror and suffocation from several kilometers away, many succumbing to unconsciousness or a dazed state. Only Fang'ang, Long, and Old Daddy, through their mastery of qi cultivation, could barely withstand this terrifying pressure. Even so, they struggled to breathe, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon their chests. "You wretched insects! I shall ensure your souls are tormented in the flames of hell for eternity." The wrathful proclamation of the Holy Lord echoed directly in their minds. The soul of the Holy Lord unfurled in the air, its form increasingly resembling the primordial essence of a dragon. Most disconcerting was the emergence of minute fissures in the space surrounding the Holy Lord, through which glimpses of another realm could be seen, a world engulfed in flames and darkness. Fang'ang's expression turned exceptionally grave. He swiftly retrieved a sealing device from his portable box. It was an exquisite and intricate spherical apparatus. The surface of the sphere was adorned with countless delicate runes and energy patterns, which emitted a faint blue glow under specific lighting, creating a complex and beautiful design. At its core lay a small energy nucleus, radiating a steady blue light. "We must act immediately," Fang'ang urged, his voice tinged with urgency. The Holy Lord's soul, in this form, posed a greater threat than in its corporeal state. It was no longer bound by the laws of physics and could directly influence reality and the minds of humanity. Should it fully adapt to this form, the consequences would be unimaginable. He swiftly analyzed the array on the ground. This was the diagram the Holy Lord used for rebirth. Yet we could exploit it to seal the Holy Lord. My sealing device is designed based on the energy characteristics of the Holy Lord, capable of harnessing its power to bind it to itself. Fang'ang pointed to 3 critical points on the array. We need to establish anchor devices at these 3 points, forming an energy triangle to ensnare the Holy Lord. Old Dad carefully examined the sealing device, immediately recognizing the underlying principle. It was a remarkably clever design. Although Chunlong did not fully grasp the intricacies, his battle instincts informed him of the plan's significance. "What should we do?" he inquired. Fang'ang retrieved 2 small devices from the box. These were the anchor devices, circular in shape, with 7 energy interfaces along the edges and a central activation button. Only those who had cultivated their energy could act under the Holy Lord's pressure, thus relying solely on the 3 of us for the sealing. He handed one anchor device to Old Dad. "Old Dad, you will be responsible for the northwest anchor point, where the energy fluctuations are most stable and suitable for your magical abilities." He then bestowed the other upon Changlong. "Changlong, you will oversee the southeast anchor point, which demands quick reflexes and agile movements. You are the most fitting candidate for this task." "And what about you?" Changlong asked. "I shall position myself at the center, the most perilous and crucial point," Fang'ang declared resolutely. "I will confront the Holy Lord directly and control the main sealing device." Old Dad gazed at Fang'ang with concern. "The central position endures the strongest pressure. Are you certain you can withstand it?" "I must endure," Fang'ang replied succinctly. "We have no other choice." He then elaborated on the activation method for the anchor devices. Upon reaching the designated locations, place the devices on the ground and press the central activation button. The devices will automatically connect with the array and the main sealing device. Time was of the essence. The Holy Lord's soul had already begun to attempt to widen the dimensional rifts, allowing more demonic energy to seep through. "We must act without delay," Fang'ang asserted sternly. "Remember, regardless of what transpires, the activation of the anchor points must be completed, ensuring they remain in a state of energy guidance." The 3 individuals swiftly dispersed to execute their respective tasks. The elder moved towards the northwest, while Jackie Chan dashed southeast. Fang'ang remained in place, confronting the soul of the sovereign directly. The missions undertaken by the elder and Jackie Chan were far from effortless, despite their profound cultivation. The sovereign's oppressive aura rendered their movements arduous. Every step felt akin to struggling through a viscous mire, with each breath becoming increasingly labored. The sensation of isolation intensified, especially as they distanced themselves from one another. With remarkable willpower and physical prowess, Jackie Chan laboriously advanced towards his target. His battle attire had automatically activated, providing additional support. Yet even so, each stride proved to be a formidable challenge. The elder, relying on years of mastery in chi magic, cultivated a faint energy cycle within, resisting the sovereign's pressure. His complexion was pallid, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. Fang'ang found himself in the most precarious situation. Positioned at the center of the formation, facing the sovereign's soul head-on. The sovereign, with its fiery crimson eyes locked onto him, emanated an aura of boundless malevolence. "Human, do you truly believe your pitiful contraption can bind me?" The sovereign's voice echoed mockingly within Fang'ang's mind. Remaining silent in the face of the sovereign's taunts, Fang'ang quickened his movements. The sealing device had completed its preliminary calibration, beginning to resonate with the formation on the ground. Blue energy lines extended from the device, intertwining with the patterns of the formation. Simultaneously, the elder and Jackie Chan approached their respective target points. They sensed the energy of the formation shifting. For Fang'ang had commenced the initial preparations for sealing. The elder reached the anchor point in the northwest, carefully placing the anchor device onto the ground. The device immediately reacted with the formation, 7 energy interfaces lighting up and connecting with the ground's patterns. Jackie Chan successfully arrived at the southeastern position, though his situation was more perilous, as the sovereign had dispatched shadow warriors to intercept him. Jackie Chan was compelled to fight while advancing. ultimately breaking through the blockade with his astounding agility and positioning the anchor device at the designated location. With all three now in position, they awaited Fang'ang's signal to simultaneously activate the devices. Now, Fang'ang transmitted the signal through the communicator to the Elder and Jackie Chan, while simultaneously pressing the activation button for the main sealing device. The Elder and Jackie Chan activated their respective anchor devices in unison. All 3 points illuminated simultaneously, forming a flawless energy triangle. Blue energy lines emanated from the 3 points, intertwining in the air and enveloping the sovereign soul within. Chapter 21, The Battle of Souls, Part 1. In the air, strands of azure energy wove together to form a net, shimmering with an ethereal glow, ensnaring the soul of the Holy Master, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The activation of the sealing array bathed the ruins of the palace in a ghostly blue luminescence as mysterious runes emerged upon the ancient stone columns, flickering in concert with the flow of energy. The stage was set, the protagonist made his entrance, and the grand performance commenced. Fang'ang's voice reverberated through the tranquil night. Almost instantaneously after his words fell, the soul of the Holy Master, shrouded in the azure energy net, erupted with waves of fury. The previously indistinct outline solidified abruptly, revealing the horrifying visage of a monstrous dragon, its eyes alight with malevolent green flames that danced like specters. The dragon's spectral form reared back and roared toward the heavens, its vast maw opening to unleash a torrent of foul black mist. The swirling darkness coalesced, transforming in an instant into dozens of shadowy warrior silhouettes. These warriors, forged from pure darkness, wielded various weapons, their forms enveloped in an ominous emerald glow, silently exuding the essence of death. Fang'ang had anticipated this very scene. He pressed a control device on his wrist, and nano-units surged forth, enveloping his body with the swiftness of ink. The metallic liquid first encased his limbs and torso, then slithered up to his neck, ultimately solidifying into a fearsome mask upon his face. The armor, exuding a deep green metallic sheen, was adorned with dark patterns that flowed like an ink wash, shifting with the energy's movement. Most striking was the cold, metallic mask that enveloped Fang'ang's entire visage, its sharp angles and profound contours conveying an air of intimidation. 2 elongated eyepieces were embedded within, emitting a ghostly green luminescence, their surface displaying a subtle scaly texture, as if alive, gently undulating. His cloak, akin to a living shadow, fell silently to his ankles, its edges wavering like smoke, only to solidify in the next moment, rustling in the wind with a low, mournful sound. The interior of the cloak was a profound darkness, occasionally flickering with energy sparks, as if concealing a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Shadow Dragon Guard, activate. Fang'ang's voice echoed through the communication system of his armor, cold and menacing. In the shadows surrounding the ruins, dozens of concealed mechanical devices ignited with crimson eyes, swiftly assembling into humanoid robots. This was Fang'ang's specially designed Shadow Dragon Guard, created to combat the Holy Master's Shadow Warriors, each equipped with unique energy weapons and shadow restraining modes. The Shadow Warriors, formed from the coalesced black mist, lunged at Fang'ang, but the Shadow Dragon Guard intercepted them immediately. The night sky was torn asunder by the cacophony of metal clashing and the explosive bursts of black mist, sparks flying and energy surging. With each Shadow Warrior struck, its form would disintegrate into a cloud of black smoke, only to coalesce once more, displaying an indomitable spirit. Yet, the Shadow Dragon Guard was not without its own losses. As members fell victim to the encroaching black mist, their metallic bodies marred by haunting corrosion marks. Suddenly, the Shadow Warriors halted their assault, suspending themselves in midair, before beginning to merge with one another. The black mist swirled, gradually forming an enormous humanoid silhouette, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms, each capable of wielding different weapons and skills. The shadow giant swung its fist, shattering the 3 Shadow Dragon Guards into fragments that scattered in all directions. Its strength and speed far surpassed that of ordinary Shadow Warriors. Although the Shadow Dragon Guards fought valiantly, they were clearly at a disadvantage. At this moment, Fang'ang was unable to attend to the battle involving the Shadow Dragon Guards. He entrusted command of the guards entirely to Alpha, simultaneously issuing orders to self-destruct and obliterate the Black Gas Warriors at any cost, if necessary. The Lord's soul extended several green energy tendrils, attempting to control the 12 zodiac charms suspended in the air. Fang'ang immediately activated the propulsion system of his armor and soared toward the charms. However, one of the Lord's energy tendrils had already seized the opportunity, ensnaring the pig charm tightly. In an instant, the patterns on the charm's surface were engulfed by the malevolent green, the runes flickering as they resonated bizarrely with the Lord's energy. With a sinister smile, the Lord manipulated the pig charm, unleashing a concentrated beam of green laser imbued with the essence of destruction, aimed directly at Fang'ang. The laser tore through the night sky, the intense heat scorching the air, distorting its form while producing a deafening hum, akin to the shriek of death itself. The ink-like patterns on the surface of Fang'ang's armor seemed to come alive, swirling rapidly at a specific frequency, mimicking the exquisite techniques of airflow manipulation in air magic. A nearly perfect spherical energy field suddenly expanded from the surface of the armor, enveloping him securely like a crystalline energy shield. Energy refraction, Fang'ang intoned. The laser beam struck violently against the surface of the energy sphere, creating ripples at the point of contact. The terrifying laser energy was wondrously decomposed into countless tiny beams of light, flowing along the surface of the sphere in an extraordinary manner, ultimately refracting outward from various angles. Cascading in all directions. Debris flew, dust billowed, yet Fang'ang remained unscathed. He did not linger, swiftly propelling himself toward the Lord. His hands tracing intricate and profound trajectories in the air, the tips of his fingers leaving trails of dark green light. Spirit-binding chains. These luminous trails coalesced into complex runes in the air, each radiating waves of energy. The runes spun and combined, transforming into chains that shot toward the Lord, aiming to ensnare and restrict its movements. The chains were adorned with minute runes that flickered with the flow of energy, emitting a ghostly green glow. However, the Lord's soul form was extraordinarily agile. It contorted itself, evading most of the chains, with only a few successfully wrapping around its energy tendrils. The tendrils ensnared by the chains immediately lost their luster, unable to maintain control over the charms. The Lord let out an enraged roar. Sensing the ceiling formation's power gradually intensifying, its soul form suddenly expanded, distorting the surrounding space. The Lord began to tear at the fabric of dimensions. Dimensional rifts appeared like black wounds, abruptly tearing the fabric of reality, revealing a profound and void-like darkness. A viscous green energy mist surged from the rift, like venom, greedily replenishing the Lord's depleted strength while wildly distorting the surrounding environment. The already dilapidated ruins transformed into an even more eerie and perilous landscape. The temperature in the air soared abruptly, and a nauseating stench of sulfur permeated the surroundings. The Saint Lord, harnessing the power of dimensional rifts, continuously flickered around Fang'ang, appearing and vanishing like a specter, launching surprise attacks from various angles. At times, it would extend energy tendrils from the fissures of dimension, executing insidious ambushes before swiftly disappearing, only to reappear from another rift behind Fang'ang, leaving him utterly defenseless. Fang'ang's battle armor was struck repeatedly, and the energy fluctuations of his protective shield became exceedingly unstable, the dark green patterns beginning to flicker violently, as if on the verge of collapse. His sensors struggled to capture the Saint Lord's erratic movements, each time he managed to lock onto a target. The Saint Lord had already vanished into the dimensional rift like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. Alpha, analyze its movement patterns. Fang'ang commanded in a grave tone, tinged with urgency. Analyzing, Doctor. Alpha's voice resonated calmly in his ear, precisely detecting faint energy fluctuations preceding the appearance of the dimensional rifts. It was calculating the patterns. While dodging attacks, Fang'ang scrutinized the data stream displayed on his armor screen. Alpha was conducting a real-time analysis of each emergence and disappearance of the Saint Lord, attempting to discern a pattern. Pattern identified, Alpha reported. The Saint Lord's appearances are not entirely random. They follow a specific energy flow pattern. The next rift is predicted to appear at a 45-degree angle to your right, approximately 15 meters away. Fang'ang immediately turned toward the indicated direction, and indeed, he noticed a faint line of energy fluctuations in the air. A dimensional rift was forming, its edges shimmering with a green glow. His fingertips traced intricate and arcane trajectories in the void, preparing to strike with a thunderous blow the moment the Saint Lord materialized. As the dimensional rift widened, it took on a black oval shape, its edges pulsating. A portion of the Saint Lord's soul began to materialize, the dragon-shaped spectre-s head first emerging through the rift, its eyes glimmering with malevolent green light. Just as the dragon's head fully breached the rift, Fang'ang seized this critical moment and abruptly unleashed the long-prepared spirit-binding chains. The chain struck with impeccable precision, ensnaring the newly emerged soul form of the Saint Lord. The runes upon the chains ignited instantaneously, forming a complete energy circuit. And the overwhelming sealing power erupted, temporarily restraining the Saint Lord's movements. Chapter 22, The Battle of Souls, Part 2. The Holy Lord was firmly bound in midair by the talismanic chains, his soul twisting violently as he struggled frantically to break free from the shackles. Fang'ang did not squander this precious moment. He swiftly adjusted the parameters of the sealing array to enhance the flow of energy. The blue radiance of the array intensified, and the energy network resembled an army of serpents, tightly constricting the Holy Lord's soul, the binding force growing ever stronger. Alpha. Analyze the energy structure of the Holy Lord and identify any potential weaknesses, Fang'ang commanded, his voice low and rapid. Analysis and progress, came Dr. Alpha's voice in his ear. The soul form of the Holy Lord is exceedingly unstable. It is hypothesized that the dimensional rift has expended a considerable amount of energy. Fang'ang nodded. Continue monitoring. Inform me immediately if the energy fluctuations reach a critical low. Suddenly, the Holy Lord's soul form erupted with a tremendous surge of energy. The runes on the talismanic chains flickered wildly, and fine cracks resembling a spider's web appeared on their surface. Warning, Doctor. Alpha's voice escalated in urgency. The Holy Lord's energy is escalating exponentially. The talismanic chains are predicted to fail completely within 2 seconds. Fang'ang promptly intensified the energy input to the chains. But it was too late. With a deafening roar, the Holy Lord broke free from his confinement. The chains shattered into particles of energy, dissipating into the air. Unbound. The Holy Lord was no longer restrained. His soul form was fully liberated, manifesting a ferocious draconic specter that hovered like an ancient demon. Its wings unfurling to obscure the moonlight, casting the entire ruins into shadow. The surrounding air began to warp and contort, temperatures soaring dramatically. The stones of the ground began to melt, forming pools of lava that exuded a pungent sulfurous aroma. What is it preparing? Fang'ang fixated on the increasingly violent energy fluctuations surrounding the Holy Lord. Energy analysis indicated. The Holy Lord is accumulating an astonishing amount of thermal energy at an alarming rate. The energy intensity continues to rise, suggesting a large-scale, high-tier fire magic attack. Doctor. I recommend initiating the highest-level defense protocols immediately. The Holy Lord suddenly thrust his hands downward with great force. In an instant, a colossal energy vortex over 100 meters in diameter emerged in the sky. At its center pulsed an ominous green light that sent shivers down the spine. Countless green-black fireballs, ignited with ethereal, ghostly flames, cascaded from the vortex like a deluge of apocalyptic raindrops, all aimed directly at Fang'ang below. Hellfire storm, the annihilation descends. Each fireball that struck the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, exploding into a massive green inferno that rapidly spread like a plague, consuming everything it touched. The Shadow Dragon Guard was instantly transformed into pools of steaming metallic liquid. An ever-increasing number of hellfire projectiles relentlessly pounded against the refractive energy shield. The surface of the shield fracturing like a shattered mirror, revealing a multitude of cracks. The green flames surged in like a relentless parasite, penetrating with a frenzied intensity. Fang'ang felt a searing heat reach into his very soul, a wave of anguish crashing upon him, nearly engulfing his consciousness entirely. Doctor. The energy reserves of the battle armor have plummeted to 60, with multiple systems sustaining damage. The alarm from Alpha became piercingly acute, gritting his teeth. Fang'ang desperately recalibrated the energy distribution of his armor, channeling more power into the defensive systems. The fissures on the surface of the energy shield mended temporarily under the influx of immense energy, as though forcibly stitched together. The infernal storm of hellfire raged for nearly a minute, ceasing only when the last green-black fireball descended, providing a fleeting respite from the cataclysmic disaster. As the smoke cleared, the entire site had transformed into a charred wasteland, engulfed in green, ethereal flames akin to the very essence of hell manifesting on Earth. The green fire ravenously consumed all combustible material, emanating a suffocating wave of distorted heat, while the air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and charred remnants, inducing nausea. The battle armor suffered severe damage, with numerous cracks appearing and energy reserves dwindling sharply. The protective shield could no longer be sustained, dissipating into the atmosphere. He struggled to remain upright, the once fluid ink-like patterns on his armor now dull and flickering erratically. Energy reserves had dropped to 40, and multiple systems were critically compromised. Alpha emitted another shrill alarm, urging immediate retreat for repairs. Fang'ang gritted his teeth, resolutely interrupting Alpha's retreat suggestion, his tone laced with undeniable determination and madness. No. We cannot retreat. To do so now would render all our efforts in vain. Alpha, reallocate all remaining energy in the armor, prioritizing the core systems and weaponry. The peripheral defenses are to be abandoned. As you command, Doctor. Reallocation complete. Core systems and weaponry have been restored to minimal operational power. But the peripheral defense systems are completely offline. The Dark Lord, witnessing Fang'ang's injuries, erupted into a cruel and triumphant laugh. It appears your fragile little toy is ultimately incapable of withstanding a blow, insignificant human. The draconic apparition slowly raised its fearsome claws, akin to death wielding a scythe, directing its intent towards Fang'ang. At the tips of its claws, a blinding crimson light coalesced, as the surrounding air seemed to be torn by an invisible force, forming a visible line connecting the Dark Lord and Fang'ang. The alarm system of Fang'ang's armor emitted a mournful wail, the shrill red alert lights flashing frantically, while the core area prominently displayed a bright red danger warning. Highest level soul attack alert. Warning, high energy soul lock detected. Energy signatures correspond precisely with the forbidden black magic soul hunt chronicled in ancient texts. This was an exceedingly perilous form of dark magic, nearly impossible to defend against, capable of bypassing physical defenses to assault the very core of the soul. A chill coursed through Fang'ang's heart as he recalled fragments of ancient texts detailing the malevolent and forbidden spell of soul hunting, one of the most insidious dark arts. Once targeted, escape was nearly impossible. Those afflicted would endure an excruciating agony akin to their very souls being ruthlessly torn apart. The consequences range from severe soul damage and the shattering of consciousness to complete annihilation, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. Alpha. Analyze the trajectory of the attack and predict the optimal evasion route. Despite the torment seeping into his very essence, Fang'ang found an unexpected clarity and decisiveness. Analyzing. Power levels have peaked. Trajectory analysis complete. The attack is projected to launch in 1.5 seconds. The optimal evasion route has been generated. It is advised to veer left at a 35-degree angle. Without a moment's hesitation, teetering on the brink of life and death, Fang'ang propelled himself towards the designated angle with the swiftness of a released arrow. Yet, in that fleeting instant of motion, the saint's cold, serpentine gaze locked onto him, and the dragon claw adjusted its angle with eerie precision. The crimson light of impending doom latched onto Fang'ang's new position with relentless tenacity. Death, as foretold, approached swiftly. As the scarlet bolt of death sliced through the air, Fang'ang relied on his instinctive combat reflexes, barely managing to evade, but still sustaining a glancing blow to his right shoulder. An immediate, searing pain radiated throughout his body, as if his very soul were being rent asunder. He felt an overwhelming force tearing at his essence, the agony so profound that it rendered him voiceless, trapped in a silent struggle against the torment. With immense effort, Fang'ang suppressed the excruciating pain. Initiate. Emergency repair. The medical system within his armor activated, unleashing specialized energy pulses in an attempt to stabilize his soul structure. Simultaneously, a series of analgesics coursed through his veins, alleviating his physical suffering. Fang'ang understood that this was no time for passivity. The best defense has always been a potent offense. Only by thoroughly vanquishing the saint could he hope to dispel the looming threat. Gritting his teeth against the torment, he summoned every ounce of strength, ready to unleash the fusion magic he had developed after studying the 12 zodiac talismans. Alpha, prepare for the talisman explosive. At your command, Doctor. Commencing talisman explosive preparation. Energy synchronization underway. Enduring the searing pain from the depths of his soul, Fang'ang slowly raised his hands, bringing them together before his chest, then parting them gradually. Between his palms, a complex array of energy, composed of countless minute runic symbols, was taking shape at an astonishing pace. 12 distinct hues, each representing the fundamental powers of the zodiac, surged forth from his fingertips like serpents guided by invisible threads, precisely connecting to the surrounding zodiac talismans. The talismans began to resonate, releasing formidable waves of energy. Fang'ang gritted his teeth, fully focused on controlling the frequency and intensity of each energy strand. Suddenly, he thrust his hands towards the saint, and the 12 energy lines simultaneously surged towards the saint's ethereal form. Upon contact, the various colored runes ignited within the saint, weaving a complex network of energy. Talisman explosive. The energy network erupted instantaneously, manifesting as a blinding flash of white light. The explosion did not radiate outward. Instead, it collapsed inward, launching a direct assault on the energy core of the sovereign. The sovereign emitted a pained howl, shattered by the force of the blast, its draconic visage becoming indistinct, with energy fluctuations diminishing sharply. Its voice resonated in Fang'ang's mind. It was now fragmented. You, wretched human. Fang'ang exhaled in relief, but he was acutely aware that this was but a fleeting triumph. Though the spell's detonation was formidable, it could not utterly obliterate the sovereign's soul. He had to seize this rare moment of respite to fortify the seal completely. Alpha. Adjust the parameters of the sealing array to maximize energy output. Understood, Doctor. Adjusting the azure radiance at the core of the sealing array surged dramatically, dazzling like the sun. The energy network sprang to life, expanding wildly, with countless blue tendrils greedily coiling around the fragmented essence of the sovereign, exponentially amplifying the binding force, effectively subduing its spectral form. Do you truly believe this can vanquish me? The sovereign's voice reverberated once more, stripped of its earlier arrogance, now laced with a chilling fury and resentment. My existence spans longer than the entirety of your human history. Insignificant creatures, prepare to embrace profound despair. The remnants of the draconic silhouette twisted violently, its eyes locking onto Fang'ang, unleashing a more terrifying assault, the labyrinth of the mind. A torrent of psychic energy surged forth, akin to a flood breaching its dam, cascading into the depths of Fang'ang's consciousness, striving to seize control of his thoughts. His vision blurred and distorted, the burning ruins around him peeling away like illusions, replaced by a scene that sent shivers through his very soul. Amidst the infernal flames, a tormented, contorted female spirit suffered endlessly in cruel torment. Is that my mother? No, this is Dr. Doom's memory. An uncontrollable fury erupted from the depths of Fang'ang's soul, as the sovereign's mental sorcery ignobly awakened the profound pain buried within Doom's memories. Doom's mother had forged a pact with a demon, her soul eternally condemned to hell, enduring ceaseless suffering. The hellish vision before him shattered explosively, thrusting Fang'ang's consciousness back to reality. Yet a roar, primal and deep-seated, echoed in his ears, belonging to doom. A furious, resolute cry. I shall grind this loathsome creature into dust. I will make it experience 1,000-fold agony. Impossible. The sovereign's voice brimmed with incredulous shock, tinged with a hint of fear. How could you possibly resist my labyrinth of the mind? Fang'ang's battle armor bore severe damage, with multiple systems on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, the light in his eyes grew increasingly resolute, like an unquenchable flame. Alpha, has the data collection been completed? Fang'ang's voice was deep and commanding. Data collection is complete, Alpha promptly replied. Excellent. Fang'ang's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, delineating a decisive arc. The ultimate move had been gathered, a single strike to determine the fate of the world. Chapter 23, The Battle of Souls, Part 2, The Master's Eyes. Ablaze with a ghostly green flame, fixed intently upon Fang'ang, the dragon-shaped phantasm suddenly opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of ethereal green fire. This was no ordinary flame, but the eternal soul fire of the infernal flame curse, capable of consuming souls. The flames twisted and churned in the air, coalescing into a fearsome fire dragon that roared as it lunged toward Fang'ang rather than immediately devouring him. The fire dragon circled and danced, before exploding into dozens of ghostly green fireballs that converged from all directions, overwhelming him. Eternal fire, the advanced form of the infernal flame. Fang'ang's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized this lethal onslaught. Once this flame touched its target, it would cling like a parasite, burning eternally until the soul was utterly annihilated. He retreated swiftly, striving to evade, yet the fireballs pursued him relentlessly, as if imbued with life, making it impossible for him to escape their precise tracking. A sudden burst of fire struck his left arm, penetrating the energy shield in an instant, the searing flames licking at the surface of his armor. Warning, Doctor. Alpha's voice pierced through sharply, reporting urgently, anomalous soul energy reaction detected. This flame can bypass physical barriers and scorch the soul directly. Fang'ang felt excruciating pain deep within his soul, akin to being seared by fierce flames, rendering him agonized and sluggish in his movements. The master grinned malevolently, extending several tendrils composed of pure energy, persistently attempting to seize control of the floating talisman once more. Alpha, initiate critical destruction immediately. Fang'ang bellowed, aware that this moment was crucial for his survival. Understood, Doctor. Alpha swiftly replied, activating the critical destruction system and beginning to project the Master's energy model. In an instant, a precise holographic image of the Master's energy structure materialized before Fang'ang's armor, constructed from the vast data collected during previous battles. Dozens of crimson nodes pulsed rhythmically, resembling a heart. These were the vulnerable points within the Master's energy structure, the vital connections sustaining its soul form. The full projection updated in real time with the Master's movements, the red nodes flickering incessantly on the model. Fang'ang took a deep breath, enduring the searing pain of his soul, focusing all his attention to the utmost. This was a life-or-death gamble. Only by accurately striking all the nodes simultaneously could he truly dismantle the Master's energy structure. Otherwise, he would face irretrievable doom. He traced intricate patterns in the air with both hands, his fingertips glowing with a cold blue light. Critical destruction, activate. Suddenly, dozens of slender blue beams, imbued with terrifying energy, shot forth from various points of the armor. The energy beams tore through the air, constantly adjusting their trajectories mid-flight to ensure impeccable accuracy. The master attempted to evade this fatal assault, but it was too late. All energy beams struck their targets almost simultaneously, penetrating each vulnerable node of the Master's soul form with unparalleled precision. Time seemed to freeze as dozens of ice blue energy beams pierced deeply into the dragon-shaped phantom from all directions. The soul form of the Holy Master was instantaneously pinned in place, akin to an insect trapped in amber, unable to move or transform. In the next moment, all the crimson nodes erupted simultaneously, radiating blinding light akin to a supernova, illuminating the entire ruins. The energy structure of the Holy Master was violently dismantled, beginning to collapse and disintegrate from within. Countless web-like fissures emerged upon the dragon-shaped phantom, and ethereal green energy surged forth like a chaotic flood, spilling wildly from the cracks and forming bizarre pillars of light that illuminated the dark ruins with an eerie glow. The Holy Master let out a piercing roar, filled with disbelief and agony. No, the soul seal, at this moment, the perfect opportunity. In its final desperate struggle, the Holy Master unleashed a last surge of madness, gathering all remaining energy, compressing and condensing it into an immensely thick beam of energy, carrying the breath of annihilation, aimed directly at Fang'ang. If I am to be destroyed, you shall not survive. The voice of the Holy Master was imbued with frantic rage and bitterness. The energy beam shot towards Fang'ang at a speed beyond limits, the scent of death enveloping him. There was no escape. and he could only grit his teeth and activate the last defensive barrier of his armor. The energy beam crashed violently against the defensive barrier, producing a thunderous roar. While a terrifying shockwave, tangible as substance, instantly swept away the surrounding debris as if it were nothing. The barrier held for less than a second before shattering like glass, allowing the energy beam to pierce straight through Fang'ang's chest. He was flung back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the cold ground. A massive void was left in the front of his armor, exposing the energy core, which flickered with chaotic and unstable light, emitting an unsettling crackling sound. Intense pain surged through him like a tidal wave. It felt as though his chest had been completely torn apart, his insides ablaze. Fang'ang struggled to rise, taking only a few unsteady steps, each movement eliciting a tearing pain, blood seeping from the shattered seams of his armor, quickly staining the interior crimson. The soul form of the Holy Master had become fragmented, energy rushing forth like a breached dam from countless cracks, utterly losing its structure and order. It futilely attempted to reconstitute itself, yet the catastrophic effects of its destruction acted like a curse, mercilessly suppressing its every effort, rendering them futile. With heavy steps, Fang'ang finally arrived at the center of the sealing array, where a rapidly rotating energy vortex began to coalesce in the palm of his hand. Soul confinement. The energy vortex was released, expanding instantly into a colossal wave of energy that spread outward in all directions. Upon contact with the fragmented soul form of the Holy Master, a powerful pulling force was generated. The dragon-shaped phantom was drawn inexorably towards the center of the vortex, unable to escape the confines of this soul-binding prison. Regardless of its struggles and roars, the sovereign emitted a desperate roar, his voice laden with boundless resentment and fear, reverberating through the desolate ruins. No. I am eternal and indomitable. I am. The sovereign's soul form was utterly engulfed by the vortex's center, beginning to be frantically compressed and condensed. The dragon-shaped phantasm continually diminished in size, becoming increasingly minute, yet its energy density surged dramatically. It was still engaging in a final struggle, attempting to escape this prison of the soul, but the vortex's pull had reached its zenith. All its struggles were in vain. Fang'ang suddenly clasped his hands together, and the energy vortex abruptly contracted, akin to a collapsing black hole, compressing the sovereign's remaining soul power into an imperceptible speck of light. This speck was drawn into the primary sealing apparatus, the ancient runes on its surface instantly illuminating, spreading like veins, ultimately forming a complete and closed energy circuit. A blinding burst of white light erupted suddenly, akin to a newly born sun, instantly illuminating the entire ruin, dispelling all darkness and gloom. As the radiance faded, at the center of the sealing array remained a flawless spherical sealing device, quietly suspended in the air. Through its translucent shell, one could faintly observe 12 miniature energy nodes operating at high speed within, intricately connected by countless tiny energy channels, securely binding the sovereign's soul at the center. Where a flicker of green light was shimmering, the soul sealing, succeeded. Chapter 24, The Return of the Soul Within the Confines of the Spherical Sealing Device. The soul of the sealed Saint Lord pulsated with a vibrant green energy, flickering restlessly, unwilling to succumb to silence. Fang'ang delicately caressed the cold surface of the talisman, sensing the inherent balance it possessed, a flicker of barely perceptible satisfaction crossing his eyes. Alpha, initiate the zeroing plan. Fang'ang's voice resonated steadily and clearly throughout the empty laboratory. Zeroing plan initiated, Doctor, Alpha promptly replied, commencing the memory adjustment for all personnel in Sector 13. On the monitoring screens, a series of silent images flickered rapidly. The agents of Sector 13, their expressions vacant, lined up to enter the Hive's mental network connection chamber, where they were about to undergo a painless memory operation. Their recollections of Fang'ang's identity would be thoroughly erased, replaced by a vague yet safe impression, a senior advisor from Washington who, after aiding them in combating the Saint Lord, had retired and returned to headquarters. As for the mysterious talismans and powerful sealing devices, their memories would only retain a unified understanding that these items had been secretly retrieved by higher authorities for further research. Sheriff Blake was the last to undergo the memory adjustment. Fang'ang personally oversaw the entire process, ensuring that no trace of detection remained. Alpha, is the Watcher subroutine prepared? Fang'ang inquired once more after confirming everything was in order. Yes, Doctor. The Watcher subroutine has completed its final programming and will automatically enter dormancy upon your departure. It will only reactivate upon your return to this location. With all arrangements for Sector 13 concluded, the night unfurled like a deep ink stain. Fang'ang drove alone into the tranquil Chinatown. The wooden door of the antique shop was firmly shut, the lights long extinguished, save for a faint orange glow emanating from the second-floor window. Grandfather must still be meditating within that confined space. Fang'ang parked his car at the street corner, refraining from knocking on the door and disrupting the serene atmosphere. He understood that with grandfather's keen intuition, a face-to-face farewell might unveil some hidden clues. He silently placed an exquisite wooden box, along with a letter, at the entrance of the antique shop before turning away, his figure merging with the night. Inside the wooden box lay a carefully selected canister of precious tea leaves. This rare variety, which Fang'ang had expended considerable effort to gather, had been treated with a special technique, infusing it with trace elements of qi magic. Consuming this tea would not only nourish the soul, but also subtly enhance the flow of one's aura, greatly benefiting grandfather's practice. In the letter, Fang'ang penned, "Esteemed Master, your student expresses profound gratitude, akin to a drop of water in the ocean, difficult to articulate. Your teachings serve as a beacon, illuminating the path of qi magic cultivation. Due to the demands of my mission, I must take a temporary leave. This tea is a humble token of respect. May it evoke memories of our discussions during your moments of contemplation. Should fate allow, I hope to return to your side one day, bowing before you once more. Seeking the path of enlightenment. Your student, Fang'ang, bows in reverence." As he completed the letter, a ripple stirred within Fang'ang's heart. In this fleeting sojourn upon the earth, the elder's profound impartation indeed granted him a transformative comprehension of the ancient and enigmatic force of elemental magic. This kindness shall undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon his future path, akin to a spark igniting a blaze. In the stillness of the night, Fang'ang returned alone to the clandestine laboratory of District 13. The corridor lay enveloped in silence, so vacant that one could almost hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. All agents, having undergone memory alterations, were now ensconced in a deep slumber, leaving the base desolate and frigid. He deftly entered the highest security code, and the heavy vault door opened soundlessly. Within, a spherical device sealing the soul of the sovereign, along with 12 talismans radiating an otherworldly glow, awaited their master in tranquil anticipation. "Alpha, initiate the quantum channel." Fang'ang's voice disrupted the nocturnal stillness, laced with expectancy. "Quantum channel initializing, Doctor. Coordinates locked, Latvia." "Secret laboratory," Alpha swiftly replied. In the center of the laboratory, azure energy began to coalesce, forming a profound and mysterious vortex. Fang'ang cast a final glance at the base he had entirely commandeered, his gaze calm and unperturbed, devoid of any lingering attachment. Much like a traveler about to embark on a journey, offering but a fleeting glance at the scenery along the way. With utmost care, he cradled the stable chamber containing the sealing device and the 12 talismans, stepping forward into the vortex without a moment's hesitation. As the sights before him solidified and the surrounding light stabilized, Fang'ang found himself within the familiar confines of the secret laboratory in Latvia. On the central platform of the laboratory, the preset energy barrier activated silently, its pale blue luminescence rippling like water. Fang'ang cautiously placed the sealing device at the very center of the energy barrier, then retrieved the 12 talismans, arranging them meticulously around the sealing device. The glow of the energy barrier grew increasingly gentle, enveloping the sealing device and the 12 talismans in a magnificent azure cocoon. Fang'ang approached the energy barrier, his fingertips lightly brushing the smooth surface of the sealing device, feeling through the barrier the faint, yet still tumultuous energy waves of the sovereign's soul within. Though thoroughly sealed, this formidable spirit from another realm continued to emanate a spine-chilling aura, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Chapter 25. Insights into the rules. Fang'ang's gaze shifted towards the workbench, where the seal device of the Lord was placed. Intriguing. His deep voice resonated in the vast laboratory, imbued with excitement as his fingers brushed against the cold exterior of the sealing apparatus. Remarkably, the power of the soul remained undiminished across two universes. He summoned the previous data records, swiftly comparing the energy readings of the Lord's soul between the Dragon World and the Marvel Universe. Astonishingly, the data aligned almost perfectly. This stood in stark contrast to the performance of the talismans, prompting Fang'ang to ponder aloud. The energy output of the talismans in the Marvel Universe is nearly 40 lower than that in the Dragon World. What could account for such a disparity? Perhaps a flash of insight coursed through Fang'ang's mind, illuminating his eyes. Perhaps the fundamental elements that constitute the essence of the world are not constrained by the rules of the multiverse. This audacious notion surged through him like an electric current, allowing him to grasp the crux of the issue. If the Lord's soul represents a more primal and essential form of existence, then it could transcend the boundaries of the universe, unbound by any rules. Fang'ang resolutely modified the analytical parameters, conducting an in-depth comparative analysis of the energy waveform of the talismans against that of the Lord's soul. The system whirred back to life. While Fang'ang strode purposefully towards the talisman display, his gaze piercing as he meticulously examined these artifacts imbued with mysterious powers. According to prior research, the 12 talismans corresponded to various attributes of qi. The ox talisman symbolized overwhelming power, the serpent talisman represented elusive concealment, and the monkey talisman contained the essence of myriad transformations. As for the tiger talisman, he picked it up, feeling its smooth texture beneath his fingertips. The tiger talisman embodies balance. A peculiar energy wave flowed gently within it, unlike the tumultuous energy emitted by other talismans. The energy fluctuation of the Tiger Talisman was more reserved and stable, akin to an eternal pulse, steady and robust. The new round of analysis was swiftly completed, and the results left Fang'ang breathless. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. The energy waveform of the Tiger Talisman contained the foundational frequencies of all the other talismans. On the main screen, complex waveforms unfurled, with the energy waveform of the Tiger Talisman resembling a tranquil main melody. Beneath this smooth curve, 11 subtle fluctuations were distinctly visible, each perfectly aligning with the foundational frequencies of the other talismans. This was extraordinary. Fang'ang's voice trembled with excitement. The Tiger Talisman seemed capable of encompassing and integrating the energy characteristics of all the other talismans. He immediately set to work designing a brand new experiment. He placed the Tiger Talisman in the center of a specially crafted energy resonance device and began sequentially inputting the energy characteristics of the other talismans into the system. He was eager to observe how the Tiger Talisman would react. The first test involved the Ox Talisman, representing the energy characteristic of strength. As the system simulated the energy fluctuations of the Ox Talisman, the Tiger Talisman began to emit a faint crimson glow, its energy waveform aligning closely with the characteristics of the Ox Talisman. One by one, he swiftly tested the energy traits of all the talismans. Each time, the Tiger Talisman exhibited astonishing adaptability, functioning like a precise tuner capable of mimicking and merging with the energy attributes of the target talisman, although its intensity was somewhat diminished. The pattern of energy fluctuations was nearly a perfect replication. This was not mere imitation. Fang'ang's gaze deepened as he realized that the Tiger Talisman seemed to comprehend, even integrate, the essence of other talismans. However, midway through the experiment, an unexpected incident occurred. When the system simultaneously input the contrasting energy traits of the Rabbit and Ox Talismans, the Tiger Talisman, like an enraged beast, erupted in an unprecedented blaze of brilliance. Blinding energy instantly filled the laboratory. The energy readings surged wildly, threatening to incinerate the delicate measuring equipment. Emergency shutdown. Fang'ang's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately activated the laboratory's safety protocols. The energy resonance device abruptly ceased amidst the piercing alarm, and the radiance of the Tiger Talisman receded like a retreating tide, restoring tranquility to the laboratory. Yet, the recent spectacle, along with the unusual phenomena displayed by the Tiger Talisman, resonated within Fang'ang's heart. Fascinating. Truly fascinating, he pondered, as the Tiger Talisman, upon receiving two opposing energy traits, did not simply choose one or outright reject both. Rather, it seemed to endeavor to create an entirely new state of balance. Balance. This word, like a key, instantaneously unlocked the depths of Fang'ang's memory, and he suddenly recalled his discussions with his father in exploring the essence of qi magic. His father had repeatedly emphasized the importance of balance. The nature of qi is flow and equilibrium, yin and yang mutually arising and overcoming. All things have their rightful place. Fang'ang hastened toward the laboratory bookshelf, pulling out several ancient tomes he had brought back from the world of Changlong, texts on the fundamentals of qi magic. These ancient books chronicled the core principles of qi magic from that realm. He flipped open the venerable tome, The Way of Qi, and meticulously reread the chapters concerning the essence of the world. All things in heaven and earth arise from qi. Qi divides into yin and yang, transforming into the five elements. The interactions of the five elements constitute the fundamental laws of the universe. His gaze eventually settled on a particularly poignant passage. The greatest path is simplicity, returning to the essence. All methods converge, ultimately returning to balance. This passage had once perplexed him, but now, in light of the Tiger Talisman's recent display, he seemed to grasp its profound truth. Every world possesses its own core theme. Fang'ang declared with newfound conviction, and the core theme of the Qinglong world is none other than balance. This notion emerged like the dawn's first light, dispelling the fog that shrouded his heart, becoming increasingly lucid. Everything within the realm of Dragon World, from the enigmatic powers of talismans to the eternal struggle between good and evil, revolves around the central theme of balance. The Talisman of the Tiger, as a symbol of equilibrium, embodies the purest and most direct manifestation of the rules governing this world. It transcends mere magical artifact. Fang'ang's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented excitement as he gazed upon the talisman, as if beholding an entirely new world, an embodiment of the essence of universal principles. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, reminiscent of a crashing wave. These were fragments belonging to Dr. Doom. Fleeting glimpses from his countless traverses through the multiverse, fierce confrontations with Doctor Strange on the magical battlefield, the iron-fisted conquest of the cosmos of Kong, unwavering arrogance before the celestial race, and brief skirmishes with the Eternals. Each time, Doom focused intently on acquiring power, fixated on vanquishing his immediate adversary. Yet he never truly paused to contemplate the profound significance of the worlds themselves. Amidst these intricate memories lay a wealth of multiversal knowledge, yet devoid of systematic and profound contemplation. Although Dr. Doom had treaded through numerous extraordinary realms, he perpetually bore the gaze of a conqueror. failing to transcend his perspective and grasp the grander tapestry of existence. Fang'ang slowly closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to these complex memories. Unlike Dr. Doom, he possessed the unique perspective of a traveler. He could scrutinize the operational laws of the Marvel Universe with the clarity of an outsider, while also delving into the magical mysteries of Dragon World with the rigor and rationality of a researcher. These two disparate identities harmoniously intertwined, allowing him to stand upon the shoulders of giants. Suddenly illuminated by a flash of insight that unveiled the truths concealed within the depths of obscurity, Dr. Doom merely glimpsed the superficial differences among various universes. Never truly touching upon the essence of cosmic operation, Fang'ang abruptly opened his eyes, a newfound clarity and exhilaration shimmering within them. Each universe not only possesses its unique operational rules but also harbors a critically important core theme. These thematic cores are the fundamental forces that shape the myriad manifestations of the universe and dictate its future trajectory. This novel understanding rapidly coalesced in his mind, revealing a cosmic panorama far grander and deeper than that of Dr. Doom, unfurling slowly before him. If the fundamental tone of Dragon World is balance, what then is the theme of the Marvel Universe? The river of memory surged within his mind. The historical tapestry of the Marvel Universe gradually unfolding from the initial emergence of superheroes like sparks of fire to the relentless crises and acts of salvation. Countless events flashed before his eyes. One word, like a lightning bolt cleaving the night sky, instantaneously illuminated his thoughts. Hero. In the Marvel Universe, the essence may well be encapsulated in the term hero. Fang'ang's tone carried a sense of epiphany, elucidating why this cosmos seemingly possesses an inherent mechanism, continuously giving rise to both superheroes and supervillains, with power always manifested in a dramatically charged manner. This unprecedented realization sent shivers down his spine. If every realm harbors its unique core theme, and these themes fundamentally govern the world's operations, then to comprehend and master these principles would signify the ability to seize control of the world itself. Fang'ang's gaze once again fell upon the Tiger Talisman. As a tangible manifestation of the equilibrium theme within Jackie Chan's universe, the Tiger Talisman might indeed be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the world's rules. To further enhance the power of the Tiger Talisman, transforming it into a divine artifact capable of transcending the barriers of the multiverse, would undoubtedly represent a pivotal step in his quest to explore the essence of existence. He deactivated the main control panel of the experimental platform but lingered in the laboratory. Under the dim lighting, Fang'ang stood solitary, his profound gaze fixed upon the Tiger Talisman, already envisioning an unprecedented path ahead. The way of balance. Fang'ang murmured these 4 words, recognizing them as the cornerstone of his insight into the multiverse. Chapter 26. Soul Extraction within the confines of the laboratory. A cerulean glow pulsated like the ebbing tides, illuminating Fang'ang's face, which was etched with unwavering focus. At the heart of a specialized energy barrier lay the sealing device of the Holy Master, surrounded by intricate magical arrays and flickering quantum analysis equipment. Today, he was poised to initiate a meticulous yet perilous experiment aimed at extracting the soul energy of the Holy Master, targeting the pure ethereal magical energy that served as the crucial material for enhancing the Tiger Talisman and bending the rules of the world. For an entire week, he had meticulously arranged the laboratory like the most dedicated craftsman. The walls bore ancient runes that twisted as if alive, while the energy guiding array sprawled across the floor with the precision of a celestial map. Above, the energy concentrator stood ready, poised for action. Fang'ang inhaled deeply, breaking down the extraction process into 3 interlinked and critical stages: energy resonance, energy separation, and energy purification. The first stage was akin to awakening a slumbering dragon, aiming to activate the ethereal magical elements hidden within the Holy Master's soul. The second stage, reminiscent of a butcher dissecting a carcass, required the careful extraction of ethereal magical energy from the Holy Master's consciousness. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The third stage, the most vital step, resembled a thorough filtration process necessary to eliminate impurities and attain the pristine essence of ethereal magical power. Alpha, commence recording. Fang'ang's voice resonated, steady and clear, laced with excitement. Extraction of the Holy Master's soul energy experiment. Stage 1, energy resonance. He pressed the activation button, and the energy resonance device hummed to life. Waves of cerulean energy rippled outward like stones cast into a lake, cascading towards the center of the sealing device, engulfing it in an instant. The green energy within the sealing device appeared to respond to some unseen call, beginning to pulse in weak yet distinct rhythms, synchronized with the waves. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The first stage was unexpectedly completed with remarkable success. The green energy within the sealing device visibly stratified, with the layer closest to the center revealing a faint golden hue, reminiscent of slumbering gold, heralding extraordinary power. Entering the second stage, energy separation. Fang'ang's gaze sharpened. He deftly adjusted the parameters of the energy barrier with a mere touch of his fingertips and activated the separation device. A slender beam of energy, delicate as silk yet brimming with formidable strength, shot forth from the apex of the device, striking the sealing device with pinpoint precision, targeting the layer of golden energy. However, just as the energy beam made contact with the golden essence, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The green energy within the sealing device erupted like a furious beast, unleashing unprecedented violent fluctuations. Cracks spread across the surface of the device like a spider's web, resembling a shattered eggshell, as the green energy threads surged forth like venomous serpents breaking free from their confines, pouring out through the fissures in a frenzy. The energy threads twisted wildly in the air, coalescing into a blurred dragon-like silhouette, roaring silently yet instilling profound dread. The temperature in the laboratory soared. The air warped as if one were in a furnace. Wherever the energy threads passed, instruments and equipment were rendered dull as if cut by an invisible blade, and the data on the screens flickered like chaotic gibberish. What poses a greater danger is that those strands of energy do not disperse chaotically. Rather, they resemble conscious serpents, their intent aimed directly at the vulnerabilities of the control system in the energy barrier. The consciousness of the saint. In an instant, Fang'ang comprehended that this was the saint's desperate struggle to sabotage the experiment and escape the seal. At this critical moment, Fang'ang swiftly formed hand seals, and a brilliant golden radiance erupted from his palm, instantly coalescing into an indomitable golden energy barrier, descending like a divine canopy to envelop the rampaging strands of energy, forcibly repressing them back into the sealing device. A direct assault would be futile. Beads of sweat formed on Fang'ang's forehead as his mind raced. A hasty separation would only provoke a more vigorous backlash. He must alter his strategy and seek a gentler approach. He rapidly adjusted the parameters of the separation device, while simultaneously constructing a special energy field around the sealing apparatus, akin to a lullaby, guiding the saint's soul consciousness into a gradual slumber. The new strategy began to show promise. Fang'ang held his breath, focusing intently as he cautiously restarted the separation process, his movements becoming increasingly deliberate and intricate, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. However, akin to the calm before a storm, the brief tranquility was followed by an even more ferocious backlash. As the separation deepened, the saint's soul abruptly awakened, unleashing a resistance more violent than before. The energy surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, carrying with it a cataclysmic force, coalescing into a dragon-shaped apparition above the laboratory. The dragon's silhouette roared skyward, its silent sound waves reverberating throughout the space, overwhelming the instruments within the laboratory, which exploded in succession, sending sparks flying. Above, the dormant energy focus suddenly activated, unleashing the most potent beams of energy that struck the dragon's form with precision. Simultaneously, on the ground, the energy guiding array blazed brilliantly, intertwining into an exceedingly complex energy network, rising like a prison cage. The essence of energy is flow. Forcibly halting it will only incite greater resistance. True mastery derives from guidance, not suppression. The teachings of my father flashed through Fang'ang's mind like lightning, illuminating his understanding in an instant. He deftly maneuvered his hands, akin to a conductor leading an orchestra, swiftly altering the operational mode of the energy network, transforming forceful suppression into gentle guidance, creating a cyclical energy conduit that tamed the furious energy, gently directing it back into the sealing device like a trained steed returning home. Concurrently, he adjusted the separation device to a resonance mode, perfectly synchronizing its frequency with the natural frequency of the energy magic, akin to musical resonance, dissolving conflict and fostering cooperation. The shift in strategy bore immediate fruit. The resistance of the dragon-shaped apparition receded like a receding tide, the wild green energy flowing back into the sealing device along the path constructed by Fang'ang, like weary birds returning to their nest. The separation device hummed softly, successfully capturing a small portion of the purest energy magic, akin to extracting golden essence from molten lava. The second phase, complete. Fang'ang exhaled a long, heavy breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing somewhat, yet his gaze remained serious. The third phase, purification. At this stage, he needed to refine the extracted magical energy with the meticulousness of an alchemist, undergoing countless purifications to eliminate all impurities and ultimately attain that true primordial source of power. Fang'ang dared not to exhibit even the slightest negligence, racing against time to repair the destroyed experimental apparatus, reinforcing the sealing devices and energy barriers, ensuring absolute security before he could press the button to initiate the third phase. The third phase commenced, energy purification. The purification process was protracted and torturous, lasting a full 3 days and nights. Fang'ang remained almost sleepless, akin to the most devoted sentinel, steadfastly stationed before the control panel. His eyes fixated on the fluctuating data on the screen, his fingers deftly adjusting the intricate parameters without a moment's respite. On the third night, the laboratory was enveloped in silence, save for the faint hum of various instruments. Suddenly, The purification device emitted a clear, melodious chime, akin to a celestial sound, signaling the completion of the purification. A sphere of purest energy, radiating an unprecedented golden-green luminescence, floated within the collection vessel, emanating a soft yet potent glow that illuminated Fang'ang's weary yet exhilarated visage. With a sense of relief washing over him, he exhaled deeply, allowing his top body to finally relax. He had succeeded. After a brief respite, Fang'ang suppressed his inner excitement and cautiously approached the collection vessel, meticulously examining the miraculous pure energy that had come into existence. It exhibited an unparalleled golden-green brilliance, harboring unimaginable power within. Chapter 27. Enhancement of the Tiger Talisman. In the heart of the laboratory, Fang'ang held his breath, meticulously placing the container brimming with the energy of the Holy Lord alongside the Tiger Talisman incantation within the specially designed core of the fusion array. The first phase of fusion commenced. He lowered his voice, his fingertips grazing the control panel, as the fusion array erupted into a soft blue luminescence. The golden-green radiance within the Holy Lord energy container transformed from a mere static orb into a pulsating entity, akin to a life-form awakening, slowly undulating and extricating fine tendrils that infused the Tiger Talisman incantation. The instant the first strand of golden-green energy made contact with the Tiger Talisman, the ancient sigil appeared to be instantly animated, its dormant power beginning to stir. As energy continued to flow, the transformation of the Tiger Talisman became increasingly pronounced. Initially, it merely shone brighter, but soon intricate patterns began to emerge on its surface, visibly writhing like living organisms, sometimes coalescing, at other times dispersing, imbued with an enigmatic rhythm. As the fusion array operated, the temperature within the laboratory spiraled out of control. It fluctuated from the sweltering heat of summer, causing beads of sweat to form, to the biting chill of winter, sending shivers through the air. Fang'ang furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp and intent as he meticulously monitored the subtle changes, deftly adjusting the parameters of the fusion array to ensure the flow of energy remained absolutely stable. Time, like the pulsing energy radiating within the laboratory, seemed to stretch endlessly. 3 hours passed, and when the final strand of golden-green Holy Lord energy was fully infused into the Tiger Talisman, the glow from the core of the fusion array gradually receded like a retreating tide, ultimately settling into tranquility. Fang'ang cautiously extracted the Tiger Talisman, now completed with its first phase of fusion, and gently placed it upon the detection apparatus. The appearance of the talisman had dramatically altered. Its once unadorned surface now bore intricate, flowing golden patterns, and faint tendrils of energy shimmered at its edges. It radiated a warm and subdued glow, a stark contrast to its former simplicity. However, as a series of data cascaded across the cold electronic screen of the detection apparatus, Fang'ang's furrowed brow did not relax. Instead, it deepened in concern. The energy intensity of the Tiger Talisman had indeed seen a notable enhancement, with all metrics surpassing those prior to fusion. Yet, a daunting chasm remained between this achievement and his anticipated goal, the supreme artifact capable of shaking the very fabric of the multiverse. Why is this so? Fang'ang murmured, a hint of perplexity lacing his tone. He leaned closer to the screen, his fingers swiftly gliding as he summoned the comparative energy waveform graphs from before and after the fusion of the Tiger Talisman. He meticulously scrutinized the subtle variations in each parameter, striving to unearth the elusive answer. After hours of focused inquiry, he finally discerned a glimmer of insight. Although the Holy Lord energy had invigorated the Tiger Talisman like a potent stimulant, augmenting its power significantly, it had merely enhanced the existing framework without penetrating the core, failing to fundamentally alter the energy structure of the sigil. The essence of the Tiger Talisman remains profoundly imprinted with the framework of the Dragon World's rules, akin to a meticulously crafted vessel. Even when infused with a more potent liquid, its shape and material remain unchanged, rendering it incapable of genuinely adapting to the vast ocean of Marvel's universe. Fang'ang sank into deep contemplation, akin to being ensnared within a labyrinth, his fingertips unconsciously tapping upon the table's surface. How could he enable the Tiger Talisman to transcend this limitation and achieve a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change? In his mind, he incessantly constructed and deduced various theoretical models. However, the cold calculations repeatedly proclaimed failure, with all attempts seemingly mired in a stalemate. At that moment, a fragment of memory suddenly illuminated his mind, a recollection belonging to Dr. Doom, regarding an ancient and enigmatic theory of magical artifact transformation. Doom had posited that to fundamentally alter the essence of a magical item, one could not merely enhance its energy level but must delve into its foundational structure, akin to reshaping the skeleton of a masterpiece, bestowing it with a new life. The key to achieving this, perhaps, lay in deconstruction and reconstruction. This sudden recollection, akin to a lighthouse piercing through the fog, instantly illuminated Fang'ang's thoughts. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the remaining 11 talismans, each harboring distinctly formidable powers. A near-mad idea. like a seed bursting forth from the earth, proliferated wildly within his mind. Since mere energy infusion could not alter the essence of the Tiger Talisman, what if he were to integrate the inherent powers of other talismans into it, at the cost of deconstructing the others, thereby reshaping the foundational structure of the Tiger Talisman? This implied that he would need to personally dismantle the remaining 11 talismans and channel their unique essence, akin to disassembling and reassembling, entirely into the Tiger Talisman, culminating in an unprecedented talisman fusion. Fang'ang solemnly retrieved the remaining 11 talismans. He meticulously arranged them on the cold workbench, the 12 talismans lined up in a row, each radiating a unique glow. The Ox Talisman represented boundless strength, the Rabbit Talisman symbolized ultimate speed, and the Snake Talisman endowed the power of concealment. Each talisman was an indispensable component of the magical system within the dragon world, encapsulating the wisdom and power of ancient civilizations. This decision was not an easy one for Fang'ang. These talismans were not merely powerful magical objects. They also symbolized the long history and brilliant culture of the dragon world. To destroy them was akin to erasing a segment of civilization's memory, severing ties with the past. He could almost envision his mentor stroking his beard, earnestly teaching him the intricacies of elemental magic. Fang'ang paced slowly in the silent laboratory, his steps heavy and hesitant, the scales of his heart continually wavering. Ultimately, as if resolutely committing to a decision, he approached the desk, picked up a pen, and solemnly inscribed a line on the blank page of his experimental log. For the sake of a greater balance, sacrifices must be made. As the tip of the pen glided across the surface of the paper, and the final word was inscribed, Fang'ang experienced an ineffable sense of release, akin to bidding a painful farewell to his former self. With solemnity, he closed the weighty experimental journal and sighed softly into the air. A sigh imbued with both an apology and a farewell to that distant world, as well as a steadfast hope and expectation for the future. With the decision made, there was no turning back. Fang'ang reigned in all his complex emotions, his gaze sharpening with focus. He immediately immersed himself in a new endeavor, devising an intricate and sophisticated extraction array for the essence of spells, far more complex than the previous fusion array. This extraction array required the simultaneous handling of energies from 12 talismans, ensuring absolute stability during the energy conversion process. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to the collapse of the entire experiment. He masterfully integrated the profound runes of the Marvel Magic Array with the ancient principles of elemental magic, creating an unprecedentedly intricate magical structure. After countless calculations and simulations, the extraction array finally materialized in his hands. This innovative array occupied nearly half of the laboratory's space, resembling a colossal web of energy. With a reserved space at its center for the Tiger Talisman, encircled by 11 energy nodes, akin to stars orbiting a moon, tightly surrounding the central talisman. Each node was meticulously inscribed with specific runes, forming a mysterious energetic resonance with the Tiger Talisman at the center, surrounding the entire formation. The soul sealing device of the Holy Master was ingeniously positioned in a special location, with the Holy Master's soul becoming the core hub of the entire energy transformation. At the moment the extraction array was activated, the intricate runes on the ground suddenly illuminated, bursting forth with a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining to form an extraordinarily complex energy network. These energy lines pulsated rhythmically, not at rest, but rather, like the veins of a living organism, contracting and expanding, as if the entire array had transformed into a colossal entity with breath and pulse. The pathway of energy flow was distinctly visible. Energy emanating from each talisman node flowed like a gentle stream, first converging towards the outer soul sealing device of the Holy Master, where it underwent a mysterious transformation and refinement, before surging back towards the central Tiger Talisman like rivers returning to the sea. With everything in readiness, Fang'ang once again stood before the extraction array, inhaling deeply, the air tinged with a faint energy fluctuation. Now, he was faced with yet another crucial decision. The first talisman to be extracted would determine the course of the entire experiment. After a brief, yet careful deliberation, he ultimately chose the Dragon Talisman. The dragon, amongst the 12 zodiac signs, symbolizes supreme authority. If he could successfully merge the power of the Dragon Talisman, it would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for the subsequent talisman integrations. With utmost caution, Fang'ang grasped the Dragon Talisman, which radiated a crimson glow. A warm sensation coursed through his fingertips, and he could distinctly perceive the immense energy contained within the talisman, akin to a dormant volcano poised for eruption. This may well be his final moment to engage with the Dragon Talisman in its complete form. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, and gently placed the Dragon Talisman into the first node of the extraction array. Subsequently, he retreated to the control console, his eyes firmly fixed upon the central Tiger Talisman of the array, commencing the initial fusion of the talismans. Fang'ang's voice resonated with gravitas as he pressed the activation button, akin to triggering the switch of fate. The extraction array was instantly set ablaze with vitality. The runes glimmered as if a volcanic eruption had occurred, enveloping the entire laboratory in a radiant glow. The node housing the dragon talisman emanated a brilliant crimson light, pulsating with energy as it began to tremble, producing a low, resonant hum, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon on the verge of awakening. As the extraction process advanced, the vibrations of the dragon talisman intensified, the red light swelling like an expanding balloon, nearly solidifying it, as if a fiery dragon were poised to break free from its talismanic confines and soar into the heavens. The atmosphere within the laboratory abruptly became sweltering. The energy fluctuations conjured invisible whirlwinds that swirled around the extraction array at an accelerated pace. The intricate instruments affixed to the walls emitted a distressing buzz, their energy readings skyrocketing erratically, the needles oscillating violently. At the zenith of this energy accumulation, the dragon talisman released a clear, melodious roar, though not overwhelmingly loud. The sound transcended time and space, echoing from the ancient primordial realms, imbued with a terrifying majesty and unparalleled power. Soon after, the hard surface of the dragon talisman began to reveal fine cracks, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Vivid red energy seeped from the fissures, coalescing in the air into a miniature energy dragon that swirled and danced with life. This energy dragon circled the vast extraction array, and as if guided by some mysterious force, it soared towards the sealing device of the Saint Lord's soul, situated at the periphery of the array. Within the sealing device, the previously tranquil green energy began to roil violently, akin to a deep pool disturbed by a massive stone, emitting low, thunderous growls as it sensed the presence of the dragon's power, both of the same origin yet utterly distinct. The convergence of these two energies was fated, producing a peculiar resonance. The red dragon energy intertwined with the green energy of the Saint Lord, merging and coalescing to create an unprecedented, novel energy form that bore the fervor and majesty of the dragon, coupled with the enigmatic and sinister essence of the Saint Lord. This newly fused energy, obedient as a soldier to its command, began to flow gradually along the preordained pathways of the extraction array towards the central tiger talisman. As it approached the tiger talisman like a gentle stream, the talisman, akin to a parched land greeting a long-awaited rain, erupted with an extraordinary brilliance, greedily absorbing this energy imbued with the dual essence of destruction and creation. The entire process of energy absorption lasted approximately 10 minutes. As the last trace of energy was devoured by the tiger talisman, the once resplendent dragon talisman shattered completely, resembling a burnt-out candle, disintegrating into a heap of dim, lifeless dust that scattered upon the node. The formidable power it once harbored had vanished entirely. Fang'ang held his breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the transformation of the tiger talisman. Having absorbed the essence of the dragon talisman, the surface of the tiger talisman began to manifest fiery red patterns, intertwining and merging with the original golden designs, culminating in a new, intricate, and enigmatic motif. More significantly, the energy fluctuations emanating from the tiger talisman underwent a qualitative transformation. It no longer exhibited the previous singular balance of attributes, but evolved into something more complex and profound, akin to a fathomless black hole, concealing immeasurable potential. The first fusion of talismans was a resounding success. Chapter 28. The unification of 12. The successful fusion of the dragon talisman. The triumphant integration of the dragon talisman surged through Fang'ang like a potent elixir of confidence, invigorating his spirit. He gazed intently at the center of the extraction array, where the tiger talisman had shed its initial golden hue, its edges now subtly tinged with a faint crimson, a preliminary manifestation of the dragon talisman's formidable power. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. The experiment had succeeded. The flawless amalgamation of the dragon talisman silently attested to the validity of his theories. Yet, 10 more talismans awaited fusion, akin to ascending a steep mountain, where each step bore paramount significance. With a deep breath, Fang'ang initiated the second phase of integration, his voice barely above a whisper. His fingertips danced swiftly across the console, meticulously adjusting the parameters of the extraction array in preparation for the impending sequential fusions. The ethereal blue glow of the console illuminated his focused profile, while the laboratory instruments emitted a gentle hum. In this critical juncture of energy extraction and fusion, the significance of the sacred master's soul sealing device was unequivocal. It functioned as a sophisticated energy converter, essential for transforming the unique powers of each talisman into a form that the tiger talisman could assimilate and absorb. Fang'ang's gaze fell upon the sealing device. After the dragon talisman's incorporation, the state of the sacred master's soul had indeed undergone subtle changes. The once turbulent energy, leaping like green flames, had calmed considerably, though its verdancy had dimmed slightly, as if some of its primordial essence had been siphoned away. The fusion of the dragon talisman had, indeed, drawn away from the source of the sacred master's soul. More intriguingly, within the sealing device, a miniature vortex of energy was gradually taking shape, resembling a voracious black hole that expanded as the fusion progressed, slowly becoming the core of the entire energy transformation process, voraciously consuming and transmuting all incoming energy. He delicately grasped the rabbit talisman and placed it into the second node. The rabbit, a symbol of speed and agility. Fang'ang activated the extraction array once more. And this time the rabbit talisman seemed to sense the call. It began to vibrate at a high frequency, erupting in a dazzling white light. Unlike the earth-shattering roar of the dragon talisman, the rabbit talisman shattered in silence. It transformed into a swift and brilliant beam of white light, akin to a liberated sprite, tracing a series of dazzling afterimages in the air, leaping gracefully within the laboratory like an actual rabbit. The white light moved with such velocity that the naked eye could scarcely capture it, only glimpsing the fleeting shadows darting through the extraction array. Ultimately and precisely entering the Sacred Master's soul sealing device. The vortex of the Sacred Master's soul greedily ensnared this beam of white light, spinning rapidly as it shredded, decomposed, and reformed it, finally distilling a pure, more refined energy form that silently infused the Tiger Talisman. The Tiger Talisman ravenously absorbed this surge of speed energy, its surface patterns subtly acquiring a pristine white hue, intertwining with the previously existing reds and golds, rendering the already intricate and mysterious designs even more profound and enigmatic. Next came the Snake Talisman. The snake, emblematic of stealth and wisdom, approached fusion in a manner that mirrored its own essence, imbued with an air of secrecy. The extraction array was activated, yet the serpent talisman lay dormant, exhibiting no discernible energy fluctuations, resembling a cold stone, utterly unresponsive. However, Fang'ang's gaze was keen, meticulously scrutinizing every corner, and at last, he detected a hint of anomaly, a nearly transparent green mist, akin to the gentlest sigh, silently seeping through the crevices of the serpent talisman, imperceptibly merging with the soul-sealing device of the Lord, unnoticed by all. In stark contrast, the dog talisman manifested a completely different spectacle. It radiated a warm and gentle yellow light, akin to a loyal sentinel, instantly dispelling the somewhat oppressive atmosphere of the laboratory, much like the sunlight of a winter afternoon, flooding the space with a comforting warmth. This light bore no hint of aggression, yet encompassed a profound, substantial power, reminiscent of the Earth's nurturing embrace, gentle yet resolute. As this warm energy surged into the Tiger Talisman, the intricate patterns upon its surface seemed to awaken, beginning to undulate slowly, becoming more vivid, subtly exhibiting a peculiar three-dimensionality. As if poised to leap from the plane, the integration of the Monkey Talisman resembled a magical performance fraught with unpredictable twists, brimming with astonishing surprises. At the moment of its shattering, the released energy surged forth like a wild stallion, ferocious and chaotic, continuously morphing. At times, it coalesced into a blazing flame, scorching the surrounding air. At others, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, rending the fabric of space, and in an instant, it became an elusive breeze, caressing the skin. The capricious nature of the Monkey Talisman's energy rendered the conversion process exceptionally intricate, causing the Lord's soul vortex to tremble restlessly. Fang'ang had to concentrate intensely, continually adjusting the parameters of the extraction array, cautiously steering this tempestuous force to ensure a stable transformation of energy, ultimately absorbed by the Tiger Talisman. With each talisman that merged, the transformation of the Tiger Talisman became increasingly pronounced, as if a slumbering life was gradually awakening. Initially, the surface of the talisman merely displayed flowing streams of energy in various colors, akin to several unrelated rivers of hue, aimlessly intertwining upon the golden surface. Yet gradually, these energy streams began to adopt an orderly nature, not haphazardly piled together, but rather adhering to some arcane principle, entwining and merging, eventually forming a complex yet harmonious pattern of energy, seamlessly integrated. Fang'ang's focus was unwavering, akin to the most precise instrument. As he diligently observed the trajectories of these energy flows, seeking to uncover the hidden mysteries within, he astutely noted that the energy streams commenced a rhythmic rotation. Initially subtle and difficult to perceive, yet as the integration deepened, the tendency of this rotation became increasingly apparent and rapid. The energy streams gradually differentiated into two distinctly contrasting colors. One, a pure and luminous white, akin to sacred light, symbolizing brightness and righteousness. The other, a profound and shadowy black, resembling an endless abyss, emblematic of darkness and malevolence. However, these two diametrically opposed energies are not irreconcilable, nor do they exist in stark opposition. Rather, they manifest a peculiar relationship of interdependence and transformation. Within the flow of white energy, faint black particles subtly intermingle, akin to stars in the daylight. Conversely, within the stream of black energy, weak white points flicker, resembling fireflies in the night. They intertwine and permeate each other, chasing and merging, reminiscent of the primordial yin and yang in the cosmos, perpetually alive and cyclically renewing. The moment the seventh talisman, designed for healing and purification, melded into the Tiger Talisman, An astonishing transformation occurred. The energy flow on the surface of the Tiger Talisman seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, suddenly accelerating in a whirl. With the black and white energies darting like fish, swiftly gliding across the talisman's surface, intertwining and blending, revealing a vivid Taiji pattern before Fang'ang's eyes. The contrast of black and white, the interplay of yin and yang. This Taiji emblem is not a static image, but rather a dynamic, ceaseless rotation, where the energies of black and white pursue and transform into one another, embodying a profound interconnection. At the heart of the white area lies a small black dot. Similarly, at the center of the black region, there exists a minute white point. This encapsulates the core philosophy of the Taiji diagram, the presence of yin within yang and vice versa, the seeds of darkness hidden within light, and the sparks of brightness concealed within darkness, illustrating the cyclical interplay of yin and yang. The laboratory environment also underwent a strange transformation alongside the metamorphosis of the Tiger Talisman. Temperature and humidity began to manifest periodic fluctuations, alternately sweltering like summer and frigid like winter, while light oscillated between brightness and darkness, akin to the swift succession of day and night. Even more astonishingly, various objects within the laboratory appeared to be influenced by a mysterious force, gently floating before descending, creating a peculiar rhythm of repetition. Fang'ang stood transfixed before the extraction array, gazing at this unimaginable spectacle, his heart profoundly shaken. The interplay of yin and yang, the rightful place of all things. True power lies not in destruction, but in balance, he murmured, as if deciphering the essence of the universe. The Tiger Talisman was undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis, transcending its original limitations of power, evolving towards a higher form of energy. This was not merely a simple accumulation of the 12 Talismans' powers, but rather a qualitative leap. This encapsulates the core mystery of the world of Chenglong. Fang'ang spoke softly, his voice imbued with reverence and enlightenment. Balance is not a static silence, but a dynamic flow of cycles. It is not the eradication of opposition, but the harmonious coexistence of contradictions. He gathered his focus and continued the fusion of the remaining talismans. The ensuing process of fusion unfolded effortlessly, each integration further clarifying and stabilizing the Taiji pattern on the surface of the Tiger Talisman, enhancing the flow of energy to be more harmonious and fluid, akin to the meticulous craftsmanship of an exquisite masterpiece. The final talisman, the most unique among the 12, is the Mouse Talisman, embodying the extraordinary power to transform stillness into motion and bestow life. As the last vestige of energy is completely absorbed by the Tiger Talisman, it seems as though the entire laboratory's radiance has been consumed. The Tiger Talisman, or rather this entirely new divine artifact, quietly hovers at the center of the extraction array, emanating a soft yet profound glow, both mysterious and awe-inspiring. Its form has undergone a radical metamorphosis, now strikingly distinct from the original Tiger Talisman. Chapter 29. The divine artifact's recognition of its master. This sacred object, embodying the essence of 12 incantations in the energy of the Holy Lord, floated silently at the center of the extraction array, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers through the heart. Yet, Fang'ang understood that this was not the culmination of his journey. Just as scaling a lofty peak, the final ascent is often the most arduous. At this moment, he gazed upon the daunting path that lay ahead. The last step, the most crucial step. Fang'ang murmured softly, his eyes fixed with intensity upon the swirling vortex of energy. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of excitement within him. Although this divine artifact had taken form, it remained an unclaimed entity, harboring a ferocious power that could easily lash back at its master if mishandled. To truly harness this force, he must complete the final rite of recognition. The question lingered in Fang'ang's mind. How does one recognize a master for such a divine object? He perused the magical tomes left by Doom and revisited the legends within the dragon world regarding the recognition of incantations, seeking answers from the faintest traces. Through comparative study, he uncovered a remarkable commonality. Truly powerful magical artifacts often demand a price from their wielders, establishing a profound connection through soul or blood. This was not merely a declaration of ownership, it was a deep intertwining of destinies. Fang'ang inscribed this thought in his experimental journal, his pen moving with solemnity. Once the recognition was complete, my fate would be irrevocably entwined with that of this divine artifact. He had already made his decision. A bold recognition ritual took shape within his mind. The essence of the ritual was soul resonance, using his own soul as a medium to forge an inseparable bond with the divine object, allowing it to fully accept his soul's imprint and thereby become the true master of this treasured relic. As night fell, the hour of midnight approached quietly. Fang'ang chose this moment of yin and yang convergence to commence the ritual. He adjusted the parameters of the fusion array, transforming it into the vessel for the recognition rite. As the fusion array gradually activated, the atmosphere within the laboratory grew heavy and oppressive, the air seemingly solidifying. Energy waves surged like a silent tide, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky, deep and unpredictable. The temperature fluctuated erratically, light shifting from bright to dim. Within this realm, he felt as though he were suspended between reality and illusion. Fang'ang's expression turned grave as he stepped into the center of the fusion array. Carefully cradling the swirling energy vortex, the former tiger talisman had now metamorphosed into a sacred entity transcending mere incantations. He closed his eyes, casting aside distractions, and began to guide the primordial energy within him. His breathing slowed and elongated, reminiscent of ancient ritualistic chants, as the energy within him began to flow along mysterious trajectories. This was a meditative secret art rooted in the ancient East, designed to aid him in delving deep into his soul, reaching the very depths of consciousness. As his meditation deepened, Fang'ang entered a state of ethereal clarity. His consciousness seemed to break free from the shackles of the corporeal realm. Ascending into an infinite void where his senses expanded without limit, he perceived the essence of his soul, a resplendent orb of golden energy, pure and potent, encapsulating all his memories, emotions, and will. This stream of golden soul energy gently overflowed from the center of his brow, resembling golden threads that connected to the divine object cradled in his palms. This was not merely a flicker of energy, it was the testament of Fang'ang's existence, his singular soul imprint. The moment the golden energy touched the divine object, Fang'ang felt a shudder run through his entire being, as though his soul had been struck by a heavy hammer, resonating deeply. In an instant, his senses were magnified infinitely, allowing him to perceive the tremors of each cell, the flow of energy within him, and even the sound of blood coursing through his veins. The resonance of souls had commenced. However, the initial resonance was unstable. The golden energy and the vortex of the divine object's energy occasionally merged and at other times repelled each other, as if engaged in an invisible tug-of-war. Fang'ang distinctly sensed that the divine object was testing him, evaluating his worthiness to become its master. This trial was fraught with unknown peril. Each fusion and collision of energy felt like a dagger scraping against his bones, sending waves of agonizing pain through his soul. Yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute as rock, unwaveringly guiding his soul imprint to engage in this arduous and profound communion with the divine object. As if sensing Fang'ang's unwavering determination, the energy vortex of the divine object abruptly accelerated, unleashing a deeper and more formidable resonance that surged forth, unstoppable. Fang'ang felt his consciousness being violently drawn into the very core of the divine object, while simultaneously, the consciousness of the object surged into the vast ocean of his soul. Within this bidirectional channel of soul merging, Fang'ang unreservedly opened the inner sanctum of his heart to the divine object, revealing his past, present, and his yearning and aspirations for the future. In return, the divine object responded in silent language, unveiling to him the ancient history of the 12 runes, dark fragments of the memories of the Holy Master, and the boundless potential it harbored. This was a communion that transcended language, a collision of pure consciousness and emotion, a dialogue between souls. Fang'ang sensed the primordial essence from the inception of the runes, the profound and malevolent power of the Holy Master, and the fervent desire of this newly birthed divine object for balance. As the resonance deepened, the energy vortex of the divine object and Fang'ang's soul imprint finally merged completely, indistinguishable from one another. Boom! A dazzling radiance erupted suddenly from the center of their fusion, illuminating the entire laboratory and piercing through the sturdy walls of the castle, soaring into the heavens. In the tranquil night sky of Latvia, it formed a brilliant and extraordinary beam of light, akin to a miraculous manifestation that left hearts shaken. As the light gradually dissipated, a brand new divine object quietly hovered before Fang'ang. It was no longer a fixed form, but rather a constantly flowing, shape-shifting mass of energy, exhibiting a mysterious semi-transparent state. At the heart of the energy cloud lies a miniature cosmic vortex, where black and white energies intertwine, flow, and transmute, giving rise to countless intricate yet harmonious patterns. The form of this enigmatic entity is not static. At times it coalesces into a flawless Taiji symbol, starkly contrasting in its yin and yang. At other moments, it transforms into myriad tiny points of light, forming complex geometric structures akin to a miniature galaxy, and at times, it morphs into a flowing torrent of energy, reminiscent of the star rivers within the cosmos. Regardless of its transformations, it perpetually maintains a perfect equilibrium. This balance is not a state of stasis, but a dynamic harmony that persists amidst continual change. Fang'ang reached out to touch this mystical object, feeling a peculiar texture that was both solid and liquid, yet more akin to a state that exists between matter and energy. Through a resonant communion with the spirit of this artifact, Fang'ang began to comprehend its capabilities and attributes. This extraordinary object has transcended the realm of magical items, evolving into an instrument of cosmic laws that can directly influence and manipulate the fundamental rules of the universe. Its core ability is balance, yet it seems to harbor an immense potential waiting to be explored. Moreover, in a delightful twist, the artifact has inherited all the powers of the 12 Talismans, manifesting them in a purer and more potent form. More significantly, this object has forged an ineffable and profound connection with the cosmic principles. It is not merely a tool but a tangible embodiment of the laws of universal balance. Through it, Fang'ang can delve deeper into the essence of the multiverse, perceiving the subtle interconnections and nuances between different universes, and even reaching towards higher dimensional existences. In a sense, this artifact represents a higher state of being. A perfect amalgamation of matter, energy, and consciousness. It embodies the eternal cycle of opposites and unity, order within chaos, and permanence amidst change. It is not just an object, but a symbol, an embodiment of the Tao. Fang'ang gazed at this unfathomable entity before him, his thoughts swirling. As a name gradually surfaced in his mind, Yuanheng. He softly uttered this name, his voice tinged with a hint of inquiry and anticipation. Yuan, signifying origin, beginning, and foundation, implies that this object touches the primal forces of the universe. Heng, representing balance, measurement, and standard, symbolizes its core characteristic. Together, Yuanheng conveys the concept of the balance of origins, which can also be understood as the balance of the cosmos, perfectly encapsulating the essence and significance of this extraordinary artifact. With the name firmly established, Yuanheng appeared to undergo a mysterious transcendence, emanating a softer, deeper radiance. Fang'ang distinctly felt an intangible rapport silently forming between him and Yuanheng, as if they were in perfect sync, communicating on a profound level, acknowledging his ownership. Yuanheng, return, Fang'ang softly called, while gradually extending his right hand, palm facing upward. Yuanheng instantaneously responded to his call, transforming into a radiant stream of light that swiftly merged into the palm of his hand. Subsequently, it coursed along his meridians, flowing into the source sea within him, the core reservoir of his magical power and life force. The moment Yuanheng integrated with the source sea, a wave of warm and formidable energy surged through his being, purifying his flesh and nourishing his soul, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of strength and comfort. Furthermore, this merging brought about an unforeseen transformation. Fang'ang distinctly sensed the establishment of an extraordinary direct connection with the entirety of the universe. He could vividly perceive the myriad energy fluctuations within the Marvel universe, subtle as the rhythm of breath and grand as the collision of nebulae. As if the very pulse of the cosmos throbbed at his fingertips, clear and potent. Approaching the window, he beheld the resplendent starry sky of Latvia. The stars twinkled like countless blinking eyes, revealing to him the endless mysteries and infinite possibilities that lay beyond. Chapter 30. A glimpse into Yuanheng. With a mere flick of his fingertips, a cluster of flames erupted spontaneously in his palm. Ever since the completion of the bonding ritual, this divine artifact, which encapsulates the essence of 12 spells and the energy of the Holy Master, had become intertwined with his soul. At this moment, Fang'ang's thoughts surged, eagerly yearning to unveil the enigmatic veil of Yuanheng. This was no ordinary flame. Stripped of all magical complexities and reliance on external forces, it was a pure manifestation of energy, independent of any fuel or dimension seeking even the slightest assistance. Unlike the lengthy preambles and intricate rituals of traditional magic, the energy manipulation of Yuanheng flowed as naturally as breathing. Wherever his thoughts led, the power followed suit. The flames danced playfully at his fingertips, and in an instant, the searing heat dissipated, transforming into a floating orb of azure water. But just as swiftly, the water ripples faded, replaced by violent arcs of electricity crackling between his fingers. Ultimately, all energy coalesced, crystallizing into a translucent shard of ice, radiating an intense chill. The finesse of this energy manipulation vastly surpassed that of the Marvel magical system. Fang'ang whispered, attuning himself to the resonances emanating from within Yuanheng and the depths of the source sea. Traditional magicians relied on the forces of dimensions, bound by the will of dimensional sovereigns, whereas the power bestowed upon him by Yuanheng was derived solely from within, unshackled by any external constraints, purer and more efficient. He brought his hands together, and as the blazing flames met the frigid ice crystal, one would expect them to annihilate each other instantaneously. For water and fire are inherently incompatible. Yet, under the harmonization of Yuanheng, they coexisted in a peculiar state of balance. Energy accumulating between them while maintaining a delicate equilibrium, refraining from eruption. Suddenly parting his hands, the amassed energy surged forth, erupting into a visible shockwave that shattered a massive boulder ahead, sending debris flying and a fierce wind rushing towards him. Intriguing indeed. A faint smile graced Fang'ang's lips. The power of Yuanheng was far from limited. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the void, meticulously sensing the structural intricacies of the surrounding space. With the aid of Yuanheng, every wrinkle and vein of the space became vividly apparent, as if unfurling a meticulously woven three-dimensional lattice, every detail laid bare. Focusing on a high ground 100 meters away, he silently intoned, transfer. In an instant, the world contorted violently. Fang'ang felt as though he were being compressed into an infinitesimal point by an unseen force, only to burst apart moments later, reshaping his senses. When his awareness sharpened once more, he found himself standing atop the targeted elevation. The entire process was swift and soundless, taking less than a second. This was not the traditional form of teleportation, but rather a reweaving and reshaping of spatial rules, omitting the process and erasing the trajectory, as if the starting point and endpoint were intrinsically linked by a single thread. The potential for spatial transfer was boundless. Fang'ang pondered. This ability could serve not only for evasion during combat, but also for exploring perilous realms and executing rapid rescues, wherever his perception could reach. It could become a destination achieved in the blink of an eye. His gaze settled upon a complex mineral nestled in the corner. Fang'ang extended his hand, and the surface of the mineral shimmered with a delicate luminescence. Delicate energy tendrils, akin to living entities, sprawled across its surface, weaving an intricate web of light. As these energy strands penetrated deeper, the mineral began to tremble gently, revealing fine cracks on its surface, not through brute force, but rather through an exquisite and orderly disintegration. Accompanied by a soft hum, the mineral disintegrated under the guidance of an invisible force, breaking apart into various forms of pure elements. Metallic particles glimmered with a chilling silver sheen, gaseous elements danced like colorful whirlpools, and crystalline structures floated in midair, resembling intricate geometric art, sharp-edged and crystal clear. Fang'ang could distinctly perceive the intrinsic properties and essential characteristics of each element. This profound understanding fundamentally altered his perception of the material world, as if he had unraveled the mysteries of all creations. He realized that this ability could not only be employed to analyze unknown substances, but also to explore the vulnerabilities of materials and, indeed, to conjure entirely new materials from nothingness. Next, he proceeded to test his defensive capabilities. Fang'ang spoke softly, guiding the power of Yuan-Hang to coalesce at the surface of his body. In an instant, an invisible energy membrane enveloped him quietly. This near-transparent energy shield snugly adhered to his skin, revealing only a faint rainbow-hued aura at specific angles of light, thin as a gossamer wing yet remarkably resilient. Fang'ang raised his hand, summoning a fierce flame and directing it towards himself. At the moment the flame made contact with the shield, it did not bounce away. Instead, it melded into the shield as silently as a stone sinking into the sea, transforming into a portion of the shield's energy, thus augmenting its defensive strength. He consecutively tested extreme frost, high-voltage currents, and even sharp physical attacks, with each assault met with the same outcome. All were absorbed or deftly deflected by the shield, leaving no energy wasted. To ascertain the limits of his defense, Fang'ang elevated his energy output to a perilous threshold. He conjured a dazzling energy beam that shot towards the shield with the precision of a laser. The surface of the shield rippled visibly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, yet its core defense remained impervious and unwavering. However, Fang'ang distinctly sensed the energy within the source was rapidly depleting, cascading out like a flood, a stark reminder that the strength of the shield was ultimately constrained by his own energy reserves. Were it not for this limitation, such a defense could render him nearly invincible. Fang'ang pondered, recognizing this as a testament to the power of Yuan-Hang, yet also a reflection of its inherent limitations. He then shifted to test Yuan-Hang's soul perception abilities, effortlessly penetrating material barriers with his consciousness, spreading like an invisible specter, omnipresent. He keenly captured the emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, discerning the subtlest shifts in their psyche. Within the confines of the laboratory, a small white mouse was ensnared in its cage, restlessly pacing to and fro. Fang'ang perceived its emotional turmoil as a roiling mass of crimson energy, surging violently within its diminutive form. He endeavored to gently channel the power of Yuan-Hang, projecting a soothing illusion of tranquility towards the mouse. Remarkably, its emotional state transformed instantaneously. The turbulent red energy coalesced into a serene blue hue, visibly calming, as it ceased its frantic movements and nestled quietly in a corner. This extraordinary ability led Fang'ang to realize that Yuan-Hang could not only sense emotions, but could also, akin to a master tuner, influence and guide them to a certain extent. However, what captivated Fang'ang's imagination the most was the power of sealing and control inherent in Yuan-Hang. His prior studies in the arcane arts predominantly revolved around the concepts of sealing and control, granting him profound insights in this domain. With a subtle gesture of his hand, an intricate array of energy lines began to unfurl in the void, forming an enigmatic sealing formation. This formation was woven from countless strands of energy, as fine as a hair, layered and interlaced in a complex tapestry, creating an almost perfect energy closed loop. Visually, it resembled a slowly rotating golden sphere, suffused with a myriad of flickering runes and geometric patterns, each rune pulsating with a semblance of life, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Between the energy lines, countless micro-energy nodes emerged, intricately connected to form a meticulously woven energy network. As the sealing formation reached its culmination, a gentle yet potent golden radiance erupted forth, illuminating the entire laboratory in an instant. Fang'ang acutely sensed that the essence contained within the formation was not one of destruction, but rather a regulatory force akin to a dam, designed to limit and constrain. This array could effectively regulate the flow of energy in its target, and to a certain degree, stifle the manifestation of its abilities, akin to shackling one's power. The efficacy and precision of this sealing had ascended to unprecedented heights. Even more astonishing was Fang'ang's ability to tailor different types of seals to suit the unique characteristics of various targets, achieving a truly adaptable and versatile approach to sealing. However, after consecutively employing numerous advanced abilities, he felt the energy within his reservoir rapidly deplete, an unparalleled fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave, eroding his consciousness. He was compelled to lean against the frigid wall, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his complexion paling slightly. Though the power of Hung was formidable, it was not without cost. Its entire reservoir of strength derived from the energy of the user, with energy expenditure escalating in proportion to the potency and complexity of the ability employed. This was an unavoidable consequence. Fang'ang murmured to himself, in this world, nothing powerful exists without reason. Every ounce of strength acquired demands an equivalent sacrifice. After a brief respite, as the fatigue receded slightly, Fang'ang once again gazed at the ever-shifting form of Hung cradled in his palm. He was acutely aware that what he had glimpsed was but the merest fragment of the secrets held by the Hung. The true potency encapsulated within this divine artifact far exceeded imagination, resembling an expansive and boundless ocean, of which he had merely dipped his fingertips into the surface, feeling but a trace of its chill. Each capability of the Hung harbored infinite depth and breadth, awaiting his relentless exploration and continual excavation. Elemental manipulation, spatial transference, material decomposition, defensive barriers, soul perception, seal control. Fang'ang silently cataloged the abilities he had already unearthed in his mind, yet this was merely the inception. The genuine mysteries of the Hung lay dormant in the depths of the fog, yearning to be awakened. He sensed an increasingly profound resonance between it and his own soul, a unique confidence and anticipation quietly blossoming within him. This was not merely a formidable weapon, it was a key to higher realms, a gateway to the very essence of the universe. Chapter 31. The path of balanced sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Fang'ang's face. After a night of repose, the source of energy within him had become abundant, coursing silently through his being. The radiance of the Yuan Hung in his palm grew increasingly soft yet vibrant. Today was the day to test the prowess of his Yuan Hung. In the center of the laboratory, an array of material samples stood still, ranging from ordinary steel to specially crafted vibration gold alloy. From the hardness of diamond to the flexibility of nanomaterials. He slowly extended his right hand, his thoughts weaving like fine threads around his fingertips, guiding the power from the depths of his source. Initially, only faint points of light flickered at his fingertips, but as Fang'ang concentrated, these points gradually coalesced, solidifying into a delicate strand of energy as fine as a hair. This energy line exhibited an extraordinary spectrum of colors, not merely a single hue, but a constantly shifting array, from profound violet to radiant gold, culminating in pure white light, resembling a miniature rainbow. Even more astonishing was how the air surrounding the energy line appeared to be distorted by an unseen force, light refracting to create a peculiar visual effect. With a mere thought, the energy line sliced through the air with silent precision, targeting the first objective, an ordinary steel plate. Upon contact, there were no anticipated sparks, nor deafening explosions. The steel plate seemed as if it were cleaved by an invisible blade, parting silently with edges as smooth as a mirror. Excellent. Fang'ang's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the next target, an exceptionally hard diamond. As the energy line approached the diamond, the scenario changed. Fang'ang slightly increased the energy output, and the colors of the energy line became more concentrated, the rainbow hues fading to culminate in pure white. The diamond's resistance lasted but a fleeting moment, before it was ruthlessly sliced apart, the cut remaining flawless. The final challenge lay in a piece of specially crafted vibration gold alloy, renowned for its near-invincible defensive capabilities. Fang'ang once more heightened the intensity of the energy line. This time, it became extraordinarily refined, even finer than a hair, yet the surrounding space twisted more violently, consuming the ambient light and hinting at the terrifying energy contained within. Upon contact with the vibration gold alloy, a silent confrontation erupted. The energy of the Yuan Hung dismantled the alloy's defenses at a molecular level. This microcosmic battle lasted mere seconds, ultimately revealing a minute crack upon the surface of the seemingly indestructible alloy. The crack spread rapidly like a spider's web, eventually cleaving the entire piece of alloy asunder. Truly astounding. Fang'ang withdrew the energy line, assessing the condition of the source within him. The energy expenditure was far less than anticipated. This remarkably precise method of attack showcased an astonishing efficiency, every ounce of power wielded like a scalpel, applied with precision to the most critical points, leaving no energy wasted. He continued to amplify his energy output, the energy threads at his fingertips becoming increasingly solidified, while the surrounding space warped more intensely, even faintly exhibiting a black hole-like devouring effect. When he directed this energy thread towards the specially designed wall of the laboratory, It penetrated effortlessly, leaving behind a profoundly dark and unfathomable charred hole that sent shivers down one's spine. This precise cutting capability could transform into an invisible scalpel in real combat. Fang'ang contemplated that whether in direct confrontation or covert assassination, it would become his sharpest weapon. Next, he shifted his focus to testing his area attack capability. In stark contrast to precise cutting, area attacks required the diffusion and coverage of energy, representing an entirely different application of power. Fang'ang slowly raised both hands, palms facing outward, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the fluctuations of the source sea. This time, the energy no longer concentrated into a line but rippled outward like a calm lake disturbed by a gentle breeze. When the energy waves expanded to a certain range, Fang'ang's thoughts shifted abruptly, and from the center of the waves, two distinctly different colors emerged. One half transformed into a frigid ice blue, exuding an oppressive chill, while the other morphed into a blazing fiery red, radiating waves of heat. Remarkably, under his control, the extreme forces of ice and fire perfectly separated, clearly distinct, yet harmoniously coexisting in opposition. Where the ice blue waves touched, everything instantaneously crystallized into ice, with translucent frost flowers rapidly spreading to cover all. Conversely, where the red waves passed, roaring flames ignited, swiftly consuming everything and turning it to ash. Even more astonishing was that when the same object was simultaneously touched by both waves, the powers of ice and fire intriguingly reached a balance, neither freezing nor igniting, but maintaining their original state as if safeguarded by some mysterious force, impervious to any influence. The key to control lay in the precise projection of will. Fang'ang murmured to himself, deep in thought, gradually grasping the essence of this area attack. He realized that the range attack of Yuan Heng was not merely a chaotic release of energy but a tangible embodiment of the user's will, requiring immense mental focus and acute sensitivity to the flow of energy to achieve mastery. He began to experiment with altering the shape of the waves, distorting them until they ultimately formed a perfect ring, the waves acting as an invisible barrier, influencing only the area within the ring, while the object at the center remained completely unaffected. With continuous practice, his mastery over the energy waves became increasingly intricate, enabling him to not only control the shape and range of the waves with precision, but also to simultaneously apply different energy effects in various regions, automatically adjusting the nature of the waves based on the characteristics of the target, truly achieving a state of effortless command. This ability was not limited to mere attacks. It could also be employed for extensive environmental transformation and battlefield control, its potential immeasurable. The perfect fusion of range and precision, combining both offense and defense, offered boundless applications. Fang'ang nodded in satisfaction, retracting the dispersing energy waves, his eyes filled with admiration for the power of Yuan Heng. Immediately, he directed his gaze towards the assessment of his speed amplification ability. This represented an entirely distinct manner of energy utilization, requiring him to harness and internalize the essence of Yuan Heng, enhancing his physique rather than projecting it outward, akin to honing a blade to sharpen its edge rather than merely swinging it. Fang'ang took a deep breath, guiding the energy from the source sea, allowing it to surge through every inch of his skin and muscle like a tidal wave. Initially, he felt a comforting warmth flowing within him, soothing and pleasurable. However, as the energy permeated deeper, this sensation gradually transformed into a peculiar lightness, as though the weight of his body had suddenly diminished, and the constraints of gravity weakened as well. He took a tentative step forward, astonished to discover that his movements had become remarkably fluid, akin to the effortless flow of water, devoid of any sense of obstruction. With another step, his speed surged dramatically, propelling his body like an arrow released from its bow, causing the surrounding air to emit a faint whistling sound as it rushed past his ears. Upon taking a third step, his velocity reached astonishing heights. Yet he felt no strain. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom and lightness. As he continued to accelerate, the world around him began to blur and distort. Action slowed, and sounds became muffled and distorted. Ultimately, at the moment he shattered the sound barrier, the entire world appeared to him as though it had been paused, entering a bizarre state of stillness. Dust particles floated in the air, droplets descended as slowly as a snail, and even the flow of light became visible, tracing marvelous trajectories. In this extraordinary state, Fang'ang's perception and reaction abilities experienced an unbelievable enhancement. He could distinctly perceive every minuscule speck of dust in the air, hear distant faint sounds, and even sense the movements within objects. This comprehensive sensory amplification endowed him with an unparalleled sense of control over his surroundings. He dashed through the laboratory, his speed so great that he left behind only a series of blurred afterimages. He could effortlessly snatch a drifting piece of paper while running at high speed or traverse narrow gaps without touching a single object, his agility leaving onlookers in awe. However, such extreme velocity came at a price. Fang'ang soon realized that the energy consumed by speed amplification far surpassed that of other abilities, and as his speed escalated, The energy expenditure grew exponentially, devouring the source sea like an insatiable abyss. When he attempted to further breach the sound barrier and attain even greater speeds, the energy within the source sea plummeted, signaling that he was nearing his limits. Reluctantly, he had to decelerate, allowing the surrounding world to return to its normal flow. After a brief respite and partial recovery of his energy, his mind became increasingly active, contemplating the deeper mysteries of Yuan Hong. The precision of his strikes, the vastness of his area control, the swiftness of his speed amplification, these were but glimpses of his capabilities. Did the true might of Yuan Hong lie concealed within some more fundamental essence? He closed his eyes, relinquishing the pursuit of tangible abilities, and instead endeavored to perceive the essence of the primordial balance itself. In this profound state of meditation, his consciousness, akin to invisible tendrils, delved into an unprecedented realm. Here, he beheld the currents of energy flowing like torrential rivers, heard the vibrations of matter whispering ancient tongues, and even touched the boundaries of concepts, ever-changing like nebulas. In this esoteric state of perception, Fang'ang experienced an epiphany. The primordial balance was not merely a weapon but a key to unraveling the mysteries of the universe. It guided him to the intrinsic equilibrium inherent in all things, whether it be the minuscule particles, the grand celestial bodies, or the interplay of energy and concepts, all revealing their profound truths under its balancing principle. With a mere thought, he sought to harmonize two starkly opposing energies, light and darkness. Convention would dictate that their collision would result in annihilation, yet under the guidance of the primordial balance, they astonishingly coexisted and fused, ultimately giving rise to an entirely new form of energy, neither light nor dark, yet embodying both. This unfathomable spectacle heralded infinite possibilities. If one could discern the balance between any opposites, might it not lead to the creation of unprecedented existence? Could it reconcile the realms of life and death, order and chaos, creation and destruction, such grand dichotomies? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, an unprecedented ambition surging within his chest. In the palm of his hand, the primordial balance shimmered, morphing into boundless enigmatic forms. At that moment, it transcended its identity as merely a weapon. It became the very bricks with which he would construct his tower to the heavens, the cornerstone of his challenge against the laws of the cosmos. The path of balance was not merely about reconciling opposites, it was about transcending the oppositions themselves. Fang'ang murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom. By comprehending the essence of balance, I can grasp the supreme rules governing the universe and glimpse the ultimate truths of the multiverse. The true power of the primordial balance lay not in destruction, but in understanding and harmony. In an insatiable thirst for boundless knowledge, in the transcendence of one's own limits. This was a thorny path fraught with uncertainty. Yet it was precisely this abundance of the unknown that stirred Fang'ang's spirit and ignited his blood. Mastering the path of balance, I shall break free from all shackles of rules, he declared, his gaze resolute. He understood that the road ahead would be strewn with thorns. Much like the builders of Babel in mythology who endeavored to reach the heavens, he was challenging a supreme order. However, this was also the sole pathway to truth, the inevitable route to reclaiming great power for himself. The primordial balance danced lightly in his grasp, as if resonating with the deep-seated yearnings of his soul, a thirst for power, a craving for knowledge, and a desire to transcend all existing boundaries. It had transcended its status as a mere tool, becoming an extension of his very soul, the ladder upon which he would ascend into the realm of the divine. Fang'ang stood proudly at the center of the laboratory, surrounded by the resplendent energy of the primordial balance. Akin to a traveler on the verge of embarking on a grand journey, his gaze already cast toward the boundless starry sky. He clearly recognized that he was at the dawn of a new era, a pivotal moment when a mortal was about to knock upon the gates of the divine realm. Chapter 32. Undercurrents, Doctor, an urgent communication request has arrived from Bolt. The lab was suddenly filled with Alpha's voice. Fang'ang spoke in a low tone. Connect. Your Majesty. We have results regarding the investigation into the previous riots in Latvia. Bolt's voice came through the communicator, the tone of his most loyal spy chief heavy with gravity. Speak. Fang'ang replied succinctly, his voice devoid of emotion. We have confirmed that this is not a mere coincidence. Bolt paused. From the sporadic unrest in the border towns to the eventual widespread riots surrounding the capital, each step was meticulously planned. On the surface, it appears the aristocratic alliance is stirring trouble, believing that your recent display of weakness presents the perfect opportunity to reclaim power. A cold smile flickered at the corners of Fang'ang's lips. The aristocratic alliance, those parasitic figures who had long grumbled under his iron-fisted rule, lacked the audacity to act independently. They were but puppets pushed to the forefront. Who is behind this? We have traced the flow of funds and discovered the shadow of Osborne Technologies. They have funneled enormous sums of money and cutting-edge weaponry to the aristocratic alliance through 7 shell companies. Intercepted communications reveal that Norman Osborn, that ambitious individual, seems unsatisfied with merely controlling a commercial empire. He aspires to grasp the true throne, and Latvia has become his chosen testing ground. Fang'ang let out a cold laugh. as if he had heard the most absurd of jokes. Norman Osborn. He has always overestimated his own capabilities. However, Osborn's involvement still does not explain the swift downfall of Doom Castle, a fortress fortified by both technology and magic, seemingly impregnable. Alpha. Retrieve all relevant data from previous records and focus on analyzing the collapse pattern of the castle's defense system, Fang'ang commanded. Executing now, Doctor, Alpha responded. And a complex torrent of data and code fragments materialized in the center of the laboratory. Anomaly alert. The defense system has not suffered physical damage, but has instead encountered a high-level electronic invasion. The characteristics of the attack align with known Ultron invasion patterns. Ultron. Fang'ang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Alpha continued the analysis. Further data extrapolation suggests that Ultron has long coveted your machine's manufacturing technology. This invasion is likely aimed at stealing core technical information. Fang'ang fell into contemplation, his fingertips lightly tapping on the laboratory table. Osborn provided the funding and weapons. Ultron was responsible for dismantling technological defenses, and the aristocratic alliance acted as the visible puppets. This alliance seemed plausible, yet still raised questions. Neither Osborn nor Ultron could single-handedly breach Doom Castle's defenses so effortlessly. The castle was not only a technological barrier, but also guarded by formidable magical shields. I shall personally visit the castle ruins. The sky over Latvia was thick with ominous clouds, as if mourning the scars of this land. Once magnificent, the Castle of Doom now lies in ruins, its walls reduced to mere remnants. While the air is thick with the scent of charred remains and an indescribable residue of magic, Fang'ang stands at the heart of the desolation, slowly closing his eyes. In this moment, he requires neither intricate incantations nor elaborate rituals, merely summoning the latent power within him. In an instant, an invisible sense of perception surges forth from his being, probing every corner of the ruins, discerning the lingering traces of energy. To the eyes of an ordinary mortal, there exists only crumbling walls. Yet within Fang'ang's perception, the ruins unveil a strikingly different panorama, interwoven with countless vibrant strands of energy. Among them, the most striking is the complex and layered patterns of magical energy. He focuses intently, noting that the majority consists of the remnants of violent, aggressive spells. However, as his awareness delves deeper into the castle's core, a distinctly different magical signature captures his attention instantaneously. It emanates a profound and enigmatic violet glow, with an ancient and elegant rhythm flowing through it, as if it were a relic from distant medieval legends. Each magical node connects with precision, forming an almost perfect geometric design. What is even more captivating is that deep within this graceful tapestry of magic lies a unique energy fluctuation, echoing the essence of femininity. Reminiscent of a hauntingly beautiful yet perilous nocturne sung by a woman in the dark. Morgan Le Fay. Fang'ang murmurs the name, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. As one of the most formidable witches in the Marvel Universe, Morgan Le Fay's magical style is unique. Shrouded in mystery and antiquity, imbued with a rich medieval ambience, along with her innate arrogance and grace. However, what truly incites Fang'ang's wariness is the darker energy concealed beneath this layer of violet magic. This energy resembles a viscous black grease, exuding a suffocating aroma of sulfur and ash, carrying a distortion and malice that originates from the very depths of the soul, instinctively evoking feelings of unease and revulsion. It is cleverly masked beneath Morgan's magic, like a serpent lurking beneath a bed of flowers, yet for Fang'ang's perception, this disguise is woefully inadequate. Mephisto. A trace of distaste, which even he himself did not fully recognize, seeps into Fang'ang's voice, a hatred deeply etched into the soul of Doom. He can clearly sense the remnants of Doom's memories, teeming with revulsion for Mephisto, akin to a maggot clinging to bone. The intensity of this emotion threatens to burst forth. Nevertheless, he diligently suppresses this sentiment, maintaining absolute composure as he continues to analyze the residual energy fluctuations in the vicinity. Mephisto's malevolent force is nearly entirely concentrated in the castle's subterranean region, once the most secretive sanctum of Doom's research, housing his lifetime's accumulation of magical tomes and forbidden experiments. Meanwhile, Morgan Le Fay's magic envelopes the entire defensive system of the castle like a spider's web, undoubtedly having dismantled Doom's magical barriers, clearing the way for Ultron's electronic incursion. How intriguing, indeed. Exceedingly intriguing. Fang'ang slowly stood upright, surveying the desolate ruins before him, his eyes shimmering with a light akin to cold stars. A bizarre alliance had formed, composed of technological giants, artificial intelligence, ancient witches, and even lords of the underworld, a combination so unfathomable that it was unprecedented. Each member harbored their own distinct ambitions, yet at this moment, they chose to unite against him. Doom, since you were so eager to make your entrance, do not hold me accountable for what follows. Fang'ang's calm voice belied an undercurrent of chilling resolve and murderous intent. He cast one final glance over the ruins, his mind already set on a course of action. Chapter 33. Winterwood Outpost Alpha. Report the situation. Fang'ang's voice shattered the silence of the underground base. He had just arrived at the clandestine stronghold of the New World. "Welcome, Dr. Fang," Alpha's electronic voice resonated. "In accordance with your directives, the outpost has been established for over a week, and all facilities are functioning normally." A look of anticipation illuminated Fang'ang's face. Each world harbors a unique set of rules and a system of powers, awaiting his discovery, refinement, and eventual mastery. Approximately a week prior, the quantum channel had successfully connected to this entirely new realm. At that time, he was preparing to explore the ruins of Doom Castle in depth. So he had dispatched Alpha to establish a forward base in the New World for intelligence gathering. "What is the current progress of intelligence collection?" Fang'ang inquired. Due to the limitations of local technological standards, the intelligence gathering efforts face certain challenges, Alpha replied candidly. "The network and surveillance infrastructure in Winterwood City are relatively underdeveloped, allowing me only to deploy autonomous monitoring devices within a limited area for data collection." Fang'ang nodded slightly. "Are there any noteworthy discoveries?" "Indeed, Dr. Fang. I have detected several instances of anomalous energy fluctuations," Alpha responded promptly, projecting a segment of surveillance footage onto the holographic screen in the center of the room. This footage was captured 2 nights ago at a local high school. The screen displayed an empty playground shrouded in darkness, where 2 indistinct figures were engaged in a fierce and bewildering confrontation at an astonishing speed. One figure, resembling a bolt of blue lightning, wielded a crimson spear that sliced through the night air, leaving trails of scarlet light in its wake. The other figure, clad in a white coat, brandished a pair of dual blades, one black and the other white, moving with an ethereal grace, evading the spear's strikes and waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. Fang'ang was instantly captivated by the combat scene unfolding on the screen. The blue-haired man's speed was extraordinary, each thrust accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, exuding a terrifying power capable of penetrating steel. The white-haired figure's knife techniques were dazzling, and his almost instinctive ability to predict movements allowed him to consistently deflect the blue-haired assailant's lethal attacks. The black blade was heavy and grounded, while the white blade flashed like lightning, revealing its lethal edge. The interplay of the black and white blades wove an impenetrable web of death. "Pause and enlarge the area at the heart of the battle," Fang'ang commanded, a hint of excitement lacing his tone. The footage froze at the moment their weapons clashed, energy colliding violently, sending invisible shockwaves that rippled through the air, creating visible distortions even under the night vision camera. Fang'ang squinted, meticulously observing the intricate details of their duel. The speed and strength of this blue-haired man can be conservatively estimated to be more than 3 times that of Hawkeye. Nearing the level of the Winter Soldier, he analyzed swiftly. Moreover, his spear is composed of a unique material, possibly enchanted with a specific energy, causing each of his strikes to induce minute distortions in space. He promptly redirected his attention to the silver-haired man, who was indeed remarkable. His dual-wielding skills could be deemed exquisite, yet what truly captivated was his almost preternatural ability to anticipate his opponent's attacks, as if he could foresee the trajectory of their strikes. His reaction speed surpassed the limits of human capability, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense, enabling him to instinctively react before danger struck. "Continue the playback." Fang'ang gestured for Alpha to resume the footage, eager to delve deeper into the intricacies of the combat. The battle raged on as the blue-haired man suddenly leapt backward, creating distance. Firmly gripping his spear, the crimson light coursing along its shaft intensified, warping the air around him as if seared by heat. He assumed a stance, his muscles taut, reminiscent of a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Clearly, he was about to unleash a devastating attack. "My spear shall pierce your heart," the blue-haired man bellowed, his voice slightly distorted. No sooner had the words left his lips than he moved like a bolt of lightning. The red spear shot forth like a streak of lightning tearing through the night, accompanied by a piercing sound that was nearly imperceptible, aimed directly at the silver-haired man's vital chest. The silver-haired man's pupils constricted suddenly as he attempted to evade. However, the spear's speed was simply too swift. He was a fraction too late. The spear tip struck with the precision and ferocity of a venomous serpent, grazing his arm, shredding his clothing in an instant and erupting with a spray of blood that stained his sleeve. An alarming sight indeed. The extraordinary levels of power in this world were truly astonishing. Fang'ang's gaze sharpened, far exceeding his previous estimations. Alpha immediately switched to another segment of footage. "Dr. Fang. This is footage recorded later that same evening at a different location." The new scene transitioned to another corner of the campus, where a dark-haired girl came into view. She possessed lustrous, waist-length black hair styled into playful twin ponytails, dressed in a vibrant red sweater and a black miniskirt, exuding youthful exuberance and an innate elegance and confidence. In her hands, she cradled a gem radiating an otherworldly glow, its soft light illuminating her clear, bright eyes. The camera zoomed in rapidly, clearly revealing her casting a healing spell upon a boy with fiery orange hair. The boy had a tousled mane of orange-red hair and amber eyes. Though not particularly tall, he appeared robust and sturdy. A grotesque wound marred his chest, slowly healing under the gentle glow of the gem at a visibly accelerated pace. Who are these two? Fang'ang inquired, his gaze fixed upon the dark-haired girl and the orange-haired boy on the screen. According to the school's student records, the dark-haired girl was named Rin Tosaka, and the orange-haired boy was Shiro Amiya, both students at this high school. Alpha swiftly retrieved their profiles, noting that Rin Tosaka appeared to be utilizing a form of gem magic, while Shiro Amiya had witnessed the extraordinary battle prior to his injury. As Fang'ang gazed at the two young individuals on the screen, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu surged within him, an inexplicable familiarity enveloping his consciousness. The innate confidence and elegance of Rin Tosaka, coupled with Shiro Amiya's unremarkable yet unexpectedly intertwined fate with extraordinary events, evoke a faint resemblance to the characters Jackie Chan and Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures. Intriguingly, Fang's lips curled into his smile as a bold conjecture began to take shape in his mind. These two young individuals exude an essence akin to the destined protagonists of this world. It appears that certain figures are inherently positioned at the very heart of fate's stage, drawing the gaze of the world upon them, while all surrounding events revolve around their presence. Alpha, continue to monitor the subsequent activities of Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya. Are there any additional relevant data fragments? Tracking is ongoing, Dr. Fang. I will proceed to play the fragments that have been collected thus far, Alpha responded. He was eager to delve deeper into this mysterious realm brimming with enigmatic powers. A brand new adventure was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 34, The Holy Grail War and a Fierce Struggle for the Holy Grail, which possesses the power to grant any wish. 7 mages summoned 7 heroic spirits to engage in a deadly conflict known as the Holy Grail War. Within the surveillance footage, Rin Tosaka sits in the slightly cramped living room of Shiro Amiya, her gaze fixed upon the bewildered young man before her. As she slowly unveils the grim reality of this enigmatic war, each mage, referred to as a master, is required to forge a contract with the servant they summon. Rin's voice resonates clearly through the monitoring system. A grail capable of fulfilling wishes? Upon hearing this, Fang'ang's eyes glimmered with intrigue, as he developed a profound interest in this mysterious artifact. The Holy Grail War commenced approximately 2 centuries ago, Rin continued, her tone calm yet imbued with gravity. It was established by the 3 prominent mage families of Fuyuki City, Tosaka, Metu, and Einsburn. This conflict occurs roughly every 60 years. And this iteration marks the 5th Holy Grail War. Shiro, his brow furrowed, gazed with amber eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, still grappling with the implications, he inquired. But why must there be a battle? Why can't it be decided peacefully who shall wield the grail? Rin gently shook her head, her red sweater accentuating her delicate features, further highlighting her icy resolve. With unwavering certainty, she asserted, the grail shall only descend upon the ultimate victor. Moreover, the crux of the Holy Grail War lies in the fact that each mage summons a servant, a formidable heroic spirit, to serve as their most powerful ally in combat. Heroic spirit? Shiro echoed, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. Indeed, Rin patiently elaborated, heroic spirits are the souls of those illustrious figures in human history, immortalized for their remarkable deeds. Their legacies are etched into the collective memory of humanity, allowing them to transcend mortal existence. During the Holy Grail War, they are summoned through magical rites and manifest in 7 distinct classes: Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. The mage who summons the heroic spirit is known as the Master, Rin continued, explaining that the bond between master and servant is intricately woven through their contract. The master provides magical energy, while the servant fights for the master's wish. Rin raised her slender hand, revealing a vivid crimson mark upon her palm. This is a command seal, a possession of every master, 3 in total. They not only signify the master's status, but also serve as potent tools of absolute control over the servant. Utilizing a command seal allows the master to issue an irrevocable command that the servant must obey without question. Upon hearing this, Fang'ang's brow furrowed slightly. The master and servant paradigm, in his view, was rife with intriguing vulnerabilities. A formidable heroic spirit, yet tethered to a mere human master, resembled a razor's edge grasped by a child. A perilous risk of uncontrollable chaos lurked within. Reflecting on this, Fang'ang slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward. In this unfamiliar realm, he sensed an energy emanating from the atmosphere, starkly different from that of the Marvel Universe. More archaic, more cohesive. In an instant, a profound azure light coalesced in his palm, silently swirling like a vortex of the deep sea. Initially but a mere point, it swiftly expanded into an energetic maelstrom, radiating an exhilarating aura of magical potency. The ambient magical particles in the air flocked towards him, eagerly swirling into the vortex of his palm. The indistinguishable torrent of magic converged above his hand, forming a solid beam of blue light that ultimately sank into his palm. Devoured by the ocean of source energy within him, Fang'ang distinctly perceived the pure magical particles streaming into his meridians like gentle rivulets, ultimately merging into the boundless ocean of source energy within. This vast sea of energy welcomed the influx silently, swiftly transforming it into a form he could wield. Compared to the magical energies of the Marvel Universe, the magic of this world was pure, primal, yet docile, readily yielding to his guidance and control. Minutes later, Fang'ang confirmed that he had fully mastered this method of magical absorption. With a mere thought, the blue vortex in his palm gradually contracted until it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. The entire process was seamless, effortless, perfect. Gazing at the faint azure glow lingering in his palm, a glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. He could directly absorb the ambient magic, even without any intermediary. The operational mechanics of the heroic spirit system, the connection between master and servant, and the functional dynamics of the three command seals, information gleaned from the surveillance footage rapidly spun in his mind, swiftly constructing a coherent framework. Severing the magical supply to the heroic spirit, or more directly, manipulating or even obliterating the master, constituted the crux of mastering this war at its very roots. A resolute determination shone in Fang'ang's eyes. It appeared that my exploratory endeavors must adopt a more proactive and audacious approach. The surveillance had yielded only this much information. Dr. Fang. Alpha's voice resonated at an opportune moment, halting the playback. That is sufficient. Fang'ang nodded slightly, his gaze profound. The magical system of this world indeed harbored unique mysteries, rooted in history and collective consciousness. Guided through rituals and mediums, there remained much worthy of thorough investigation. His gaze ultimately pierced the air, as if transcending the void, catching sight of the legendary Holy Grail that could grant any wish. A meaningful smile curled at his lips. The allure of the Grail, capable of fulfilling all desires, was the true temptation that stirred the heart. Chapter 35, Journey to Ludong Temple as dawn gently broke. The city of Dongmu gradually awakened in the soft light. Fang'ang emerged from his concealed base, seamlessly blending into the serene streets of the city. His attire today was markedly different from his usual garb, a dark high-neck sweater paired with a deep green trench coat, exuding a sense of poise and restraint. The thud of his black leather boots echoed against the pavement. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze remained sharp and inquisitive. This ensemble, a stark departure from his typical appearance, harmoniously resonated with the city's atmosphere. It was time to personally attune to the pulse of this world. He stood atop a small hill, surveying the entirety of Dongmu. On the surface, the city appeared unremarkable, yet, within Fang'ang's perception, it revealed an entirely different visage. Closing his eyes, he relinquished his senses, allowing his consciousness to extend throughout the city. Moments later, he had completed his exploration. The distribution of magical energy within this city was intriguing. He sensed the subtle currents of energy in the air, identifying several distinct high-energy points. In his perception, the city's magic transformed into a vibrant river of colors, intertwining and coalescing to form a peculiar energy map. Among these, three primary sources of magical energy stood out, each corresponding to the three major magician families mentioned by Rin. In the direction of the Tosaka mansion, the magic manifested as a profound blue, stable and serene, akin to an ancient river flowing quietly, symbolizing the maturity and heritage of this family's magical system. The Tosaka family. Fang'ang mused, their magical system is mature and stable, with deep roots. In stark contrast, the Matu family was shrouded in an unsettling shade of purplish-black, reminiscent of decaying sludge, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The flow of magic there was twisted and morbid, as if some malevolent force writhed within, corroding the purity of the magic. The Matu family's magic harbors issues. A slight frown creased Fang'ang's brow, sensing a lurking crisis, twisted, dark, perhaps tied to some forbidden knowledge. The Einsburn castle resembled a resplendent white beacon, pure and dazzling, emanating an ancient and formidable presence. Its magical fluctuations were the most intense, yet subtly hinted at an essence foreign to magic, as if a more mysterious force was intertwined within. The Einsburn. Fang'ang pondered, pure and powerful, yet not entirely of pure magic. Could it be related to the establishment of the Holy Grail War? However, what astonished Fang'ang the most was the realization that even the seemingly ordinary citizens of the city emitted faint magical currents. These magical energies sparkled like distant stars, weak yet genuinely present within each individual. So that is how it is. Fang'ang was taken aback. Magic did not merely reside among magicians, but was pervasive throughout this world, though the vast majority were unable to perceive or harness it. The magician families possibly held the key to awakening and guiding this latent power. This revelation further solidified Fang'ang's conviction that these families possessed the essential understanding of the magical framework of this world. Their tomes, rituals, and the accumulated knowledge over generations concealed immense value. The profound heritage of the magical families serves as the key to a deeper understanding of this world's arcane system. Fang'ang pondered, his yearning for exploration intensifying. Just as he contemplated how to engage with these magical families, an exceptionally powerful surge of magical energy erupted suddenly. The source of this disturbance pointed directly towards the ancient temple of Lu Dongxi, perched atop a mountain in the eastern part of the city. The magical fluctuations emanating from Lu Dongxi starkly contrasted with those of the three prominent families, manifesting as a tumultuous red vortex. Red symbolizes passion, danger, and unpredictable transformation. The vortex's instability hinted at the presence of a chaotic force lurking within, poised to erupt at any moment. Lu Dongxi Fang'ang's gaze sharpened. The unstable red vortex had likely concealed a formidable servant. The sudden shift in magical energy at Lu Dongxi suggested that delaying action could lead to unforeseen consequences. He promptly adjusted his plans, designating Lu Dongxi as his primary objective. He must see Lu Dongxi. Fang'ang set forth, advancing towards the temple. As he drew nearer to his destination, the concentration of magical energy in the air heightened, and the pulsating wave of red energy grew increasingly apparent, as if guiding him onward. Before ascending the stone steps leading to Lu Dongxi, Fang'ang halted, closing his eyes once more to heighten his senses. At that moment, he distinctly perceived that Lu Dongxi was enveloped in a powerful magical barrier, resembling a colossal red bowl inverted upon the mountaintop. This was not an ordinary defensive barrier, but rather a sophisticated distortion of space, an advanced form of magic designed to bewilder perception. Ordinary individuals instinctively avoided the vicinity, even if they stumbled upon it. An inexplicable sense of unease would drive them away. Magicians, on the other hand, would feel an intangible pressure, akin to treading into the territory of a fierce beast, warned against approaching. Even more astonishing was the barrier's gradual siphoning of the life force and magical energy of those who entered, voraciously consuming any energy that drew near. This barrier cleverly harnessed the power of the Earth's veins, creating an insurmountable obstacle. Exquisite design, Fang'ang murmured in admiration, excitement flickering in his eyes. It repelled ordinary people, weakened magicians, and simultaneously provided magical energy to the barrier's master. The master of Lu Dongxi was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. The existence of this barrier confirmed Fang'ang's suspicions. Lu Dongxi must be a stronghold for participants in the Holy Grail War, likely belonging to a potent master or servant. Regardless of what lay ahead, it was worth investigating. A confident smile emerged on Fang'ang's face as he stepped onto the stone steps leading to Lu Dongxi, resolutely forging ahead. Chapter 36. The encounter at Lu Dong Temple let us unveil the secrets concealed behind this barrier. Fang'ang strides towards the grand entrance of Lu Dong Temple. As he pushes open the heavy door, the scene within the temple unfolds before him, the air pulsating with an indescribable surge of magical energy. This seemingly antiquated temple appears entirely different through Fang'ang's perception. A semi-transparent membrane of crimson energy undulates rhythmically, silently enveloping the entire area. Constructing a complex and intricate magical barrier, he meticulously captures the flow of energy within the barrier, analyzing its structure and operational principles. He senses that beneath this red energy membrane, the power of the earth veins flows like a surging underground river, deftly guided and drawn upon, providing an unending source of energy for the barrier. The dragon vein barrier, he muses softly to himself, utilizing the power of the earth veins to siphon the life force and magical energy of those who enter. Indeed, it is a marvel of design. As his fingertips graze the barrier, it quivers slightly upon contact. Then, like a tranquil surface disturbed by a thrown stone, ripples emanate outward, revealing a narrow passageway that permits only one to pass. Fang'ang steps through calmly, the barrier silently sealing behind him as if it had never been breached, returning to a state of seamless unity. Ascending the ancient stone steps, adorned with moss, Fang'ang arrives at the main hall of the temple. The architectural ensemble before him retains its traditional Japanese style, yet, in subtle nuances, he keenly detects an incongruity. Certain carvings on beams and the runes at the corners faintly hint at a Western influence. The concentration of magical energy in the air markedly intensifies, akin to entering an ocean of magic, and he senses a formidable presence nearby. Suddenly, the magical energy in the atmosphere begins to surge violently, a strong warning flooding his senses, causing Fang'ang's body to instinctively tense. In the next moment, without any forewarning, several lethal beams of violet magic tear through the air, shooting forth from the shadows all around him. The beams emanate from a magical array that abruptly materializes within the temple's shadow, its incantations resonating through the air. And upon the array, ancient Greek characters shimmer with an eerie glow. Each violet beam harbors a heart-stopping destructive power, slicing through the air and leaving behind distorted trails of purple light as they rapidly advance. They precisely track Fang'ang's figure, blocking any possible retreat, their speed and trajectory far surpassing ordinary magic. Faced with this sudden, lethal assault, Fang'ang remains unfazed, his right hand effortlessly raised. A thin, nearly transparent energy membrane instantly expands from his palm, coalescing into a perfect spherical shield before him. This shield, delicate as a cicada's wing, yet Upon contact with the violet beams, erupts into a dazzling pinkish-white halo, akin to a blooming dreamlike flower, surrounded by countless twinkling energy particles, appearing exceptionally resplendent and mysterious in the dim light of the temple. As the violet beams of magical energy relentlessly struck the protective barrier, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Rather than being repelled, they sank silently into the shield as if plummeting into a fathomless ocean, causing not a single ripple. Upon contact with the surface of the barrier, the magical energy initially stirred a series of ripple-like waves, only to be drawn in and consumed by an invisible force, its velocity abruptly diminishing, distorting and ultimately vanishing into the void. Each absorption elicited a more resplendent radiance from the surface of the barrier, as pink and white halos intertwined in a rhythmic dance, embodying exquisite beauty. When the final violet beam was entirely devoured, the barrier exhibited not a trace of weakening. Rather, it emanated an even more dazzling brilliance than before. I harbor no intention of combat. Fang'ang spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice steady and clear, infused with genuine respect. I am merely intrigued by your mastery of magic. Your design of the barrier is nothing short of remarkable, particularly in the ingenious application of ley line energy, which leaves me in awe. I have come here hoping to engage in an exchange of magical knowledge, to learn from one another. His tone was tranquil and sincere, devoid of any hint of anger from the unexpected attack, instead reflecting a thirst for knowledge. As Fang'ang's words hung in the air, a mysterious figure cloaked in opulent robes gradually emerged from the shadows of the temple, as if stepping forth from an ancient scroll. She wore a sweeping deep purple gown, draped with a dark green cloak, the edges adorned with intricate golden patterns that shimmered with a cool luster in the dim light. The cloak was accompanied by a wide hood that obscured much of her visage, revealing only the elegantly defined lower half of her face and a cascade of flowing purple hair, enhancing her enigmatic allure. At the center of the hood, a golden butterfly ornament sparkled brightly, casting an unusual glow in the subdued illumination. Her form was tall and graceful, the purple gown perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. The gown slit revealed glimpses of her fair, slender legs and exquisite silk shoes. Although the hood concealed most of her features, one could still catch a glimpse of her deep, ocean blue eyes and delicately sculpted lips from the shadows. Those eyes, profound and cold, glimmered with vigilance and scrutiny, emanating a sense of aloofness that kept others at a distance while harboring an ancient wisdom born of time's passage. Most unsettling was the suffocating aura of magical power that enveloped her, a primal, pure energy, resonating with a unique rhythm that starkly contrasted with the Eastern temple surrounding her. Intruder. Your flowery words hold no significance for me, the woman finally spoke, her voice cool and rigid, each syllable punctuated with a peculiar cadence reminiscent of an arcane language. She raised her hands once more, a formidable surge of magical energy coalescing around her, as purple light danced and flickered at her slender fingertips, swiftly intertwining to form an even more intricate and sophisticated magical array. This time, the magical array was more intricate and perilous than any previous assault, comprising at least 3 layers of overlapping incantations that emanated a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. The temperature in the air plummeted abruptly, the chill piercing to the bone, as a delicate frost instantly coated the surfaces of the surrounding flora, and a layer of crystalline ice formed upon the stone slabs beneath. This was no longer a mere probing attack. It was a full-force strike capable of severely wounding, if not entirely annihilating, an ordinary magician in an instant. Its murderous intent glaringly evident. Fang'ang exhibited no signs of retreat. He understood that in the realm of magic, it is often only through the display of absolute power that one may earn a genuine opportunity for dialogue. The feeble justifications of the weak would appear hopelessly inadequate. In the world of the strong, power is the most direct and effective passport. A confrontation of magic was on the brink of eruption within this ancient temple. Chapter 37. Revelation of Identity. The air suddenly turned frigid, a chill spreading through the atmosphere, as the surrounding flora was instantly adorned with glistening frost, and even the stone pavement crystallized with delicate ice. The woman in the purple robe moved her hands with elegance, intricately weaving a complex magical array that unfurled before her, the violet radiance swirling and creating an almost suffocating sense of pressure. The visage beneath the hood remained shrouded in obscurity, yet her eyes, increasingly luminous, locked onto Fang'ang's figure. Ancient incantation, heed my will. The woman in the purple robe intoned softly, her voice reminiscent of an ancient Greek ritual, rising to a crescendo. The frost suspended in the air suddenly shattered, as countless tiny ice crystals were infused with her violet magic, coalescing into a multitude of razor-sharp energy blades that descended upon Fang'ang from all directions, enveloping him indiscriminately. The energy blades tore through the air with a piercing shriek, and the granite pillars of the temple bore deep, jagged cuts from the mere passage of the blades, debris cascading to the ground. Rain of light, the woman declared, her tone cool and composed, akin to a harbinger of death. This was one of her most formidable offensive spells, capable of reducing even the mightiest sorcerer to mere fragments. Confronted with this lethal onslaught, Fang'ang remained unperturbed, adjusting the defenses before him. The pale pink barrier shimmered with strange ripples upon contact with the energy blades, no longer passively enduring but actively channeling the ferocious energy along an arcane trajectory. Each energy blade that struck the barrier was disassembled by Fang'ang's adept manipulation of the power of disintegration, instantaneously analyzing and transforming it into the purest magical particles. He was unraveling the very composition and mysteries of her magic. Fang'ang keenly discerned that within the woman's spell lay an ancient and enigmatic essence. Interwoven with the chilling aura of the moon and the profound energy of the netherworld, an essence both archaic and untainted. This energy bore a faint divine quality. Yet it was not entirely divine, existing as a peculiar entity that straddled the realms of divine power and human magic, akin to echoes from a mythic age. He noted the elements of ancient Greek within her brief incantation, as well as the faint sun motifs discernible on her magical cloak. This ancient and eclectic magical style was starkly distinct from any modern magical system he knew, imbued with the essence of a long-lost mystique. Fascinating, Fang'ang murmured to himself. This magic is directly connected to the divine era, and yet, astonishingly, it commands such opposing elements, the sun and the moon, light and darkness. What an extraordinary talent. The successive waves of tempestuous assaults were effortlessly neutralized by this enigmatic intruder, and for the first time. A genuine glimmer of surprise flickered in the icy depths of her gaze, though it quickly faded, returning to a mask of tranquility. She once again lifted her delicate fingers, the violet glow at her fingertips intensifying as she began to weave a more complex and perilous magical array. This time, it was evident that she intended to employ a more formidable incantation, one that even the most skilled magicians would find nearly impossible to fully defend against. Yet, in that tense moment, when the air was thick with anticipation, Fang'ang unexpectedly altered his strategy. He raised his right hand, and a slender beam of white light coalesced at his fingertip, swift as lightning, piercing through the magical defenses crafted by the woman in the purple robe. Before she could react, it silently and precisely tore a corner from her deep green cloak. The entire event unfolded so rapidly that the purple-robed woman scarcely had time to blink before the attack concluded. When she finally grasped what had transpired, Fang'ang stood as if performing an illusion, a fragment of her cloak now in his hand. He remained stationary, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His gaze calm and unperturbed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He could have easily directed that beam of light towards the woman's vital points. Yet he chose this most restrained and subtly intimidating manner to demonstrate his prowess. The deep blue of the woman's gem-like eyes widened slightly as she fixed her gaze upon the fragment of her cloak in Fang'ang's possession. Genuine astonishment finally gracing her exquisite features. She had never anticipated that he could so effortlessly and nonchalantly breach her defenses. This was utterly beyond her comprehension. What stirred her even more was the realization that he possessed the power to severely injure or even kill her, yet he had merely torn a corner from her robe. This act, bordering on humiliation yet imbued with a certain restraint and courtesy, compelled her to reassess this enigmatic intruder before her. As a practitioner of ancient divine magic, the purple-robed woman harbored an instinctive reverence for power that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She could distinctly sense the terrifying energy concealed within the seemingly trivial beam of light Fang'ang had just released, an energy capable of effortlessly penetrating her multiple layers of magical defenses, far beyond the reach of any contemporary magical system. In the modern magical realm, few could genuinely rival her, yet this individual before her had done so. And it appeared he had done so with remarkable ease. This power, the purple-robed woman felt a tumult within her. It undeniably transcended the realm of modern magic, perhaps even existing beyond any magical system she was familiar with. Power is the most direct and effective language. And Fang'ang's actions had silently proclaimed to her that he stood on the same, if not a higher, plane. This realization was far more compelling than any ornate rhetoric, compelling the proud woman in purple to truly acknowledge the person before her. Maintaining her vigilance, the purple-robed woman took a slight step back, creating some distance. Yet her once rigid posture was no longer entirely hostile. In her cold gaze, an inconspicuous curiosity began to emerge. She felt a profound curiosity about this individual. Who could they possibly be? What extraordinary power did they possess? And why did they exhibit such a keen interest in her magic? Fang'ang deliberately seized his offensive stance, allowing a gentle and amicable smile to grace his features. With a tone imbued with politeness and a sense of inquiry, he slowly inquired, "Your magic intertwines the opposing forces of the sun and moon, a rarity even within the enigmatic realm of ancient Greek magic. May I ask, which legendary hero from Greek mythology do you embody? I am genuinely in awe of your ability to wield such contradictory powers." The woman in the purple robe curled her lips into a frigid smirk, responding with a hint of derision. "You dare to discern my identity? And to refer to me as a legendary hero? Is it not true that in the eyes of the world, I should be labeled a malevolent sorceress?" Upon hearing this, Fang'ang's expression transformed to one of enlightenment, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "A malevolent sorceress? You are. Medea, the Princess of Colchis, and the Apprentice of Hecate. Chapter 38. The ice heart begins to melt once again. Medea found herself astonished by Fang'ang's complete disregard for her notorious reputation as a wicked sorceress. His focus lay solely on the knowledge she had acquired from the goddess of magic, Hecate. It was a fervent excitement and an insatiable thirst for understanding. "What you possess is the purest and most ancient form of divine magic," Fang'ang exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. "In the modern realm of sorcery, it has nearly been lost to the sands of time." His eyes sparkled as if he beheld endless treasures. "If only I could be fortunate enough to learn these." He paused, his tone deepening with sincerity, "these exquisite and enigmatic secrets that have been forgotten through the ages." Medea was momentarily taken aback, as if time itself had come to a sudden halt in her ears. For millennia, her name had been shackled to the shadows of betrayal, slaughter, and revenge. Like a curse, people remembered her not for her brilliant magical talents and extraordinary wisdom, but for the grotesquely magnified misdeeds associated with her. Even in this era, summoned as a servant, she was regarded solely as a perilous tool, a malevolent witch to be exploited at will. Yet now, this stranger, capable of effortlessly dismantling her formidable magic, gazed at her with admiration and respect. He saw not a fearsome sorceress, but a master of magic deserving of reverence. This long-lost feeling of being acknowledged and understood was both foreign and familiar, stirring complex emotions within her. "Do you truly only have an interest in my magic?" Medea asked cautiously, her icy tone softening slightly. "Of course," Fang'ang replied earnestly, his voice resolute. "Your magical system integrates multiple elements," he continued, "encompassing both the moon and the mysteries of the underworld as bestowed by Hecate, while also embodying the luminous power of the sun god's bloodline. This seemingly conflicting energy harmonizes perfectly in your hands, allowing for effortless control." His eyes gleamed with genuine admiration. Such talent and mastery deserve the highest respect. Regardless of the era, Medea's heart stirred with unexpected ripples. She yearned for understanding and respect, yet the millennia of betrayal and misunderstanding had erected towering walls deep within her, severing all goodwill and trust. Medea spoke again, her previous hostility significantly diminished, replaced by a cautious curiosity. "But who are you?" She gazed intently at Fang'ang. "Your magic. I have never seen anything like it." Fang'ang's lips curled into a gentle smile. "I am merely a traveler seeking truth in the boundless sea of knowledge," he replied, pausing slightly before adding, "I hope to engage with you on equal footing to explore the mysteries of magic and learn from one another." A flicker of unnoticeable uncertainty crossed Medea's eyes. Equal footing? Learning from one another? These words were utterly foreign to her, akin to a language from another realm. Throughout her extensive existence, people had either been filled with dread towards her, sought to exploit her powers, or ultimately betrayed her trust. Never had anyone genuinely regarded her as an equal. Doubt and hope entwined fiercely within her heart. Was this stranger sincere, or yet another intricately disguised deception? Yet, the pure curiosity that dwelled within the depths of his gaze appeared so authentic, devoid of artifice. Moreover, he possessed formidable strength, rivaling her own, yet chose to engage in dialogue peacefully. Why? Medea finally voiced the question that lingered deep within her soul. "Why are you different from others, not perceiving me as merely a dangerous sorceress?" Fang'ang's response was succinct yet powerful, striking at the very core of her being. "Because labels and prejudices only obscure the truth," he stated calmly, rendering one blind to reality. "What I see is your talent and wisdom, shrouded beneath layers of misunderstanding." Fang'ang's gaze pierced through her icy exterior, transcending the cold labels imposed by history. "I would rather witness the authentic landscape obscured by societal misconceptions." This declaration resonated deeply within Medea's heartstrings. For centuries, she had been imprisoned by the epithet of a wicked sorceress. No one wished to truly fathom her entirety. After a brief silence, Medea made a decision that surprised even herself. She slowly raised her hand and removed the hood that concealed her face, revealing the visage hidden in shadow. It was a finely contoured, exquisite face. Her pale skin accentuated her deep-sea blue eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a hint of sharpness and pride. Her violet hair cascaded like silk, framing her somewhat gaunt yet elegant countenance. Her lips, thin and sharp, were pressed together, seemingly suppressing the turmoil within. Though her expression remained composed, the depths of her eyes held millennia of accumulated wisdom, pain, and unacknowledged fragility. Medea fell silent for a moment, reaffirming her decision. Despite choosing to communicate, a faint aura of magical power lingered at her fingertips, ever prepared to respond to unforeseen events. A millennium of solitude and betrayal had conditioned her to maintain the highest degree of vigilance. "I am Medea, Princess of Colchis," she formally introduced herself. Also an apprentice of Hecate. Her voice, no longer cold, carried a subtle complexity of emotions. "If you genuinely harbor an interest in divine magic, perhaps we could attempt to engage in conversation." Fang'ang smiled and nodded, responding, "I am Fang'ang, a seeker filled with boundless curiosity about the truths of the world." His smile was warm and sincere. It is a privilege to meet you, Medea. I can sense an unparalleled sincerity and respect in this moment. Deep within Medea, the thick layer of ice that has long encased her heart begins to thaw. Follow me, she beckoned, turning her back and walking towards the temple's profound interior. Her violet tresses swayed gracefully behind her. My workshop lies within, she continued, for it may be more suitable for engaging in scholarly discourse. Chapter 39, Resonance of Magic. Deep within the Ludong Temple, a secluded chamber has been entirely transformed by Medea. The walls are adorned with a profusion of magical runes, pulsating with a dim, enigmatic glow. The air is imbued with the mingled scents of herbs, minerals, and a peculiar dust of magic, creating an atmosphere that is both ancient and mysterious. The only source of illumination consists of a few suspended purple magical lamps. Fang'ang follows Medea into this workshop, his gaze calm, yet beneath it lies an insatiable flame of yearning for the unknown. Medea stands at the center of the room, her arms crossed before her. Her posture remains taut, a testament to the vigilance and detachment etched into her very being over millennia. This is my workshop, her voice, cold and clear, shatters the stillness in the air. I can show you a glimpse of the divine magic of the gods. She tilts her head slightly, but remember, certain areas are off limits. Fang'ang meets her gaze with unflinching composure. Your generosity is commendable, he responds, his tone serene yet imbued with confidence. I have long anticipated the mysteries of the divine. A barely perceptible frown crosses Medea's brow. His calmness, laced with an air of entitlement, unsettles her. Fear, greed, manipulation, she is accustomed to these emotions. Yet the man before her exudes pure curiosity. Suppressing her unease, she turns toward an ancient stone platform. With a delicate touch of her fingertip, a complex purple magical array suddenly illuminates, its patterns writhing like serpents, radiating an overwhelming and ancient surge of magical energy. Modern magicians rely on rituals and external aids. They merely pry at the remnants of power. Medea's voice carries the arrogance of a being from a bygone era. But in our time, incantations were the keys, directly connecting us to the roots of the world. She begins to chant softly in ancient Greek. With each syllable spoken, a deep purple flame ignites at the center of the stone platform, twisting and leaping, exuding a searing and pure essence of destruction. Fang'ang's eyes are fixated on the flame. In the next moment, he slowly raises his hand. Without incantation or ritual, a gentle white luminescence flows from his fingertips, tenderly entwining with the operating magical array. Medea's pupils constrict. She observes as the white light traverses, causing the once fixed energy flow of the magical array to undergo subtle, astonishing deviations. Several key rune nodes, under the influence of the white light, are forcibly twisted and reconfigured by an invisible force. The entire structure of the array is optimized on a level she cannot comprehend. The flow of energy is excessively sluggish. Fang'ang's voice resonates. Structural redundancies limit its inherent power. No sooner has he spoken than boom. The purple flame surges dramatically. Its brilliance intensifies severfold, its volume nearly doubling. While the power it radiates escalates exponentially. What shocks Medea even more is that the magical energy consumption has decreased by at least 30%. How? Is this even possible? This utterly contradicts everything she knows about the principles of magic. What have you done? For the first time, a tremor of disbelief marred Medea's typically haughty tone, revealing a crack in her proud facade. Essence. Fang'ang retracted his finger, and the radiant light dissipated as if it had never existed. Everything in existence follows its own logic, and energy is no exception. He remarked nonchalantly. Your formation is conceptually sound. However, your understanding of the essence of energy remains superficial. I merely corrected its flaws slightly. The ensuing moments unfolded for Medea like an extended tempest that upended her understanding. She demonstrated elemental manipulation. Fang'ang effortlessly guided the raging elements, transforming them into docile creatures akin to cats, yet their potency only intensified. She showcased rune magic. Fang'ang identified energy conflicts among 3 runes and proposed a more concise and efficient alternative. She presented a defensive barrier. With just a glance, Fang'ang pinpointed its weak energy loop and casually established a seemingly simple, yet exponentially more robust microbarrier. Each instance was an overwhelming triumph, a profound inversion of her expectations. Medea transitioned from sheer astonishment to a growing sense of humiliation, ultimately succumbing to a numbing realization, alongside a fear she was loath to acknowledge. Who, exactly, is this man? His comprehension of magic appears to transcend the divine era, reaching an unfathomable zenith. Beneath that tranquil gaze lies an absolute confidence. Your power. Medea finally could not restrain herself from speaking again, her voice dry. What is its true source? Fang'ang opened his palm. In the center of his hand, no magical energy coalesced, but rather an array of minuscule, dust-like points of light emerged. These points rotated slowly along an arcane trajectory, constructing a complex energy structure. Understand? And then wield. He gazed at the luminous points in his palm as if appreciating a flawless work of art. Energy is merely a tool. By comprehending its principles, one can manipulate it at will, even create it. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting elongated slants upon the floor. Time slipped away in the suffocating silence and displays. Medea realized that her initial wariness had long been supplanted by a profound reverence. Fang'ang bore no malice, at least. Not overtly. Yet the weight of his presence was heavier than any adversary. His occasional expressions of admiration were not directed at her personally, but rather at the knowledge of divine magic itself, akin to a collector admiring an intriguing antique. This realization left Medea feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. When the conversation inevitably veered towards bloodline magic, a more pronounced interest flickered in Fang'ang's eyes. The activation techniques of divine bloodlines. He scrutinized the materials provided by Medea, deep in thought. Although reliant on divinity, the approach to channel energy and awaken potential holds considerable value. Perhaps it is possible to detach the divine dependency and undertake a transformation towards universality. Medea's heart skipped a beat. The mortal frame cannot bear divine power. It is not about bearing divine power. Fang'ang interrupted her. It is about drawing upon its method, optimizing the energy structure, and uncovering the limits of mortals themselves. She began to elucidate the principles of activating divine bloodlines. Yet this time, she withheld several of the most crucial cores. Fang'ang seemed unfazed, merely listening intently, nodding occasionally. Soon, he extended his hand, and the energy within him began to operate in a novel manner, one that borrowed from the bloodline technology yet was distinctly different. He could distinctly feel a dormant force deep within his being awakening. His limbs, bones, muscles, and even his mental acuity were continuously and steadily being reinforced in a slow yet remarkably tenacious manner. Every moment, every second, he grew stronger. Medea quietly observed as Fang'ang effortlessly deconstructed, analyzed, and transformed her divine secrets into his own power. In its place arose a sensation more intricate and elusive. Awe, curiosity, and a hint of unease at being drawn into a colossal vortex. This man named Fang'ang was here for purposes that transcended mere magical discourse. What he sought, perhaps, was much more. Chapter 40. The heart stirs. Fang'ang stretched his limbs, reveling in the burgeoning vitality coursing through him, a force that was palpably growing stronger. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction and nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, his gaze shifted to Medea. And he spoke with sincerity. Your generosity compels me to reciprocate. Your defensive system is formidable, particularly in its artistry when countering ranged magical bombardments. He acknowledged her strengths before deftly pivoting to the crux of the matter. Yet, it harbors a conspicuous weakness. Once an adversary breaches the periphery and encroaches upon your side, the efficacy of your defenses diminishes sharply. Fang'ang's tone remained calm, imbued with an air of all-knowing confidence. This was precisely why I could easily penetrate your defenses during our last encounter. Upon hearing these words, Medea's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. Images of their initial clash flickered through her mind, and she had indeed attributed her lapse to a moment of negligence. However, it now seemed evident that it was not merely a stroke of chance. She nodded gently, her voice retaining its cool detachment, yet softened by a hint of approachability. Close-quarters combat is indeed not my forte. I am more accustomed to determining the outcome from a distance through magic and summoned entities. I can assist you in optimizing it. Fang'ang pledged earnestly. Not only can we further reinforce the barriers of your ranged defenses, but I can also construct an impenetrable absolute barrier for you in close combat. A flicker of surprise illuminated Medea's eyes. In those depths, which had seen through the ages and the treachery of humankind, a complex array of emotions surfaced. Throughout her long existence, countless had coveted her power, yet few had genuinely cared about her vulnerabilities or her safety. Almost none, in fact. Fang'ang spoke little further, his fingertips already beginning to shimmer with the brilliance of magical energy. The magic danced like the most delicate of threads, weaving rapidly through his fingers, crafting intricate designs. Ancient and mysterious divine runes melded with his unique theoretical framework that pursued ultimate equilibrium, creating a mesmerizing synergy in his hands. A novel, multi-layered composite defense magic array began to materialize in his palm, emanating a steady and potent resonance. Observe here, he instructed. The outer layer retains your most adept ranged defense system, serving as the initial line of alert and buffer. As he constructed the array, he patiently elucidated, his voice clear and methodical. On this foundation, I have added an intermediate layer and an inner layer of defense. The intermediate layer is an intelligent defense core capable of autonomously identifying threats that breach the outer layer and adjusting defense parameters in real time based on the energy attributes, intensity, and velocity of the incoming attack. The innermost layer, Fang'ang pointed to the core of the magic array, is an adaptive energy shield that clings closely to your body. It provides the most direct and effective ultimate protection in the rapidly shifting dynamics of close quarters. Medea gazed intently at the intricately structured, layered defense system that radiated a luminous wisdom. A stone had been cast into her tranquil heart, sending ripples across its surface. This was not merely an appreciation for a more sophisticated magical skill set. It was something far deeper. It felt like an unprecedented warm current, quietly flowing into the long-frozen depths of her heart. It was the warmth of genuine concern. "Why are you helping me?" She finally could no longer contain herself, softly inquiring. Her tone carried a perplexity and an imperceptible softness that she herself was unaware of. It was no longer the formulaic coldness and detachment that had previously characterized her demeanor. Fang'ang raised his gaze, his eyes clear and unguarded, as if they could reflect the essence of the human heart. "You shared the invaluable technique to activate the divine bloodline, which has granted me a new breakthrough in the application of qi. This is merely a reciprocal exchange. My return is only natural." His response was direct and pure. For millennia, Medea had grown accustomed to deception, accustomed to manipulation and betrayal. Having long sealed her heart against sincerity, she had never imagined that someone would treat her with such unadulterated respect and kindness. A warmth, indescribable yet profound, quietly spread within her chest. This warmth felt so unfamiliar, yet it was equally disarming. She found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to this sudden affection. "Thank you." Ultimately, she softly uttered those two words. Simple, yet somewhat awkward. As if they had been sealed away for a millennium, only to be awakened now. "I will try your design," she said, her tone regaining a semblance of calm. Yet deep within her eyes, the complex emotions had not entirely dissipated. As she began to softly chant the incantation, materializing the defensive system constructed by Fang'ang, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her in an instant. This layer of defense was no longer merely a cold barrier of energy, a tool against external threats. It resembled a silent promise, warm and steadfast, seemingly conveying to her that someone cared for her safety, that someone valued her worth. She was no longer merely regarded as a formidable weapon, but seen as a living being worthy of respect and protection. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the two became aware that night had fallen, Medea was astonished to realize that she had spent the most delightful afternoon she had experienced in centuries. Even more surprising was the surge of reluctance within her to conclude this exchange. "It is getting late," she said. However, she paused briefly. "If you are willing, we could share dinner together and continue our discussion." Her gaze turned towards Fang'ang. "I have some deeper divine magic that I am eager to share with you." The spark of desire for knowledge gleamed in Fang'ang's eyes as he gladly accepted the invitation, cherishing this rare opportunity for dialogue. Medea gazed into his clear, sincere eyes, a strange and indescribable emotion stirring within her. Over the course of thousands of years, she had never harbored such complex and unfamiliar feelings for anyone. Was it due to his astonishing magical talent? Was it the pure respect and care he exhibited? Or perhaps it was the fact that, before him, she could finally shed the guise of the malicious sorceress, revealing merely a wizard who is understood and respected? Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Medea exhaled softly. She led Fang'ang out of the workshop. At the moment she crossed the threshold, she suddenly became aware that her heartbeat seemed to quicken slightly. Almost whimsically, she felt compelled to tidy her slightly disheveled hair and robe. This sensation was both unfamiliar and tinged with a hint of a long-forgotten thrill, transporting her momentarily back to a distant and hazy past. It was a time before meeting Jason, when she once naively believed in the beautiful possibilities the world could offer. Chapter 41. The seal of liberation. As twilight descended and nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere during dinner was unexpectedly harmonious. Following the meal, Medea took the initiative to invite Fang'ang to her personal meditation chamber, a sanctuary of utmost privacy, a realm of absolute tranquility, where no outsiders were ever permitted to tread. Several softly glowing magical lamps floated gently in the air, dispelling the shadows lurking in the corners. The walls were adorned with intricately woven tapestries, their ancient patterns seemingly whispering tales of long-forgotten myths. At the center of the room lay a comfortable array of cushions, beside which stood a low tea table, already prepared with refreshing beverages. "Tonight, I wish to unveil to you something far more profound," Medea began, her cool voice imbued with an added warmth compared to the daylight hours. "This knowledge stems from the direct grace of the goddess Hecate, and few have had the privilege to glimpse its true mysteries." In Fang'ang's eyes, a spark of anticipation ignited. He understood that the essence of their true exchange was just beginning. Without further ado, Medea lightly tapped her fingertip, and a mysterious magical scroll unfurled in midair. As her fingers glided and beckoned, a series of intricately complex magical arrays slowly materialized before her, swirling and transforming. Obscure and ancient incantations flowed from her lips, akin to songs traversing the corridors of time, imbued with a sacred yet ethereal aura. With remarkable patience, she elucidated the profound meanings encapsulated within each rune, meticulously dissecting the enigmatic trajectories of energy flow. Fang'ang was wholly engrossed, absorbing this invaluable knowledge. His mind raced, occasionally posing questions, each one striking precisely at the heart of divine magic's essence. The discussion deepened. When the topic turned to a particularly intricate defensive array, rumored to have been personally constructed by Hecate, Fang'ang suddenly paused, presenting a groundbreaking perspective. I have been pondering a question. He spoke, his voice steady and profound, imbued with pure inquiry that felt capable of shaking the very foundations. The power of divine magic undoubtedly originates from the deities. But what, precisely, are these deities? Are they merely a highly condensed manifestation of a unique energy within the universe? Or do they transcend energy itself? As true creators who crafted the rules of magic from nothingness? Upon hearing this, Medea froze momentarily. This question struck at the very core of divine magic. Probing into a taboo realm she had never dared to contemplate, let alone question. The foundational beliefs she had held steadfastly began to tremble violently in that instant. This is an affront to the divine, she instinctively exclaimed, though her tone bore no trace of anger. Instead, it was suffused with profound confusion and uncertainty. The deities created magic and bestowed this magnificent power upon us as a divine gift. This is an undeniable truth. Her voice grew faint. Fang'ang offered a gentle smile, his gaze clear and sincere. I do not question the greatness of the divine, nor do I deny their significance in the heritage of magic. Rather, I seek to delve into a deeper contemplation and exploration from the fundamental essence of energy. If we perceive the vast, boundless universe as an infinitely immense realm, filled with various primordial energies, then perhaps the so-called deities are merely the earliest manifestations within this monumental energy field, having awakened self-consciousness long before others. They did not conjure energy from nothing. It has always existed. They simply mastered the art of guiding, shaping, and utilizing these pre-existing primordial energies. Medea fell into profound silence. She was contemplating, struggling, digesting this revolutionary notion. This theory undermined nearly all her previous understanding of magic. Yet strangely, she sensed an undeniable rationality within it. If this were the case, she murmured, her voice tinged with a faint, yet unmistakable glimmer of hope, then my power, my magic, does not entirely hinge upon the bloodline legacy of Hecate? Indeed, it does not. Fang'ang affirmed with a nod, his tone resolute. Your divine bloodline, in essence, serves more as an efficient conduit. However, this pathway is not the sole one. As your comprehension of the essence of magic deepens, when you truly grasp the principles governing energy's operation, you may discover alternative avenues, constructing your own novel bridges. Thus, you could gradually diminish, or ultimately entirely free yourself from reliance on the divine bloodline. Fang'ang's gaze shifted to the resplendent magical tapestry before Medea. He pointed to several runic nodes pulsating with core light. Observe here and here, within your current system of incantations. These particular runes play a pivotal role in connecting to divine power and acquiring divine favor. However, if we could endeavor to enhance or even replace these runes, optimizing the flow of energy within you, directing it more efficiently to harness the immense magical power you have accumulated over time, rather than excessively depending on bloodlines for a one-way transfer of divine strength. Medea's breath caught in her throat. Are you suggesting that I could create entirely new runes? Construct a novel structure of incantations? Harness my own power to drive those formidable magics that traditionally required divine strength? Thus, reducing my dependence on the bloodline of Hecate? Not merely reducing dependence. Fang'ang's tone resonated with a compelling inspiration. If you can master this method and continue to refine it, the power you can wield will no longer be confined solely to the existing, tangible magical effects. Instead, it could ascend to a grander, more fundamental level, touching upon the very essence of magic. A conceptual realm? Medea softly repeated the phrase, indeed. At a conceptual level, Fang'ang's gaze deepened. By that time, you shall no longer merely create flames, but possess the ability to grasp the very essence of burning. You could endow anything with the characteristic of fire, even those substances conventionally deemed utterly incombustible, such as water or the void itself. You would transcend the mere act of healing wounds and instead master the concept of restoration. In theory, you would be capable of mending anything that has been fractured, and to a certain extent, even reshaping its essence. A brilliant light ignited in Medea's eyes, a radiant blend of intense desire and incredulity. She felt as though she stood before a grand portal leading to a new world, with only a gentle push required to enter. What a magnificent realm of magic it would be, a height she had never envisioned. More importantly, Fang'ang's voice resonated with authority, declaring that you would possess the ability to reshape existing magical rules within a localized scope, creating a domain that is truly your own, unparalleled and unique. Within that realm, you would be the architect of the rules. You could redefine what is possible and what is not. Everything would be under your dominion. This future, brimming with infinite possibilities, unfurled before Medea like a magnificent and vibrant tapestry. A wave of slight dizziness washed over her, accompanied by an unprecedented rush of excitement and exhilaration surging within her chest. For millennia, she had stubbornly believed that her powers had reached the pinnacle attainable by mortals. The only pathway to greater strength was to continuously seek out more potent deities, beseeching their blessings, or usurping their power. Yet now, Fang'ang stood before her, clearly delineating an entirely different path, one leading to self-transcendence and genuine mastery of her own destiny. We can attempt this. Midia's voice trembled with anticipation. She could hardly wait to validate the theory proposed by Fang'ang. Let them begin with a simple experiment, to see if this concept is indeed feasible. A smile flickered in Fang'ang's eyes as he promptly set about assisting Midia in analyzing her existing magical incantations. Together, they selected a relatively straightforward yet representative spell, Binding. This was one of the most frequently used and expertly mastered incantations by Midia, making it an ideal subject for experimentation. The core principle of this spell is to connect to the source of Hecate's power through your divine lineage as a bridge. Fang'ang dissected the spell's energy structure and operational principles, guiding this divine power to firmly bind the target. However, if we boldly alter the arrangement of certain runes, creating an entirely new structure for the incantation, focusing directly on invoking and channeling the latent magic within oneself, we could even circumvent the connection between bloodlines and divine power. He raised his hand, his fingertips gliding swiftly and fluidly through the air. New runes, shimmering with mysterious light, materialized from nothingness, intertwining and combining. Ultimately, they formed a novel rune structure that bore both resemblance to and stark contrast with the original binding spell. This new configuration adeptly preserved the fundamental framework and intended effects of the original incantation, yet, akin to the finishing touch of a dragon's eye, it profoundly transformed the pathway of energy flow and the very essence of its driving force. We may bestow upon this innovative spell the name. Fang smiled, gazing at the increasingly radiant eyes of Midia. Liberation. He imbued this new incantation with a title rich in hope and profound significance. Chapter 42. A promising path. It is no longer about binding others, but rather about liberating oneself. This endeavor allows you to swiftly break free from the constraints of lineage and experience the true essence of your own power. Midia's gaze was intensely focused as she scrutinized the newly formed runic structure. Each line and node contained revolutionary potential. After a moment, she slowly nodded. I am prepared. Let me attempt it myself. She stepped into the center of the meditation chamber and closed her eyes. Her fingers intertwined before her, and she began to softly chant the novel incantation, Liberation. Initially, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, as if nothing were occurring, save for the whispers of the spell. Yet, Midia remained undeterred. She cast aside millennia of habitual reliance on bloodline power, much like a novice, clumsily yet resolutely awakening the dormant torrent of her own magic within. Fully concentrated and undistracted, suddenly, a faint glow, without warning, erupted from within her. Immediately, an astonishing transformation ensued. The magical radiance enveloping Midia, once as profound as the night sky, began to surge and shift dramatically. Strands of resplendent golden light permeated through, intertwining and merging with the deep violet, ultimately coalescing into an unprecedented hue of gold and purple. These two noble and enigmatic colors intertwined, radiating a terrifying wave of energy. An indescribable sensation, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelmed Midia's defenses. It was an overwhelming sense of liberation, as if the invisible, burdensome shackles that had entwined the depths of her soul were severed by some force at that very moment. True freedom, a profound ease at the level of the soul. This feeling, Midia opened her eyes, the golden-purple luminescence shimmering in the depths of her gaze, her voice trembling. It is truly incredible. She could distinctly perceive that her magic no longer required the bloodline as a medium. It had become exceptionally pure and direct. It was as if it were an extension of her own limbs, a part of her very breath. With effortless grace, as if moving her own fingers, she raised her hand, her fair fingertips stirring slightly. In an instant, a cluster of flames ignited out of thin air. The flames, strikingly, were the same dazzling and perilous golden-purple hue. The flickering flames emitted energy levels far surpassing her usual magic. What exhilarated her even more was the astonishing mastery she wielded over this flame. She could elongate, flatten, and shape it into creatures. Solidifying it like crystal, the form and intensity of the flame shifted instantaneously with her will, as if they were an inseparable part of her being. However, this intoxicating, nearly omnipotent sense of control did not last long. Merely a few minutes later, the brilliant golden-purple glow began to wane like a life force, its luster gradually dimming. Ultimately, they retreated within themselves, their ethereal glow reverting to the familiar traditional purple. Midia inhaled deeply, calming the tumultuous heartbeat within her chest. A profound sense of exhaustion, emanating from the depths of her soul, surged forth. This state could not be sustained for long. Midia spoke softly, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Yet, more prominently was the uncontainable excitement and fervent hope. Even this fleeting experience was sufficient to unveil a novel possibility before me, a future brimming with boundless potential. Fang'ang nodded in approval. This was merely the first step. The success of the new rune liberation has undeniably validated our theory as entirely feasible. With ongoing practice and refinement, you can forge more such runes. Ultimately, you will construct a complete magical system that is uniquely your own, liberating yourself from dependence on divine lineage and truly mastering your own power. If I could fully grasp this method, Medea murmured, the golden-purple light seemingly still dancing in her eyes. She envisioned the infinite starry sky, the formidable power to reshape rules, in the elusive realm of conceptuality. I would be capable of creating unprecedented magical effects, perhaps even truly achieving the mastery of the conceptual level you speak of. Indeed, Fang'ang confirmed. At that point, you would no longer merely passively wield the power bestowed by deities. You would be able to define the boundaries of your own strength, delineating the meaning of your existence, akin to the gods in defining the scope of their authority. Medea gazed intently at Fang'ang, the enigmatic mage from another world, who, in the span of a day, with his profound knowledge and revolutionary ideas, had forcibly opened a magnificent door to an entirely new realm of magic for her. He revealed boundless possibilities within her that she had never even imagined. The golden-purple radiance, like a fleeting illusion, gradually dissipated from her fingertips. Medea stared at her palm, as if still feeling the lingering resonance of that unprecedented power. After a long pause, she lifted her gaze to the otherworldly mage before her. Thank you. This expression of gratitude shed all pretense and distance, resonating with sincerity deeper than any previous occasion. You have allowed me to glimpse a new gateway, leading to a magical domain I had never conceived. Fang'ang smiled gently, shaking his head. There is no need for thanks. The exchange of knowledge is inherently wondrous. The collision of different perspectives often ignites unexpected sparks. The hour is late. Fang'ang glanced out the window, noting the deepening night. I propose we conclude for today. We can continue refining the new method tomorrow. Medea nodded slightly, yet a sense of reluctance inexplicably surged within her. Tomorrow must continue, she murmured softly, her tone imbued with a hope she herself had yet to recognize. I am left with numerous questions, eager to explore them with you. As I watched Fang'ang's figure fade into the night beyond the door, Medea stood alone before the window. The cold moonlight cascaded like a flowing stream, casting mottled shadows upon her exquisitely beautiful face, illuminating the intricate and subtle emotions nestled deep within her eyes. She raised her hand once more, her fingertips gently caressing the spot where the golden-purple light had lingered, as if savoring that fleeting yet profound sense of freedom. A long sigh escaped her crimson lips, imbued with a chill and a sense of bewilderment. Medea reminded herself that love and trust have always been the twin offspring of betrayal and suffering, a truth she had tasted far too many times. Yet, deep within her heart, another faint voice whispered. This voice carried a hint of expectation that even she could not comprehend, nor dared to examine. Perhaps, this time, it truly would be different. With this contradictory yet secretive hope, a delicate smile blossomed at the corners of Medea's mouth, illuminated by the cold moonlight. Chapter 43, Protagonist Character Card. Fang'ang Character Card. Basic Information. Name: Fang'ang. Identity: Marvel's Doctor Doom. Multiverse Traveler. Appearance: a tall, handsome Eastern European youth with a slender physique, composed demeanor, and profound gaze. The appearance of Doctor Doom. Personality traits: calm and rational, strategically deliberate, possessing an insatiable thirst for knowledge, arrogant and cold, influenced by the soul fusion with Doctor Doom. Combat style: adept at observation and analysis, tends to control the battlefield, adjusts tactics according to the opponent. Knowledge repository: master of Marvel magic, fused with the soul of Doctor Doom, Eastern Chi magic, acquired from the Jackie Chan Adventures universe. Specialized in sealing and control magic, understanding of multiverse rules, knowledge of divine magic, obtained through communication with Medea from the Fate universe. Core abilities: Fang'ang possesses the multiversal artifact Yuan Heng, crafted by merging the Tiger Talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures with the powers of the Holy Lord's Soul and 11 other talismans. 1. Multiverse adaptability: Fang'ang can retain all his powers in any universe, unhindered by universal rules. 2. Rule perception: he can intuitively grasp the fundamental rules and operational mechanisms of the universe he inhabits, swiftly adapting to different environments. 3. Transmutation: capable of transforming any form of energy into usable power, including the attacks of adversaries. 4. Division: can forcibly split entities into distinct parts. 5. Ultimate evolution of the 12 Talismans. Within Yuan Heng, the power of the 12 Talismans transcends their original forms, elevating to cosmic authority. Rat Talisman evolution: creation power. No longer merely bestowing false life upon inanimate objects, it grants true creative dominion, enabling the meticulous crafting of new life forms with specific attributes, subtly influencing the chains of causality and the trajectories of fate. Ox Talisman evolution: indestructible body. The simple concept of immense strength is surpassed, replaced by an absolute indestructibility at a conceptual level. This shell is impervious, capable of withstanding the might that shatters stars without sustaining harm. Tiger Talisman evolution: path of balance, as the cornerstone and core of Yuan Heng. It bestows the power to harmonize all opposing concepts in the universe, whether life and death, good and evil, or the eternal struggle between order and chaos. All are balanced under its command. Rabbit Talisman Evolution, time-space traversal, surpassing mere spatial leaps, it evolves into an absolute mastery over time and space. This allows for navigation through the currents of time, movement within boundless space, and even briefly unveiling the veils of parallel universes to glimpse the true boundaries. Dragon Talisman Evolution, Elemental Dominion. No longer confined to singular fiery explosions, it becomes the absolute master of countless elements. Capable of effortlessly manipulating and creating any fundamental element within the universe, even defining and birthing entirely new elemental forms. Snake Talisman Evolution, Existence Interference. This power grants the ability to manipulate existence itself. He possesses the ability to selectively erase the existence of himself or others from the perceptual dimensions of designated observers, even conjuring bizarre forms that exist in a state reminiscent of Schrodinger's paradox, straddling the line between existence and non-existence. The evolution of the Horse Talisman, Origin Purification, transcends mere healing of wounds. It delves deep into the essence, purifying and mending the distorted cosmic laws and tainted energies, even restoring vitality to the corrupted essence of the universe. The evolution of the Goat Talisman, Soul Exploration, grants the evolved power to soar freely within the realm of the soul. It facilitates effortless navigation through the layers of consciousness, probing the vast ocean of collective unconsciousness to unveil the mysteries of the soul. The evolution of the Monkey Talisman, Morphological Transcendence, breaks the shackles of form, allowing for boundless transformations in the creation of entirely unprecedented modes of existence. It even enables a temporary liberation from the constraints of the material body, embodying a pure energy life form. The evolution of the Chicken Talisman, Gravitational Control, embodies a magnificent mastery over the fundamental forces of the universe. It grants the ability to manipulate gravity and electromagnetic forces at will, creating or dissipating powerful gravitational fields, achieving near-perfect precision in controlling the material world. The evolution of the Dog Talisman, Temporal Flow, reveals that immortality is merely superficial. The true power lies in the dominion over time itself. Fang'ang can precisely regulate the flow of time within himself in specific surrounding areas, whether accelerating, decelerating, halting, or even creating closed time loops or bubbles, all within a mere thought. The evolution of the Pig Talisman, Energy Torrent, greatly enhances control, enabling the manipulation of an almost boundless surge of energy. This torrent can transform into a devastating energy storm or construct an impregnable energy barrier. However, the extent of Yu Heng's powers remains intricately linked to Fang'ang's depth of understanding of the cosmic laws and the total amount of magic he can summon. In his normal state, Fang'ang's combat prowess is comparable to that of Marvel's Thor, yet his array of abilities is remarkably diverse. Chapter 44. A millennium of heartfelt concerns. In the early morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the meditation room. Medea stood before the window. As the fog in the courtyard gradually dissipated, the enchanting glow of the Liberation Rune, which had danced at her fingertips during her exchange with Fang'ang the previous night, lingered vividly in her mind. Throughout the passage of several millennia, no one had ever treated her with such equality and sincerity. A timely knock resonated at the door. Fang'ang appeared at the threshold. "Good morning. I hope I have not disturbed you." "Not at all. The timing is quite perfect," Medea replied, her voice softened, imbued with a warmth she herself had not yet recognized. "Please, come in." Fang'ang stepped into the meditation room, his gaze sweeping over the ancient tapestries adorning the walls. One tapestry, vibrant in color, depicted a youthful Medea, a stark contrast to her present, frigid demeanor. It captured her essence during her time in Colchis, radiant and full of life. Fang'ang broke the silence. "Yesterday you mentioned that you were the princess of Colchis, an apprentice of Hecate." His voice slowed, as if carefully weighing his words. "Given your current state, are you involved in the ritual known as the Holy Grail War?" The direct inquiry sparked a flicker of surprise in Medea's eyes. Yet oddly, she felt neither offended nor wary. Perhaps it was the trust established during their previous interaction, or perhaps it was Fang'ang's inexplicable, reassuring aura. "You are aware of the Holy Grail War," Medea affirmed. "Indeed, I have been summoned here as a caster." Fang'ang nodded in understanding. "May I inquire about the wish you hope the Grail will fulfill?" Medea's gaze returned to the tapestry, the smile of the girl in the painting piercing her heart. She fell silent. In the past, any attempt to pry into her desires would have been met with hostility. Yet now, facing someone she had known for merely a day, the impulse to confide began to blossom quietly. "Do you wish to hear my story?" she asked softly, her voice barely audible. "Not the tale of the wicked sorceress from legend, but the true me?" Fang'ang's gaze remained intently focused. "I would be honored." Medea took a deep breath, drawing in the dust and pain of 1,000 years. Then, she began to unfold her tale. "The gods, in the name of love, thrust me toward him. I betrayed my homeland for him, forsook everything, only to receive a heartless betrayal in return." Her voice quivered slightly, the weight of millennia of anguish nearly overwhelming her. The world remembers only my evil, yet no one knows of my sacrifices, my efforts, my genuine heart. She briefly recounted her carefree childhood in Colchis, the moment she first encountered Jason, and the irresistible golden arrow from Eros. She spoke of a love that burned with the intensity of fire, which ultimately transformed into a toxic poison. She recounted how she abandoned everything for love, culminating in the excruciating pain of Jason's merciless abandonment. And then, the endless solitude that followed, marked by scorn and oblivion throughout the long years. Her voice oscillated between a deep timbre and fervent emotion, yet the underlying pain resonated profoundly. I yearned for vengeance. Medea finally unveiled the innermost obsession of her heart. Revenge upon Jason, upon all who have betrayed and exploited me. Revenge upon those who have nailed me to the witch pillar of shame. But her voice dwindled again, imbued with a fragile longing. I also wish to be understood. To be seen, not as a witch, but as Medea, a person who genuinely existed. Fang'ang listened in silence. He did not interrupt, nor did he judge. His gaze remained steadfastly upon her, gentle, probing the depths of her soul scars. In his profound perception, he could distinctly discern the marks of fate and divine power that had distorted her very essence, as well as the near-frozen resentment that lingered. When Medea finished speaking, the meditation room was enveloped in the soft whispers of the breeze outside. After a considerable pause, Fang'ang finally spoke. To be treated as a pawn by the gods. To be betrayed by a beloved. Under such dire circumstances, any act of defiance is warranted. The prejudices of the human heart are mountains, and history is inscribed by the victors. Your story has been distorted. Medea abruptly lifted her head, astonished as she gazed at Fang'ang. Do you not perceive me as a wicked witch? Fang'ang gently shook his head, his tone unwavering. What I see is a remarkably gifted sorceress. A shattered soul, tormented by fate and maliciously toyed with by the divine. He paused, his gaze piercing through the void. Your mastery of magic is commendable. Your plight is lamentable. In that instant, Medea felt warmth welling in her eyes. She quickly turned away, unwilling to reveal her momentary lapse of composure. For thousands of years, she had borne the stigma of a malevolent witch, wandering through endless solitude. She had never dared to hope for understanding, much less sympathy. Everyone regarded her as a monster. No one wished to hear her heart's voice, nor to delve into the truth. Yet today, this person, in just one day, had seen through it all. Do you know, Fang'ang's voice remained gentle, yet bore an unusual clarity. History and myth often record merely the cold contours of events. Those grand narratives, those deliberately embellished achievements, invariably overlook the struggles and anguish deep within the characters involved. They neglect the authentic emotions and motives that drive everything. It is precisely these overlooked, concealed fragments that fundamentally constitute a person as humanity. Medea inhaled sharply, slightly turning her face. I have grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to misunderstanding, accustomed to solitude. For thousands of years, I have been alone, struggling in boundless darkness. No one, her voice faltered, as if that word was difficult to utter. No one has truly endeavored to understand my suffering. But now there is. Fang'ang's tone remained calm. I may not fully grasp the entirety of your experiences. After all, I was not born in that era when the gods cast their watchful gaze, nor have I endured the profound betrayal that has pierced your very soul. Yet, I am willing. I am eager to endeavor to understand you, to behold the authentic you, rather than the symbolized malevolent sorceress perceived by the world. Thank you. This word has long felt foreign to her, estranged for far too long. At this moment, it escapes her lips, tinged with an unfamiliar tremor. Thank you for being willing to listen to my tale. Thank you. She hesitated, as if to affirm the reality before her. She saw me. Fang'ang smiled gently, nodding ever so slightly. He uttered no further words, for he understood that to a soul exiled in the desolate expanse of time, wandering alone for millennia, any verbal consolation seemed insubstantial. Understanding itself, seeing itself, perhaps that is the gravest and warmest of forces at this moment, when the burdens long suppressed finally burst forth. Medea felt an unprecedented sense of exhaustion, soon followed by a peculiar lightness. It was as if the heavy shackles that had bound her soul, almost material in their weight, had begun to crack. Though faint, the sound was unmistakable. She instinctively raised her hand, gently pressing it to her chest. There, something was quietly awakening, a profoundly unfamiliar sensation, one she thought she had completely forgotten amidst endless resentment and anguish. It was neither fervent nor violent. It was light, gentle, imbued with a warmth inherent to humanity. This warmth gradually seeped into the corners of her heart, long frozen, now only smoldering with the flames of vengeance. It seemed as though something was laboriously breaking free from the frozen earth beneath. Chapter 45. The Pact of Equality. I have observed that your magical state appears to be rather unstable. Fang'ang's tone shifted, his voice lowering slightly. Ordinarily, a servant should receive continuous and stable magical support from their master. Yet, it seems you have been relying solely on your dwindling power. striving to maintain your existence in this world. Upon hearing this, Medea chose silence. However, the aura surrounding her tightened momentarily, revealing her inner turmoil. Fang'ang sighed softly, seemingly comprehending the complexity behind her silence, as well as discerning the fleeting glimmer of wariness and vigilance in her eyes. What transpired is not for me to investigate. Yet, I can surmise that some unpleasant events have likely occurred between you and your original master. Regardless of the circumstances, the current outcome is that Fang'ang's gaze settled upon her. You require a new, utterly reliable source of magical energy. Otherwise, it will be challenging for you to remain in this world for an extended period. Finally, Medea broke her silence. You are quite perceptive. Or rather, your powers of observation are rather remarkable. As a researcher of magic, the ability to observe the flow of magic and to analyze its subtle fluctuations is a fundamental skill. Fang'ang explained calmly, facing her scrutiny with composure. Your current pattern of magical consumption is exceptionally unusual, vastly different from that of a typical servant. This clearly indicates your lack of a stable external magical supply. Thus, I have a proposal. Fang'ang's tone turned serious. We could establish a pact. A pact. Unlike the traditional master-servant relationship bound by command seals, I could become your source of magical energy, providing you with the necessary power to operate in this world. This would assist you in better participating in the Holy Grail war and ultimately achieving your desires. A non-traditional pact? Medea raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with skepticism. Are you suggesting not using command seals? A master-servant relationship devoid of absolute control? Cooperation? The very notion felt alien and distant to her, almost like an absurd jest. Fang'ang nodded affirmatively, his gaze honest and serene. The traditional master-servant relationship is fundamentally based on inequality. The master wields near absolute dominion and control over the servant through command seals. However, this is not the only option. We could endeavor to forge an entirely new model of collaboration, a partnership genuinely grounded in mutual respect and shared goals. Then, what do you seek in return? Medea's skepticism did not wane. In fact, it sharpened. Having endured too many betrayals and manipulations, she had long since grown accustomed to viewing any sudden kindness as a carefully disguised trap. Instinctively, she remained vigilant against any unusual proposals. I have no desire for the Holy Grail itself. Fang'ang answered candidly, his tone sincere. My genuine desire is to seek your assistance in gathering the arcane knowledge of this world, particularly in the aftermath of the Holy Grail War. A pure light flickered in his eyes. If circumstances permit, I wish to delve deeply into the structure of the Holy Grail. Upon hearing this, Medea began to weigh Fang'ang's proposal with utmost seriousness and care. The internal scales of her heart began to tip subtly between ingrained skepticism and a faint flicker of longing. Is that all? Merely the pursuit of magical knowledge and research on the Holy Grail? She could not help but reconfirm, still struggling to believe that the conditions presented were so simple, or rather, so unique. For me, the quest for the unknown's mysteries is far more alluring than the power to fulfill wishes. Fang'ang smiled softly, his expression gentle yet imbued with the scholar's almost obsessive fervor. The Holy Grail, being an omnipotent wish-granting machine, must harbor unfathomable and profound magical truths within its intricate workings. This, to me, is the fundamental and greatest temptation. Medea fell into contemplative silence, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the soft edges of her robe. Eventually, she lifted her gaze, her focus once again locking onto Fang'ang. If we are to forge a contract, the tentative tone in her voice diminished significantly, replaced by a newfound seriousness. The form must ensure that our collaborative relationship is solid and mutually respectful. I have no preconceived notions regarding the specifics of the contract. Fang'ang calmly spread his hands, his demeanor entirely open. As long as our goals align and cooperation flows smoothly, you may determine the most suitable form of the contract. Medea's eyes widened slightly, seemingly taken aback. Rarely did her usually cold and distant gaze betray emotion. You would entrust me entirely with the design of the contract? This degree of trust was a sensation she had never experienced throughout her long millennia. Of course, Fang'ang affirmed with a nod, his tone devoid of hesitation. Allowing you to design the contract's details is the best way to ensure its security and efficacy. Medea once again fell into deep thought. This time, within the depths of her heart, a seed named trust seemed to finally break through the hard frost of her reservations, quietly beginning to sprout. She recalled the previous night, the peculiar rune that Fang'ang referred to as liberation, and the unprecedented feeling of breaking free from constraints and regaining power when that rune was inscribed upon her soul. I can design a. Medea's voice was low yet clear. A brand new contract formation that merges the essence of divine magic with modern magical theory, incorporating the liberation rune we created yesterday as its core. Medea added, her voice imbued with an undeniable professionalism. It sounded exquisite. Fang'ang nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about Medea's expertise in the realm of magic. Yet, I must seek clarity. Suddenly, Medea lifted her gaze. Why have you chosen me? Why so generously bestow upon me your magical prowess? What is your true, unchanging purpose? This question demanded an answer. Fang'ang did not shy away from her penetrating gaze. He met her inquisitive eyes with calm assurance. Frankly, I possess an immense scholarly interest in the Holy Grail itself. I have faith in your abilities, caster. And I believe that with my assistance, we stand a significant chance of achieving ultimate victory in this Holy Grail war. His voice remained serene, yet laced with rational confidence. Fang'ang paused slightly, his expression deepening with earnestness. Furthermore, I made a promise to someone of utmost importance to me. I must personally engage in the Holy Grail ritual to gain a profound understanding of its intricate mechanisms. This is vital and irreplaceable for fulfilling that promise. Medea continued to scrutinize him. So, ultimately, this is still a transaction, is it not? Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible disappointment. Yet more so. It bore an understanding that was expected. At the very least, the man before her was sufficiently honest. He concealed his true intentions with no hypocritical kindness. This quality surpassed that of many she had encountered in the past. Indeed, this is a transaction, Fang'ang earnestly admitted. But it is not merely a transaction. He added, his gaze sincere. I genuinely admire your talent and strength, caster. This is no empty flattery. Simultaneously, on the foundation of our collaboration, I sincerely wish to assist you in realizing the desires you truly wish to fulfill. Medea gazed intently at Fang'ang. She endeavored to search through the river of her memories, seeking to discern whether this man bore any resemblance to those who had previously exploited, deceived, or betrayed her. Ultimately, however, she failed. In his honest eyes, she found no traces of hypocrisy or deceit, only sincerity and a kind of respect she had never truly received. The confessions of the previous night seemed to have unlocked some shackles. The understanding of this morning dispelled the long-standing gloom. And at this moment, this unprecedented and almost absurd proposal of equality emerged. Perhaps this time would indeed differ from those nightmarish experiences of the past. Perhaps, in this mysterious sorcerer from a distant land, she could discover that which she had long ceased to seek, even dared not to hope for, a true ally, and the possibility of being understood. The deal was struck. Medea slowly extended her hand. In her violet eyes, it seemed as though centuries of ice and snow were finally beginning to thaw, revealing beneath them a breathtaking beauty and fragility that struck the heart. We formed an alliance. The two stood at opposite ends of the magical array, gazing at each other from afar. First, the iconic purple glow of Medea's magical power illuminated the space. Immediately after, a pure stream of white energy surged forth from Fang'ang's feet, gradually merging into the magic circle. As Medea uttered her final incantation, a resounding hum echoed. A robust beam of light erupted from the center of the magical array, shooting skyward. In midair, the beam split with precision, transforming into two colossal streams of energy that infused themselves into the bodies of Fang'ang and Medea, respectively. In an instant, Medea felt a warm torrent of magical energy flowing into her nearly parched spiritual foundation. The sensation was both familiar and profoundly unfamiliar, as if, in that fleeting moment, she had been transported back to a distant past in her homeland of Caucasus. There, she was the beloved princess, basking carefreely in the warm sunlight of her youth. The contract was complete. Fang'ang lowered his gaze to his right hand, where a delicate mark had emerged, a mysterious pattern intricately woven from purple and white lines, symbolizing the equal bond of their covenant. He lifted his head to meet Medea's gaze, curiosity evident in his eyes. How does it feel? Quite comfortable, she replied, intently savoring the surge of Fang'ang's magic coursing through her. The sensation of fullness, tranquility, and unimpeded flow was something she had never experienced in her past as a servant. There was no sense of rejection. It was as if this magic had always belonged to a part of her being. It was astonishing. This is because the foundation of our contract is built on mutual respect and recognition, Fang'ang explained, his tone calm, rather than unilateral dominance and submission. Medea gazed at him, her beautiful violet eyes shimmering with emotions that were complex and difficult to articulate, gratitude, surprise, and a faint, long-dormant trust beginning to take root. There was also a subtle warmth that she herself had scarcely recognized. In just a few days, this somewhat peculiar mage from a foreign land had not only shown her the possibility of breaking free from the shackles of fate, but had also patiently listened to her past and her pain, even willing to establish an equal partnership with her. Fang'ang observed the shifting emotions in her eyes and smiled gently, nodding in encouragement. This is merely the beginning, caster. We have a long journey ahead of us to uncover the secrets behind the Holy Grail war, to confront the unknown challenges lurking in the shadows, and to realize the true desires we each wish to fulfill. For the first time, Medea felt with profound clarity that she was no longer alone. She was no longer the witch who could only rely on schemes and betrayal, struggling to survive in despair. For the first time, she possessed a true ally, someone she could genuinely call a companion. The sensation of being understood and trusted by another seemed far more precious than any formidable magical power or the yearning for vengeance fulfilled. It was warmer, more comforting, and profoundly reassuring. Chapter 46. A visit to the Tosaka residence before the Tosaka estate. Fang'ang raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a young girl clad in a crimson sweater. Her gem-like azure eyes were filled with scrutiny and wariness as they fell upon Fang'ang. He offered a gentle and courteous smile, inquiring, "Good day. Might I ask if Mr. Tosaka Tokiomi is at home? I am an old friend of his from the clock tower, Victor." The girl's expression flickered momentarily, a complex emotion flashing briefly in her gaze. With slight hesitation, she asked, "You are my father's friend?" "Indeed," Fang'ang affirmed with a nod. To bolster his credibility, he retrieved a weathered photograph from his wallet. "We once collaborated on the theory of magical energy conversion at the clock tower, sharing a bond of profound camaraderie. He returned to Japan for personal reasons. But we had agreed that should our research yield breakthroughs, I would visit Japan to continue our collaboration." The girl took the photograph, her fingertips gently tracing its edges. In the image, a youthful Tosaka Tokiomi donned the clock tower's uniform, standing side by side with a young man bearing a slight resemblance to Fang'ang, both radiating spirited smiles before the library. "This is indeed how my father appeared in his youth," she remarked, her tone softening. She stepped aside, granting him entry. "Please, come in, Mr. Victor. I am Tosaka Rin, Tokiomi's daughter. Let us discuss further in the living room." The following day, after Fang'ang and Medea completed the contract ritual in the meditation chamber, they began to exchange the intelligence they had gathered. "As a caster-class servant, I can distinctly sense the presence of other servants within this city," Medea initiated. "The Holy Grail War was established by 3 prominent families. A fundamental piece of information instilled in me upon my summoning." Fang'ang nodded in understanding. "I previously observed the battle between Archer and Lancer on the school playground through surveillance magic. Subsequent tracking revealed that Archer's master is the young girl from the Tosaka family, named Tosaka Rin. The red-haired youth, Amiya Shiro, who was inadvertently drawn into the fray, seems to have summoned a saber-class servant." Medea raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in her violet eyes. "Oh, you have acquired such detailed intelligence. It appears your special surveillance methods are, indeed, remarkable. Merely some inconsequential techniques," Fang'ang humbly replied, continuing with his inquiry. "I am more intrigued by the Tosaka family. This lineage seems to hold a significant position within this city." The Tosaka family, the Matsu family, and the Einsburn family are the 3 founding houses of the Holy Grail War, Medea elucidated. "The Tosaka family is particularly adept in gem magic, with each successive head of the family being an exceptional magician. I have noticed that Tosaka Rin seems to have formed some temporary alliance with Amiya Shiro," Fang'ang added, sharing his observations with Medea. A flicker of vigilance crossed Medea's eyes. Saber represents the most formidable class, and should she ally with Rin Tosaka, they would pose an undeniable threat that must be approached with caution. Therefore, we require additional intelligence." Fang'ang pondered for a moment, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his gaze. "I intend to assume the guise of Victor, a magician from the clock tower, and attempt to establish contact with Rin Tosaka. Perhaps I can glean some valuable information from her. As for the movements of the other masters and servants, can you take charge of the investigation?" Medea nodded slightly. "Setting up magical detection arrays within the city is a trivial task for me, particularly at the Matsu household. I sense an unsettling magical fluctuation emanating from there, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered." "Very well, let us proceed separately and reconvene here by evening," Fang'ang decisively declared. "If you encounter any danger, contact me immediately through our pact." Medea lightly touched the purple contract rune on her wrist, a confident smile gracing her lips. "Rest assured, I possess ample means for self-preservation. As for you, masquerading as a magician from the clock tower, to be cautious not to reveal any flaws." Fang'ang chuckled softly. "I understand. Just exercising caution is always prudent." In the living room, Rin Tosaka gently placed a cup of hot tea before Fang'ang. "Mr. Victor, you mentioned you were a friend of my father's at the clock tower?" she reiterated, her tone still tinged with inquiry. "Indeed," Fang'ang replied, lifting the teacup to his lips and savoring a sip. "We studied the theory of magical energy conversion together at the clock tower. Mr. Tosaka possessed astounding academic insight, particularly in the realms of gem magic and energy storage. A talent that left me in awe. My father passed away a decade ago." Rin's gaze locked onto Fang'ang's eyes. The hand holding the teacup faltered slightly, nearly spilling the contents. A perfectly measured expression of shock and disbelief crossed his face. "What? Mr. Tosaka has passed?" He set down the cup, his voice lowering. "I had always thought he was simply busy, which is why he had tea," responded. "I have been unable to reach him all these years." Rin's expression softened marginally. Fang'ang sighed softly, his tone filled with regret. "I was presumptuous. Mr. Tosaka was an exceptionally talented magician and a truly respected friend. His gaze shifted to the portrait of Tosaka Tokiomi hanging on the wall, as if lost in memories. I still vividly recall our days spent at the clock tower. He was always the first to unravel the most complex magical conundrums. Yet he never hesitated to devote time to patiently assist other students. His fervor for magical research and his sense of responsibility towards the Tosaka family were profoundly admirable. Rin's eyes glistened, a hint of moisture surfacing. You seem to truly understand my father. We shared an immensely precious time of learning together. Fang'ang's tone softened as he spoke of his greatest aspiration, to return to his homeland of Japan, establish a warm family, and nurture an exceptional heir who could surpass him. His gentle gaze settled on Rin, and in that moment, it appeared Mr. Tosaka's wish had indeed come to fruition. Rin lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes concealing the emotional turbulence within her eyes. Her father had always been quite strict, and she rarely witnessed his genuine emotions. Perhaps it was simply his unique approach to education. Fang'ang's voice was imbued with warmth and understanding, for he firmly believed that only through rigorous training could the finest magicians be cultivated. Beneath his stern exterior, however, his love for his family was undoubtedly profound, albeit not easily expressed. Rin gradually lifted her head, her previously vigilant gaze now softened considerably. Mr. Victor's visit held a deeper purpose, she finally inquired, posing the crucial question. I have recently made significant progress in the study of magical transmutation theory, Fang'ang explained, his demeanor focused and earnest. Upon learning that Mr. Tosaka had also delved into this field in the past, he had come to seek access to some of his research notes, hoping to explore the possibility of completing the unfinished business from years ago. Rin hesitated momentarily, weighing her options. A portion of her father's research pertained to the core secrets of the Tosaka family and could not be easily shared. I completely understand your concerns, Fang'ang replied calmly. As if he had anticipated this very situation, he retrieved an ancient-looking magical emblem from his inner pocket and gently placed it on the table. This was a token given to me by Mr. Tosaka in those days. He said that should the opportunity arise, this emblem would ensure that the Tosaka family would regard me as a collaborator. Rin picked up the emblem, her expression grave as she meticulously examined the intricate magical patterns etched upon it. It indeed bore the hallmark of the Tosaka family's gem magic, subtly infused with a trace of Mr. Tosaka's unique magical signature. Her expression softened completely. The initial wariness slowly dissipated, yet a lingering scrutiny remained deep within her eyes. Chapter 47. Borrowing books. This badge is indeed a creation of my father's. Rin gently placed the emblem back on the desk, the initial wariness in her tone having dissipated. However, Mr. Victor, I would like to first inquire about the recent advancements in the theory of magical conversion that you mentioned. Fang'ang understood Rin's caution. It was certainly warranted. He retrieved his notebook and opened to a specific page. Upon the paper lay a complex and intricate diagram of a magical array, with finely drawn lines depicting the flow of energy. My recent research focus has been on how to enhance the efficiency of magical energy storage within gemstones. As you are aware, traditional methods inevitably incur losses during the process of infusing magic into the stones. I have discovered that the root of these losses largely stems from the imbalance in the flow of magical energy. Rin's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. You mean to suggest that it is possible to significantly reduce such losses? Not merely reduction, Fang'ang replied, extending the notebook towards Rin and pointing to the core of the diagram. I have designed an entirely new mode of magical infusion, which, by altering the trajectory of the energy flow, can substantially enhance the efficiency of magical storage in gemstones. Rin took the notebook, intently studying the complex and exquisite illustration, her slender brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. This spiral mode of magical infusion. Theoretically, it does possess feasibility, yet the practical implementation may prove exceedingly challenging. Perhaps I could demonstrate it for you? Fang'ang calmly proposed. Rin nodded slightly, not declining the offer. She approached the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a pure gemstone, untouched by any magical infusion, and handed it to Fang'ang. Fang'ang accepted the gemstone, his fingertips gently gliding over its cold surface. He then began to slowly infuse his own magical energy. In stark contrast to Rin's accustomed linear infusion method, his energy flowed like entwined threads, spiraling in an imperceptible manner, evenly and steadily permeating the gemstone's interior. The gemstone gradually emanated a radiance, which intensified until it stabilized, its brightness nearly doubling the luminosity Rin typically achieved with an equivalent amount of magic. Rin's eyes were filled with genuine astonishment as she picked up the dazzling gemstone, scrutinizing it closely. The magical density has increased by at least 30%, perhaps even more. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Fang'ang did not cease there. He continued to present even more enticing techniques. You could attempt to merge different attributes of magic within the gemstone. He picked up a new gemstone, this time his fingertips emanating two distinct hues of magical energy, crimson and azure, representing fire and wind attributes. He infused both types of magic into the gemstone, employing this fusion technique to create a spell with composite effects. For instance, this one possesses both the explosive power of flames and the expansive damage radius of wind. Rin could hardly contain her eagerness to validate the authenticity of this technique. She immediately picked up several gemstones and, with swift concentration, began to emulate the techniques that Fang'ang had just demonstrated. Her initial attempts were somewhat clumsy and not particularly successful, but as the young prodigy of the Tosaka family, she quickly grasped the essential principles. There was another technique that might alleviate the long-standing troubles of the Tosaka lineage. Fang'ang appropriately introduced the final and most significant technique, a unique method of magical sealing that allowed the gemstones to retain their core structure after use, preventing complete shattering. He pointed to a slightly dimmed yet structurally intact fragment of a gemstone on the table, indicating that these used stones could be re-energized for further use. Although the efficiency would diminish, they could still be recycled 2 to 3 times. Rin instantly realized the implications of this revelation for the long-standing issue of gemstone resource scarcity, which would be significantly alleviated. Mr. Victor, Rin raised her head again, her gaze towards Fang'ang now devoid of wariness, replaced by a blend of admiration and curiosity. Did you learn all these advanced magical techniques from your father's notes? Fang'ang smiled subtly, his expression warm and profound. A portion indeed originates from Mr. Tokiomi's notes, a cherished legacy he left behind. However, another portion comprises my own insights and innovations gleaned during the course of my studies. The advancement of magic often arises from the collision and fusion of diverse ideas, does it not? Rin nodded thoughtfully. Would you be willing to teach me more? Of course, I would be delighted to share the mysteries of magic with you, Fang'ang readily agreed. In exchange, I hope to examine the Tosaka family's records regarding the Holy Grail War, particularly Mr. Tokiomi's research manuscripts from years past. Rin hesitated briefly, glancing at the gemstone in her hand, which still shimmered with a steady light, then looked up at the enigmatic and powerful mage before her, ultimately making her decision. Very well, I can grant your request. Please follow me. I will take you to the family's library. The Tosaka family library was situated deep within the mansion's shadowy underground. Somewhat cold and silent, Rin approached what appeared to be an ordinary wall and skillfully activated a mechanism. Accompanied by the subtle sound of gears turning, a hidden stone door slowly opened, revealing a more concealed inner chamber. This room houses the most important tomes of the Tosaka family, Rin explained softly, her tone solemn, including detailed records of past Holy Grail wars and some esoteric secrets. Fang'ang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the neatly arranged ancient texts on the shelves, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashing in his eyes. He approached the bookshelf and began to meticulously peruse the invaluable materials. As he delved deeper into the readings, his previously calm demeanor gradually turned grave. The truth of the Holy Grail War was far more complex and dark than he had initially imagined. The Tosaka, Einsburn, and Mata families are not merely participants. They are the original architects of this ritual, whose fundamental purpose is to collaboratively unlock the passage to the root, reaching the pinnacle of existence that magicians have pursued throughout their lives. However, the anomalies that transpired during the Third Holy Grail War completely distorted the trajectory of the ritual. Dormammu tainted the Holy Grail, transforming what was once a vessel of noble wishes into an existence rife with curses and malevolence. Even more astonishingly, the so-called Holy Grail is not merely a simple wishing container, but a sophisticated magical apparatus intricately connected to the Throne of Heroes. It continuously absorbs the souls of the 7 servants to amass immense energy, ultimately forcefully tearing apart the barriers of the world to open the gateway to the root. Fang'ang's attention was eventually captivated by a somewhat antiquated yet well-preserved special manuscript. This was an in-depth research note by Tokiomi Tosaka regarding the Throne of Heroes and the essence of souls. In his notes, Tokiomi boldly speculated that the Throne of Heroes might be a soul storage system transcending time and space, and that the so-called summoning of servants essentially involves temporarily pulling the soul replicas recorded in the throne into the present world. If the throne indeed possesses the capability to preserve souls, could it be possible, through a specific magical method, to extract particular souls from it? Even those of ordinary people who have long since passed? This thought sent a shiver through him. Suppressing his inner excitement, he continued his research. And in the latter half of the notes, he discovered that Tokiomi had attempted a theoretical method of modifying magical circuits to directly connect with the throne. This approach was exceedingly bold, but it also carried immeasurable risks. Ultimately, for safety reasons, Mr. Tosaka abandoned further experimentation, yet his theoretical foundation remained entirely valid. Another document meticulously detailed the circumstances of every Holy Grail war throughout the ages, including the participants, the summoned servants, and the final outcomes. Fang'ang carefully perused these records and soon noticed a thought-provoking phenomenon. Not a single Holy Grail war had truly fulfilled the wishes of its participants. All Holy Grail wars were invariably interrupted at the critical final moments due to various unforeseen events or human factors. What fascinated Fang'ang the most, however, was a collection of fragmented research notes on the root. In the worldview of the Fate universe, the root is regarded as the origin and conclusion of all things, the source of all magic, and the ultimate realm that every magician yearns for. This definition of the root bore a striking resemblance to the essence of the multiverse he had vaguely sensed through Yuan Hong, yet approached from entirely different angles. If one were to connect Yuan Hong with the Holy Grail, what might transpire? The Holy Grail serves as a conduit to the root, while Yuan Hong acts as a vessel of balance within the multiverse. Could there exist some mysterious resonance between the two? Have you found the information you were seeking? A soft voice interrupted Fang'ang's deep contemplation. Fang'ang gradually closed the book in his hands, a gentle smile resurfacing on his lips. Indeed, it is immensely valuable. The profound research heritage of the Tosaka family truly commands my sincere admiration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow, Fang'ang's silhouette elongated as he finally departed from the Tosaka estate. Chapter 48. A night visit to the Mata mansion as dusk settled over the Ludong temple. It was enveloped in a serene stillness unique to the evening hour. Upon entering the meditation chamber, Fang'ang beheld Medea seated in a lotus position, her eyes gently closed, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow of magical energy. Hearing his footsteps, she slowly opened her profound violet eyes. It appears you have made some discoveries, Medea remarked, her gaze capturing the lingering contemplation etched upon Fang'ang's face. He nodded and took a seat opposite her. The collection of the Tosaka family is truly remarkable. I have unraveled the truth behind the Holy Grail War. It is not merely a wish-granting device, but rather a vast ritual meticulously designed to reach the root. Medea inclined her head slightly. As a grand sorceress of the Age of Gods, she was certainly familiar with the concept of the root, albeit perhaps under a different name in her era. The passage to the origin and conclusion of all things. This indeed aligns with the ultimate purpose of such a grand magical ritual. Fang'ang continued, the Tosaka, Einsburn, and Metu families initially established the Holy Grail War to open this passage. However, an anomaly occurred during the Third Holy Grail War when the Grail became tainted by the soul of Dormammu. This also explains why, throughout the generations of Holy Grail Wars, no participant has ever truly realized their desires. A glimmer of caution flickered in Medea's eyes. This implies that even if one were to seize the Grail, what it could bestow would merely be a distorted curse. We can attempt to purify it. Fang'ang replied solemnly, but this will necessitate further intelligence and preparation. Have you made any discoveries on your end? Medea rose and sauntered towards the window, gazing out into the enveloping night. I have surveilled the Mata mansion throughout the day. I have confirmed the presence of a lurking servant of the rider class. Her voice unconsciously took on a somber tone. What is more troubling is that I sensed an overwhelmingly nauseating aura of insect magic, along with a darker, ominous force residing there. Darker? Ominous force? Fang'ang inquired. It resembles a divinity forcibly bound and desecrated. Medea's brows furrowed, as if striving to discern the mingled essence. Countless lives are struggling in extreme agony, their cries resonating with despair. Worse still, I perceive that the flow of magical energy there is becoming unbalanced, veering towards chaos. It seems someone is preparing for a large-scale ritual, or something is on the verge of spiraling out of control. Suddenly, Fang'ang sprang to his feet, determination flashing in his eyes. Uncontrolled magical energy is often a harbinger of calamity. We can no longer afford to delay. We must act tonight. Medea looked at him with mild surprise. So hastily? We do not possess sufficient understanding of the situation there. The circumstances may be more urgent than we imagine, Fang'ang asserted, and I have confidence in our abilities. He turned his gaze to Medea. Especially now, you need not concern yourself with the consumption of magical energy. You can unleash your divine sorcery without reservation. Medea felt an unprecedented surge of magical energy within her. Indeed, I sense my power has never felt so liberated. She cast a glance at the contract rune connecting her wrist to Fang'ang, the pure and immense flow of magical energy, instilling a sense of reassurance within her. Your magical supply far exceeds that of any master I have encountered. Fang'ang nodded, and the two ceased their hesitation, swiftly commencing the discussion of a concrete action plan. As night descended, a profound darkness enveloped the Matu residence, its oppressive weight akin to a tangible entity. This ancient Japanese edifice exuded an eerie and sinister aura under the cloak of night, starkly contrasting with its mundane appearance by day, as if it harbored a ravenous beast lurking within. In the dim, damp confines of the basement, the imprint worms writhed in a dense mass, exuding a nauseating stench. Matu Zokin's body, desiccated and mummy-like, floated silently in the center of a pool filled with viscous liquid. Suddenly, his murky eyes snapped wide open, and the withered corners of his mouth twisted into a grotesque and horrifying grin. Ah, we have guests, his hoarse, parched voice reverberated through the desolate silence of the basement. And not just any guests, but two uninvited ones. A few imprint worms, glowing with an eerie red light, swiftly crawled to his side, their delicate appendages vibrating as they relayed intelligence from the outside world. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed through Zokin's murky gaze, soon replaced by a more intense morbid curiosity. Caster, and another magician whose aura is unfamiliar? He murmured, how intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Did they intrude at this moment for the Holy Grail? Or perhaps, for that ripening fruit? His withered fingers rhythmically tapped against the pool's edge, producing a dull sound, as if weighing some consideration. After a moment, he reached a decision. Ryder, he called, his aged voice eerily penetrating the barriers of walls and floors, reaching clearly to the other end of the residence. A live figure of a woman, graceful and voluptuous, silently emerged from the shadows. Her cascading purple hair nearly brushed the floor, while a seemingly ordinary cloth strip tightly covered her eyes. She stood silently, like a lifeless statue, patiently awaiting her master's command. We have guests, uninvited ones, Zokin remarked in his characteristic raspy tone, one caster and another unidentified magician. Go, ascertain their identities and intentions. Should they harbor ill designs, he paused, a flicker of cruel light flashing in his eyes, eliminate them on the spot. They must not be allowed to approach the depths of the residence, especially the basement. Ryder inclined her head slightly, her form merging once more with the shadows, vanishing into the darkness as though she had never been there. Zokin then turned to another direction, raising his voice slightly. Sakura, return to your room and lock the door. No matter what transpires outside, do not emerge, do not interfere, do you understand? In a dim corner of the residence, a purple-haired girl clad in a school uniform trembled imperceptibly, then responded softly, turning silently towards her room. Meanwhile, Fang'ang and Medea lurked in the woods surrounding the Matu residence, observing the ancient edifice. Within the mansion, at least 3 distinct life signatures could be sensed. Fang'ang lowered his voice, his perception extending like invisible tendrils. One was deep underground, its presence aged and malevolent. Another was on the 2nd floor, faint and oppressive. And the last was moving swiftly towards us. That is Ryder, Medea confirmed immediately. Her aura was formidable, yet felt profoundly constricted, as if bound by some unseen force. Fang'ang nodded, about to speak, when suddenly he furrowed his brow, sensing an exceedingly subtle fluctuation of magical energy. His gaze shifted downwards, where he spotted several tiny insects, the size of fingernails, glimmering with a faint red light, silently crawling up the tree trunk beside him. We have been discovered, Fang'ang whispered, his fingertips releasing a subtle surge of magic. The insects barely had time to react before they were instantaneously reduced to ash, dissipating into the air. Given this, there was no need for further concealment. A glint of determination flashed in Fang'ang's eyes. They would proceed as planned and prepare to confront their foe. No sooner had he spoken than both emerged from the shadows of the trees, confidently appearing in the open courtyard before the mansion. Almost simultaneously, a swift shadow leapt silently from the edge of the mansion's 2nd-floor roof, landing precisely 10 meters ahead of them and blocking their path. It was the cloaked servant, Ryder, her hands gripping 2 long chains tipped with sharp spikes. She remained silent, merely standing there, yet the gently swaying chains emitted a dangerous metallic glint, signaling that she could unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Fang'ang stepped forward, attempting to negotiate. We mean no harm, we only wish to. Before he could finish, Ryder responded with action. She lowered her body slightly, assuming a clear stance of attack, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent, unequivocally conveying that she would not permit anyone to step even a foot into the mansion behind her. Fang'ang and Medea exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other perfectly. In the next moment, they both surged towards the woods on their left. As anticipated, Ryder instinctively reacted, her form flickering as she unleashed a gust of wind, pursuing them relentlessly. The 2 chains, like living serpents, sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming directly for Fang'ang's back. Fang'ang successfully led Ryder away from the Matu residence to a relatively open glade they had previously chosen. The cool moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, illuminating the 2 figures in confrontation. Medea concealed herself in the shadows nearby, the purple glow of her magical energy shimmering around her, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Fang'ang signaled to Medea to hold back for now, focusing intently on Ryder, and said in a low voice, "Let me gauge her strength." Ryder did not respond, but merely accelerated the movement of her chains, the cold light glinting menacingly. Fang'ang took a deep breath, standing firm as the magical energy within him began to surge with fervor. There were no superfluous words, no tentative feints. Only the purest intent to battle surged and clashed beneath the moonlit sky. In the next instant, Ryder's figure abruptly blurred, as if teleporting across several meters, charging violently toward Fang'ang. The chains in his hands resembled 2 ravenous, obsidian serpents, tearing through the air as they launched a ferocious assault. Chapter 49. The new law in action. The chain whistled through the air, slicing past Fang'ang's cheek with a piercing shriek, the fierce wind stinging his skin like water. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Boom. The chain struck with ferocity against the towering tree behind him, splintering wood flying in all directions. Not bad. Fang'ang murmured, a fleeting spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Faced with such a swift opponent, it was the perfect opportunity to test the newly comprehended technique. Derived from an analysis of the activation principle of the divine bloodline, it merged the pathways of qi and the balance of energy, named the Xuanheng divine concealment technique. He took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands into a preparatory stance, his internal energy surging forth. The rider's figure approached like a specter, the chain striking like a venomous serpent, lunging towards Fang'ang's left side. As Fang'ang dodged, his right palm sliced towards the rider's shoulder. The rider, as light as a willow fluff, leaned back to evade the palm strike, but her right leg transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking fiercely at Fang'ang's abdomen. So swift, Fang'ang's pupils constricted, barely able to brace with his arm. Bang! With a heavy thud, he was thrust back several steps. The arm he used to block burning with sharp pain. Such incredible speed, truly worthy of the rider. Fang'ang shook his numbed arm, his fighting spirit only intensifying. Under the moonlight, the two figures danced in a rapid exchange, so fast that they seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. The rider's assault was like a tempest. The chain tearing through the night sky, her legs a blur of motion. The ground was gouged with deep furrows, trees snapped in half, debris and dust swirling about. Fang'ang's movements were agile and elusive, yet he found himself increasingly cornered, several bloodstains adorning his body, the fiery sting of pain coursing through him. The excruciating pain did not incite panic in Fang'ang. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, a faint golden glimmer ignited from the depths of his pupils. The Xuanheng divine concealment technique, the first level of qi awakening. In an instant, his movements seemed to break free from an invisible constraint, flowing seamlessly with the night breeze. The rider's chain lunged for his throat once more, but Fang'ang slipped away at an almost impossible angle. Not only that, his counterattacks became suddenly incisive, each strike subtly targeting the nodes of the rider's qi flow. The rider frowned slightly, acutely sensing the shift in her opponent. She accelerated her assault, her form moving like a flash of lightning, the chain creating overlapping illusions. Descending from all directions. Missing a strike, the chain instantly altered its trajectory, the angle sharp and unforgiving, leaving Fang'ang no respite. Although his responses could not match the rider's velocity, each dodge and block was executed with exquisite precision, either evading the solid blows or using the rider's force against her. His techniques appeared deceptively simple, yet they consistently pinpointed the critical moments when the rider exerted force or changed direction, repeatedly forcing her to interrupt her flurry of attacks. A seemingly light palm strike connected with the outer side of the rider's arm, causing her movements to momentarily stagnate. She quickly adjusted her center of gravity, sweeping the chain outward to push Fang'ang back. The fierce battle has transformed the surrounding forest into a chaotic wasteland, with the ground marred by spiderweb-like fissures and scattered remnants of broken branches. Fang'ang swiftly formed seals with his hands and intoned in a deep voice, second layer of the five treasures resonance. A profound and weighty aura surged from within him. As if five dormant treasures had awakened simultaneously, each breath he took pulling forth a tide of overwhelming energy. His speed and strength surged dramatically. His fists slicing through the air with the force of a gale, his palms descending like blades. Ryder sensed the looming threat and withheld no further restraint. Her speed soaring once more. In the moonlight, her figure became almost entirely indistinct, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. The chains seemed to possess a life of their own, lunging at Fang'ang from various impossible angles. Yet Fang'ang appeared to foresee her every movement, narrowly evading critical strikes with impeccable timing. His counterattacks grew increasingly precise and fierce, forcing Ryder into a desperate defensive retreat. With the essence of the liver concealed within, the power of would surge forth, life blossoming. Fang'ang's vision intensified, and he struck with a punch that sent shockwaves, scattering debris from the ground. Ryder barely evaded. But the fierce gust of his punch tore a corner of her mask, revealing a patch of pale, delicate skin, causing her pupils to involuntarily constrict. With the essence of the lungs concealed, the power of metal unleashed its deadly force. A silvery light flickered in Fang'ang's eyes as his form blurred, and, like a wraith, he flashed behind Ryder, delivering a hand strike to her nape. Ryder reacted with lightning speed, bending low and sweeping her leg. Fang'ang gracefully leapt to evade, his hand seals shifting once more. With the essence of the heart concealed, the power of fire granted him insight. In an instant, Fang'ang's perception expanded infinitely. Every subtle movement of Ryder, each breath, and every trace of murderous intent were vividly reflected in his mind. As the chain struck once more, Fang'ang advanced rather than retreated, weaving through the gaps like a fish, expertly penetrating Ryder's inner circle. Surprise flickered in Ryder's eyes as she hastily raised her arm to block. Fang'ang's palm struck her arm, releasing a force that surged. Ryder felt her right arm tremble and go numb, nearly losing her grip on the chains, and she hastily retreated, her gaze heavy with focus on Fang'ang. Fang'ang did not pursue. He stood firm, slowly raising his hands with palms facing inward. Third layer of the marvelous meridians unlocked. Boom. An unseen tidal wave of energy radiated from him, causing the ground to tremble and leaves to rustle. His aura deepened profoundly, resonating subtly with the night-clad mountains and forest around him. A glint of cold light flickered in Ryder's eyes, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping her heart. No longer hesitating, she abruptly crouched low, her chains dancing in her hands, forming a blurring silver light. In the next moment, she shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, her speed reaching its zenith. Chains surged from all directions, weaving into an intricate net, sealing off all of Fang'ang's escape routes. Yet, he remained calm and still. His eyes gently closed. Just as the chains were about to ensnare him, he suddenly opened his eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling deep within his pupils. Resonance of the mysterious balance, power of the Tai Sui, thunderous charge. Boom. An indescribable and terrifying force erupted from Fang'ang's body. His speed instantaneously surpassed that of the rider. His figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly weaving through the dense web of chains. Each appearance accompanied by a thunderous crack as the air was torn apart. His fists, palms, fingers, and elbows struck with unerring precision at the rider's vital points. The rider, engulfed in horror, found her once prided speed appearing to the opponent as if it were in slow motion. Her attacks were completely anticipated, and her body's reactions could not keep pace with his movements. In mere moments, her entire body was subjected to a barrage of strikes, her vital energy stagnating, and her movements suddenly became rigid and sluggish. With a resounding thud, a profoundly heavy palm strike landed squarely on her chest. The rider, as if struck by lightning, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body soaring backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing into two massive trees before falling heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 50. Coerced contract. Rider struggled to maintain her stance, each breath pulling her deeper into agonizing pain. The blood trickling from her lips, staining the earth beneath her. With trembling hands, she raised the chains once more, adopting a posture of defiance for a final battle. It must come to an end. A chilling voice resonated, and Fang'ang's right foot slammed down with fervor, causing the very ground to moan and tremble. A radiant halo of 5 colors erupted from beneath him, illuminating an intricately complex and mesmerizing mystical array. Concurrently, a mysterious symbol resembling a swirling galaxy gradually materialized on his forehead, pulsating with an ethereal glow that emanated an ancient and formidable aura. His pupils had transformed entirely into a deep vortex interwoven with 5 colors. Merely gazing into them felt as though one's soul might be drawn in. The surrounding air shimmered visibly, violently rippling outward. The celestial lock of Shendu. With this final declaration, the ground array suddenly erupted in blinding brilliance. 5 radiant chains of energy, shimmering with divine hues, tore through the air, hurtling forth. The surface of the chains was adorned with countless runes, swirling with a dreadful pressure. They whipped toward Ryder at an almost imperceptible speed, intertwining frantically around her, tightening into an inescapable, three-dimensional cage of light. At every point of contact with her body, a spiraling vortex of destructive energy ignited, ruthlessly tearing away the already dwindling reservoir of her magical power. The stripped magic transformed into vibrant orbs of energy, helplessly floating around Ryder like fireflies, illuminating the dimming flame of her life. Ryder struggled for but a moment before despair settled in as she realized that this was not merely a binding, but a complete severance and negation of her magical essence. Even her very existence. She had utterly lost the last vestige of her ability to resist. The chains constricted tighter, immense pressure forcing her to kneel upon one knee. Her disheveled hair falling to obscure her pale visage, the blood seeping from her mouth appearing particularly vivid under the moonlight. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, and Medea's figure emerged silently at the edge of the battlefield, her purple robe billowing softly in the breeze as she approached with measured steps. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately resting upon the bound rider. As a servant of the rider class, Medea retrieved a uniquely designed dagger from the depths of her voluminous sleeves. The dagger shimmered with an eerie purple light, its blade inscribed with a multitude of ancient runes, exuding an aura that distorted the very fabric of reality. Your struggle ends here. This is the symbol of the rule breaker, the annihilation of all contracts, Medea softly intoned, raising the dagger aloft, its purple luminescence becoming blinding in the night. I require neither your consent nor do I deign to acknowledge your submission. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly stepped forward, her dagger striking towards Ryder's chest like a venomous serpent. It did not pierce the flesh, but rather severed the invisible bond connecting master and servant in the ethereal realm. Fang'ang stood silently to the side, his gaze tranquil and unwavering, merely observing the unfolding events. With a soft yet haunting sound, akin to the tearing of a soul, the dagger sliced through the void, severing an unseen thread. Ryder's body trembled violently as if struck by an invisible force, more blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, staining her garments crimson. The magical link that once belonged to her former master shattered in an instant, replaced by a surge of violet energy that coiled around her like shackles, forcibly forging a new master-servant contract. Simultaneously, upon Medea's fair wrist, the vivid red sigil of command gradually emerged, exuding an undeniable authority. She looked down upon the utterly defenseless rider with an air of superiority, her tone icy and commanding. In the name of the newly appointed master, I command you to reveal your true name. Chapter 51. The Mysterious Balance of the Divine Abode Character Card. The Mysterious Balance of the Divine Abode is a system of body enhancement and combat techniques conceived by Fang'ang. This innovative method draws inspiration from an in-depth analysis of the principles behind the activation of divine bloodlines, integrating Eastern theories of energy pathways, the Qigong philosophies of the esteemed Long Lao, and Fang'ang's unique interpretation of the path of balance, culminating in a comprehensive system that not only fortifies the individual, but also empowers them to conquer adversaries. Core philosophy. The essence of the mysterious balance of the divine abode lies in the principle of concealment and revelation, blending firmness with flexibility. It activates the 5 divine abodes within the human body, corresponding to the 5 organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, to unleash latent potential while maintaining a balanced circulation of the 5 elemental energies: wood, fire, earth, metal, water. Levels of practice. First level. Awakening the energy pathways. Unblocking the 12 primary meridians allows for unobstructed flow of vital energy and blood, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes and a significant increase in sensory acuity. This heightened perception enables the practitioner to sense the flow of energy and weaknesses within an opponent's body. Second level. Resonance of the 5 organs. Activating the divine abodes corresponding to the 5 organs. Heart houses the spirit, liver houses the soul, spleen houses the intention, lungs house the corporeal essence, and kidneys house the will. Each activation results in a qualitative leap in corresponding physical capabilities. Heart, spirit enhances perception and intuition. Liver, soul boosts explosive power and decisiveness. Spleen, intention strengthens endurance and stability. Lungs, essence increases speed and agility. Kidneys, will augments vitality and recovery abilities. Third level. The 8 extraordinary meridians. Opening the Du and Ren meridians among the 8 extraordinary pathways establishes a complete energy circulation system. This allows for the storage of substantial amounts of energy, which can be mobilized at will, achieving an almost perfect state of balance and coordinated development of various abilities. Fourth level. The mysterious balance of the divine abode. The unification of the 5 abodes creates a unique divine space capable of absorbing external energies for personal transformation, attaining the ultimate state of harmony between body and mind. Combat applications. 1. Pressure point control with precise perception of energy pathways. Fang'ang can strike key pressure points and energy nodes within an opponent's body using minimal force, resulting in energy disruption or temporary blockage. This technique relies not on brute strength but on accuracy and timing. 2. Elemental defense. With energy, entangles and controls the opponent's movements like vines. Fire energy delivers explosive attacks, instantly releasing accumulated energy. Earth energy provides steadfast defense, enhancing resilience against blows. Metal energy offers sharp precision, with attacks as cutting as a blade. Water energy facilitates fluidity and agility, enabling seamless evasion and counterattacks. 3. Tai Chi guidance. By redirecting the opponent's attacking force, Fang'ang can neutralize, redirect, or counterattack, embodying the essence of Tai Chi that employs minimal effort to yield maximum effect. 4. Resonance of the divine abodes and critical moments. Multiple divine abodes can resonate simultaneously, unleashing extraordinary power that surpasses conventional limits, though this requires time for the practitioner to restore balance thereafter. Characteristics and limitations. Gradual nature. Unlike the explosive activation of the 8 gates technique from Naruto, the Xuanheng divine concealment method unfolds progressively. The longer the battle endures, the stronger the abilities become. No harm. When employed correctly, this technique imposes no harm upon the body. Rather, it fosters physical well-being. Dependency on perception. The effectiveness hinges upon the precise perception of the opponent's energy flow, diminishing against certain unique physiques or lifeless entities. Balance requirement. It is imperative to maintain internal equilibrium. Excessive emotional fluctuations can adversely affect performance. This technique perfectly aligns with Fang'ang's pursuit of balance. Excelling in combat, while simultaneously fostering personal growth, it embodies a genuine path of mutual benefit. The practice of this method aims to better harness the profound powers of the ox and rabbit talismans that have already been refined within the Yuanheng. Chapter 52. The pitiful girl. The command spell glimmered with a crimson light beneath the moonlight, searing the very essence of the servantess soul. Beneath Medusa's eye mask, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable anguish that was difficult to conceal. She remained silent, her body subtly tensing as if caught in an invisible vice. The power of the command spell resembled an intangible shackle, intolerant of any defiance. Medusa's voice emerged, deep and hoarse, laden with the forced resignation and humiliation of her predicament. My true name is Medusa. Reveal to me the secrets of the Matu family. Medea's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Medusa's form trembled slightly as unwelcome fragmented memories surged forth. Her narration was sporadic. The eerie, damp basement, the interminable insect magic rituals. The relentless inhuman torment endured by the girl named Sakura day after day, the repulsive insects crawling into her fragile body, and the darkness that perpetually bred and spread within her. Fang'ang and Medea exchanged a glance, requiring no further words, from these scattered fragments of information. The gravity of the situation was already evident. Though Medusa's account was brief and disjointed, each word pierced the listener's nerves, exuding a suffocating sense of unease and malevolence. Lead the way, Medea commanded succinctly. Medusa slowly rose, silently guiding them ahead. She was intimately familiar with the structure of this sinister mansion, deftly steering them away from corridors and rooms infested with loathsome insects that reeked of ominous foreboding. The air was thick with a subtle, yet penetrating odor of decay, an indelible mark left by years of insect sorcery. Before long, they arrived outside Sakura's room. Medusa halted and pushed open the door. In the dim light, the lavender-haired girl curled upon her bed appeared ensnared in an endless nightmare. Her brow was furrowed in torment, her pallid complexion nearly translucent, and her body occasionally convulsed uncontrollably, emitting faint whimpers from her throat. Fang'ang approached the bedside cautiously, his brow instantly furrowing. His keen senses detected an ominous, stirring energy within Sakura, akin to a slumbering ancient beast poised to awaken and wreak havoc. What was even more alarming was the multitude of tiny magical fluctuations racing wildly within her. Intertwining like a web, those were the malevolent remnants left by the imprinting insects. These magical ripples formed an extraordinarily intricate and deeply rooted network, tightly entwined with her magical circuits and even her very life. Such cruelty was utterly inhumane for a girl still in her bloom. Fang'ang's voice was low, simmering with suppressed fury as he disowned every abhorrent anomaly within Sakura's body. The insects were not merely gnawing at her flesh. They were mercilessly corroding and distorting her soul. Without uttering more words, Fang'ang gently placed his hand upon Sakura's forehead, a tranquil and pure energy slowly flowing forth. Purification. An invisible, warm wave radiated from his palm, enveloping Sakura's form in a gentle golden halo. The parasitic insects, which had long tormented her deep within her flesh, were forcibly extracted from her body by an irresistible force, purified, and ultimately transformed into specks of ethereal light, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. In the moment of their complete annihilation, the minuscule creatures seemed to emit a silent, yet harrowing scream. Simultaneously, a vibrant healing energy surged into Sakura's body like gentle spring rain, mending the tissues and meridians that had long been ravaged by the insects. The warm golden light continued to envelop Sakura, gradually easing her furrowed brow and stabilizing her once erratic breaths into a calm rhythm. Yet, Fang'ang's expression remained tense, growing even more solemn. For during the purification and healing process, he had come to perceive more clearly the aberration lurking within the depths of her being. The dark force within her was extraordinary, far beyond a mere curse or magic. He murmured, it seemed to be deeply intertwined with the very essence of her life, nearly indistinguishable from her. To forcibly sever it could undoubtedly precipitate catastrophic consequences. I must first thoroughly understand its nature. Medea stood silently at the bedside, her gaze unwavering from Sakura's pallid features. Even though the chains of command had shifted, her complex feelings of coerced obedience and hidden concern for her former master had not dissipated with the change of contract. Fang'ang slowly straightened. The tranquility he had embodied while wielding the purifying power now entirely vanished, replaced by an aura of malevolence that seemed to freeze the air around him. He gazed into the profound darkness outside the door, pinpointing the source of evil. His voice low and menacing. It appears time has come to pay a visit to the patriarch of the Matu family. Medea, you and Medusa remain here to guard her. Fang'ang's tone brooked no argument. It was imperative to ensure her safety and remain vigilant against any stirrings of the dark force within her. Understood. Medea nodded. Without a hint of hesitation, her amethyst-like eyes reflecting Fang'ang's figure, concern nearly overflowing. Take care of yourself. Matu Zanyan in the underground insect lair. Medusa's voice remained low and tremulous, merely mentioning that place was sufficient to evoke visceral disgust and fear. There be wary of the swarms. At her words, Fang'ang's expression hardened. The lurking, parasitic creatures, surviving by devouring the essence of life, were only worthy of playing their petty tricks in the filth of the underworld. His eyes shimmered with an undeniable aura of power, his tone imbued with a cold indifference and confidence that could crush all. Fear not. A mere pest does not merit my dread. Moonlight streamed through the window, bestowing a hint of vitality upon Sakura's pale visage. Fang'ang turned and exited the room, his steps resolute as he made his way toward the basement. As he delved deeper, the temperature of the corridor plummeted, the shadows on the walls twisted and writhed, becoming thick and profound, as if they had come to life. His footsteps resonated clearly in the desolate corridor, each step causing the wooden floor beneath him to emit a faint, pained groan under the weight of his presence. In the darkness, countless minute sounds rustled from all directions. The restless insects lurking in the shadows, observing the unwelcome intruder encroaching upon their domain. Yet, under the intangible aura of intimidation that surrounded Fang'ang, they instinctively sensed fear and refrained from approaching him carelessly. They could only writhe restlessly in the deeper shadows, producing subtle sounds of friction. The heavy wooden door leading to the basement loomed ahead, a sinister, unsettling dim light seeping through the cracks, accompanied by an even more potent stench of decay and death. Why inflict such madness upon an innocent girl? What was the true origin of the dark force that seemed to merge with her being? Fang'ang pushed the door open, stepping into the unfathomable abyss of darkness. The air instantly thickened and grew fetid, the overpowering scent of decay engulfing him, rendering it difficult to breathe. Chapter 53. The hive. The basement proved to be more profound and expansive than one could have imagined, with walls adorned by magical stones emanating a faint, eerie glow. The ground was etched with a distorted magical circle, dormant yet pulsating with ominous magical fluctuations. Every wall, the ceiling, and even the shadows within sight were cloaked in a thin, writhing layer of a black carpet composed of countless minute imprint insects. Their incessant rustling combined into a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine, nearly drowning out all other sounds. Fang'ang advanced slowly, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. He could distinctly sense the magical energy permeating the air, an ancient, decayed, and grotesquely warped force that exuded a nauseating stench. To intrude upon the dwelling of the elders is hardly a commendable display of courtesy, young man, a hoarse voice, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, unexpectedly emerged from the deepest shadows, yet its source remained unseen. Fang'ang curled his lips in disdain. Courtesy? A wretched corpse that survives by siphoning life, a parasitic entity, dares to discuss etiquette with me? Your very existence is a blasphemy against magic. A low, peculiar chuckle echoed from the darkness, laced with an unsettling stickiness. Then, the dormant imprint insects received a silent command, suddenly springing to life, surging towards Fang'ang like a tide of darkness. Ah, an intriguing tone. It seems you are not an ordinary magician. Intriguing? Such a pitiable perspective. Your barren cognition, hollowed by these insects, cannot even fathom a fraction of my power. In my eyes, you are hardly a rival, merely a slightly larger ant. Fang'ang remained steadfast, motionless, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. The swarm accelerated suddenly, its forefront transforming into a sharp cone, lunging toward Fang'ang's chest. Just as the swarm was about to graze his clothing, a ripple silently spread before him. Not a physical barrier, but rather a distortion of space, isolating him from the outside world. Countless imprint insects collided with this invisible fold, as if striking an impenetrable dimensional barrier, instantaneously crushed and scattered, reduced to powder and debris that accumulated on the ground. More insects surged from all directions like a tide of black, crashing against the spatial ripple, yet only futilely increasing the thickness of the remnants on the floor. Incapable of even stirring the slightest wave in the ripple. Is this the magic you take pride in? It is truly pitiable to the extreme. Before absolute power, your trifles amount to nothing but dust. Fang'ang's voice was frigid, devoid of any sentiment. The atmosphere in the basement grew ominously foreboding. Countless bone-like spikes, glimmering with a ghostly light, sprouted from the walls, pointing menacingly at Fang'ang. The dormant magical circle on the ground suddenly flared to life, radiating blinding violet brilliance, unleashing a torrent of rolling, toxic magical mist that surged toward Fang'ang. However, whether it be the sharp bone spurs or the lethal miasma, the instant they made contact with the spatial ripples surrounding Fang'ang, they were disintegrated and consumed by an unseen force akin to snow melting under the sun, ultimately vanishing without a trace. What do you think you are doing? Do you wish to save that already broken girl? The voice from the darkness turned somber and resentful. It is too late. She is no longer a pure human. The thing within her has already begun to awaken, even without my intervention. She is destined to become the source of calamity that devours all. Fang'ang coldly retorted, your lies hold no significance for me. I have witnessed with my own eyes the twisted malevolence you have inflicted upon her soul, accompanied by a more intense rustling sound. A silhouette finally emerged from the depths of darkness. It was not a true human, but rather a grotesque figure formed by countless tiny, writhing insects, barely maintaining the semblance of a gaunt, elderly man. The swarm surged and flowed within this ever-shifting form, exuding an aura of malevolent magical energy. Zhang Yin. Fang'ang gazed at this repugnant amalgamation of insects, his voice laced with unabashed disgust. A pitiful parasite that prolongs its decaying existence by tormenting innocent girls and stealing their lives. A twisted, cold smile forced its way onto the insect-formed visage of Zhang Yin. You do know quite a bit. However, young man, Do you truly comprehend the nature of the power that lies dormant within that girl? It is a fragment from the corrupted core of the Holy Grail. The purest curse of all evil, Angal Moa. Fang'ang's brow furrowed slightly. This information indeed surpassed the scope of his previous inquiries. Zhang Yin seemed pleased with Fang'ang's reaction and continued to entice with his raspy voice. The foolish Einsburn family, they created the Holy Grail, yet remain oblivious to its deep-seated corruption. The artificial human they crafted, the white-haired, red-eyed girl, Iliasville von Einsburn, she too is a vessel, existing solely to contain that tainted power. Just like Sakura. So, you intend to exploit Sakura as a more suitable vessel, attempting to seize that corrupted Holy Grail power to fulfill your sordid, twisted ambition? Fang'ang's voice grew increasingly frigid, his murderous intent beginning to materialize. This is a temptation that no magician pursuing the roots can resist. Zhang Yan's voice suddenly escalated, infused with a morbid fervor. Through the Holy Grail, we can reach the origin of all things and attain the true omniscience and omnipotence of magic. For this, any sacrifice is worthwhile, necessary. Fang'ang slowly shook his head. The so-called sacrifice you speak of is nothing but heinous torture and torment inflicted upon the innocent. Your goals, your methods, emanate a putrid stench of decay from their very roots, utterly revolting. The filthy inkstone appeared to be thoroughly enraged, or perhaps the swarm of insects it had gathered began to stir restlessly. In an instant, all the magical arrays within the basement erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The creatures upon the walls and ceiling surged with frenzied movement, coalescing into several monstrous and grotesque swarms that suddenly lunged towards Fang. Chapter 54. An eye for an eye, the swarming sigil insects converged into a pitch-black tide, replete with a stench of decay and madness, surging toward Fang'ang. Yet they remained incapable of breaching his defenses or inflicting any harm. Utterly deluded. A flicker of emotion did not cross Fang'ang's gaze. Instead, he disdainfully uttered 4 words. Before his voice faded, his right hand was already raised, fingers pointing toward the writhing core of the filthy inkstone's insect horde. In an instant, the space surrounding the inkstone manifested several ancient, rotating runic seals, radiating a chilling luminescence. Immediately following, the fabric of space itself emitted a shrill wail. Overwhelmed and unable to bear the burden, crack, like fragile glass, it shattered inch by inch around the runes. The fissures revealed not darkness, but a profound, pure void, an absolute emptiness from which even light and thought could not escape. The cracks expanded wildly, only to abruptly collapse inward, as all fragments and light were forcibly drawn, twisted, and ultimately coalesced into a heart-stopping singularity, a miniature black hole that devoured all. The core of the black hole was an absolute silence and void, while its periphery bizarrely shimmered with the radiant hues of nebulous light, a paradox of destruction and creation entwined in a dance of shadows and brilliance. Yuanheng, void annihilation. Fang'ang's voice was devoid of emotion, akin to a deity perched high above, coldly pronouncing the final verdict. In the next moment, an irresistible, soul-rending terror erupted from the singularity of that black hole. The vast and tainted magical power accumulated within the inkstone was uncontrollably wrenched away, transformed into visible, writhing torrents of dark purple energy, which were frantically drawn into the heart of the black hole, consumed by the profound void, obliterated. Oh! The inkstone emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a cacophony akin to the death throes of insects. The insect amalgamation, barely maintaining its human form, began to quiver violently, twisting and disintegrating, losing all semblance of stability. Countless diminutive sigil insects exploded amidst the terrifying energy fluctuations and excruciating agony, disintegrating into dust, utterly vanishing. Your filthy and corrupt magical power is unworthy even to serve as sustenance for this void. Fang'ang gazed down upon the scene of collapse, coldly adding, his tone imbued with nothing but sheer indifference, as the core magical energy drained away like a breached dam. The inkstone's control over the insect horde that constituted its form shattered in an instant. Those sigil insects, once forcibly restrained, unleashed their primal instincts and suppressed madness, erupting into chaos. The turmoil had only just begun. They no longer coalesced. Instead, they attacked one another with wild abandon, tearing, devouring, plunging into a state of bloody self-destruction. Within the swarm, a frenzy erupted, each insect adhering to its most primal instinct, assaulting its kin, as the entire collective rapidly disintegrated and withered amid its grotesque writhing. The inkstone screams did not cease. Rather, they twisted further, exacerbated by another form of extreme suffering, although he had long since lost his corporeal form. The excruciating pain of forcibly stripped magic, coupled with the terror and despair of his once reliable swarm spiraling into utter chaos and self-destruction, subjected him to a torment of the soul far surpassing any physical agony. Fang'ang deliberately maintained the clarity of his core consciousness, rendering him incapable of fainting or evading his suffering. forcing him to feel with excruciating clarity. "Stop, please, stop." Zhang Yan struggled in vain amidst the boundless agony, his voice fragmented and steeped in fear and pleading. "That girl, Sakura. The power within her has established a profound connection with me. If you kill me, she will also suffer irreparable backlash. She will die?" A chilling glimmer flashed in Fang'ang's eyes. "Your threat, much like your existence, is pathetically fragile. The power I wield is sufficient to sever any form of connection between you and that girl, even those deeply rooted in the soul, without inflicting upon her a single harm." As the last remnants of magic were completely drawn into the void, Zhang Yan's meticulously cultivated insect magic, nurtured over centuries, collapsed entirely. The black hole, after consuming all targeted energy, silently contracted and vanished. The swarm fell into a frenzy of self-destruction, yet under the binding force of Fang'ang's intangible power. They could neither truly dissipate nor escape this basement, nor could they reconstitute into Zhang Yan's former shape. They could only engage in an endless cycle of mutual slaughter and devouring within this confined space, while Zhang Yan's lingering core consciousness remained shackled amidst this chaotic, bloody, and continually shrinking mass of insects, unable to die or find release. "I shall not allow you such an easy escape." Fang'ang's voice was eerily calm. "Your consciousness will remain eternally alert, until that girl you have tormented comes to end your wretched and sin-laden existence herself." A wave of ultimate fear flickered at the heart of the writhing mass of insects, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming tide of pain and chaos. Zhang Yan had irrevocably lost the right to exist, reduced to a conglomerate of insects bearing endless suffering and sin, perpetually self-destructive. Fang'ang paid no further heed to the writhing filth in the corner, turning instead towards the deepest recesses of the basement. There lay a far grander and intricately structured magical array, its emanating magical fluctuations resonating faintly with the dark power he had sensed within Sakura. This was evidently a site for some core ritual. Fang'ang extended his hand, a faint golden radiance flowing from his fingertips as he began to meticulously analyze the structure, technique, and ultimate purpose of this magical array. As his understanding deepened, his expression grew increasingly grave. This magical array was far more insidious and perilous than he had anticipated. It was not merely a tool for controlling Sakura and siphoning her life force. It was a meticulously crafted guiding device, designed with the ultimate aim of detonating the fragment of dark power from Engalmaniu within Sakura under specific conditions. The true scheme of Zokenmatu is to utilize Sakura as the perfect vessel of femininity, intending to catalyze the dark powers within her to their zenith amidst the chaos of the Holy Grail War. By absorbing the souls of defeated servants or other vast sources of magical energy, he plans to unleash a cataclysmic explosion, forcibly tearing open a path to the root. However, this plan is accompanied by a terrifying side effect potent enough to annihilate the entirety of Fuyuki City. Once the dark forces within Sakura spiral out of control, they will transcend mere magical energy, transforming into a manifestation of all the evils of this world, a boundless shadow capable of consuming and digesting all life and magic. Fang'ang's gaze suddenly shifted to the bookshelf beside the wall, where numerous books and scrolls lay haphazardly stacked. These were the research records and magical insights accumulated by Zokenmatu over centuries. He hastened towards them, swiftly scanning through, sifting out valuable information. Among these records, he uncovered a wealth of intelligence regarding the Einsburn family's homunculi, particularly detailed information and analyses of the current generation's little Holy Grail, Iliasville, along with her vulnerabilities. The records explicitly indicated that she is not only one of the masters in this Holy Grail war, but also a specially engineered vessel designed to contain and channel the power of the Greater Grail. Possessing an extraordinarily high magical capacity, strikingly similar in essence to Sakura, albeit differing in structure and purpose. Without hesitation, Fang'ang extracted all the documentation containing critical information and potential solutions, using magical energy to imprint and replicate a copy, preparing to return and study it meticulously with media. Finally, he cast a cold glance at the corner where the relentless swarm of self-destructing insects persisted. Zokenmatu's consciousness was firmly ensnared within, enduring endless torment. He turned away, departing this space rife with decay, sin, and despair without a shred of nostalgia. Chapter 55. The Sea of Souls. Fang'ang, bearing crucial information, departed from the basement. He hastened through the corridor, the moonlight filtering through the windows and casting dappled shadows upon him. Upon pushing open the door to Sakura's room, he discovered the young girl had awakened, weakly propped against the headboard. The cold moonlight spilled into the room, illuminating Medea, who stood by the window, her violet silhouette merging with the night. Medusa stood silently beside Sakura. "You've returned," Medea turned, the moonlight reflecting Fang'ang's figure in her eyes, her voice imbued with a hint of concern. Fang'ang nodded slightly, placing the imprinted documents onto the table beside the bed. "I found some critical information." He spoke little, merely gesturing gently as magical energy surged through the air, coalescing into intricate three-dimensional runes. The precise structure of the magical array, the recorded procedures of the forbidden ritual, and descriptions of the ominous Holy Grail fragments hovered in the center of the room, revealing the madness of Kirai Kodomine's plans. His gaze shifted toward Sakura. Though her complexion had regained some color from her previous state of unconsciousness, the depths of her violet eyes still harbored an indelible weariness and a profound fear embedded within her soul. What weighed heavily on Fang'ang's heart was the palpable dark force residing within her, restlessly stirring, expanding, threatening to break free from its shackles and bring about devastation. Kirai Kodomine has already paid the price for his sins. Fang'ang's voice was low yet cold. He can never harm you again. A complex array of emotions flickered across Sakura's eyes, relief, confusion, intertwined with an unspeakable anguish and hatred. She trembled, her lips quivering as she softly replied, "Thank you, writer. She has already told me some things." Her fingers clutched the blanket tightly beneath her, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. "But I can still feel it. That thing is still there, and it seems to have become more active." Fang'ang keenly observed the fine beads of cold sweat that had dampened Sakura's forehead, her breath becoming erratic and rapid. Time was far more pressing than he had anticipated. The encroachment of darkness was accelerating. "I must examine your condition immediately," Fang'ang declared without hesitation. "According to this information, you are hosting a fragment of Ingram Mainyu's power, a remnant of the tainted Holy Grail, a force of extreme danger. It appears it could spiral out of control at any moment." Medea's gaze darted across the floating runes, her expression growing grave. "The nature of this magic is dark, twisted, entirely foreign to any magical system of this world. We must act at once, or we risk dire consequences. I just want to rid myself of it." Sakura's voice suddenly broke through. Though faint, it resonated with a chilling determination, no matter the cost. "For so many years, I have felt it growing within me, consuming my sanity, distorting my thoughts. At times, I even entertained the most terrifying notions." She lowered her head, seemingly ashamed of these thoughts. Fang'ang gazed deeply at her, the resolve in the young girl's eyes unmistakably genuine. He swiftly made his decision. "I can attempt to extract this power from you, but the process will entail tremendous risks. I cannot guarantee absolute success. Moreover, as compensation, I must claim the extracted energy for myself." Sakura abruptly lifted her head. Within those amethyst eyes, fear seemed to yield to an even stronger will, gleaming with unshakable determination. "As long as it ends this nightmare, I accept any condition." Her voice remained soft, yet carried an ironclad resolve. "I can't bear this any longer." Medusa, who had remained silent until now, placed a steadying hand upon Sakura's trembling shoulder, wordlessly offering support and strength. Though she did not speak, her concealed eyes, hidden behind that enigmatic blindfold, remained fixed upon Fang'ang, awaiting his next move. "Very well." Fang'ang wasted no time. "We begin now. This process requires delving into the very core of your soul. You must relax your mind completely, relinquish all resistance, and place your full trust in me." Sakura nodded firmly, drawing a deep breath before slowly closing her eyes, her long lashes fluttering faintly. Fang'ang settled beside the bed, extending a finger to lightly press against Sakura's smooth forehead. The moment his fingertip met her skin, he sensed an icy tremor emanating from the depths of her soul. Soul resonance, initiate. At his low utterance, an intangible surge of spiritual energy radiated outward from his fingertip. His consciousness seemed to transcend the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical, descending into an unfathomable abyss, the inner world of Mata Sakura. At first, he was met with an expanse of darkness, void and infinite. Then, countless faint pinpricks of light emerged within that endless blackness, flickering, drifting, before gradually converging, connecting from points into threads, weaving from threads into a vast, intricate web, until finally forming an immense and complex spiritual cosmos. Fang'ang's consciousness floated within this surreal universe, surrounded by shimmering fragments of memory, joyful, sorrowful, fearful, deliberately forgotten slowly. These scattered fragments seemed drawn by an unseen force, gathering, merging, until at the farthest reaches of his perception, they coalesced into a boundless, turbulent sea of violet, the ocean of Sakura's soul. Chapter 56. The evils of this world. This ocean flows with a torrent of pure emotion and memory. Countless points of light drift upon the surface, flickering uncertainly, each encapsulating a moment of Sakura's life, a fragment of memory. Among them, a few points shine brightly and warmly, radiating a gentle golden hue, representing the cherished, rare moments of her existence, while the vast majority of the points are dim, cold, and even shrouded in thick, dark filth, narrating her past steeped in anguish and humiliation. This soul sea, which ought to be crystal clear, has been nearly one-third overtaken by a pitch-black substance exuding an ominous aura. These dark entities writhe and spread, carrying a distinctly malevolent intent. They stir the purple waters into massive, swirling vortices, greedily devouring every nearby point of light. whether warm or cold, ultimately distorting, assimilating, and transforming them into pure suffering and despair. Fang'ang's consciousness cautiously approached one of these black vortices, seeking to discern its essence. As he drew near, the dark mass suddenly surged violently, transforming into a colossal black tornado. At the core of the storm, countless grotesquely distorted faces flickered in and out of view, emitting heart-wrenching wails and hysterical laughter, a collective manifestation of humanity's negative emotions condensed by malice, hatred, anger, jealousy, fear, despair. These emotions intertwined, forming a terrifying force that threatened to rend the very fabric of the soul. This was the fragment of Dormammu's power. The tainted remnants of the Holy Grail, a tangible manifestation of all that is evil in this world. Yet, even in the face of such a scene, Fang'ang did not waver. Power surged forth, creating an impenetrable barrier around his consciousness, steadfastly resisting the malevolent thoughts that sought to drag all into the abyss. He penetrated the roaring black tornado, delving deeper into the core of the soul sea. There, he beheld an even more heart-stirring sight, a pulsating, enormous black heart suspended in the center of the purple ocean. It throbbed slowly and heavily, each beat releasing visible black pulsations, like ink droplets diffusing in clear water, continuously polluting and eroding the surrounding pure soul energy. What troubled Fang'ang further was that this black heart had sprouted numerous thick, vein-like black tendrils, deeply rooted in Sakura's soul sea, greedily siphoning her life essence and spiritual power. This network of veins spread densely, extending to every corner of the soul sea, incessantly delivering the tainted dark energy to other areas. Fang'ang attempted to approach the pulsating black heart, but was immediately repelled by a powerful force. He quickly comprehended that this fragment had become deeply entangled with Sakura's soul essence, nearly fused. Any attempt to forcibly detach it could inflict irreversible, catastrophic damage upon her soul. Just then, Fang'ang keenly detected a nearly imperceptible energy fracture on the surface of the throbbing black heart. Deep within the chasm, a faint yet strikingly familiar crimson glow of magic flickered. He concentrated intently, discerning that it was a magical sigil woven from countless intricate runes, its structure pointing towards a sophisticated array of control and confinement. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Kanto Zongyan, a contingency left to manipulate this force. To untie the bell, one must first be the one who tied it. Fang'ang murmured softly to himself amidst the sea of souls, his mind already formulating a plan. To safely remove this accursed fragment from the world, he must first dispel the control sigils laid by Kanto Zongyan, severing its connection to the fragment, and then, through a specific ritual, guide and separate the fragment from Sakura's soul. Throughout this perilous process, Sakura's own willpower, her determination to resist darkness and yearn for light, would play a pivotal role. What weighed heavily on Fang'ang's heart was the acute awareness that the pulsation of that black heart was quickening, and the spread of dark matter was escalating correspondingly. This signified that the fragment was awakening at an accelerated pace, its activity far exceeding expectations. If action were not taken swiftly, the complete consumption of Sakura's soul was merely a matter of time. Fang'ang dared not linger any longer. He withdrew from Sakura's tumultuous sea of souls and returned to the realm of reality. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Sakura's condition had worsened. Her complexion was pale. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, cascading down her temples and pooling upon the pillow, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The situation was graver than anticipated. Fang'ang spoke gravely, stating, "The power has begun to spiral out of control. We must act immediately, without delay." Sakura struggled to lift her eyelids, her violet eyes brimming with fear. "I can feel it, as if it has come to life, wanting to devour me." Her voice trembled violently with terror and weakness. Yet within it burned a tenacious will to survive. "Please, help me." Fang'ang swiftly rose, scanning the magical projections in the air, the idle magic array in the basement. He pointed precisely at one of the structures. "We can utilize this. With slight modifications, it can serve as the venue for the separation ritual." Medea instantly grasped his intent, examining the array and nodding. "The foundational magical field there is already in place. We simply need to readjust the array's structure and the flow of energy." Her eyes sparkled with the confidence and expertise of a divine witch. "Leave it to me. I can swiftly modify the rune sequence to perfectly align with the requirements of the separation ritual." Fang'ang turned back, his gaze falling upon Sakura's pale face. "This process will be excruciating, far beyond what you have previously imagined. You must endure it with your will." He paused, emphasizing, "The most crucial step is that you must confront and accept the darkness that has long been repressed and denied within your heart, even to the extent of willingly releasing those negative emotions you deem taboo. Only then can we find the opportunity to extricate it." Sakura gasped weakly, yet resolutely nodded, the fear in her eyes gradually being replaced by a resolute determination. "I am willing to try. For many years, I have endeavored to suppress myself, feigning that all is well, yet deep within, I am acutely aware that the shadows have never truly vanished, They merely await an opportune moment to erupt. She lifted her head, mustering all her strength to gaze unwaveringly at Fang'ang. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an unprecedented resolve. If this is the sole path to liberate myself from this interminable nightmare, I am willing to confront it. To face the part of myself I am reluctant to acknowledge. A flicker of admiration crossed Fang'ang's eyes, acknowledging her bravery. Excellent. Without further ado, let us proceed to the basement. Medusa, who had been vigilantly watching over her, silently bent down, her movements gentle yet steady, lifting the nearly exhausted Sakura from the bed and closely following Fang'ang and Medea. Chapter 57. A personal conclusion. Sakura's condition was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Her breaths grew increasingly short and erratic, while dark veins crawled across her pallid skin, etching away at her vitality. The door to the basement loomed ahead, and Fang'ang abruptly halted, turning to Medea with urgency in his voice. The magic circle in the basement needs immediate modification. Are you confident in this task? As long as there is a concrete plan, I can execute it. Medea's voice was unnaturally calm, her profound gaze shimmering with absolute assurance. I possess an intimate understanding of the modification of the divine era magic circle. Fang'ang swiftly articulated the essence of his plan, then forcefully pushed open the basement door. A chilling air, mingled with dust and decay, rushed to greet them. Inside the dimly lit basement, in a corner, the massive insects that imprisoned the consciousness of Matu Shinji continued their relentless gnawing, producing a spine-chilling rustling sound. Carefully, Medusa laid Sakura down on the ground. Almost immediately, Sakura's gaze was drawn to the writhing darkness in the corner. Fear flickered in her violet eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a more complex array of emotions. Fang'ang strode purposefully to the center of the magic circle, his eyes scanning the engraved lines as he began to meticulously inspect its structure. Memories, fragmented like shadows from the sea of souls, surged forth. A monstrous form of Sakura opened its gaping maw, devouring a servant clad in black cult garb. Its mask grotesque like a skull. From the unique attire and the lingering chill, Fang'ang could almost ascertain that this was a servant of the assassin class. The situation was more dire than anticipated. The power within Sakura was not only spiraling out of control, but had begun to actively prey upon the servants. If the source was not severed immediately, it was merely a matter of time before she was fully assimilated by that darkness. Medea. Fang'ang pointed to several critical nodes of the magic circle. These core runes must be reversed, transforming the original binding and control into severance and guidance. Without a moment's hesitation, Medea sprang into action. Her fingertips swiftly traced the air, conjuring violet trails of magical energy that precisely reshaped the structure of the magic circle. Fang'ang turned to her, his gaze steady as it met hers. Sakura, the process ahead will be excruciating, surpassing anything you have endured before, but it is imperative. I will guide all the dark energy and negative emotions within you to converge, and then, you must find an outlet to release them entirely. Sakura weakly nodded, her voice barely a whisper yet imbued with remarkable resilience. I will do my best. Fang'ang gently placed his hand on her icy forehead, allowing his power to seep in gradually. He began to draw forth and untangle the savage dark energy within her. Transformation of power. As Fang'ang intoned softly, the dormant dark energy within Sakura seemed to respond to an invisible call, beginning to stir violently and coalesce. Those dark substances, which had scattered like maggots within the depths of her soul, now converged towards her core of consciousness, as if all rivers were returning to the sea, forcibly pulling together. At the same time, the torrent of suppressed emotions buried deep within her soul for countless days and nights, the gnawing fury, boundless terror, crushing despair, and overwhelming hatred toward that man, erupted like a slumbering volcano violently awakened. These dark forces intertwined and fused with the sinister energy, churning and roaring in tumultuous union. Sakura's body trembled violently, her garments instantly drenched in cold sweat. Her eyes mirrored an indescribable agony, yet she clenched her teeth so fiercely that her pallid lips bled, refusing to utter even a whimper. Excellent, Fang'ang's voice carried approval as he guided the energy further. Hold on to your consciousness, Sakura. Do not let it consume you. As the dark energy condensed to its zenith, Sakura's appearance began undergoing a startling metamorphosis. Her once lustrous violet hair faded at a visible pace into a blinding cascade of snow white. Her irises drowned in crimson, gleaming with an eerie scarlet radiance. The ominous black patterns etched upon her skin writhed and spread, growing ever more distinct. Medusa nearly lunged forward, but a single composed glance from Fang'ang halted her. The magic circle is prepared. Medea's voice rang out, laced with faint exhaustion yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Fang'ang nodded, his gaze returning to Sakura, now utterly transformed. His voice resonated low and commanding. Now, Sakura, it is time to confront your true nightmare. He pointed toward the corner where the feeble swarm of insects still clung to existence, enunciating each word. That is Zoken Matu. His consciousness is imprisoned within those vermin, trapped between life and death. Sakura slowly turned her head, her bloodied gaze fixating upon the squirming darkness. The tempest in her eyes mingled seething hatred with a flicker of vindictive pleasure. I want you to end him with your own hands. Fang'ang's voice was icy, yet imbued with an uncanny persuasive power. Release all the rage, all the loathing, all the suffering you've endured. Only by shattering the brandy carved into your soul can you truly break free and create the opportunity to purge this darkness. Sakura rose gradually to her feet. No longer frail, her movements flowed with an almost sinister grace, as though she had momentarily synchronized with the surging dark energy within. The corners of her lips curled into a cruel smile, perfectly complementing her snow-white hair and scarlet eyes, a visage of breathtaking yet perilous allure. At last. Her voice had shed its youthful clarity, now husky and raw, saturated with long-suppressed madness. I've waited far too long for this day. Step by deliberate step, she advanced toward the writhing swarm, the origin of all her torment. An endless tide of hatred coalesced around her, manifesting as tangible tendrils of darkness. When she finally stood before the insects, she lifted her hand slowly. Inky energy gathered at her fingertips, elongating into slender, sinuous black appendages. Grandfather, Sakura's voice whispered softly, yet it carried a morbid sweetness intertwined with a chilling coldness. During those sleepless nights, plagued by gnawing insects, I found myself envisioning various scenarios of your demise, each more agonizing and protracted than the last. The writhing of the swarm suddenly faltered, then laboriously coalesced into a vague outline of a human visage, that of the loathsome Zokenmatsu. Sakura, my dear granddaughter, Zoken's voice emerged from the swarm. Frail and trembling from anguish, yet still laced with that familiar, duplicitous allure. You've come, splendid. Please, aid your grandfather. Liberate me from this boundless torment, this dreadful young man. He has inflicted such horrors upon me. Sakura's blood-red pupils reflected that grotesque insectal face, a cruel smirk curling at her lips. Aid you? Just as you aided me in the past, grandfather? Zoken's insectal visage attempted to muster a sycophantic smile, yet the sheer agony twisted it into a visage more horrifying than any specter. Sakura, you misunderstand. Everything I did was for your benefit, to prepare you for the power of the Holy Grail, to make you stronger. Look at you now. How powerful, how beautiful. With a derisive hiss, a black tendril, akin to a searing iron, mercilessly pierced the edge of the swarm. Instantly, the mass convulsed violently, producing an even denser rustling sound, a silent wail of despair. Zoken's insectal face contorted in excruciating pain, yet he bore it. Summoning his final strength to seduce, I can teach you how to perfectly control this power, the power of the Holy Grail, the essence of this world's malevolence. With it, you shall become the new sovereign of this realm. Every ounce of suffering you have inflicted upon me, I shall return to you 1,000-fold. Sakura's voice remained unwavering, as more black tendrils surged forth from behind and beside her, like dark blossoms erupting from hell, exuding an aura of annihilation as they pierced the swarm. You stole my childhood, defiled my body, trampled my dignity, obliterated everything I held dear. Now it is my turn. I shall utterly eradicate your existence, along with your filthy soul. Zoken's insect face twisted beyond recognition in the throes of extreme agony, his facade crumbling, his tone shifting from seductive to a desperate plea. Sakura, I beg you, stop. The pain. It is unbearable. Kill me, please, in my life. A chilling and cruel satisfaction flickered in Sakura's eyes, the flames of vengeance igniting within. Pain? Grandfather, do you now finally comprehend the essence of true suffering? It is the relentless torment, day after day, night after night, being gnawed to the core by countless repulsive insects, with not a chance to struggle against despair. It is the humiliation of being treated as a lifeless vessel, stripped of all dignity and freedom. To witness one's own body being transformed, defiled, and rendered unrecognizable. Yet feeling utterly powerless and on the brink of collapse is a harrowing experience. The dark tendrils suddenly constrict, as if intent on crushing the entire swarm into oblivion. The swarm emits a cacophony of frantic rustling sounds, akin to the death throes of a creature in its final moments. The voice of the wretched Danza becomes a nonsensical babble, reduced to disjointed, illogical murmurs. Insects. So many insects. Darkness. Devouring. Holy Grail. Power. Eternity. I need eternity. His insectoid visage begins to disintegrate at an alarming rate amidst excruciating agony and chaotic consciousness, as fragmented awareness flickers wildly on the precipice of annihilation. Eternity? Sakura coldly articulates these two syllables, her blood-red eyes reflecting utter indifference and scorn. I shall grant you eternal darkness, grandfather, after your filthy soul is utterly obliterated. Boom. All the dark tendrils abruptly retract, engulfing the swarm, which emits one final, sharp convulsion before swiftly dissolving. Danza's face, perpetually disintegrating and reconstituting, loses all semblance of form. and his last utterance dissolves into meaningless syllables akin to grains of sand scattered by the wind. Insects. Consume. Everything. Black. Devour. Sakura. Tosaka. Einspurn. Holy Grail. Origin. Eternity. The source of the nightmare that had entangled Sakura for years, the consciousness of Matsudanzu, along with his morbid obsession with immortality, was thoroughly shredded and consumed by the darkness that Sakura herself had unleashed, vanishing forever into the void, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 58. Fragments in hand. As the final insect was consumed by darkness, Matsu Sakura was completely dissipated. The darkness and despair that had accumulated within her erupted like a torrent breaking free from its shackles. She emitted a shriek that was a blend of piercing wails and maniacal laughter as viscous energy gushed from her petite form, transforming into writhing tendrils that frantically assaulted the confines of the basement, intent on tearing apart the cage that had imprisoned her for years. Just as her power was on the verge of spiraling out of control, Fang'ang intervened. He leapt fearlessly into the eye of the storm of turbulent dark energy. Purifying light of Yuanheng. A radiant white light erupted from within him, infused with overwhelming purifying power, clashing against the surging darkness. Light and dark collided fiercely, intertwining and annihilating one another with a piercing crackle. Medea, too, did not hesitate. She chanted ancient incantations, and the magic circle beneath her feet surged with brilliance. Several robust violet beams of magical energy shot upwards, precisely intertwining to form a complex and stable energy cage that forcibly contained and guided Sakura's erupting dark energy. Under the dual influence of the purifying light and the magical cage, the rampaging dark energy gradually subsided, compressed, purified, and ultimately coalesced into a fist-sized sphere of pure blackness, emanating an ominous aura, quietly suspended in the center of the magic circle. This was the manifestation of the Grail fragment, the concentrated embodiment of the vile power of Dormammu. As the dark energy was stripped away, Sakura's appearance began to rapidly restore itself. Her cascading black hair transformed back into a gentle violet, and her hollow eyes regained their former luster. The grotesque black markings on her skin receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Stripped of the support of dark energy, a profound sense of weakness engulfed her. Her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Sweat dampening her forehead, Medusa's figure flickered and she swiftly approached, steadying Sakura with her arm. Fang'ang walked toward the ominous black sphere suspended in the air, cautiously retrieving a pigeon blood-red gem from his pocket. This was the fruit of his study of the Tosaka family's arcane knowledge of gem magic, enhanced by his unique Yuanheng power, a vessel capable of temporarily containing and sealing this portion of the world's evil. He aimed the gem at the black sphere and softly began to chant layered sealing incantations. The gem suddenly erupted with blinding red light, generating a powerful suction that drew the sinister black sphere inch by inch into its depths. Once the last lingering fragment of dark energy was completely absorbed, the red light receded, and Fang'ang quickly traced several radiant multicolored sealing patterns on the surface of the gem with the tip of his finger. Having temporarily suppressed it, Fang'ang let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling the pulse emanating from within the gem as he tucked it into his pocket. He turned to Sakura, his gaze calmly scrutinizing her condition. Her soul had regained much of its purity under the purifying light, yet some exceedingly subtle traces of darkness remained, now deeply entwined with the essence of her soul, making them difficult to completely extricate. How is the situation? Sakura's voice remained frail, yet regained its former gentleness, trembling with emotion. Most of the dark forces had been removed and sealed away. Fang'ang answered candidly, with no hint of concealment, however. Some marks have intertwined too deeply with your soul to be entirely eradicated. They have become a part of you. A fleeting flash of unmistakable fear crossed Sakura's eyes. What does this mean? It implies that you may occasionally experience emotional fluctuations that stray from the norm, Fang'ang explained thoughtfully, choosing his words carefully. For instance, sudden bursts of anger, destructive impulses, or even chaotic thoughts. Yet, they shall no longer govern you, provided you maintain sufficient vigilance and willpower. Sakura lowered her head, her purple locks cascading down to obscure her expression. After a considerable pause, she gradually lifted her gaze, though confusion lingered in her eyes. A glimmer of resolute determination, the resolve of one who has survived, shone through. I understand. I will learn to coexist with them. At least I am free now. Fang'ang nodded slightly. You will require time to acclimate to all of this, as well as time to truly heal. Rest well, and contemplate what you wish to pursue next. Should you need assistance, you may find me at Ludong Temple. She looked at the three individuals before her, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Fang'ang. And Miss Medusa, I am grateful to you all. Medusa gently supported Sakura, preparing to lead her away from the basement, a place laden with shadows and painful memories. Wait, Sakura suddenly interjected, her voice laced with hesitation. I still wish to know, why are you helping me? We are not related. Fang'ang met her searching gaze, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable strength. Because everyone deserves the right and opportunity to choose their own destiny. Sakura fell silent, pondering the weight of his words. After a moment, she solemnly nodded. I understand. I will reflect on my future. A faint yet genuine glimmer of hope flickered within the depths of her eyes. Perhaps I truly can. Begin anew. Medusa ceased to speak further, guiding the unsteady Sakura as they slowly ascended the staircase leading to the surface, leaving behind the tainted ground of memories. In the basement, only Fang'ang and Medea remained standing in quiet contemplation. Do you believe she can truly escape her past? Medea's voice carried a characteristic inquisitiveness. Fang'ang's gaze followed Sakura as she vanished at the top of the stairs, and he replied softly, she is far stronger than she realizes. The path must be traversed by her own will, but she will discover her direction. His hand instinctively brushed against the warm gem in his pocket. Feeling the immense darkness within, still restless despite being shrouded in layers of seals. This small gem now bore the malice potent enough to distort the very fabric of the world. Chapter 59, Battlefield Intervention in the Basement of Ludong Temple. All attention converged upon the gem suspended at the heart of a complex magical array. This gem bore the malevolence potent enough to distort reality itself. It was a fragment of the Holy Grail, severed from Sakura Matu and sealed away. The power encapsulated within this shard far exceeded my expectations. Fang'ang's voice resonated deeply, laden with gravity. It was not merely a vast reservoir of magical energy, but rather the embodiment of a twisted concept, the malignance of this world, a pure will intent on corrupting all. Medea stood nearby, her gaze fixed upon the gem. In my era, mortals revered the divine powers, beseeching blessings or seeking to avert their wrath. Yet now, they dared to reach out and even attempt to replicate such miracles. Her voice dripped with derision, a testament to their audacious folly. Fang'ang smiled faintly. It is precisely this foolhardiness and daring that propels the wheels of civilization, is it not? He extended his hand, subtly adjusting the runes at the perimeter of the magical array, causing the light to shift and flow. I formulated a preliminary concept, contemplating the possibility of deciphering its structure to reverse engineer. Just as Fang'ang was poised to elaborate on his ideas, Medea furrowed her brow. Her calm magical perception network detecting dissonant fluctuations. Something was amiss. She swiftly approached a water mirror in the corner of the room, her fingers grazing its surface. The mirror rippled, revealing an image from somewhere in Fuyuki City. In the scene, a silver-haired girl with crimson eyes stood in the snow, accompanied by a towering gray giant. Opposite her stood a girl clad in red and a boy with orange hair. It seemed the Einsburn family had commenced their operations. Medea observed the scene, noting the formidable presence of the girl's servant. Fang'ang approached the water mirror, scrutinizing each figure within the image. The timing was fortuitous and with a contemplative tone. He remarked that this presented a splendid opportunity to engage the Einsburn, potentially acquiring more information about the Holy Grail. You wish to intervene in their conflict? Medea inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Fang'ang nodded, his tone resolute. Not I, but we. Summon Medusa, you, and she shall restrain the others while I have a conversation with this young Einsburn lady. Deep within the forest outskirts of Fuyuki City, the biting wind whipped snowflakes against the tree trunks, producing a mournful wail. The snow-laden scenery was truly exquisite tonight. Perfectly suited for burying Oni-chan. Iliasville von Einsburn's voice was as sweet as honey, her ruby eyes glinting with a cruel yet exhilarated light against the snowy backdrop. Rin Tosaka shielded Shiro Emiya behind her, her expression grave as the gem in her fingers emitted a crimson glow. Shiro, do not act rashly. This little girl is anything but normal, her servant. That overwhelming presence is stronger than any adversary we have encountered. Shiro's heart raced within his chest. Behind him, Saber, clad in knightly armor, had already unleashed the Wind King's barrier, her invisible holy sword pointing forward, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. In the distance, at the tips of the snow-laden cedar branches, the archer, clad in crimson, had long since drawn his bowstring taut, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Ilia. The arcane energy coalescing upon the arrowhead, poised to unleash its wrath. Berserker, Ilia commanded, directing her beloved puppet to rend their foes asunder. A roar erupted, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast, reverberating through the snowbound forest. The snow and frozen earth beneath the gray giant's feet erupted violently, collapsing under his tremendous weight. His colossal form surged forth with astonishing speed, bearing down like a tempest as his stone axe cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Saber. Saber met the onslaught head-on. The intangible sword collided with the immense axe in a thunderous clash, sending a shockwave through the air, mingling with the flurries of snow. Saber felt an overwhelming force surge up the length of her blade, pain radiating from her grip as she was involuntarily thrust back several paces, leaving deep impressions in the snow. Simultaneously, from above, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Several concentrated magical arrows sliced through the night sky, targeting the berserker's eyes, heart, and other vital points with deadly precision. Yet when these arrows struck their mark, they merely erupted into insignificant sparks of magical energy, failing to impede the giant in the slightest. Rin Tosaka gritted her teeth as several concentrated magical projectiles hurtled forth, crashing against the berserker's gray skin, leaving only faint scorch marks that quickly healed. Futile, utterly futile. Ilya clapped her hands, her laughter ringing clear and sweet, yet tinged with a cruel undertone. Berserker is truly a great hero. Your attacks are scarcely worthy of a mere tickle. At that moment, a ghostly purple magical barrier materialized without warning, cleaving the battlefield in twain. Amidst the swirling snow, Medea's silhouette gradually emerged, the purple hood framing a smile that hinted at mischief. What a splendid struggle of a cornered beast. Her voice resonated with an icy elegance. But the entertainment ends here. Rin's pupils constricted. Caster? Another master. Her mind raced, analyzing this unforeseen variable as the situation grew ever more convoluted. The archer atop the treetops swiftly recalibrated his aim, the arrowhead now trained on Medea, yet his fingers remained poised on the bowstring, evidently awaiting his master's command. Ilya pouted in displeasure. How annoying, another uninvited guest. This Holy Grail war is becoming increasingly intriguing. Another figure tore through the storm, descending gracefully from the heights. It was Fang'ang, his calm gaze sweeping over the battlefield before finally resting upon Ilya, the Saint of Einsburn. Or perhaps a vessel. Fang's voice cut through the tempest, reaching Ilya's ears with clarity. I am aware of the tragic legacy that your family has borne through generations, and the brutal secret concealed within your very being. Ilya's smile faltered, her expression freezing as she instinctively retreated a step, with Berserker growling a threatening low rumble, positioning himself protectively before her. Who are you? How do you know? Fang did not respond directly, but continued. Do you wish to understand why you were born shackled by a curse? Would you like to know the true conclusion of your mother, Alice Phil? Are you eager to discover how to escape this fated demise? He abruptly shifted his tone, no longer gazing at her, turning instead to delve deeper into the forest, leaving behind but a single phrase, then follow me. Wait, Ilya exclaimed urgently, clarify your words. Fang'ang's footsteps showed no sign of hesitation, his figure gradually vanishing into the swirling snow. Ilya bit her lower lip tightly, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly looked up. Berserker. Follow him. She then turned to Rin Tosaka and Shiro Emiya, a naive yet perilous smile reappearing on her face. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate today. The next time we meet, I won't be so lenient with you. The Berserker abandoned his confrontation with Saber, resolutely turning and striding in pursuit of Fang'ang's disappearing form. Just as Rin Tosaka was about to issue a command to pursue, an unseen magical barrier quietly loomed before them. Medea stood in their path. I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere, Medea scoffed, her magical power surging like a tide. Your opponent now is me. Archer leaped down from the tree, landing firmly at Rin's side, his expression graver than ever. Master, this caster's magical prowess is unfathomable. Be cautious. Shiro Emiya and Saber immediately adjusted their stances, forming a makeshift defensive formation alongside Rin and Archer, vigilantly watching the formidable foe before them. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the trees, Medusa's figure flickered in and out of sight, a dangerous glimmer shining beneath her blindfold. Deep within the forest, the moonlight cascaded like silk upon the snow, enveloping the surroundings in silence, save for the mournful whisper of the wind. Fang'ang stood beneath an ancient tree, merging with the tranquil, snowy night. Heavy footsteps approached, shattering the serenity of the snow. Ilya appeared not far behind Fang'ang, accompanied by her giant bodyguard. Now that there is no one else around, Ilya placed her hands on her hips, striving to adopt a proud demeanor, though the urgency and unease in her tone were hard to conceal. Quickly tell me, what do you truly know? Fang'ang slowly turned, his gaze meeting Ilya's complex eyes with calmness. I am aware of the fleeting life clock they have set for you. And most importantly, the Berserker emitted a low growl, the intent to kill almost palpable. Yet Fang'ang simply stood there, seemingly unfazed by the violent incarnation before him. I know, Fang'ang's voice resonated clearly. How to ensure that all of this is no longer your destiny. Chapter 60. The God of Destruction's battle armor beneath the moonlight. Fang'ang stood opposite Ilya, as snowflakes drifted down, encapsulating the atmosphere in a frozen stillness. The Berserker loomed beside Ilya like a silent gray mountain. I can help you escape the fate of being a vessel for the Holy Grail. Fang'ang gazed intently at her. In exchange, I require all the core technological data regarding artificial humans and Holy Grail vessels from the Einsburn family. Ilya lowered her gaze, her silver hair casting a shadow over her eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Fate, is it? Her voice was soft yet resolute. The puppets of the Einsburn family have been endowed with a mission since their inception. This is not something that requires salvation. It is merely the essence of existence. Even at the cost of your life? A life as fleeting as summer night fireworks? Fang'ang pressed. Even so, Ilya suddenly lifted her head, her eyes icy. The aspirations of my family transcend all else. With unwavering determination, she turned to the giant beside her and commanded, "Berserker, kill him." A roar erupted from the berserker, shattering the air as the frozen ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, the ferocious aura soaring skyward. With a colossal stone axe in hand, he tore through the snowstorm, striking towards Fang'ang with a momentum capable of obliterating everything in its path. Yet, Fang'ang remained unmoved, even smiling. How intriguing. Let me witness who truly reigns supreme in the face of your cherished raw power. The wind pressure of destruction approached rapidly. Just at that critical moment, Fang'ang's right hand shot up like lightning. Yuanhing, mirror of creation. The voice was crisp and decisive. In an instant, time was drawn by an invisible force, its flow abruptly slowing. Under the moonlight, Fang'ang became the sole focal point, with the swirling snow and shadows of trees fading into a blurred backdrop. The magical energy in the air began to condense at an unprecedented speed. This was not merely a projection spell. It was a perfect reproduction and mastery of existence itself. Reaching to its very essence, God of Destruction's battle armor. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the armor materialized. It did not gradually form, but appeared instantaneously from thin air. Helmet, breastplate, arm guards, leg armor, deep green and silver-white metals shimmered with a chilling brilliance. At the seams of the armor's surface, countless silver magical circuits illuminated, resonating deeply with Fang'ang's own magical power. The imposing D-shaped emblem on his chest radiated a heart-stopping aura, while the runes faintly visible along the edges of the armor flickered erratically. In the next moment, the divine armor disassembled into streams of light, enveloping Fang'ang completely. Each piece of armor clicked into place with a crisp locking sound, fitting seamlessly and perfectly. A dark green energy cloak billowed behind him, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, producing a rustling sound. The entire donning process flowed like water, reaching an unparalleled speed. Once clad in the armor, Fang'ang stood beneath the moonlight, his stature towering nearly 2 meters. The cold metallic shell exuding an unmatched sense of oppression. He slowly clenched his fist, the interior of the armor resonating with a deep energy hum and a faint mechanical sound, the explosive power contained within ready to unleash. "Let us engage in a true contest." Fang'ang's voice resonated through the helmet, brimming with unabashed arrogance. "Let us see whose fists are mightier." No sooner had he spoken than the berserker's stone axe swung violently towards him. Unflinching, Fang'ang boldly met the strike, his heavily armored iron fist colliding directly with the descending axe blade. The resounding clang echoed deafeningly, tearing through the night sky. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, expanding wildly like an invisible tsunami. Ancient trees, as thick as a person's embrace, were severed at the waist and uprooted, while the thick blanket of snow was instantaneously vaporized, carving deep ravines into the earth. The silvery glow of magical energy clashed violently with the ominous crimson fury emanating from the berserker, intertwining and corroding one another as a piercing hiss filled the air. Fang'ang was jolted back by the immense recoil, leaving 2 deep impressions in the frozen ground, while the colossal figure of the berserker was also forced back, clearly unprepared to encounter a force that could rival his own. Indeed, a commendable display of brute strength. Fang'ang's words remained haughty. Yet that was all there was to it. A roar erupted from the berserker, furious at being repelled. He charged once more, this time with an even more frenzied and reckless onslaught. The stone axe in his grip transformed into a gray blur, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Defensive mode activated, energy barrier maximized, Fang'ang murmured, and his armor responded instantaneously. The seams of his chest plate and arm guards burst forth with a resplendent glow, as a nearly transparent yet indomitable energy barrier rapidly coalesced upon the surface of his armor. The berserker's axe struck fiercely against Fang'ang's blocking arm. At the moment of impact, a blinding light erupted. The axe met an immovable barrier, leaving no trace upon the armor, only to be forcefully repelled by the seemingly fragile energy field. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Fang'ang unleashed the formidable power bestowed by his armor without reservation. His counterattack was as swift as a bullet, landing a powerful blow squarely upon the unsuspecting berserker's chest. With a resounding thud, the massive form was propelled backward by an irresistible force, crashing through a dozen sturdy pine trees before crashing to the ground, sending snow and dust swirling into the air. Yet, almost the instant he hit the ground, the berserker roared and stood once more, the horrific wound on his chest visibly healing at an astonishing pace. His scarlet eyes burned with an even more ferocious and bloodthirsty rage, his deafening roar threatening to upheave the entire forest. "Intriguing. Your regenerative abilities are indeed remarkable," Fang'ang remarked, admiration lacing his tone as he observed his rapidly recovering foe. Meanwhile, the magic within him surged once more, powering the destructive divine armor. "Then, let us attempt a different approach." The dark green energy cloak billowing behind him suddenly sharpened, glinting with a metallic sheen, and then fragmented into dozens of razor-thin blades, hovering ominously behind him. As Fang'ang swung his arm forward, the flying blades transformed into lethal streaks of light, emitting a sharp sound as they sliced through the air. converging upon the berserker from all directions. Each blade was entwined with a distinctly different high-concentration energy, the searing flames of intense heat, the chilling frost that could freeze all, the violent crackle of lightning, and the hissing of potent acid. The berserker instinctively wielded his stone axe to block, creating a dense gray barrier as the massive axe blade danced in defense, deflecting most of the blades with a series of sharp clangs. Yet, several blades managed to penetrate his defenses, piercing his resilient body and leaving behind a multitude of terrifying wounds, each marked by its unique attributes. Some wounds were charred and emitted wisps of smoke. Others quickly became encrusted with thick frost, freezing the muscle beneath. Some crackled with electricity, incessantly damaging his nerves. And others exuded the noxious stench of corrosive acid. What if each attack possessed a different attribute? Fang'ang's voice dripped with cold amusement, in which case, your resistances would become utterly meaningless. The berserker was thoroughly enraged. His body erupted with an even deeper and more ominous crimson glow. His muscles swelling and coiling with renewed vigor, elevating his stature. Gripping the stone axe tightly with both hands, he unleashed a furious roar to the heavens and stomped fiercely upon the ground. The earth trembled violently in response, causing the accumulated snow on the branches to cascade down, triggering a miniature avalanche. In the next instant, the berserker's figure blurred as he moved with an unimaginable speed, transforming into a streak of gray lightning that shot straight towards Fang'ang. Chapter 61. Yuanzheng. Skill setting of the Mirror of Creation, not counting updates. The skill to summon the armored god of destruction will also be utilized subsequently. I have organized the settings and am sharing them here. This is not merely filler content. There will be another chapter updated around noon today. If you find the book enjoyable or notice any issues, I would greatly appreciate your rating and feedback, as long as the critiques are constructive rather than baseless. I will make adjustments based on your suggestions. Unchecked. Mirror of Creation skill set card basic information name. Unchecked. Mirror of Creation type, conceptual projection magic level. EX, transcending conventional magical systems, creator, Fang'ang magical consumption. High, dependent on the complexity of projected objects. Technical principles. This skill amalgamates various sources of power, the foundational theories of projection magic, integrated with tracking technology, the principles of conceptual armament within the Fate universe, aspects of the third law theory from Fate, the generative force and transcendent form of unchecked artifacts, the technological knowledge of Dr. Destruction core abilities. 1. Essence projection not only replicates the physical appearance of objects, but also their essence, history, and concepts. 2. Interdimensional projection, capable of projecting items from divergent worldviews, such as equipment from the Marvel Universe. 3. Durability. Through the power of unchecked, it resolves the issue of traditional projection magic, causing items to dissipate. 4. Conceptual manifestation, can materialize abstract concepts into tangible forms. 5. Self-optimizing adaptation. Projected objects can automatically adjust their performance according to the environment of use. Limitations. 1. Knowledge dependency, requires profound understanding of the projected object. 2. Magical consumption, projecting complex items demands substantial magical energy. 3. Mental strain, maintaining high complexity projections imposes psychological pressure. 4. Unchecked balance, excessive use may lead to an imbalance in unchecked's power, necessitating periods of rest for recovery. Known applications. 1. Destruction armor, an advanced battle suit integrated with magical circuits, equipped with various energy weapons and an adaptive defense system. 2. Conceptual weapons, weapons designed to exploit specific weaknesses, such as those effective against divine beings. Future expansion prospects. Short-term possibilities. 1. Multiple projections, the ability to sustain several projected objects simultaneously. 2. Conceptual fusion, merging the concepts of different objects to create entirely new weapons or equipment. Midterm developments. 1. Life projection, projecting life forms with rudimentary consciousness, such as magical familiars. 2. Conceptual enhancement, strengthening specific concepts of existing items, such as amplifying the destructive concept of a weapon. 3. Reality repair, restoring damaged objects or environments. Long-term potential. 1. Reality reconstruction, reconstructing reality within a limited scope, creating spaces independent of the external world. 2. Concept creation, generating entirely new concepts and materializing them, transcending the limitations of known objects. 3. Unchecked domain, establishing a domain entirely controlled by Fang'ang, akin to a unique bounded field but with greater flexibility. Risk assessment. With the enhancement of capabilities, the following risks may arise. 1. Reality rejection, projections that significantly contravene the laws of the world may be rejected by the world itself. 2. Mental contamination, prolonged projection of objects from other realms may lead to psychological pollution. 3. Doom influence, the knowledge and personality of Dr. Destruction may further influence Fang'ang through this ability. Research notes the Mirror of Creation is not merely a form of magic. It embodies a profound philosophy. It revealed to me the essence of reality. All existence is the manifestation of concepts, and by mastering these concepts, one holds the key to creation. Fate's original projection magic setting. Projection magic skill card. Basic information name. Projection magic type. Manifestation system magic rank. C. Ordinary magus. A. Shiro Amiya's specialization. Creator. Unknown. Ancient magic. Magic consumption. Moderate. Dependent on the complexity of the projected item. Technical principles based on the advanced application of manifestation. Constructing the form and structure of items through magical energy. In Shiro Amiya's application, tracking technology has been incorporated, utilizing magical circuits to record and reproduce the information of objects, relying on the user's imagination and comprehension to fill in the details. Under special circumstances, it can be combined with the user's inherent barrier. Core abilities. 1. Material replication. Create replicas that closely resemble the original item. 2. Tracking analysis. Analyze and record the structure and history of objects that have been in contact. 3. Concept replication. In advanced applications, replicate the concepts and abilities of items. 4. Weapon specialization. Particularly adept at replicating weaponry, especially swords. 5. Memory storage. Long-term storage of analyzed object information in memory. Limitations. 1. Existence duration. Projected items typically dissipate within a short time. 2. Quality decline. Replicas are usually one rank lower in quality than the original. 3. World rejection. Items deemed by the world as non-existent will face continuous rejection. 4. Mental burden. Advanced projections impose mental and physical strain on the user. 5. Understanding limitations. Only items that the user comprehends can be projected. Known applications. 1. Ganjiang and Moyi, the legendary Chinese swords projected by Shiro Amiya. 2. King's treasure weapons, replicas of famous swords from various myths and legends. 3. Unlimited blade works, Shiro Amiya's inherent barrier that stores and projects countless weapons. Chapter 62. A clash of titans. The berserker had completely succumbed to madness. His attacks devoid of any form or technique, reduced to an unadulterated display of brute force and speed that seemed to tear through the very air. The stone axe, imbued with the essence of destruction, transformed into a nebulous gray tempest, as if axes were striking from every direction towards Fang'ang. Under the relentless barrage reminiscent of a tempest, the surface of the formidable destroyer armor began to manifest intricate fissures, and the energy barrier flickered erratically. Fang'ang was compelled to retreat repeatedly, the auxiliary systems within his armor emitting sharp, urgent alarms. Power output raised to 120. Fang'ang commanded resolutely, energy matrix, redistribute. With a hum, the seams of the armor erupted with brilliant light, complex magical circuits fully activated, energy coursing across the armor's surface like lifeblood. Simultaneously, the dark green energy cloak billowing behind Fang'ang swiftly folded and coalesced into a substantial energy shield inscribed with defensive runes, positioning itself precisely before him. Boom! The berserker's next heavy strike crashed against the energy shield. The terrifying force caused the ground beneath Fang'ang to collapse instantly, driving him half a foot into the snow and sending waves of snow cascading around him. Yet, astonishingly, that energy shield withstood the impact. Now was the moment. Fang'ang astutely seized the fleeting pause created by the recoil from the immense force of the stone axe. The gauntlet of his armor rapidly morphed, revealing an intricate tapestry of arcane circuits. Ethereal blue runes raced across the metallic surface, swiftly forming an ancient magical array that radiated an icy chill. Yuanhing, ice crystal detonation. The terrifying power amplified by the armor transformed this punch into a force capable of piercing mountains. Bang! The fist struck solidly against the berserker's muscled chest. The dull sound of metal colliding with flesh reverberating through the air. But this was merely the beginning. At the moment of contact, the ethereal blue magical array erupted with a bone-chilling radiance. Countless minuscule, dust-like ice blue crystals, glimmering with a perilous sheen, surged forth from the gauntlet, forcefully penetrating the berserker's body through the point of impact. The massive form of the berserker quivered violently, involuntarily taking a half-step back. A terrifying ice-blue shockwave erupted from within him, sending the colossal form of the berserker flying once more, ultimately crashing violently against a towering edifice of dark rock, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. This time, he was unable to rise as swiftly as before, amidst the swirling debris and snow dust. He struggled for several moments before shakily regaining his footing, the ice-blue fissures across his chest still distinctly visible. Fang'ang would grant him no respite. The propulsion system behind the armor of destruction blazed with fervent light, its power elevated to the utmost limits. He transformed into a verdant meteor, cleaving through the storm with immense force, charging once again toward the berserker. The armored fist no longer bore a singular energy. Instead, it amalgamated searing flames, glacial ice, and tempestuous lightning, various cataclysmic powers compressed, intertwined, and fused, forming a dreadful vortex of energy exuding an aura of doom. Fang'ang felt the seemingly inexhaustible feedback of power coursing through the armor of destruction, his eyes glinting with a cold and perilous light beneath the helmet. Ah! The pure thrill of a contest of strength, this sensation is utterly intoxicating. The audacity and confidence to utterly crush an adversary in their most esteemed domain with an overwhelming might is a characteristic trait deeply ingrained in the essence of Dr. Victor Von Doom. Roar. Faced with the onslaught of a formidable foe, the berserker unleashed a wilder howl, seemingly oblivious to his wounds. His remaining rationality wholly supplanted by primal battle instinct. The stone axe was raised high, enveloped in a thick, ominous crimson energy, and rather than retreating, he surged forward, roaring towards Fang'ang, a comet colliding with the earth. The verdant meteor and the dark red harbinger clashed in the open snowy expanse, resulting in the most primal and violent collision. Amidst a deafening roar, a circular shockwave radiated violently from the two combatants. In their wake, all the sturdy pine trees within a 100-meter radius were severed as if they were fragile matchsticks, crushed beneath the force. The thick snow was instantaneously vaporized by the dreadful energy, revealing the frozen, hardened black earth beneath. At the very epicenter of the impact, Fang'ang and the berserker engaged in a brief struggle. The armored fist, enveloped in a vortex of destructive energy, pressed firmly against the massive stone axe, which was entwined with frenzied bloodlust. Energy and madness collided violently, annihilating and erupting in blinding flashes of light. The ground beneath them could no longer endure this terrifying force. Spiderweb-like fissures spreading rapidly, the entire area trembling violently, sinking. The armor of destruction emitted a piercing metallic distortion, with more and deeper cracks appearing on its surface. Yet the fervor in Fang'ang's eyes only intensified, the energy output showing no signs of waning. On the contrary, it surged ever higher. The berserker, too, refused to yield. The more grievous his wounds, the more his frenzied aura swelled, as if his power knew no bounds, capable of escalating infinitely with the battle. Just as this pure contest of strength reached its most fervent moment, an unexpected anomaly arose. In the distant horizon, a thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated through the air. Immediately thereafter, an intensely blinding light erupted, illuminating half of the sky in a brilliant blaze. Shortly, the radiance and sound swiftly faded into silence, leaving only a haunting aftershock. Standing at a distance, watching the unfolding spectacle, Iliasfield turned sharply. Her gaze fixed on the source of the sound and light, the very location where Medea and Rin Tasaka were engaged in combat. Ah! It appears that the game over there has reached a decisive conclusion, Iliasfield's delicate visage breaking into a perilous smile. Yet, beneath the surface of her eyes flickered a glimmer of vigilance and gravity. Being caught in the middle with Berserker was no trivial matter. She let out a soft hum and decisively commanded, "Let us withdraw. This intriguing toy will have to wait for another day." Upon receiving their master's order, the once ferocious Berserker ceased all aggressive actions almost instantaneously, his colossal form transforming into a shadow that swiftly retreated to Iliasfield's side. With a few agile movements, they vanished into the depths of the vast forest without a trace. Fang did not pursue. Instead, he gradually dissipated the vortex of energy coalescing around his fist, standing silently amidst the ravaged snowy expanse they had left behind. As his thoughts shifted, the magnificent armor of destruction transformed into countless dark green motes of light, fluttering like fireflies before ultimately vanishing into the ether, revealing his original form. His voice, seemingly unaffected by the howling winds and swirling snow, resonated clearly in the direction where Iliasfield had disappeared, imbued with certainty. "I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, Iliasfield von Einsburn. Perhaps the venue shall be the Einsburn Castle?" Chapter 63. Another battlefield. The domain unfolds. "You shall find no escape," Medea remarked with a cold smile, her magical energy surging around her. "Your adversary is I." Archer swiftly descended from the treetops, landing beside Rin. Shiro, Amiya, and Saber immediately adjusted their stances, forming a makeshift defensive formation alongside Rin and Archer, vigilant against the formidable foe before them. Deep within Medea's violet eyes, an ethereal glow pulsated. She raised her hands, fingertips shimmering with a soft light, as ancient Greek incantations flowed from her lips like a haunting melody. Witch's workshop. As the syllables of the incantation resounded, reality itself was torn asunder by an unseen force. Countless minuscule fissures abruptly erupted in the air, violet magic seeping through, swiftly permeating every inch of the forest. In an instant, a burst of purple light engulfed the entire woodland. The fissures spread wildly like a spider's web, fragments of reality shattering like glass, revealing another realm concealed beneath. A tide of purple magic surged from all directions, submerging everyone within its depths. When the violet radiance faded, the surrounding scenery had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The once familiar forest had vanished. In its place rose an ancient Greek temple, its majestic marble columns exuding solemnity, yet shrouded in an unreal transparency, akin to a mirage. Intricate magical sigils emerged upon the ground, expanding outward and swiftly covering an area of several hundred meters. The air grew heavy and viscous. Each breath felt as if one were inhaling a liquid infused with magic, causing a sensation of suffocation and discomfort. Distant objects warped and distorted, the sense of distance upended. Nearby entities appeared distant, while far-off sights seemed startlingly close. The laws of space rendered chaotic and elusive. Shiro was engulfed by a profound dizziness. His magical circuits felt sluggish and impeded in this realm, as though ensnared in a mire. Saber's movements also noticeably slowed, the brilliance of her armor's magical aura dimming. Medea stood proudly at the heart of the temple, her purple robe billowing without wind, her very essence merging with the domain, establishing her as the sovereign of this space. Her presence was magnified to an overwhelming degree, invoking a sense of dread. As the domain unfolded, Rin gritted her teeth, her complexion paling, her voice trembling with an uncontrollable quiver. The speed of its expansion defied conventional magical theory. There was undoubtedly something amiss with her source of magic. It appears she is unhindered by the constraints of magic, Archer analyzed calmly, though his eyes brimmed with caution, to manifest such a vast magical domain instantaneously. Her power within this space would surely experience unimaginable augmentation, a perilous situation indeed. Medea gazed down upon her adversaries with a scornful smirk. In the next moment, she raised her hands skyward, and the violet glow of her magical energy blazed forth like the sun. Her cascading hair billowed wildly in the undulating currents of magic. The ambient arcane energy drawn to her with fervor, coalescing. Behold the true might of divine sorcery. Medea's voice, cold and haughty, resonated through the air. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the moonlight vanished. In its place, hundreds of arcane circles, shimmering with otherworldly light, abruptly materialized above, radiating a spectrum of elemental brilliance, scorching crimson, piercing ice blue, and blinding golden hues. These myriad magical formations densely blanketed the battlefield, instilling a sense of dread. Here it comes, Rin Tosaka exclaimed, her complexion paling in an instant. At the center of the magical circles, energy began to gather frantically, starting as a mere glimmer that swiftly expanded into countless dazzling orbs of light. In the next breath, the heavens seemed to be violently ripped apart, as hundreds of elemental pillars of magic descended like divine retribution, each as thick as a barrel, carrying cataclysmic energy. Fire, frost, and lightning, three distinct elemental forces, intertwined in a chaotic maelstrom, unleashing an unprecedented elemental storm upon the battlefield. The magic pillars struck the ground with thunderous roars, causing the earth to wail in agony as it trembled violently. The shockwaves of the explosion surged like ferocious beasts, lifting colossal clouds of dust and innumerable debris, forming visible shock rings that radiated outward. Towering trees were uprooted as if they were mere blades of grass, boulders vaporized in an instant, and the ground was gouged into gaping chasms several meters deep. Each explosion was accompanied by terrifying phenomena of different elements. Flames surged upward, twisting into miniature mushroom clouds. Frost spread wildly, crystallizing into translucent glaciers upon the earth, and lightning danced like a golden serpent, leaving charred, glassy scars upon the ground. The pillars of magic, relentless as divine punishment, continued to bombard the battlefield, with new magical circles igniting in the sky every second, unleashing an unending barrage of devastation. The entire forest descended into a nightmarish tableau, where every sight was one of explosions, flames, and ruin. The air was thick with the suffocating essence of magical overload, each breath becoming a Herculean struggle. Distant mountains bore witness to the dazzling brilliance of this cataclysmic magical storm, illuminating half the sky. Saber. Shiro Amiya's voice rose in a desperate scream, his cries drowned out by the deafening cacophony of explosions, rendering him small and powerless. Without a moment's hesitation, Saber unleashed extraordinary strength from her petite frame, charging resolutely to the front lines, her hands gripping the invisible sword, placing all hope upon its blade. Confronted by the descending elemental storm, she valiantly swung her sword, conjuring a magical barrier before her comrades, standing firm like a lighthouse amidst the tempest, safeguarding all that lay behind her. The pillars of magical energy descended like a torrential downpour, and with the initial wave of impact, Saber found herself on one knee, her knee crashing heavily against the ground, the tip of her sword embedded in the earth, supporting her faltering body. The defensive barrier trembled violently under the relentless barrage, on the verge of being utterly torn asunder. The surface of Saber's silver armor was marred by intricate fissures, golden strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, dampened by sweat. Yet within her eyes burned an unwavering resolve, as steadfast as steel, unyielding in the slightest. With a pained growl, she clenched her teeth, her entire body taut to the brink of exhaustion. In a state of depleted magical energy, sustaining such a high-intensity defense nearly drained every ounce of magic within her, exhausting all her strength. The ground beneath her knee fractured completely, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Each strike from the magical pillars forced her body to slide back several centimeters involuntarily. carving deep ruts into the unyielding earth. Yet through sheer willpower, she remained anchored in place, refusing to retreat even an inch, like the most solid of boulders. Resolutely guarding the front of Shiroamiya and Rin Tosaka with her frail form. The cracks in the defensive barrier multiplied, becoming densely clustered, her breath quickening and growing labored. Yet her hands, firmly grasping the hilt of her sword, remained unwavering, transformed into the most formidable of shields. Retreat, quickly, she managed to rasp, her voice hoarse. Even in such a harrowing predicament, she did not cast a glance back at those behind her. All her focus was on the impending crisis before her. Her duty was to protect, and she would pay any price, even that of her own life, without hesitation. Suddenly, the magical tempest ceased abruptly. The sky, once filled with intricate magic circles, dimmed one by one, ultimately vanishing completely. The battlefield lay in ruins, shrouded in dust. The ground pockmarked with deep craters and the charred remnants of trees. Intriguingly, such a magnitude of assault had not completely shattered her defenses. Medea's gaze lingered with curiosity on Saber, who knelt, breath ragged, her eyes flickering as if assessing something. Continuing to expend magical energy without purpose was certainly unwise. This servant's worth was far greater than I had anticipated. Chapter 64. Saber captured. Is there a deficiency in magical power? Archer cast a cold glance at Shiroamiya, his sarcasm unrestrained. What a feeble master you are, incapable of even the most fundamental magical supply, merely dragging your servant down. Shiro clenched his fists tightly, rage igniting within his eyes. Shut up, Archer. I will protect Saber. His words bore the stubbornness characteristic of youth. Yet they could not mask his lack of conviction. He was acutely aware of the hollow nature of his identity as a magician. This sense of impotence stung his pride more than Archer's derision. This is not the time for bickering, Rin Tosaka interjected, interrupting the escalating tension between them. We need to alter our strategy. Archer, can you breach her defenses? Archer suppressed his mocking demeanor, swiftly surveying the battlefield to analyze the situation. He nocked an arrow, aiming at the distant Medea, and let loose a flurry of arrows that sliced through the air like beams of light. Medea merely smiled disdainfully, her hand waving lightly, conjuring a violet magical barrier that effortlessly repelled all arrows. The projectile struck the barrier, akin to pebbles thrown into the ocean, creating only ripples before fading into silence. Long-range attacks are futile, Archer deduced rapidly. Her defensive magic exceeds expectations. We must engage in close combat. Before his words had fully left his lips, radiant light materialized in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, dual blades were projected forth, gripped firmly. Cover me. Rin Tosaka nodded gravely, and several gems imbued with immense magical power were hurled into the air, erupting into a dazzling explosion that unleashed a wave of magical force. Attempting to distract Medea, seizing this fleeting moment, Saber struggled to regain her footing, her petite form resolutely standing before her companions, unwavering. Archer charged forth like a crimson bolt, launching a sudden assault on Medea from the side. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as he raced towards her. Just as Archer was about to close in, a dark figure surged forth from the shadows, positioning itself in front of Medea. It was rider Medusa. Wielding her chains with unmatched agility, she deftly countered Archer's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce melee, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing incessantly, sparks flying in every direction. Rider? Has she truly allied with Castor? Rin Tosaka exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, a clear note of alarm resonating in her voice. The two servants became entangled in a whirlwind of movement, their forms intertwining at a speed almost impossible to perceive. The only visible evidence being the flashes of light from their weapons colliding. At the moment Archer found himself ensnared by Medusa, Medea suddenly pointed towards Saber and Rin Tosaka. The ground shattered, and countless magical tendrils erupted wildly, surging towards Saber and Rin. Rin reacted with remarkable swiftness, her small frame leaping backward to create distance, while her fingers danced, releasing a barrage of magical gems to strike the tendrils, striving to halt their advance. Saber wielded her intangible sword, severing the encroaching tendrils of magical energy. Yet, where the tendrils were cleaved, new ones swiftly burgeoned, multiplying in number to an unsettling degree. Her movements grew increasingly sluggish, as her magical reserves evidently approached their limit. Saber, hold on! Shiroamiya cried out in desperation. In a frantic attempt, he endeavored to channel his own magical energy through their servant contract, but the assistance proved to be but a mere drop in the bucket. Medea seized upon Saber's moment of vulnerability, her right hand tracing an elegant arc through the air, leaving behind a trail of golden light. The heroic binding, a newly crafted rune she had conceived after liberating the essence of ancient magic, surged forth. The silver chains entwined around her alabaster arm erupted with blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire battlefield in an instant. Chains of the captive god, Medea intoned with a voice that was both chilling and commanding. The chains detached from her arm, swirling in the air, weaving a magnificent tapestry of silver and violet akin to a meteor shower. The ancient runes inscribed upon the chains ignited, unleashing an unprecedented wave of terrifying magical energy that sent tremors through the very fabric of space. In the next moment, the chains exploded, fracturing into dozens of intertwined silver and violet energy bindings, hurtling towards Saber with relentless speed. Saber attempted to counter with her sword, but the chains, as if imbued with sentience, deftly evaded her defenses from every conceivable angle. The first chain coiled around Saber's armor, erupting in blinding silver light and a deafening clash of metal. The chains constricted tightly around her limbs and torso, activating the runes on each link. Saber! Shiro Amiya shouted in horror, recklessly charging forward. What sorcery is this? Saber was astonished to find herself not only ensnared, but also felt her magical energy being disrupted, unable to flow normally, severing her connection with Shiro. A cold smirk graced Medea's lips, laced with arrogance. This is the artifact I forged with my own power after breaking free from the divine shackles, no longer reliant on Hecate's grace. It draws inspiration from the chains that imprisoned the Titans by the hand of Zeus, crafted solely from my own strength. What can a mere heroic spirit do to escape? The chains emitted a grinding sound, tightening progressively, binding Saber securely and suspending her in midair. Meanwhile, the battle between Medusa and Archer reached a fever pitch. After a fierce exchange, Medusa suddenly leaped back, creating distance, her fingers reaching for her eye mask. Swiftly, she removed the mask, unleashing an eerie and perilous radiance from her magical eyes. Archer, relying on his keen instincts, forcibly averted his gaze, narrowly avoiding a fatal confrontation with the magical sight. However, the weapon in his grasp was caught in the eye's luminous glare, petrifying into a dull gray stone, only to subsequently shatter into fragments, disintegrating into dust. Archer swiftly retreated, creating distance while projecting a new weapon. However, he had already come to the grim realization of the dire situation. Saber was ensnared by Medea's mysterious chains, her fate hanging in the balance, and the petrifying magic I could strike again at any moment. In the distance, Shiro Amiya, disregarding the vast disparity in strength between himself and the servants, charged recklessly towards Saber, who was suspended by the chains. Release her, he bellowed, his magical circuits surging wildly as he desperately attempted to conjure a weapon to counter the formidable sorceress. Seeing this, Rin Tosaka understood the folly of his actions. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a special gem from her pocket and aimed it at Shiro. I'm sorry, Shiro, she murmured softly, but this is for your own good. The gem emitted a gentle light, enveloping Shiro and plunging his consciousness into darkness as he collapsed into a slumber. Archer, retreat, Rin commanded decisively, casting the remaining gems from her hands, which detonated upon hitting the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Archer nodded reluctantly and rushed to the unconscious Shiro, hoisting him over his shoulder. He cast a lingering glance at the chained Saber, a flash of complex emotions crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Let us go, he urged quietly. Rin took one last look at the battlefield, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Yet she knew that continuing the fight would lead to their utter annihilation. Following Archer, they swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Medea did not pursue. Instead, she raised a delicate finger, manipulating the chains of the prison god to bring the bound Saber before her. What an intriguing acquisition, she mused, examining Saber, surprised by the capture of such a valuable prize. Medusa silently donned her eye mask and approached Medea, awaiting her next command. Medea shook her head. No need to pursue. Our mission is to contain, and we have already exceeded our objectives. She glanced back at Saber, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Moreover, I find this Saber-class servant particularly fascinating. Her magical fluctuations are extraordinary. With a gesture from Medea, the witch's workshop enveloping the battlefield began to dissipate, and the surroundings swiftly returned to their original state. Let us return to Re-D Temple, Medea exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as if anticipating delightful developments ahead. Chapter 65, Saber. King Arthur. When Fang'ang returned to the Ludong Temple, the night was already deep. He pushed open the temple gate and found Medea waiting in the courtyard. Did you achieve any gains? Medea approached, her cool voice laced with anticipation. Fang'ang nodded. The intelligence is sufficient. Ilya and Berserker have temporarily retreated. What about you? Far beyond expectations, Medea replied, a smile curving her lips. To my surprise, I have captured a servant of the Saber class. Fang'ang's eyes flickered with astonishment. This was indeed an unexpected victory. As expected of the Witch of the Age of Gods, Medea, your abilities always surpass my expectations. He paused slightly before asking, was the battle smooth? Were there any issues with the mana supply? Fang'ang's praise, particularly his concerned inquiry, brought joy to Medea. She lowered her gaze slightly, a peculiar sense of satisfaction bubbling within her. This feeling was strange to her. Once, obtaining the Holy Grail and fulfilling her wishes had been her sole obsession, the only motivation propelling her through the millennia. Yet at this moment, a simple compliment from Fang'ang stirred a joy within her that eclipsed her proximity to the Holy Grail. She was secretly astonished by her transformation, yet could not deny the authenticity of this feeling. As Medea adjusted her robe and lifted her head anew, she regained her usual calm demeanor, though the light in her eyes shone brighter than ever. The mana supply is abundant and secure, she stated steadily, pride evident in her tone. The quality and quantity of the mana you provide far exceed that of any master I have experienced. With this as my foundation, I could even instantaneously construct a complete domain barrier. I have temporarily secured that saber in the underground workshop, Medea added. Would you like to see her? Fang'ang nodded. That is precisely my intention. Medea elegantly extended her hand. Then let us proceed directly. Understanding her cue, Fang'ang took her outstretched hand. In an instant, a purple luminescence enveloped them, transforming into countless butterfly shapes. The surrounding scenery twisted, dissipated, and then reformed. When the light faded, they found themselves deep within a basement of the temple. The air was thick with potent magical energy. The room was surprisingly spacious, its walls engraved with magical circles, where blue-purple mana flowed, illuminating the space. At the center hovered a colossal magical array, with saber bound in a peculiar position at its core. Her armor had been removed, and she was clad in a pure white gown adorned with blue embellishments at the collar and waist. The white fabric clung to her form, accentuating her slender waist and petite, well-proportioned bosom. Under the binding of magical chains, her chest rose and fell with painful breaths, her alabaster skin appearing even more translucent under the glow of the blue-purple magical array. Her body leaned forward, head bowed, golden locks obscuring part of her visage. Her back arched, and her hips slightly elevated, presenting a posture imbued with unmistakable humiliation. Her legs, adorned with long stockings, were held apart by magical chains. Several chains, shimmering with a pink glow, extended from all directions, entwining her wrists and torso. The radiance of the chains cast a striking contrast against her alabaster skin. Despite her unfortunate position, her figure remained graceful, reflecting an inherent nobility. Saber closed her eyes tightly, her brow furrowed, revealing a visage intertwined with pain and humiliation. The runes on the chains flickered in response to her struggles, each pulse inflicting fresh torment upon her. Fang'ang approached for a closer inspection. Noting the peculiar nature of her bindings, however, he merely expressed mild surprise without further comment. As a companion, he chose not to interfere with Medea's methods, even if they bore a hint of humiliation. Your mastery of magic is indeed impressive, Fang'ang remarked. Such conceptual binding requires a profound understanding of the essence of magic. Saber lifted her gaze, her golden eyes glinting with wariness as she assessed the unfamiliar sorcerer. Her magical traits are remarkably unique, Medea elaborated, delight dancing in her eyes. Through my research, I have confirmed her true identity. Turning to Saber, Medea spoke with an air of condescension. Is it not so, Night King? Or should I address you as King Arthur? The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze momentarily. Surprise flickered in Saber's eyes before she regained her composure. Yet her silence served as tacit acknowledgement. Arthur Pendragon, the legendary king of Britain, Medea continued, who would have thought she would be a woman? History is always rife with irony, is it not? Saber raised her head, meeting Medea's gaze with calm determination. My gender has never hindered my duty as a ruler. I swear upon the sword in my hand to fight for the protection of Britain and its people. This conviction remains unyielding. Fang'ang, upon hearing this name, exhibited a moment of astonishment, swiftly followed by profound surprise. He scrutinized the golden-haired maiden before him, attempting to reconcile her with the image of King Arthur lodged in his memory. King Arthur is a woman? Fang'ang murmured, his voice tinged with wonder. In his native universe, King Arthur was a handsome golden-haired man, wielding Excalibur while leading the Knights of the Round Table in battles across the land. In the Marvel Universe, where Doctor Doom resided, Arthur was also male, albeit with slight variations in portrayal, yet his gender remained unchanged. And now, in this realm, the legendary King Arthur was indeed a golden-haired girl. This revelation left Fang'ang marveling at the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. The multiverse is truly astonishing, Fang'ang mused. Every universe possesses its distinct rules and history. Even the most well-known legends can manifest in entirely new forms. Medea, noticing Fang'ang's reaction, furrowed her brow slightly. You seem quite taken aback by her identity? Fang'ang collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. I merely marvel at the wonders of fate. In the myriad representations of King Arthur that I have encountered throughout the world, he has always been depicted as male. This is the first instance in which I have beheld a female incarnation of Arthur. Chapter 66. The King's Desire. Fang'ang gazed at Saber before turning to Medusa. Release her bindings. We need to have a proper conversation. Medusa raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution and displeasure crossing her eyes. Release the bindings? Indeed. Fang'ang affirmed with a nod. This Holy Grail war is riddled with uncertainties. We must gather intelligence from all sides to piece together the complete truth. He glanced at Saber, his gaze sharp. Her physical condition is quite unique. This may prove invaluable to you. Medusa fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Despite an inner reluctance to free this precious trophy, she found herself unexpectedly inclined to heed Fang'ang's counsel, which surprised her. Very well, Medusa conceded softly. I shall unbind her physically, but the magical restraints must remain. She approached Saber, her fingers gracefully tracing the intricate magical knots. The pink magical chains entwined around Saber began to emit a soft glow, gradually dissipating. As the final chain vanished entirely, Saber swayed uncontrollably for a moment, nearly losing her balance. But she quickly steadied herself, straightening her back. Let us change locations, Fang'ang suggested. The reception room would be more suitable for our discussion. No sooner had he spoken than a violet magical light enveloped the three of them, and countless butterflies danced within its radiance. When the light faded, they found themselves in a spacious reception room at Ludong Temple. She needs a change of clothing, Fang'ang observed, noting the disheveled and tattered white dress Saber wore. Medusa shook her head. My garments are composed entirely of magic. She cannot utilize magic at present. She looked at Fang'ang. Your research attire may suffice. A moment later, Saber donned Fang'ang's spare white lab coat. The ordinary garment appeared somewhat oversized on her petite frame, the sleeves extending to cover half of her hands, and the hem reaching near her knees. Despite its simplicity and ill fit, it did nothing to obscure her innate nobility. The pure white fabric accentuated her radiant golden hair and fair skin, imparting a rare softness to her demeanor while cleverly veiling the warrior's sharp edge. Fang'ang and Medusa sat on one side of a low table, while Saber positioned herself across from them, creating a subtle tension in the room. Arthur Pendragon. Fang'ang broke the silence, his voice calm. Or would you prefer I call you Saber? Saber will suffice, she replied, for in this war, I am but a servant. Fang'ang nodded slightly. I find you intriguing, Saber. Not merely because you are the legendary King Arthur, but also due to your complex relationship with Morgan Le Fay. At the mention of Morgan Le Fay, Saber visibly stiffened for an instant, a myriad of emotions flickering across her eyes. You know Morgan? Not the Morgan you are familiar with, Fang'ang explained, his gaze seemingly drifting into distant realms of time and space. In the world from which I hail, Morgan Le Fay is a sorceress whose power can shake the very dimensions. Once the mistress of Avalon, she wields unfathomable magic, capable of traversing different realities and even challenging the divine. A peculiar and complex emotion unconsciously seeped into Fang'ang's tone, an amalgamation of respect, understanding, and an almost imperceptible closeness born from past experiences. She is ambitious yet adheres to her own principles. During certain pivotal moments, she is willing to momentarily set aside personal grievances to join forces with former adversaries for greater causes. Medea listened intently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an elusive light. She keenly sensed the unusual depth of feeling and investment in Fang'ang's mention of the otherworldly Morgan, stirring within her an indescribable blend of curiosity and discomfort. Saber, absorbing Fang'ang's portrayal, exhibited clear astonishment. This is utterly unlike the Morgan I know. Her voice bore an unmistakable emotional weight, reminiscent of nostalgia yet tinged with a sigh. In my world, Morgan is my sister. She has always longed for the throne of Britain, resorting to any means necessary, even dark powers. She paused momentarily, a flicker of pain and struggle crossing her eyes. Yet, despite all, our relationship has not been solely adversarial. She is, after all, my bloodkin. We grew up together in Tintagel Castle and shared beautiful moments as sisters. But eventually, our paths diverged, leading to our estrangement. Her voice gradually softened, choosing not to delve deeper into that past. Fang'ang nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, and skillfully shifted the topic. I've noticed that your physical condition is rather unusual. As a servant, you seem to possess a fundamental difference from other heroic spirits. This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly heightening the tension in the room. Saber's eyes reflected a deeper wariness, while Medea, who had been studying Saber, cast a surprised glance. What do you mean? Medea could not help but inquire, her voice brimming with curiosity. Fang'ang's gaze fixed on Saber. Ordinary servants are fundamentally based on spiritual foundations, constructed from magical energy. However, you are different, Saber. Your body retains the qualities of the living. One could even say you possess a true physical form. This is exceedingly rare within the servant summoning system, bordering on the extraordinary. Saber's expression grew increasingly vigilant, her lips pressed tightly together, yet she did not deny it. Her silence itself served as an acknowledgement. Fang'ang did not press further. Instead, he raised his hand and gently waved it through the air, allowing the radiant magical light to coalesce into a dynamic projection. Revealing information regarding the Holy Grail War, we conducted an investigation into this Holy Grail War and uncovered numerous intriguing, or rather, unsettling details. The projection swiftly flickered through brief records of previous Holy Grail Wars, ultimately pausing at the pivotal moment of the Third War, according to the existing records. It appears that the Holy Grail wars of the past have never genuinely fulfilled the ultimate desires of any participant. Each war has been unexpectedly interrupted at crucial junctures before reaching its conclusion, where the outcomes have been distorted. He turned his gaze towards Saber, his tone growing grave. Particularly in the Third Holy Grail War, an irreversible anomaly occurred. The being known as Dormammu, the embodiment of all evils in this world, tainted the Holy Grail, transforming it into a source of calamity filled with curses and malevolence. Saber's pupils constricted sharply, her face displaying profound disbelief. Clearly, this revelation concerning the corruption of the Holy Grail was news to her. We also discovered that the so-called Holy Grail is not merely an omnipotent wishing machine. Fang'ang continued to unveil the truth. It resembles a colossal magical circuit connecting the heroic spirit throne, absorbing the souls of the defeated seven servants, which are your foundational cores, to amass vast energy, ultimately aiming to open the path to the root. He paused momentarily, his gaze steady upon Saber. I wish to learn more about the Holy Grail, particularly aspects related to your unique servant status. This could hold significant implications for understanding the entire magical system. The room fell silent once more. Saber lowered her head, her golden tresses cascading to obscure her expression, as an intense internal struggle ensued, evaluating the trustworthiness of this enigmatic mage and the risks associated with divulging her secrets. Why should I share this with you? Finally, she lifted her gaze, meeting Fang'ang's eyes with a calm, yet piercing inquiry. Because our mutual sharing of knowledge signifies sincerity, Fang'ang responded unflinchingly. More importantly, it is an exchange of information. You will reveal the secrets of your contract with the Holy Grail and the insights you possess regarding the undercurrents of the Holy Grail War, in return for which we can provide more detailed information about the Holy Grail's corruption and any potential masterminds behind the current conflict. This may prove crucial to your objectives. Saber remained silent for a prolonged period, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, she resolved to speak. Her voice steady, yet her gaze unwavering. I am not an ordinary heroic spirit. I made a pact with the world itself at the moment before my destined demise. Participating in the Holy Grail War, I continuously battle at the cost of my existence, in exchange for the opportunity to realize my wish. Her voice remained calm and composed. I entered the Holy Grail War to obtain the Grail and fulfill my singular desire to return to the past and redefine the King of Britain. She paused momentarily, her voice imbued with a weighty sense of remorse. I wish to see another person, someone more suitable and capable than I, ascend as the King of Britain, someone who can truly lead my homeland and its people towards happiness and prosperity. Fang'ang listened intently, his initial curiosity gradually transforming into understanding, even tinged with sympathy. Thus, Fang'ang gazed at her and inquired, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the room. Do you consider yourself a failed monarch? Chapter 67. The People's Historical Perspective. Fang'ang's inquiry struck at the most painful core of Saber's heart. A slight tremor coursed through her, and she gradually lifted her gaze, anguish swirling within her eyes, ultimately coalescing into a heavy affirmation. Yes, I failed to save my nation. Under my reign, Britain ultimately succumbed to ruin. The room was momentarily enveloped in silence, as Fang'ang regarded her with a gaze so profound it seemed to pierce the very essence of the soul. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. I too am a king, and thus I comprehend the burdens a sovereign must bear, along with the choices and responsibilities that confront them. This statement resonated in an extraordinary manner, reigniting a glimmer of hope in Saber's previously dimmed eyes. She slightly raised her head in astonishment, gazing at Fang'ang. You are also a king? Where? Fang'ang nodded gently, his tone calm and composed. Indeed, I govern a land known as Latvia. Perhaps its name does not echo through the world like that of Britain, yet to me, every inch of that land and every single citizen merits my utmost devotion and protection. Medea, who had been silently listening, also showcased a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Having followed Fang'ang closely, she had seldom heard him speak of his homeland, and now she could not help but lend an attentive ear. Saber's gaze held a sense of urgency as she pressed on. Then, as a sovereign, how do you perceive the responsibilities of kingship? For what purpose do you believe a king should exist? Fang'ang's gaze grew increasingly profound, as if it transcended the confines of the room and gazed into the boundless void beyond. He spoke deliberately, each word deliberate, to wear the crown. One must bear its weight. This is a reality that every true sovereign must indelibly engrave upon their heart, an inescapable destiny. He turned his head to face Saber, his eyes filled with sincere admiration, his tone softening slightly. And you, King Arthur, have undoubtedly exemplified this to the utmost. To secure even the faintest glimmer of hope for your nation and your people, you would willingly sacrifice your very existence. Such a sense of responsibility commands my heartfelt respect. Saber's eyes shimmered with emotion, yet that sentiment was swiftly supplanted by a deeper resolve. She straightened her posture, her tone calm yet solemn. I merely did what a king ought to do. If my sacrifice can pave the way for Britain's redemption, then the price is well worth it to me. Fang'ang gently shook his head. However, I hold a somewhat different understanding regarding the relationship between a sovereign and their nation, and between a sovereign and their people. He rose and approached the window. Turning his back to Saber, his gaze cast into the night beyond. His voice echoing with a distant depth, the strength and prosperity of a nation undeniably rest upon the shoulders of its ruler. Yet, the true force propelling the wheel of history forward, the creators of this resplendent civilization, have never been merely a solitary sovereign, but the countless multitudes, shining like stars. Among the people, he slowly turned around, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Saber, his voice imbued with fervor. A great man once proclaimed, the people, and only the people, are the true driving force behind the creation of world history. This statement encapsulates an undeniable truth. The words reverberated in the tranquil room, carrying an extraordinary power that resonated within Saber's heartstrings. Confusion and bewilderment flickered in her azure eyes. However, the king's decisions directly influenced the fate of the nation. If a ruler makes a grievous error, the people shall inevitably suffer endless tribulations. Indeed, the significance of a king's decisions cannot be overstated, Fang'ang conceded with composure. Yet the destiny of a nation cannot be irrevocably determined by the choices of a single individual. History is a vast river, shaped by the collective will and choices of countless souls, rather than a mere puppet controlled by one hand. He gradually returned to his seat, his fingers tracing an arc in the air. In that instant, glimmers of light coalesced at his fingertips, intensifying until they formed a translucent sphere between the two, radiating a gentle glow. Now, allow me to unveil something to you. Fang'ang's voice resonated. This is a tale from my memories of Britain. In the future you so eagerly anticipate. The luminous sphere began to rotate slowly, the light within shifting and transforming. The first sight that caught their eyes was a vast, majestic azure ocean, dotted with countless sailboats raising their white sails, resembling seabirds soaring through the sky, navigating the waves with grace. Each vessel's mast proudly displayed the flag symbolizing Britain. This is the era of the British Empire. Fang'ang's voice echoed clearly and steadily within the room. Asin never sets empire, with territories spanning the globe, its fleet reigning over the seven seas. The scenes within the sphere shifted once more, transitioning to the brilliantly illuminated streets of London, where towering buildings stood in succession, bustling crowds flowed incessantly, and horse-drawn carriages mingled with automobiles, creating a vibrant tapestry of urban life. This is your nation, having reached its splendid zenith in later years, Fang'ang continued. It has emerged as one of the most powerful countries in the world, spearheading a far-reaching industrial revolution that propels the advancement of human civilization at an unprecedented pace. Saber stared in awe at the ever-changing images within the sphere, her emerald eyes filled with astonishment, shock, and a hint of disbelief. Is this, truly, Britain? Is this really what my country will become in the future? Indeed, this is the genuine history that transpired, Fang'ang affirmed with a nod. Despite enduring countless transformations and challenges, even teetering on the brink of collapse, your nation ultimately did not perish. Instead, it continued to exist and flourish in an entirely new form. The scenes within the sphere took a sudden, drastic turn. The once bustling imagery vanished abruptly, replaced by a grim tableau of war-torn landscapes and swirling smoke. The burning building collapsed explosively, reduced to mere fragments and ruins. Terrified individuals fled in all directions amidst the debris, their desperate cries echoing through the heavens, while the sky reverberated with the thunderous roar of warplanes. Saber's expression transformed into one of intense anxiety as she instinctively clenched her fists. Yet, this was not the ultimate conclusion. Fang'ang's voice remained steady and powerful. The scene within the luminous orb shifted once more, gradually brightening to reveal a poignant tableau of unity, where people stood together in resolute defiance against foreign invasion. Within the orb emerged a diminutive yet imposing elder, who stood atop the ruins, addressing the multitude with an impassioned speech. We shall fight to the end. We shall never surrender. For freedom. For survival. For the future of Britain. Fang'ang elucidated that this was the Prime Minister of Britain at the time. Under his leadership, the people of Britain exhibited unprecedented solidarity and courage, ultimately triumphing over formidable foes and securing victory in the war. The scene within the orb transformed one last time, settling upon the vibrant visage of modern London. Canary Wharf, with its towering skyscrapers, majestically graced the banks of the Thames. On the streets, individuals from all corners of the globe conversed in a myriad of accents, yet spoke the same language, English. This language has emerged as the most widely used lingua franca, permeating realms from commerce to cutting-edge science. This is modern Britain. Fang'ang's voice softened yet resonated with strength. London has long since become one of the world's financial epicenters, and English has rightfully claimed its status as the global lingua franca. Despite enduring countless challenges and tribulations, Britain's influence continues to persist in a profoundly impactful manner. Saber gazed intently at the final scene crystallized within the orb, seemingly striving to assimilate the vast and intricate information, her inner turmoil momentarily unsettled. So you see, Fang'ang spoke softly, his tone gentle yet philosophical. The fate of a nation is never determined by a singular moment or an individual, even after your reign has concluded. Britain continues to exist in its unique manner, evolving and flourishing in a new guise. This is not contingent upon who ascends to power, but rather upon the strength and spirit of the people. Saber remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, her voice calm yet tinged with uncertainty. However, if I had not drawn the sword from the stone, perhaps the history of Britain would have been different. Perhaps my country would have been spared those wars and sufferings. Fang'ang gently shook his head. History knows no what-ifs. It consists solely of the facts that have transpired and the multitude of possibilities woven into the inevitable. No one can truly foresee the monumental consequences that may arise from altering a seemingly insignificant decision. Perhaps, without your presence, Britain would have succumbed to chaos and division far sooner, or perhaps, in your absence, the legend of the Knights of the Round Table would never have come to fruition. Nor would the profound chivalric ideals that have greatly influenced generations thereafter. His voice softened further. Allow me to present to you something else. Chapter 68. Spiritual Legacy. The luminous sphere swirled once more, ultimately settling upon a desolate and solemn ruin. Amidst the broken walls and remnants, the outlines of an ancient monastery could be discerned, while countless shadows gathered around the periphery. Clutching flickering candles, they bore solemn expressions as they paid their respects. This was Glastonbury Abbey, where, as Fang'ang's voice resonated, lay the fabled final resting place of Queen Guinevere and King Arthur. Even after the passage of a millennium, throngs of pilgrims continued to arrive annually, not merely to mourn, but to honor the legendary Arthur and his illustrious Knights of the Round Table. Saber gazed intently at the congregation of candlelight, her thoughts a tangle of complexity. After such an interminable span of time, do they still remember? Not only do they remember, Fang'ang emphasized, his tone deepening, they revere you, recount your tales, and embody your spirit. The river of time may wash away all, yet it cannot erase the people's nostalgia and reverence for their ideal king. The sphere transformed, revealing an array of artistic expressions associated with the legend of King Arthur, vividly crafted manuscripts, lifelike sculptures, vibrant oil paintings, and even clips from modern films interwoven with light and shadow. Your legend has transcended mere historical record, Fang'ang continued, his voice imbued with a unique cadence. It has been reinterpreted through generations, perpetually celebrated, ultimately becoming an indelible mark upon British culture. The chivalric ideals you championed, courage, protection of the weak, loyalty, and integrity, have subtly permeated the very essence and soul of the nation, establishing themselves as foundational tenets of their values. This is your true legacy, Arthur. Fang'ang's voice softened with reverence. Not the formidable fortress of Camelot, nor the fleeting glory of the Pendragon dynasty, but an immortal spirit, a timeless philosophy. These virtues are seeds that have taken root in the hearts of countless souls, blossoming into the brilliance of humanity. As the luminous sphere gradually dissipated, its radiance faded, and tranquility enveloped the room once more. Saber stood motionless, her emerald eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions. Fang'ang's words began to profoundly shake the conviction she had steadfastly held. Do you know? He resumed, in my eyes, the identity of the ruler is insignificant. What truly matters is the people. You have long fretted over being a failed monarch, for you witnessed the kingdom's demise. Yet, in truth, you have bequeathed to Britain its most precious treasure, the noble qualities forged in the crucible of war and suffering, the enduring spirit of chivalry. He gazed at Saber with sincerity and candor. You need not cling to altering the past that is already unfolded. As a king, you have accomplished the most vital mission. You erected a spiritual monument for your nation and people, leaving behind a legacy worthy of enduring for a millennium. Saber remained silent for an extended period, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ultimately, she slowly raised her head, her voice steady. The confusion she once felt now dissipated, leaving only the last stubborn question. But my country, ultimately, has succumbed to destruction under my rule. The rise and fall of dynasties, the ebb and flow of civilizations, are timeless patterns in the annals of history, Fang'ang calmly responded, articulating a truth that is as simple as it is profound. Yet, the true measure of its worth often lies in the indelible marks it leaves upon the world. The Roman Empire has long vanished into the mists of time, yet its laws, architecture, and culture continue to profoundly influence the globe. The city-states of ancient Greece have crumbled into ruins, yet Greek philosophy, democratic ideals, and art have become the very bedrock of human civilization, continuously learned and passed down through generations. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out into the night sky. As a sovereign, I fully comprehend the weight of your responsibilities and the burden of your guilt. However, at times, we must endeavor to transcend the confines of our own experiences, adopting a broader and more long-term perspective to examine the course of history. Saber too stood and joined him, side by side, as they gazed out into the starlit expanse. She inquired, "How then do you perceive your responsibilities as a ruler?" Fang'ang pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. As if delving into the depths of his own heart, "I believe that the paramount duty of a monarch is not the endless pursuit of conquest and expansion, nor the establishment of everlasting achievements. Rather, it is to strive with all one's might to create an environment and order in which one's people can breathe freely, live securely, and fully realize their potential." He turned to face Saber, his gaze calm. A king ought to be the protector and servant of the people, not a distant master. From the people, to the people. These words profoundly stirred Saber. Her cerulean eyes narrowed, plunging her into deeper contemplation. This concept of kingship, rooted in and serving the populace, starkly contrasted with her understanding of divine right monarchy in her era. In my time, she reflected on this immense shock. The king was perceived as the chosen embodiment of the divine in the earthly realm, a mediator of divine will, upholding the order prescribed by the gods. The king's foremost responsibility was to adhere to the divine mandate, maintaining the order and balance set forth by the deities. Fang'ang smiled gently. Times are ever advancing, and ideas evolve alongside them. Yet, irrespective of the era, I believe there exists a common thread. A truly great monarch, regardless of the source of their power, ultimately places the welfare and safety of the people above personal honor and even the very notion of kingship itself. He turned his gaze back to Saber, his eyes piercing. "Your perception of failure stems from your focus on the calamitous war and the disintegration of Camelot. But have you ever considered from a different perspective that perhaps it was your existence, your ability to unite hearts through ideals, that allowed the already precarious Britain to maintain a semblance of unity and order during those dark and turbulent times? Had it not been for your withdrawal of the Sword of Kings, had you not established the Round Table Knights, might Britain's fate have plummeted into the abyss of division and turmoil much earlier? Would the circumstances have been even more dire?" Saber remained silent. Yet the taut line of her lips and the tumultuous waves swirling in her eyes betrayed her inner unrest. More importantly, Fang'ang continued, "The knightly spirit you have bequeathed, your pursuit of ideals, honor, and justice, shines like a beacon in the dark night, guiding future generations to rediscover their path amidst countless moments of confusion and hardship, uniting them in strength, ultimately leading them toward revival and prosperity. From this perspective, is this not also a form of success that transcends individual triumph or failure, possessing a more profound significance?" He gestured toward the vast night sky outside, where stars twinkled. "Eternal and unchanging. As rulers, we cannot dictate the course of history, nor can we ensure the everlasting permanence of all that we create. What we can do is strive with all our might in our own era, leaving behind something of value for those who follow, be it a solid material foundation or the spiritual wealth that guides like the stars." Saber inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling slightly as she endeavored to digest these transformative ideas. Since becoming a heroic spirit, the label of a failed king had been etched deep within her soul, becoming an intrinsic part of her existence. In this moment, although Fang'ang's words did not completely sever that label, they undeniably carved a fissure, allowing a glimmer of different light to penetrate. "I need time to contemplate all that you have said," she finally spoke, her voice no longer as resolute as at the outset, but imbued with solemnity and caution. "However, I am grateful for your insights." Fang'ang nodded with a smile. "Of course. This is merely my personal perspective and reflection. Every king has their own path." He turned to the quietly listening Medea, who had remained silent throughout. "It's getting late. Let us exchange intelligence tomorrow." Medea nodded and rose. "I will arrange a room for her." After Medea led Saber away, Fang'ang did not depart immediately. He stood alone once more by the window, directing his gaze toward the profound night sky and the ancient, twinkling stars. His expression was calm and deep, as if through this dialogue with Saber, he was reevaluating and contemplating the path he had steadfastly followed all along. Chapter 69. The reckless youth. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the reception room. Fang'ang sat upright behind a low table, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the surface, awaiting the arrival of someone. The wooden door slid open silently, revealing Saber at the threshold. Clad in her white research garb, the ample robe failed to obscure her statuesque form. What truly captivated attention was the tumult of emotions swirling within her eyes. Fang'ang's words from the previous night had evidently stirred a tempest in her heart, one that remained unresolved. "Good morning," Fang'ang said, nodding slightly, his gaze gentle as he gestured for her to take a seat. "It appears our conversation last night has occupied your thoughts throughout the night." Saber knelt across from him, her back straight as a drawn sword. "Yes." Regarding the future of Britain and the power of the people, her voice wavered, lacking its usual conviction, reminiscent of a devout believer whose faith had been profoundly shaken, now painfully reassessing her beliefs. Medea sat silently beside Fang'ang, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering in the morning light. She maintained her characteristic grace, her fingertips resting lightly on her lap, seemingly calm yet vigilantly attentive to Saber's every movement. Let us continue our discussion from yesterday. Fang'ang broke the brief silence. You mentioned that you manifested as a servant through a pact with the world. This deviates significantly from the conventional summoning system for heroic spirits. It is indeed quite extraordinary. Saber glanced at Fang'ang, then briefly at the silent Medea, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Ultimately, she opted for honesty. I participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War. This revelation sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Fang'ang's gaze. You retain memories from the previous Holy Grail War? This is indeed markedly different from a typical servant. He probed further. Saber nodded, confirming his suspicion. Yes. A regular servant's memories are reset with each summoning, but I am not like them. I was summoned directly from a state of near death to this era, rather than descending from the throne of heroes. That explains the many peculiarities about you, Fang'ang murmured thoughtfully. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the last Holy Grail War? Saber paused for a moment, as if sifting through her memories. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, my master was a man named Amiya. He was an exceedingly complex, even contradictory individual. Her tone deepened, and her eyes reflected a blend of admiration, regret, and pain. As the war progressed, the situation became increasingly dire, ultimately leaving only 3 servants, Saber, Rider, and Archer. Saber's voice continued, heavy with the weight of her recollections. That Archer. What kind of servant is he? Fang'ang sensed the gravity in Saber's tone and inquired with curiosity. A servant clad in golden armor. Saber's response was succinct yet powerful, imbued with profound apprehension. He possesses formidable strength that transcends the ordinary, along with an almost infinite array of noble phantasms, and proudly proclaims himself as the oldest king of heroes. His arrogance and hubris are as impressive as his power, verging on distasteful. Fang'ang nodded slightly, refraining from immediate commentary. Silently committing to memory the key terms: golden armor, king of heroes, countless noble phantasms, and arrogance. Ultimately, the Holy Grail descended, yet it had become tainted. Saber's voice grew heavier with sorrow. My master, Amiya, commanded me to destroy the Grail using a command seal. Your master ordered you to destroy the Grail? Fang'ang's tone reflected clear astonishment. What of your wish to alter Britain's fate? Have you relinquished it so easily? The circumstances at that time left me with no option. The command seal is an absolute directive. A servant cannot defy it. Saber's voice resonated with helplessness and pain. Moreover, she paused, seemingly recalling an unpleasant vision. That Grail was indeed tainted. It unleashed not blessings, but a curse that devours all. Fang'ang nodded in agreement. This aligns with our current findings. The Grail has been contaminated by Dormammu's curse, having long since lost the ability to fulfill pure wishes. You previously mentioned that you made a pact with the world. Fang'ang redirected the conversation to his initial inquiry, pressing for further details on this process. Saber furrowed her brow slightly, as if weighing her words, attempting to articulate that ethereal experience. At the Battle of Camlin's End, I was grievously wounded, on the brink of death. In that moment of despair, to save Britain and alter its doomed fate, I wished upon the world for the power of the Grail. Then, my consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness, and when I opened my eyes again, I had become a servant in the Holy Grail War. Just as Fang'ang prepared to delve deeper into his inquiries, the previously silent Medea suddenly lifted her head, alertness flickering in her eyes. Someone has triggered my magical trap. Her voice, laced with coldness, shattered the ambience of the room. Who? Fang'ang asked. A foolish intruder, Medea replied with a smirk, then glanced at Saber, adding meaningfully. And I fear, they might be here for you. Saber's aura tensed, her knightly instincts propelling her into a combat-ready state. Let us investigate. Fang'ang rose, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Perhaps an interesting visitor awaits. He was the first to step forward, followed closely by Medea and Saber. The trio arrived at the courtyard of the Lu Dong Temple. There, they beheld a red-haired youth, ensnared by several chains shimmering with magical luminescence, suspended helplessly in midair. His body bore several bruises, evident remnants of his struggles. Shiro, Saber exclaimed upon recognizing the boy. Hearing her voice, the youth abruptly lifted his head, and upon seeing Saber, his eyes ignited with astonished joy. Saber, he called out fervently. Fang'ang observed the boy, a spark of scholarly interest flickering in his eyes. This was Shiro Amiya, the protagonist of this world line. He appeared remarkably ordinary, even somewhat feeble, yet he had ventured alone into enemy territory. Such unwavering resolve to rescue his companion was commendable. However, aside from that, he was weak, reckless in his actions, devoid of strategy, and his idealism bordered on naivety. Fang'ang turned to Medea, his gaze reflecting a keen curiosity. It seemed our trap had ensnared an uninvited guest. Medea raised her hand, magical energy swirling as she deliberately tightened the chains binding him. Her voice laced with derision, a reckless intruder, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Fang'ang once more directed his attention to the restrained Shiro Amiya. Scrutinizing this seemingly ordinary boy who had dared to invade the witch's domain, contemplating his worth. Chapter 70. An unexpected visitor. Fang'ang gazed upon the bound Shiro, contemplating how to deal with this uninvited guest. At that moment, he detected a subtle fluctuation of magical energy, an imprint he had quietly left on Sakuramatu. Ah, how intriguing. A playful smile graced Fang'ang's lips. It seems we are soon to welcome another visitor. Medea raised an elegant brow, inquiring, who? Sakuramatu. Fang'ang's gaze appeared to penetrate the walls of the temple. She was approaching Reed Temple. Medea's eyes flickered with curiosity. That girl? What brings her here? Perhaps she seeks assistance, Fang'ang replied calmly. I had previously informed her that she could find me at Reed Temple. No sooner had he spoken than soft footsteps echoed from the entrance of the temple. The figure of Medusa emerged first, followed closely by Sakura, clad in her school uniform. The young girl's face appeared somewhat pale, her flowing purple hair swayed gently in the breeze, accentuating her delicate vulnerability. As they entered the courtyard, Sakura's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Shiro, suspended in midair, her expression freezing in shock. Senpai, she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of alarm and dread. The color drained from her face at an observable rate, leaving only terror and concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shiro lifted his head. As recognition dawned upon him, his eyes flashed with surprise, swiftly replaced by profound confusion. Sakura? What are you doing here? Sakura seemed to disregard his question, rushing towards Fang'ang, her eyes shimmering with urgency and unease. Her voice trembled with desperation. Mr. Fang, please release Senpai. He would never harm anyone. Fang'ang's gaze fell upon Sakura's trembling hands. Noting that the depth of the purple in her eyes appeared more profound than usual, her emotional turmoil was evidently intense, a consequence of the separation from the Holy Grail fragments. Calm down, Sakura. Fang'ang's voice resonated with a calming steadiness, imbued with a unique soothing power. Breathe deeply and regain control of your emotions. Instinctively, Sakura followed his guidance. Inhaling deeply, yet her gaze remained fixed on the disheveled Shiro, her tone pleading, please, let him go, Mr. Fang. Senpai, he's a good person. Fang'ang turned his gaze towards Medea, and a silent exchange of glances transpired between them. A flicker of reluctance crossed Medea's eyes, a primal resistance evident within her. In times past, any mortal daring to trespass her domain would have faced a magical retribution far crueler than death. She would not show mercy for the mere pleas of a stranger. She cast a furtive glance at Fang'ang, a complex surge of emotion swirling within her. Since encountering this man, she had found her perspective shifting subtly. Ultimately, under Fang'ang's calm and resolute gaze, Medea imperceptibly inclined her head. Release him, Fang'ang instructed Medea. But the magical seal need not be lifted for the time being. Medea gently waved her hand, causing the magical chains that bound Shiro to dissipate. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to regain his balance. Senpai, Sakura exclaimed, rushing to his side and carefully supporting him. Her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized the scrapes on his body. Are you all right? Is the injury serious? Shiro shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. I'm fine, Sakura. But his gaze towards her was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why are you here? And do you know these people? Sakura bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words to explain the intricate situation. Let us discuss this in the guest room, Fang'ang interjected, breaking the awkward standoff in the courtyard. This is not an appropriate place for conversation. He turned first, heading towards the main hall, with Medea following closely behind. Sakura cast a worried glance at Shiro, her eyes lingering on the dust-stained fabric of his clothing and the minor wounds on his skin, but ultimately fell silent and followed. Medusa trailed behind her like a loyal shadow. Shiro, remaining at the back, took the opportunity to lower his voice and urgently inquired of Saber beside him. Saber, are you all right? Did they do anything to you? And what about your armor? Saber gently shook her head, her voice as calm as ever. I'm fine, Shiro. They did not harm me. The group traversed the corridor and eventually arrived at the guest room. It was a spacious, traditional tatami room, with several thick cushions neatly arranged on the clean mats and a subtle scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Fang'ang and Medea naturally seated themselves at the head of the table. Sakura chose a spot near the corner, while Medusa stood silently behind her. Shiro and Saber took their seats opposite them. A delicate silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere palpably tense and stifling. Shiro's gaze frequently drifted towards the downcast Sakura, his eyes filled with questions. Sakura appeared to be struggling to formulate her thoughts, her fingers unconsciously curling, clearly unsettled. At last, Fang'ang broke the silence, directing his gaze at Sakura. Sakura, did you come to find me for a specific reason? At his words, Sakura lifted her head, taking a deep breath as if resolving to make a significant declaration. Mr. Fang, after several days of contemplation, I have come to a conclusion. I wish to bid farewell to my past self entirely and embark on a new life, living like an ordinary person. Her voice bore a resolute tone, though it trembled slightly at the end. However, the lingering effects sometimes make it difficult for me to control my emotions. even leading to moments of loss of control? I wish to know if there is a way to resolve this issue completely. Having spoken, her gaze instinctively shifted back to Shiro, her eyes brimming with concern, confusion, and anxiety. And, Senpai, why are you here? What exactly has transpired? Shiro Amiya opened his mouth, confronted by Sakura's barrage of questions and the situation before him, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Chapter 71. Sakura's request. Fang'ang's voice shattered the silence within the room, his gaze fixed upon Sakura. So, you seek me out to address the repercussions of your emotional turmoil. Sakura nodded, yet her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Shiro Amiya, anxiety etched upon her features. Yes. But, Mr. Fang, why is my senpai here? Leaning comfortably against the cushion, Fang'ang replied, Shiro Amiya is now the master of Saber, naturally. He has come to participate in the Holy Grail War. His eyes swept over Shiro and Saber, adding, unfortunately, he is currently our captive. As he continued, his tone remained calm, yet concealed layers of significance. As for me, I am an ally of Medea. I have pledged to assist her in seizing the Holy Grail to fulfill her desires. Sakura's complexion paled significantly, her gaze flitting between Shiro and Saber, ultimately settling on the former. Senpai, do you truly? Shiro furrowed his brow, looking at Sakura with a mixture of surprise and concern. Sakura, did you already know about the Holy Grail War? Sakura did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she abruptly turned to Fang'ang, her voice urgent. Senpai is merely an ordinary person. He was unwittingly drawn into this. He would never oppose you. I implore you, please release him. Unwittingly drawn in? That only complicates matters further. Fang'ang's voice grew cold. The Holy Grail War has never been child's play, Sakura. Once one steps into this quagmire, they must confront the ensuing brutality and sacrifice. He met Sakura's gaze unflinchingly. How much suffering have you endured because of this Holy Grail? Do you not yet comprehend? Sakura? Shiro suddenly lifted his head, shock and worry mingling in his eyes. What does he mean by your suffering because of the Holy Grail? What is going on? Sakura seemed drained of all strength, her head bowed deeply, her long hair cascading down to obscure her expression. Senpai, it doesn't matter. Her voice was but a whisper, almost inaudible, yet in the next moment, she abruptly raised her head, her eyes shimmering with pleading as she looked towards Fang'ang. Mr. Fang, I beg you, release my senpai. I am willing to agree to any condition. Sakura had completely forgotten the initial purpose of her visit. This selfless fervor for another stirred a newfound admiration within Fang'ang for the young girl. Sakura. Shiro wished to press further, but Fang'ang interrupted. Shiro Amiya is Medea's prize, Fang'ang stated calmly. As for how to deal with him, I must seek Medea's counsel. This statement sent ripples of surprise through both Sakura and Saber, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Are you not Medea's master? Saber broke the silence first, confusion lacing her voice. Why must you consult a servant? Fang'ang smiled. We are not bound by command spells, but rather, we are equal allies bound by a contract. A flicker of surprise crossed Saber's eyes. Clearly this answer had surpassed her expectations. However, at that moment, the one most profoundly affected was Medea herself. Equal allies. Despite having pledged equality at the inception of their covenant, Fang'ang now publicly manifests this respect, imbuing his promise with an unprecedented weight before the assembly. Words may weave deceit, yet actions remain unfeigned. This tangible respect profoundly impacts her, far surpassing any hollow vow. Within Medea's eyes, a myriad of complex emotions flits by. Yet she swiftly curtails the tumult, reclaiming the poise and pride befitting a sorceress. Fang'ang rises with an effortless motion. Medea, we have matters to discuss privately. Medea rises in kind. Fang'ang turns, his gaze sweeping over the others present. We shall return shortly. In the interim, I trust you will refrain from any reckless actions. With that, he extends his hand, palm upward, awaiting her response. Without hesitation, Medea places her hand within his. A flash of light envelopes them, and they vanish, leaving Sakura, Shiro Amiya, and Saber exchanging bewildered glances in the empty reception room. Shiro, unable to contain his mounting anxiety, quickly turns to Sakura, demanding, Sakura, what on earth is happening? How do you know them? And what does he mean by the Holy Grail endures suffering? How much have you concealed? Sakura wrings her fingers helplessly. Her head bowed lower, her voice shrinking. Senpai. I cannot say. But Sakura. Shiro presses on, only to be halted by Saber's raised hand. Shiro. Saber's voice remains calm yet resolute. If Sakura is unwilling to speak, we must respect her choice. Forcing her will only yield adverse effects. Shiro glances helplessly between Saber and the pained expression on Sakura's face, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well. But Sakura, remember, no matter the difficulties you face, you must tell me. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Sakura lifts her gaze, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Thank you, senpai. Meanwhile, Fang'ang and Medea materialize in the meditation chamber. Do you truly intend to release them? Medea inquires, her tone devoid of reproach, merely imbued with curiosity. Fang'ang strides to the center of the room, his fingers tracing the magical circle. A glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his profound eyes. This Holy Grail war has been riddled with uncertainties from the very beginning, Medea. What do you mean? Medea furrows her brow slightly. The Church of Supervisors has been aware of the Grail's corruption since the Fourth Holy Grail War, yet they persist in conducting this current conflict. Fang'ang's words dripped with sarcasm. There must be a grander conspiracy lurking behind this. Medea contemplates this possibility. Do you believe the Church has ulterior motives? She discerns the insinuation in Fang'ang's words. So you summoned me here to discuss how we might leverage the current chaos to secure the greatest benefit for ourselves, correct? Indeed. Fang'ang turned around to face her, a look of appreciation gracing his features. I have formulated a preliminary notion regarding our captive. Firstly, the uniqueness of Saber dictates that we cannot resort to crude means of forcibly seizing her power through her noble phantasm, Fang'ang articulated. For that would be entirely contrary to the knightly spirit she embodies. Even if we were to exert control over her, it would only be through command seals, which would inadvertently constrain her capabilities. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, Saber's current condition is quite exceptional. She was not summoned from the throne of heroes in the conventional manner. Rather, she has been called forth directly from the brink of death into the modern era. By studying her, we may uncover a means for you to remain in the tangible world even after the conclusion of the Holy Grail War. This statement illuminated all the glimmers of hope within Medea's eyes. The prospect of breaking free from the constraints of the throne of heroes and truly residing in the real world was a desire she had not dared to even dream of during countless nights past. As for Shiromamiya, Fang'ang continued, his prowess as a master is exceedingly feeble, even if we were to release him now. It would be all too easy to defeat him again later. Instead, it would be wiser to use his release as bait, drawing out the true puppeteer lurking in the shadows. Medea listened intently to Fang'ang's analysis. Yet her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the earlier scene in the reception room. Throughout her long and convoluted existence, she had undergone myriad transformations of identity and had tasted too many betrayals and ugliness of humanity. She was the noble princess of Colchis, the beloved wife of Jason, and yet a tragically forsaken woman who had descended into a vengeful witch. Even during the times when Jason professed his love for her, she was merely regarded as a precious artifact, a tool to be utilized. In contrast, what Fang'ang offered her was a profoundly different experience. From the initial equal pact forged between them to the thorough discussions preceding each endeavor, and to the unwavering defense of her status in front of others just moments ago, he demonstrated through his actions that equality is not a mere ephemeral promise, but rather a genuine respect and acknowledgement from the heart. This feeling of being truly respected and treated as an equal resonated within her more deeply than any overwhelming power or sweet-talking allure ever could. I concur with your plan. Medea raised her gaze, locking her eyes with Fang'ang's, and spoke softly. We can release Shiromamiya and Saber. Chapter 72 The Bait of the Church. A flash of violet light flickered, and Fang'ang and Medea reappeared in the reception room. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense, with Shiromamiya and Saber watching them warily, while Sakura gazed at Fang'ang with anticipation. Shiromamiya, Fang'ang said calmly. Withdraw from the Holy Grail War, and I will allow you and Saber to leave. Shiro furrowed his brow in disbelief. Impossible. I will not withdraw. Senpai. Sakura called softly, her voice laden with concern. I cannot withdraw, Sakura, Shiro insisted firmly. Someone might exploit the Holy Grail to harm the innocent, and I cannot stand idly by. Fang'ang let out a mocking laugh. How naive. Just look at yourself, Shiromamiya. Your magical abilities are nearly non-existent, and your combat experience is woefully inadequate. Besides that reckless fervor, what do you have left? His tone dripped with derision. You will only hinder Saber. Even if I let you go, other masters will easily kill you. Shiro clenched his fists. Even so, I must try. If someone is hurt because of the Holy Grail War and I do nothing, I will never forgive myself. Fang'ang regarded the stubborn youth. Then prove your worth. If you can pass my trial, I shall allow you and Saber to depart. Without waiting for Shiro's response, Fang'ang extended his hand, and a golden light shot forth from his fingertips, striking Shiro on the forehead. Shiro's body stiffened abruptly, his gaze turning vacant. Senpai. Sakura cried out in alarm, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Fang'ang casually raised his hand, an invisible barrier halting her. Do not worry. I have merely drawn his consciousness into a specially crafted illusion. There, he will not suffer any substantial harm. With a flick of his wrist, a projection of magic unfolded in the air, vividly depicting Shiro's experiences within the illusion. Watch closely, Sakura. It is time for him to personally experience the daily life you have endured. In an instant, Sakura's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper. She trembled uncontrollably, gripping her skirt tightly. No, please, don't let Senpai see those. Saber's eyes flashed with disapproval, yet she remained silent. Fang'ang's gaze softened slightly as it fell upon Sakura. Sometimes, the truth is cruel, but it is also necessary. Within the mirror, Shiro's illusion unfolded. The first wave that engulfed him was boundless darkness, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Soon after, excruciating pain surged through every nerve. As countless tiny limbs crawled beneath his skin, gnawing at flesh and probing bone marrow, a terrifying sensation. He could vividly feel them writhing and biting, as if they aimed to devour his very soul. But this was not his body. It belonged to Sakura, a daily despair she endured. What is this abomination? In the realm of illusions, Shiro Amiya screamed in excruciating agony, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Why has this happened? Why? A cold and indifferent voice echoed in his mind. This is the hell that Sakura Metu endures day after day. In a relentless pursuit to mold her into a suitable vessel for the Holy Grail, Zoken Metu has transformed every inch of her being with cursed insects, subjecting her to a torment that transcends human limits. Shiro felt a profound suffering that extended beyond mere physical torture. It was a mental dismemberment, an anguishing disintegration of his spirit. He sensed the filth and twisted malice within the shards of the Grail, surging forth to assault and corrode his consciousness. The despair of being tainted and sullied, sinking deeper into an abyss, nearly drove him to madness. Stop this, he bellowed. I must put an end to it all. Suddenly, the scene shifted. He found himself standing in the eerie, damp underground insect storage of the Metu estate, witnessing Zoken Metu at the edge of a writhing pool of cursed insects, while Sakura was ensnared by those repulsive creatures. With a roar, he charged at Zoken, unleashing his fists with all his might. However, his blows passed through the phantoms as if they were mere illusions, leaving no impact. Zoken did not even spare him a glance, dismissively waving his hand, and in an instant, an endless swarm of insects completely engulfed him. After an eternity of darkness, he jolted awake, only to find himself back in the same harrowing scene. Time and again, he attempted to assault Zoken with projection magic, martial arts, and every conceivable method to rescue Sakura, yet each endeavor concluded in the same disheartening failure, death by consumption, followed by a despairing restart. Give up. The cold voice taunted once more. You lack the strength. You cannot even save the one person you wish to protect. How can you dare to speak of safeguarding all innocence? The scene morphed again. This time, he beheld Sakura standing alone in the central square of Fuyuki City. Her form was undergoing a horrific transformation, dark shadows erupting from within her, ravenously devouring everything in their path. The terrified crowd screamed and scattered, yet the shadows, faster still, swiftly captured them, dragging each into the void, erasing their existence entirely. At the heart of the darkness, Sakura's voice emerged, her eyes flickering with the last vestiges of clarity and PL, yet each attempt felt like a stone sinking into the vast ocean, culminating in a tragic failure. He found himself powerless to prevent Sakura from sliding into the abyss of destruction, nor could he shield the innocent souls ensnared in the turmoil. When Sakura, with a glimmer of rationality remaining in her eyes, implored him to end her life once more, Shiro Amiya finally grasped a certain cruel reality amidst the unending pain and despair. Sometimes, what is deemed salvation necessitates the most heart-wrenching choices. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he summoned every ounce of strength to raise the trembling sword. Forgive me, Sakura, he choked out in barely audible tones, and then, with a sudden thrust, pierced her heart. The illusion shattered violently, and Shiro was jolted back to reality, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat soaking his garments. In his eyes burned an unprecedented fury, entwined with indelible pain and guilt. Was this all that Sakura had endured? He lifted his gaze towards her, his voice trembling with agitation. Sakura bowed her head deeply, her long bangs concealing her visage, too fearful to meet his gaze. Fang'ang nodded slightly, his expression devoid of warmth. Indeed, this is the brutal truth of the Holy Grail War. Without commensurate power, your lofty ideals are nothing but a cheap jest. If you cannot protect those you cherish most, how can you safeguard the innocent strangers? He paused, his eyes sweeping over Shiro with the faintest hint of disdain. However, your final choice has, albeit reluctantly, revealed the awareness befitting the weak. Knowing when to abandon futile struggles is the first lesson the weak must learn. Fang'ang's tone returned to its previous coldness. I have no interest in you, nor do I wish to squander time dealing with a pawn as inconsequential as yourself. He gestured subtly to Medea, release their magical bindings. Medea understood, and with a wave of her hand, the magical restraints binding Shiro and Saber dissipated silently. You may leave with Saber now, but remember, the Holy Grail War is no trifling matter. His voice bore an imperceptible depth, adding, as a side note, perhaps useful information, your foster father, Kiritsugu Amiya, was one of the participants in the previous Holy Grail War. His servant, coincidentally, is the very Saber by your side. If you wish to learn more about the past, about the truth of your foster father, perhaps you should pay a visit to the priest at the church overseeing this Holy Grail War. At this revelation, Shiro abruptly turned to Saber, who nodded slightly, affirming the truth of the matter. I will become stronger, Shiro declared slowly as he rose, despite his body still quivering. His gaze, however, was resolutely determined. I will undoubtedly find a different path, a path that can save Sakura and protect everyone. He cast a deep glance at the bowed Sakura. I promise. With that, Shiro hesitated no longer, turning with saber and striding away from this suffocating place. Sakura lifted her head, watching their departing figures, instinctively raising her foot, preparing to follow. Ing. Wait a moment. Fang'ang's voice resonated at the opportune moment, halting her steps. You seek me to address the volatility of your emotions, do you not? Ing turned around, somewhat bewildered, and hesitantly nodded. Fang'ang approached her with measured strides, extending his right hand, where a warm and pure golden stream of energy coalesced, swirling and emanating vibrant vitality. He gently placed his palm, encircled by the golden aura, against Ying's forehead. The golden light penetrated her being with gentle grace. I have sown a seed of qi within your body, and concomitantly, the associated cultivation techniques have been embedded deep within your consciousness. As Fang'ang withdrew his hand, Ing immediately felt a warm current coursing through her body, following an enigmatic trajectory that nourished her weary spirit. This method of cultivation, rooted in the East, will assist you in harmonizing your magical energy, calming your mind, and resisting erosion. When this seed truly takes root and flourishes, you will gain greater mastery over your own powers and emotions. Ing closed her eyes, absorbing the sudden influx of cultivation imagery within her mind. Upon opening her eyes, a glimmer of hope sparkled within them. I shall dedicate myself to my training. Thank you. She bowed respectfully before hastily pursuing Shiro Emiya. You seem quite concerned for that girl, Medea remarked as she approached Fang'ang, her eyes filled with curiosity. Why is that? Fang'ang gazed at Ying's departing figure. I sensed a presence within her akin to that of Saber, an attention from the world as well. His eyes were profound, and though his actions appeared casual, he anticipated the resplendent fruits her cultivation might yield. He turned toward Medea, a castle projected in the air before them. Now, we must focus on our next objective, the Ainsburn Castle. Chapter 73, Assault on the Castle. The Ainsburn Castle loomed within the depths of the forest, enveloped by a magical barrier that cloaked the entire structure. Fang raised his hand and effortlessly tore apart the enchantment that shrouded the castle. In the next instant he, along with Medea and Medusa, appeared directly in the grand hall of the castle. The barrier has detected our presence, Fang remarked. There is no need for concealment. Medea offered a faint smile as she raised her palm. A radiant surge of magical energy coalesced and abruptly transformed into a beam, striking the crystal chandelier at the center of the hall. The chandelier shattered under the impact of the magical force, sending countless crystal shards cascading down like rain, producing a melodious sound. Instantly, alarm bells resonated throughout the castle. They're here. Fang's voice remained calm. The doors burst open, and a squad of expressionless artificial beings, clad in maid uniforms, surged into the hall. Their vacant gazes and synchronized movements were unsettling. Behind them, a petite figure with silver hair and crimson eyes, Ilia, was flanked by the gray giant berserker, Heracles. Once again, it is you. Ilia's voice was laced with surprise, quickly overshadowed by a chilling hostility. Fang offered no reply. His senses were already probing the entirety of the castle, meticulously tracing the flow of magical energy and the hidden positions of the guards. Deep within the castle, a powerful surge of magical energy vividly imprinted itself in his mind. Even amid the invasion alarm, it was undeniable that a guard was stationed in that area, the grand library of the Ainsburn family. Forgive the intrusion, little girl. Fang's gaze shifted towards Ilia, his tone tinged with mockery. We merely wish to borrow a few tomes from your collection. Intruders, and yet you dare to speak so audaciously? Ilia seethed with fury. Berserker, crush them. The berserker let out a deafening roar, swinging his stone axe with a devastating momentum as he charged forward. Fang gently flicked his fingers. Form transformation, labyrinth of all things. In an instant, the entire hall's space warped and deformed. The walls undulated, the floor tiles rose and fell unpredictably, and the opulent ceiling occasionally soared infinitely high, only to dip low as if to crush everything beneath it. In the blink of an eye, the once spacious and magnificent hall morphed into a bizarre, ever-shifting interdimensional maze. Fang exchanged a knowing glance with Medea, and in the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished, flashing towards the direction of the library. Medea stood at the center of the labyrinth's shifting core, a purple magical circle blossoming beneath her feet, emanating a formidable wave of magical energy. Come, her voice brimmed with pride and confidence, let me witness the prowess of the legendary hero. The maze of space twisted and folded under her will as the berserker's roars echoed through the illusory corridors. His colossal axe, capable of cleaving mountains, swung down with a shriek. Yet each strike merely struck at the ever-changing phantoms, never touching the hem of Medea's garments. Medea appeared to stand leisurely at a distance. It seemed to be within arm's reach, as her fingertips glowed with an ethereal blue light. A bone-chilling frost erupted instantaneously, crystalline ice spreading wildly from the berserker's center. Striving to encase his feet in an icy grip, the berserker experienced a momentary delay in his movements due to the slick surface of the ice. Yet his inhuman strength effortlessly shattered the fragile layer, propelling him forward with unrelenting ferocity. Elia stood calmly in a relatively stable corner of the labyrinth, observing the unfolding battle with keen eyes. Berserker, hold nothing back. Unleash your full power. I shall bear the burden of magical energy, she commanded decisively. Upon receiving the order, the berserker's speed surged, transforming into a gray blur as he lunged once more at Medea. Just then, a streak of silver lightning darted from the shadows to the side. Medusa was in motion. The chains in her hand sliced through the air with a whoosh, expertly ensnaring the berserker's axe-wielding arm. The chains tightened instantaneously under the berserker's formidable strength, beginning to twist and warp. Observing this, Medusa deftly released her grip, gliding backward with graceful fluidity. Simultaneously, Medea pressed her palm downward, causing the ground beneath the berserker to collapse without warning, transforming into a fetid, deep brown mire. Taken by surprise, the berserker's legs sank deep into the muck, severely hampering his movements, yet his furious roars grew ever more violent. With another wave of her hand, Medea summoned a magical circle in midair, from which dozens of magical puppets emerged, charging fearlessly toward the approaching mechanical maids and intercepting them at the periphery. A deafening roar erupted from the berserker as his body radiated a blinding red light. Terrifying power surged from within, and with a thunderous shout, he shattered the mire that bound him. His colossal frame soared skyward, his massive axe aimed directly at the newly revealed Medusa. Medusa's figure darted swiftly through the labyrinth's illusions and genuine paths, her movements agile as she narrowly evaded this lethal strike. Her chains were flung out once more, their angles acute, while Medea's magical vines erupted from the ground and walls, entwining toward the berserker's limbs. The runes glimmering on the vines emanated a powerful binding force. Yet before the berserker's reckless might, the radiance of the runes dimmed at a visible pace. Medusa's silhouette flickered in the distorted space, resembling teleportation. As her chains continuously struck from various unimaginable angles, restraining the berserker's actions, Medea's magic was ceaseless, with frost, mire, vines, and gravitational fields appearing in a seamless flow, each spell connecting flawlessly as the berserker approached the moment of breaking free from the previous bind, leaving him struggling to cope. Suddenly, the incantation Medea was chanting shifted subtly, and several concentrated beams of violet magical energy abruptly changed course, bypassing the berserker's massive form and targeting Elia behind him. Berserker! Elia gasped in alarm. The berserker, driven by instinct, instantaneously broke free from the still-forming tendrils that ensnared him. His massive form erupted with astonishing speed, resembling an insurmountable fortress, defiantly positioning himself before his master. The violet beams of arcane energy struck fiercely against his chest, leaving charred marks in their wake, yet failing to inflict any fundamental harm. In that fleeting moment as the berserker turned to block, a peculiar purple glimmer flickered in Medusa's eyes. Her concealed, petrifying gaze, the stone of the Gorgon, was unleashed with unrestrained might. The intangible force of petrification pierced through the barriers of space, locking onto the berserker's eyes. Despite Heracles' formidable resistance, which rendered complete petrification impossible, the sudden onslaught of this cursed power rendered his movements visibly rigid. Medea and Medusa exhibited an extraordinary synergy, their collaboration seamless. In the twisting, shifting labyrinthine space, they deftly maneuvered their positions, guiding the enraged behemoth step by step into a meticulously devised series of traps. Frost slowed, swamps hindered, tendrils ensnared, spatial distortions disoriented, and the gaze of the Gorgon paralyzed. Each negative effect was applied at precisely the right moment, continuously stacking and depleting the berserker's stamina. His roars echoed wildly through the maze. His strength was sufficient to shatter mountains and rend the earth asunder. Yet he could never truly seize the two adversaries flitting around him, toying with him. Medea wore a composed and confident smile, akin to an elegant conductor of an orchestra, skillfully controlling the rhythm and cadence of the entire battle with apparent ease. With the strategic objective achieved, the berserker was firmly anchored in place, with no one able to disrupt Fang's bibliophilic pursuits deep within the castle. Chapter 74. The conclusion of fate in the library of the Einsburn Castle. Fang'ang's figure appeared silently. The ground was strewn with the remnants of several artificial maidservants, their eyes wide open yet devoid of life. He extended his hand, his fingertips emanating a faint glow. The ancient tomes in the library seemed to respond to a summons, beginning to tremble lightly. In the next moment, heavy volumes broke free from their shelves, floating into the air, suspended in a delicate balance. The pages turned wildly of their own accord, the text and magical diagrams escaping their paper confines, merging into a torrent of intertwining gold and purple in the atmosphere. Amidst this spectacle, an extraordinarily intricate colossal structure gradually solidified, resembling a vast celestial map. Each fragment of knowledge contained within these ancient tomes found its precise place within the stellar chart, gleaming with a unique radiance. countless streams of light converged, ultimately illuminating the dazzling core of the third magic, the ultimate principle of the Holy Grail. The enigma of soul materialization, shining resplendently at the center. Fang'ang's gaze remained tranquil and unwavering as he gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the vast knowledge constellation appeared to be governed by an absolute will, abruptly collapsing inward, transforming into a brilliant vortex that surged into his brow. The torrent of information, upon entry, was deconstructed into the purest points of origin, ultimately merging entirely with him. The entire process transpired with astonishing swiftness, and the accumulated research of the Einsburn family regarding the third magic was indelibly imprinted within the depths of his soul, becoming an integral part of his own knowledge system. The Holy Grail, soul materialization. Fang'ang slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of realization shining within them. So this is how it is constructed. Meanwhile, the fierce battle within the castle hall continued unabated. Medea still desperately held back the raging giant. In the next moment, Fang'ang's figure reappeared in the hall without warning. Emerging at the heart of the battlefield, he raised his right hand, radiant energy swirling in his palm, causing the air to distort as the Edelman alloy blade fan materialized out of thin air, hovering before him. Yuanheng, the mirror of creation, the fate of Heracles. His deep voice carried a sense of proclamation. The sharp edges of the blade fan quietly absorbed a layer of ominous, ghostly green light. This was the Hydra's venom, conjured through his creative power by merging mythological knowledge with material rules. In Greek mythology, this was the only poison capable of genuinely threatening and potentially slaying the immortal Heracles. In the distant mythological epic, it was this insidious substance that ultimately sealed the fate of the demigod hero. And today, the threads of destiny appeared to intertwine once more. History on the verge of repetition. Within the berserker's blood-red eyes, tainted by madness, there flickered an instinctual recognition of the lethal threat emerging from the realm of fate, a fleeting premonition of his own demise. Regardless of the world or the form summoned, there seemed to exist an inextricable, unbreakable causal line between the Hydra's venom and Heracles. Fang'ang casually twisted his wrist, and the 12 blades, shimmering with silver and verdant hues, instantaneously dispersed, tracing enigmatic arcs in the air. They spun around Fang'ang with increasing velocity, then abruptly accelerated, transforming into 12 meteors that tore through the atmosphere, converging upon the colossal form of the berserker from all directions. As the blades soared, they continuously altered their trajectories, sometimes intertwining, sometimes advancing in parallel, at times retreating and circling back, crafting a deadly snare that was both sparse and impenetrable, leaving no avenue for evasion. The berserker roared in fury, swinging his heavy stone axe in a futile attempt to block, yet the axe's blade merely stirred the winds, failing to ensnare these lethal edges. The blades deftly evaded his defenses, slicing into his body from every conceivable angle. The first blade precisely sliced across the berserker's robust arm, leaving a ghastly wound deep enough to expose bone, while a noxious emerald venom seeped into the gash as if it were alive. Following swiftly were the second and third blades. Each strike erupted in geysers of crimson, each incision executed with unparalleled precision. Even more terrifying was the fact that these blades did not cease upon impact. Instead, they performed an agile maneuver in midair, transforming once more into deadly streams of light to recommence their assault, resembling an unrelenting tempest of metal. The berserker's form began to tremble violently, his once proud divine radiance visibly dimming at an alarming rate. The venom of the Hydra was mercilessly corroding his essence, and the so-called immortal capacity of the 12 trials was being ruthlessly stripped away in the face of its fated nemesis. The blades continued their relentless dance, each strike seemingly siphoning a fragment of his strength and vitality. Ultimately, under the incessant barrage and the corrosive venom, the legendary hero's massive body could no longer withstand the onslaught, crashing to one knee upon the ground. Now was the moment. The god-binding chains. Medea seized this rare opportunity, her cold and authoritative voice resonating throughout the hall as she intoned the ultimate incantation to bind the divine. The ornate chains coiling around her arm surged forth in response, thrashing wildly in the air. Where they passed, silver and violet magical luminescence intertwined in a dazzling display, akin to a magnificent yet lethal meteor shower. The ancient runes inscribed upon the chains were fully activated in this instant, each character unleashing an unprecedented wave of terrifying magical energy, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. The chains erupted in mid-air, fracturing into dozens of finer yet more solid energy chains that shot towards the kneeling berserker, ensnaring his limbs, torso, and even his neck with an unyielding grip. Each link of the chain shimmered with blinding light, firmly suppressing his remaining strength. The berserker's power was firmly shackled by the god-binding chains, his struggles growing feeble as the Hydra's venom had penetrated to his very marrow, eroding his core essence. In Fang'ang's hand, a new radiance began to coalesce once more. This time, it was a uniquely shaped, curved short sword named Harpa. It was indeed the blade used by the hero Perseus in Greek mythology to sever the head of the Gorgon. Its core characteristic being the severance of immortality and the defiance of the world. The blade exhibits an ominous crescent shape, with a faint blue glow emanating from its edge. It is finished. Chapter 75. The fall of a hero. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, yet also felt compressed to its utmost limits. Fang'ang's figure abruptly vanished from sight, transforming into an afterimage imperceptible to the naked eye. The piercing wail of the air being torn had yet to reach Ilya's ears when he appeared behind the bound berserker. Harpa traced a cold, ethereal blue arc through the air. The blade met the berserker's neck, seemingly as impenetrable as steel, with no resistance, slicing cleanly through. The berserker maintained a final, futile struggle. The glow of the divine chain still flickering, as if unwilling to accept this sudden end. In the distance, a trace of a hopeful smile lingered at the corner of Ilya's mouth, a silent prayer in her heart. Her berserker was invincible, unconquerable. Surely this strike, like countless before, could not truly harm him. Then, in the next instant, a blinding golden light erupted violently from the almost imperceptible incision on the berserker's neck. In the reflection of Ilya's suddenly dilated pupils, the berserker's head lost its support, silently sliding down along the fatal cut. Even before it touched the ground, the head began to disintegrate in midair, transforming into specks of golden light, like shattered stars, drifting upwards. The blood drained from Ilya's face in an instant, the residual smile stiffening at her lips, appearing grotesque and sorrowful. The colossal form of the berserker followed suit, rapidly collapsing from the neck severance. Akin to a sandcastle scattered by a tempest, dissolving into a myriad of golden motes that ascended. It was impossible. Ilya's voice was a mere whisper, trembling with disbelief. Berserker. Berserker is immortal. A peculiar and crystalline sound echoed within the vast hall, reminiscent of countless shards of glass shattering simultaneously, or the feeble wailing of a broken wind chime in the breeze. It was the elegy for a hero's demise. The final speck of golden light dissipated into the air. This great hero of Greek mythology, the legendary Heracles, who had completed 12 impossible labors, fell utterly and completely beneath Fang'ang's blade. 12 lives, rendered fragile as bubbles before the god-slaying blade and the venom of fate. The moment the berserker fell, the last glimmer of light in Ilya's eyes extinguished, swallowed by an abyss of despair. Yet, merely a second later, that despair was supplanted by a more fervent, more frenzied resolve. A pale flame of destruction ignited within her ruby-like pupils. It was the madness exhibited only by a beast on the brink of oblivion. I am the Holy Grail vessel of the Ainsburn. Her voice, no longer innocent or sorrowful, turned sharp, high-pitched, imbued with a non-human sanctity and a terrifying power. Even without Berserker, I shall fulfill the tragic wish of the Ainsburn. I shall carry out my mission as the key. Boom. Within Ilya's petite form, an unimaginable radiant red light suddenly erupted, akin to the explosive birth of a supernova. The magical circuits within her were forcibly activated to an unprecedented degree. Operating at an extraordinary frequency, and the immense magical power accumulated within her surged forth wildly, as if threatening to rupture her fragile vessel. Her silvery hair danced violently in the tempest of magical energy, and the porcelain skin rapidly adorned itself with intricate crimson patterns, a manifestation of the small Holy Grail's functions being pushed to their limits, heralding destruction and finality. This is my ultimate strength, my everything. Ilya's voice had become utterly distorted. Even in mutual annihilation, she vowed to purify them completely. A crimson beam of light shot skyward from her being, and the overwhelming magical overload caused the air in the entire hall to distort violently, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the walls and floor. This was a desperate, all-consuming final measure. Ilya was preparing to detonate the vast energy housed within her as a Holy Grail vessel in an instant, dragging her foes down into the abyss alongside her. Fang'ang's eyes flickered with surprise, seemingly taken aback by the resolute power that this seemingly frail girl could unleash. Yet, that astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by an even deeper calm, with a soft sound at the very moment before Ilya would fully transform into a pillar of destructive light. Fang'ang's figure reappeared behind her like a specter. His right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, struck gently yet precisely at the nape of her delicate neck. The flames of annihilation burning in Ilya's eyes were extinguished in an instant, the light in her pupils dissipating swiftly, fragile and powerless, akin to a burst bubble. The vast magical power she had amassed lost its guiding force, receding like a receding tide, and the soaring red beam of light crumbled into nothingness. Ilya's diminutive form collapsed forward, cradled securely in Fang'ang's arms. What an intriguing structure, he mused, gazing down at the unconscious Ilya. His formidable perception had instantaneously unraveled the intricate anatomy of this unique artificial being, as if scanned by the most sophisticated instruments, revealing all secrets without concealment. The Ainsburn family's expertise in artificial human technology, particularly in the construction of soul vessels, was indeed remarkable. In his perceptual field, Ilya's extraordinarily complex magical circuits, far surpassing those of ordinary humans, and the unique soul vessel structure at the core of the Holy Grail were vividly presented before him. Each detail harmonized perfectly with the information he had just acquired from the library regarding the third magic, the Holy Grail. This vivid instance bestowed upon him a deeper, more intuitive understanding of the principles behind the Holy Grail. The materialization of the soul, encapsulating the infinite within a finite structure, enabling eternal operation. A glimmer of realization flickered in Fang'ang's eyes as he murmured, "So this is the core of the third magic. The perpetual motion of the soul that the Einsburn family has pursued across generations." Chapter 76. Journey to the Holy Grail. The night was tranquil as Fang'ang and his companions returned to Ludong Temple with the unconscious Ilya. He gently laid Ilya upon the bed in the inner chamber. "How is her condition?" Medea inquired. Fang'ang sensed the chaotic flow of magical energy within Ilya. While there was no immediate threat to her life, her magical circuits had suffered a severe shock and would require time to recuperate. With a delicate motion of his fingers, he spread his magical energy, transforming the knowledge acquired from the library into a magical projection that hovered between them. The air shimmered slightly before coalescing into a vivid image. Shadows danced, revealing the figure of Kiritsugu Amiya. He was a man clad in priestly attire, his gaze deep and indifferent. "Kiritsugu Amiya." Fang'ang's voice carried an icy undertone as he pointed to the image. He was the fifth supervisor sent by the Church for the Holy Grail War. Yet during the Fourth War, he had been a participant. The projection swiftly shifted, displaying fragmented scenes. Kiritsugu was seen conversing with Tosaka Tokiomi, despite the demise of his servant. He had not withdrawn from the Holy Grail War but instead chose to ally with Tosaka Tokiomi. Tosaka Tokiomi, Fang'ang summoned another image, revealing a man of noble demeanor. Records indicated that Tosaka Tokiomi met a mysterious death during the latter stages of the Holy Grail War. While Kiritsugu seamlessly became the guardian of the Tosaka family, a rather fortuitous coincidence. Medea's eyes sparkled with contemplation. "Do you suspect that Tosaka Tokiomi's death is connected to him?" "It is almost certain," Fang'ang asserted, dispersing Tosaka Tokiomi's projection. In its place emerged a black Holy Grail, ominously rotating within the projection. The Holy Grail that appeared at the conclusion of the Fourth Holy Grail War had undoubtedly been tainted. As a survivor, Kiritsugu likely knew the truth and perhaps even played a role in it. "Do you wish for me to monitor him?" Medea grasped Fang'ang's intent. "Not only monitor." Fang'ang's gaze turned distant. "We must closely observe all movements within the church. Moreover, we need to introduce additional pawns into the game. One Shiro Amiya alone is insufficient." Before his words faded, a brilliant blue-gold light coalesced at his fingertips, pulsating rhythmically until it transformed into a lifelike gem butterfly. "Go," Fang'ang whispered. And the gem butterfly fluttered away, passing through the window and disappearing into the night. Beneath the moonlight, a faint blue glow could be discerned as it soared into the distance. "I will be departing for a time to seek the location of the Holy Grail," Fang'ang stated, as the projection shifted once more, revealing a three-dimensional map of Fuyuki City. A red dot flickered deep underground, where the core secrets of the Holy Grail War might be concealed. The red dot lay within the depths of the mountains surrounding Fuyuki City, surrounded by intricate terrain and concealed barrier markings. "Medusa, I need you to go to the Matu residence and bring Sakura Matu to Ludong Temple. Let her train here for a few days and inform her that Ilya is Shiro Amiya's sister. She will take care of Ilya." Fang'ang turned towards the silently brooding Medusa. Medusa exited the room, executing Fang'ang's command. "Do you believe there is a connection between the Holy Grail and the circumstances surrounding Sakura Matu?" Medea inquired once more. "It is far more than a mere connection," Fang'ang replied. "I suspect the very essence of this Holy Grail War diverges significantly from our current understanding. Kiritsugu Amiya may very well be one of the key figures to unravel this entire truth." Medea nodded slightly, indicating her comprehension. "I shall closely monitor all developments within the church." At the Tosaka residence, the moonlight bathed the surroundings in a silvery glow as Archer stood vigil atop the roof, alertly surveying the vicinity. Suddenly, his senses detected an unusual surge of magical energy. A butterfly, shimmering with the brilliance of gemstones, was approaching the Tosaka estate. "Master, something is drawing near." Archer's voice resonated directly within Rin Tosaka's mind. Fresh from her bath, Rin was drying her damp hair when she heard Archer's somewhat grave tone. She hastily dressed and made her way to the living room, her gaze vigilant, her hands already poised with several gems. The butterfly gently alighted upon the coffee table in the living room, its wings fluttering softly, scattering glimmers of light. The magical energy on its wings gradually coalesced, forming a miniature projection in the air. "Rin," Victor's voice emanated from the projection, calm and steady. "I was deeply saddened to learn of your father's unfortunate passing during our previous academic exchange. Recently, while investigating certain events, I stumbled upon information suggesting that your guardian, Kiritsugu Amiya, may possess a questionable identity. He is not only a supervisor dispatched by the church but also participated as a master in the Fourth Holy Grail War. More troubling is the evidence I unearthed." indicating a potential connection between your father's death in the latter stages of the war and Kiritsugu Amiya. The projection displayed a series of images, a youthful Kiritsugu standing alongside Tosaka Tokiomi, engaged in discussion, followed by a church document detailing Kiritsugu's records as a master. Finally, the projection lingered on an aged investigation report, its title boldly stating, "Investigation Report on the Cause of Tosaka Tokiomi's Death. These are some materials I have gathered thus far. They may prove beneficial to you." Rin, Victor's voice conveyed concern as the projection gradually faded away. As the projection vanished, the gem butterfly dissolved into twinkling stardust, dissipating into the air, and silence reclaimed the living room. Rin stood frozen, her countenance a tumult of shock, confusion, and anger, each emotion intertwining until, ultimately, they coalesced into resolute determination. "Archer," Rin's voice trembled, yet her tone was unwavering. "We must investigate Kiritsugu Amiya." Archer's figure materialized silently by her side. "Are you certain you wish to trust this one-sided information?" "No, I will not fully trust it," Rin replied, lifting her gaze. "But this is undoubtedly a significant lead worth pursuing. If Kiritsugu Amiya is indeed implicated in my father's death, I shall not let him escape justice." At the entrance of Ludong Temple, the night breeze gently caressed, and Fang'ang stood solitary. The moonlight cast a silvery halo around his silhouette. From within his bosom, he extracted a ruby, within which a dark crimson mist seemed to swirl languidly, yet was firmly bound at its core by an unseen force, unable to disperse. This was a fragment of the Holy Grail, separated from Sakura Matu's being. Fang'ang extended the gem towards Medea, assuring her that the impurities within had been thoroughly purified, rendering it a potent source of magical energy. Medea accepted the gem, sensing the immense power it contained, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This is your safeguard in my absence." Fang'ang continued, "Should you encounter peril, do not hesitate to wield it. I shall return swiftly." He spoke calmly to Medea, who stood behind him, adding, "If any unusual circumstances arise, inform me at once." Medea nodded in acknowledgement, her voice tinged with an uncommon concern. "Be cautious." Fang'ang's lips curled into a confident smile. "I eagerly anticipate discovering the true nature of this so-called Holy Grail." Under the luminous moonlight, his figure gradually faded, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Chapter 77. Confrontation at the church. The city of Fuyuki was shrouded in the depths of night. Rin Tosaka stood before the church, taking a deep breath. The message conveyed by the magical butterfly echoed in her mind, the shadows of her father's death weighing heavily on her heart. "Archer, remain vigilant," she instructed. "Understood, master." Archer's voice resonated in her mind. "But are you certain you wish to confront that priest alone?" "This is something I must resolve by myself," Rin replied resolutely. Just as she was about to push the door open, a familiar figure approached from a side path. Shiro Amiya, followed closely by Saber. Rin's nerves tightened, surprise flickering in her eyes. Since the last time she had forcibly rendered Shiro unconscious and taken him away, their communication had been severed following a fierce argument. "Tosaka?" Shiro's voice shattered the silence, tinged with discomfort and awkwardness. Rin quickly composed herself, restoring her usual haughty demeanor, slightly lifting her chin. "What a coincidence, Amiya. I never expected to encounter you in such a place." Her tone was deliberately cold as her gaze swept past Saber. "It seems you have finally succeeded in rescuing your servant." "Yes," Shiro replied, his expression somewhat complex. "Though the process was fraught with obstacles, Saber is safe now." He hesitated, his gaze flickering as if deliberating whether to mention their previous dispute, ultimately settling on a somewhat stiff inquiry. "Are you doing well lately?" Rin barely suppressed a scoff, avoiding his gaze. "I am perfectly fine, so there's no need for concern." Perhaps it was the pressing matters occupying her mind, for her tone had softened considerably compared to the fury of their last parting. "What brings you here? Are you here to pray?" "I have some questions for Father Kirai," Shiro replied, unfazed by her sarcasm. "It's about my father." "Kirai Koto mind?" Rin raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something. She looked sharply at Shiro. "You came here regarding the events of the Fourth Holy Grail War 10 years ago?" Shiro's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know that?" Rin's gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she spoke. "Because I have also been investigating the Fourth Holy Grail War, regarding the truth behind my father's death." Her voice unwittingly carried a rare vulnerability. Their eyes met, and an unusual atmosphere filled the air. The previous barriers and discontent seemed to dissolve, momentarily overshadowed by their shared, weighty objective. "Humph. Since we both have questions for the priest, let us enter together," Rin declared, breaking the silence and returning to her usual tone. "But let it be clear, this is merely a temporary arrangement for convenience, not a formal alliance." Meanwhile, deep within the depths of Ludong Temple, Medea delicately tapped her fingertips against a magical crystal. The surface of the crystal vividly reflected all that transpired before the church's entrance. She quietly observed the figures of Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya as they pushed open the doors of the church. Her gaze tranquil, yet her mind already weaving an intricate strategy. "It is your turn," Rider, Medea commanded the shadow standing beside her. Go, draw out that sea chulin. Medusa nodded and swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, merging with the night. Just a few hours prior, the magical surveillance set by Medea had detected an active magical signal from the servant sea chulin, Lancer class, prowling the night sky of Fuyuki City before finally descending into the church's courtyard. Moments later, the side door of the church creaked open, revealing the figure of Kyrie Kodomine in the courtyard. The two appeared to engage in a brief conversation before entering the church together. At the very moment they crossed the threshold of the church, the surveillance magic set by Medea was met with a sudden and intense interference, causing the image within the crystal to blur. She could only vaguely discern Sea Chulin standing in the shadow of the church's massive pillars, seemingly reporting something to the priest. Meanwhile, Kyrie Kodomine stood elevated at the pulpit, looking down upon the blue-clad warrior with an air of superiority. Inside the church, the light was dim, with only a few rows of candles flickering weakly in the corners, casting mottled shadows. As Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya entered, Kyrie Kodomine had his back to them, standing beneath a colossal cross as if engaged in a solemn prayer. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Kyrie slowly turned, his face adorned with his characteristic enigmatic smile. A late-night visit to the Lord's sanctuary. It seemed the two had matters of considerable importance to discuss. His gaze subtly flitted between Rin and Shiro, ultimately settling on Rin's face. Ignoring the probing nature of his words, Rin addressed him directly. I wish to know the entire truth surrounding my father, Tokiomi Tosaka's death. Oh. Kirie's expression remained unchanged, as if unaffected by her inquiry. After all, that was a tale from a decade past. What has suddenly piqued your interest in such bygone matters? My dear Rin. Rin raised her chin, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. As my guardian, you have never divulged any specific details regarding my father's demise. You merely stated that it was an accident. The curve of Kirie's mouth deepened with mockery. Your father, Tokiomi Tosaka, was an extraordinarily gifted magician in pursuit of the root. His departure was indeed a lamentable misfortune. An accident? Rin's voice escalated, doubt burgeoning wildly within her. I cannot believe that. It is far too coincidental. At this juncture, Shiro stepped forward, breaking the tension between them. Father, I too wish to know what role my father, Kiritsugu Amiya, played in the Fourth Holy Grail War. What exactly did he do? Yafeng Chili's gaze shifted from Rin to Shiro, his deep-set eyes glinting with a mixture of intrigue and mockery. Shiro Amiya, an exceedingly fascinating individual. He is the executor, lavishly hired by the Einsburn family, and among the most feared and ruthless participants in that brutal conflict. What precisely is the nature of his relationship with my father? Rin Tosaka seized the moment, pressing for answers. Yafeng Chili deliberately paused for a moment, relishing the intermingled confusion and tension on their faces, before speaking in a measured tone. Your father, Tokiomi Tosaka, and Shiro Amiya are fated adversaries. They embody two utterly divergent paths and philosophies within the realm of magicians, destined to engage in a final confrontation upon the stage of the Holy Grail War. He lingered on the words, casting a meaningful glance at the bewildered Shiro before turning back to Rin. As for your father's demise, his voice lowered, laced with an enticing allure. Perhaps you should inquire about it from your companion standing beside you, and ask him about his father. Shiro stood frozen. Confusion etched across his face. What do you mean? I don't understand. Shiro Amiya, Yafeng Chili's voice suddenly grew low and clear, according to the records. He was the last person to see your father, Tokiomi Tosaka. This statement detonated within Rin's mind, causing her pupils to constrict suddenly, her body swaying slightly. Shiro appeared even more perplexed and incredulous, his eyes filled with bewilderment and resistance. Are you implying that Shiro Amiya might be connected to my father's death? Rin's voice trembled with agitation, yet she forced herself to maintain composure, fixating her gaze on Yinfeng's eyes. Yinfeng Chili refrained from providing a direct answer, instead offering a look of pity, and slowly stated, the Holy Grail War is, by its very nature, a battleground of deception and betrayal. In that arena, each participant harbors their own ambitions and beliefs. To achieve their desires, to secure ultimate victory, betrayal and murder are merely commonplace tactics. Shiro's complexion turned ashen as he fervently retorted, impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. My father is not the kind of person who would kill his comrades for the sake of the Holy Grail. Do you truly understand your father, Shiro Amiya? Yinfeng Chili pressed on mercilessly, his tone harsh. Before adopting you, Shiro Amiya was renowned in the underworld as the Mage Killer, notorious for his cold-heartedness. The term Mage Killer struck deeply into the hearts of both individuals. Rin and Shiro stared at Yinfeng, momentarily rendered speechless. Shiro abruptly turned, his gaze anxiously darting to Saber, who had remained silent, his eyes filled with urgency. Saber, tell me, this cannot be true. You were summoned by my father in the last Holy Grail War. You must know the truth. Tell me, he is not that kind of person. Saber remained silent for a considerable duration before finally speaking. Kiritsugu Amiya indeed possesses a manner of operation and combat techniques that starkly contrast with those of the majority of mages. He is a man willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his objectives. Yet this does not imply that he is devoid of his own beliefs and principles that he must protect. Shiro Amiya's visage paled further, as if all color had drained from his face. He staggered back a step, gazing incredulously at Saber, then shifting his gaze to Kirai. His eyes brimming with confusion and anguish, as if the world he had steadfastly believed in was crumbling before him. Rin Tosaka observed Shiro's despondent state, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within her. On one hand, she felt anger and turmoil as the clues surrounding her father's demise pointed towards Kiritsugu Amiya. On the other, witnessing Shiro's profound suffering evoked a sense of compassion. Yet, more crucially, Kirai's words were laden with deliberate manipulation and provocation, instinctively prompting her to remain vigilant. Kirai watched the dramatic scene before him with satisfaction, witnessing the descendants of two former allies descending into chaos and conflict due to his carefully cast words. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, reveling in the delight of manipulating human emotions, just as the oppressive atmosphere within the church seemed to solidify. Shiro appeared poised to question Saber further, while Rin was preparing to press Kirai for evidence when boom, a wave of overwhelming magical energy erupted from outside the church, abruptly shattering the heavy and eerie silence within. Following this, the sharp sounds of metal clashing and the violent echoes of energy surges became discernible, clearly indicating that an intense battle among the servants was unfolding not far from the church. The thoughts of the three within the church were instantly disrupted by this unforeseen turn of events. Rin and Shiro both instinctively heightened their guard, directing their gazes towards the entrance of the church. Saber immediately assumed a combat stance, gripping an invisible sword hilt, positioning herself protectively in front of Shiro. Kirai's smile slightly retracted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure, as if everything remained under his control. It appeared that an uninvited guest had arrived. Kirai's voice remained steady, yet the intensifying battle outside undoubtedly forced a cessation of their recent discourse. Chapter 78. Sudden intrusion. The streets lay in an eerie silence. Sichulin's figure danced between the buildings, his crimson spear casually resting on his shoulder. He paused at the edge of a towering structure, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the quiet street below. Without warning, a purple specter erupted from the shadows. Chains tore through the air, aiming directly for Sichulin's vital points. He barely had time to think. Instinct propelled his body to evade, his grip tightening around the spear as its tip deftly intercepted the oncoming chains. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated through the still night, echoing far and wide. The assailant, Medusa, gracefully landed on the rooftop opposite, her presence both elegant and menacing. The chains she wielded shimmered with an eerie glow, poised to strike again. Oh! A grin spread across Sichulin's face, revealing his canines, as battle fervor ignited within him. Is this late-night escapade a deliberate search for amusement, Ryder? Medusa offered no reply. Silence was her response. In a flash, she vanished, leaving only an afterimage, and launched into another tempestuous assault. Chain struck from various cunning angles towards Sichulin. The spear in his hand twirled, creating an impenetrable crimson barrier, as the shadows of the spear clashed fiercely with the chains, igniting brilliant sparks. The two engaged in a breathtaking dance of death atop the rooftops, the night serving as their stage, with the moonlight as their sole spotlight. Medusa's every strike was swift and unpredictable, aimed at his core, while Sichulin, relying on his beast-like intuition and masterful spear technique, consistently evaded calamity. After a brief skirmish, Medusa suddenly altered her tactics. No longer fixated on frontal assaults, she employed the cover of darkness and terrain, darting through the shadows and buildings with astonishing speed, constantly shifting her position, making her attacks more unexpected. Seeking a game of hide and seek, are we? Sichulin's battle spirit surged, eager for a thrilling chase. Without hesitation, he leaped from the high building, shadowing the direction in which Medusa had vanished. The two swift figures raced through the night sky, one purple and one blue, like two meteors intertwining, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. Medusa's form flickered ahead, weaving through the structures, seemingly retreating but subtly guiding the battle toward a distant, brightly lit church. Sichulin's pursuit intensified, his murderous intent palpable, with each strike carrying immense force. As Medusa faced the storm of his onslaught, her body executed astonishing twists and evasions in mid-air, narrowly evading the lethal spear tip. Upon reaching a relatively open rooftop, Medusa abruptly halted, turning to face the relentless Sichulin, her purple silhouette elongated under the moonlight. Sichulin landed steadily on the rooftop opposite her, his gaze firmly locked onto Medusa, brimming with impatience. Have you had enough of your warm-up? Before the thought could dissipate, Sichulin unleashed a ferocious assault, his spear cutting through the air like a dragon, accompanied by a howling wind. His attack was both ferocious and remarkably swift. Medusa engaged in a fierce confrontation, employing a rapid and nimble fighting style that was not rooted in mere brute defense, but rather in exploiting Siyu Chulin's vulnerabilities and vital points with swifter, more cunning angles of attack, compelling him to defend himself. Amidst the tumultuous battle, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flickered in Medusa's eyes as she abruptly removed the enchanted eye mask that had shrouded her vision. A wave of unsettling magical energy surged forth, instantly permeating the surroundings. Siyu Chulin, a seasoned warrior, felt an immediate surge of alarm, his instincts blaring at full volume. He swiftly averted his gaze from her piercing eyes and exclaimed, "Such trivial tricks." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Medusa's assault resumed with fervor. Countless chains transformed into a torrent of silver serpents, infused with a bone-chilling coldness, converging upon him. Siyu Chulin was compelled to muster all his focus to contend with this tempestuous onslaught. The intensity of their battle escalated. Medusa's chains clashed violently with Siyu Chulin's spear, creating brilliant sparks with every collision, each evasion teetering on the precipice of life and death. Siyu Chulin's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. The prolonged conflict began to fray his patience. The warm-up was over. The game must come to a close. He growled, his battle spirit igniting. With a sudden retreat, he distanced himself, sinking into a stance imbued with raw power. The spear in his grasp began to emanate a haunting crimson glow, an immense magical force coalescing. The Gibalg, with the utterance of its true name, the magical spear transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, reversing causality as it tore through the fabric of space, branching out into twisted tendrils, relentlessly aimed at Medusa's heart. This was Siyu Chulin's ultimate weapon, the Gibalg. Once it locked onto its target, it would distort fate, inevitably penetrating the opponent's heart, an almost insurmountable fatal strike. As the lethal crimson light surged forth, poised to strike, a rich purple magical aura suddenly enveloped Medusa, rendering her form indistinct within its brilliance. In the next heartbeat, she vanished from her original position, reappearing within the nearby church. The Gibalg, having lost its target, did not halt. It continued its relentless pursuit, adhering to the immutable laws of causality. With a thunderous crash, it shattered the church's thick roof, plunging into the interior with devastating force. Inside the church, an ear-splitting roar erupted, accompanied by a deluge of debris and choking dust that fell like a torrential downpour. The ceiling was forcibly breached, creating a vast opening through which moonlight and night air cascaded, illuminating the astonished faces of those within. Medusa materialized in the center of the church, immediately springing into a dodge as the subsequent blood-red spear narrowly grazed her for almost simultaneously with her words. A lithe figure clad in blue leapt through the enormous gaping hole in the roof, landing steadily not far from Medusa. It was Siyu Chulin. He swiftly surveyed everyone present, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Kirai Kodomine. Rin Tosaka connected the events unfolding before her with the enigmatic blue-clad spearman she encountered at school, his relentless pursuit of Shiro Amiya, and the subtle exchange of glances between him and Kirai Kodomine at that moment. "You are the servant who attacked us that night at school. Why are you pursuing Shiro?" Rin demanded sharply, her eyes locked onto Siyu Chulin. The spearman raised his spear, its tip angled towards the ground, seemingly indifferent to Rin's inquiry, standing there with an air of ennui as if awaiting some command. Just then, another figure clad in red descended through the hole in the roof, landing beside Rin, Archer. His bow was drawn taut, an arrow shimmering with magical energy aimed directly at Siyu Chulin. "Rin, step back. This is dangerous. Something is amiss." Archer positioned himself protectively in front of Rin. The series of unexpected occurrences left Rin in a state of turmoil, yet Archer's presence steadied her slightly. She abruptly turned away from Lancer, directing her ire towards Kirai Kodomine. "Kirai, what is going on here? Why is Lancer here pursuing Ryder? Why did he previously chase Shiro? Is all of this connected to you?" Faced with Rin's barrage of questions, Kirai remained expressionless, his true intention shrouded in mystery. At that moment, a purple magical butterfly suddenly emerged from Medusa, fluttering before Rin and transforming into a vivid magical projection suspended in the air. The projection revealed Siyu Chulin standing in the church's courtyard, bowing his head as he reported something to Kirai Kodomine. Although the specific words were inaudible, the evident subservience of Siyu Chulin and Kirai's calm demeanor unmistakably illustrated their unspoken master-servant relationship. Rin gazed in disbelief at the projection before abruptly turning to Kirai. "Kirai, you are the master. Not only are you the overseer of the Holy Grail War, but you have also personally entered this conflict. You issued the order to pursue Shiro." The revelation struck like thunder, instantly freezing the atmosphere within the church to a tense extreme. Saber gripped the hilt of her invisible sword more tightly, prepared for any sudden developments. Archer's arrow glimmered ominously, firmly locked onto Siyu Chulin while subtly including Kirai within his menacing scope. In the suffocating silence, Kirai Kodomine slowly began to speak. "Do you truly believe this is the entirety of the truth, Rin Tosaka?" His tone bore a hint of amusement and provocation, as if mocking Rin's naivety. "Indeed. I am Lancer's master. This, I do not deny." He candidly acknowledged that, as a supervisor dispatched by the church, "It is my duty to oversee the proper conduct of the Holy Grail War. However, this does not preclude my participation as a master, does it? After all, within the confines of the rules, anything is possible." He casually conceded his identity as a master while deftly sidestepping the crucial inquiries regarding his pursuit of Shiro Amiya and any potential connection to the demise of Tokiyomi Tosaka. Instead posing a more profound question, relishing the pleasure of manipulating others once again. Chapter 79. No longer concealed. Rin Tosaka clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Stop playing word games, Kirai. You are not only the master of Lancer, but you also commanded him to hunt down Shiro. This has exceeded the responsibilities of a supervisor. Kirai Kodomine did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on Rin, admiring her as if she were a vibrant piece of art, rendered more vivid by her anger. The cracks left by the spear of death suddenly widened, and fragments of stone and dust cascaded into the abyss below. As the dust settled, an entrance leading underground revealed itself before everyone. A familiar surge of magical energy emanated from the depths of that fissure, threads of it unmistakably belonging to the unique magical foundation of the Tosaka family. Rin froze. She approached the edge of the crack and leaned down to capture that familiar magical imprint. Is this my father's magical foundation? Rin found it hard to believe. Kirai stood unmoved, his expression indifferent to her investigation, even tinged with a secret anticipation. Why? Why is my father's magical foundation underground in the church? Rin abruptly turned to face Kirai, her gaze piercing as she demanded, tell me the truth. What happened to my father 10 years ago? Kirai fell silent for a moment. And then a twisted smile blossomed on his otherwise impassive face, followed by a low, eerie laughter that echoed throughout the empty church. It seems the time has come to conclude this long and intriguing game. His tone had shifted entirely. He was no longer the courteous priest, but had shed all pretense, exuding a near-manic sense of relief. Tosaka Tokiyomi, your father, indeed perished during the Fourth Holy Grail War 10 years ago, Kirai stated calmly, as though discussing the weather. Betrayed by one of his own. Who? Rin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Who killed my father? Kirai's gaze locked onto Rin's eyes, which were filled with shock and anguish. It was I. Those two words fell lightly, yet struck Rin's heart like a hammer. She stumbled back, her face draining of color. No, it's impossible. 10 years ago, as a candidate supervisor dispatched by the church, I participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Kirai ignored her breakdown and continued. Your father, Tosaka Tokiyomi, was both my magical mentor and my ally in that conflict. Kirai began to pace slowly, his demeanor calm, as if delivering a sermon from the pulpit while recounting a tale steeped in blood and betrayal. I have always been an empty vessel, Rin. From the moment I entered this world, I have been unable to experience what others call joy or happiness. His voice was deep, imbued with a peculiar self-revelatory honesty. I have tried every means to fill this void: asceticism, faith, marriage, duty. Yet deep within, there has always been nothingness. I once believed that the Holy Grail might provide me with answers, a means to fill the innate void within my soul. He paused, turning to face Rin Tosaka. Your father, Tokiyomi, was an exceptionally pure magician. He diligently taught me the art of sorcery and granted me the opportunity to partake in the Holy Grail War. Yet, that idealist, who pursued the very essence of existence, never truly perceived the darkness that lay deep within my soul. No one has ever genuinely understood me even a fraction. Until that moment, when the voice of Kirai Kodomine suddenly dropped, infused with a nostalgic intoxication. As I plunged the black key into your father's chest, feeling the life ebb from him, it was then that I first, profoundly, experienced the overwhelming torrent of a sensation known as satisfaction. Rin Tosaka's pupils constricted, fear and rage intertwining and tearing within her gaze. You killed your own teacher? Just for that twisted sense of satisfaction. Her voice was a strained cry. Not merely satisfaction, Rin. In Kirai's eyes flickered a fervent gleam akin to faith. That was awakening. The enlightenment of the soul. In that moment, I finally comprehended the significance of my existence. I was born to appreciate and savor the suffering and despair of others. The disbelief and confusion in your father's eyes as he faced his demise. Ah, how incomparably beautiful that was. Shiro Amiya felt a chill surge up his spine. His stomach churning violently, his fists clenched, his face a mask of unabashed loathing. You irredeemable monster. Kirai Kodomine, upon hearing this, slowly turned his gaze towards Shiro. A monster? Perhaps. Yet, at least I have discovered my truth, unlike certain individuals who struggle throughout their lives in the guise of false righteousness. Speaking of which, your adoptive father, Kuritsugu Amiya, the Magus killer, also keenly discerned my essence and sought to extinguish me in the cradle. Alas, he failed. He then shifted his gaze back to Rin Tosaka, continuing his confession. After the conclusion of the Fourth Holy Grail War, I was appointed as the new overseer of the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City through the church's influence, simultaneously becoming your guardian, Rin Tosaka. He deliberately paused, relishing the sight of Rin's pale countenance. What an ironic twist of fate, is it not? The murderer of her father transformed into the most trusted guardian of the orphan. Rin Tosaka trembled uncontrollably, yet she gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain her final semblance of composure and dignity. So, All you have done over the past decade has been deception? Deception? No. I provided you with everything necessary for your growth, profound knowledge of magic, rigorous combat training, and the freedom to develop. Kirai Kotomine spoke in an almost condescendingly calm tone. I sculpted you into an exceptional magician, worthy of inheriting the glory of the Tosaka family, just as your father desired. In terms of results, I have succeeded beyond him, have I not? Silence. Rin Tosaka could no longer contain herself as she sharply interrupted him, her voice tinged with a weeping tone yet ablaze with fervent rage. Do not dare to utter my father's name with your filthy mouth, and do not hypocritically claim you have done me any favors. You killed him. Then you toyed with me like a prey, observing me. Why? Tell me, what is the purpose of your actions? In the face of Rin's breakdown in fury, Kirai Kotomine's expression transformed, almost to one of tenderness. It was a gaze so grotesquely twisted, as if admiring a magnificent work of art. This stark contrast was more chilling than any grotesque visage. For what purpose? Of course, to witness this very moment, Rin. His voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart. To behold you, I meticulously crafted my masterpiece over the course of 10 years. Yearning for that purest and most profound despair upon learning the entire truth. To appreciate your realization that for the past decade, you have lived under the shadow and protection of your father's murderer, experiencing the utmost agony when you relied on him. That sensation of being utterly betrayed by the one you trusted most. Ah, what a fragrant, exquisite lament of the soul. Hot tears streamed down Rin Tosaka's cheeks, yet they were instantly evaporated by the inferno of vengeance burning in her eyes. Her hands erupted with magical brilliance, filling the air with the unique vibrations of gem magic. Kirai Kotomine, you shall pay the most painful price for all that you have done. Kirai Kotomine gently shook his head, disappointment etched across his face, as if lamenting a toy on the brink of destruction. Oh, naive young lady, do you still not understand? This Holy Grail war was never intended to be a fair competition for participants like you. As the supervisor, I perceive the movements of all the pieces. And as a master, Lancer obeys me. But this is far from my only trump card. Before his words had fully settled, a resplendent and domineering golden light suddenly permeated the previously oppressive air of the church. Kirai raised his gaze, peering through the enormous hole in the ceiling towards the night sky, the playful smile on his lips deepening. Ah. It seems my ally can no longer contain himself and has sensed the entertainment here. Almost simultaneously, Rin Tosaka and Shiro Amiya felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure akin to a mountain. This presence surpassed any servant they had encountered thus far. An ally. Shiro Amiya struggled to speak, the invisible weight nearly robbing him of breath. Kirai Kotomine's smile grew ever more radiant, filled with delight. Indeed, an old friend who survived the hell of a decade ago. And indisputably the strongest existence at the pinnacle of all heroic spirits, the king of heroes. His words were abruptly interrupted. A brilliantly radiant, pure golden beam suddenly pierced through the gaping hole in the ceiling. The radiance was so brilliant that it instantaneously dispelled all shadows within the church, suffusing every corner with a golden hue, blinding the congregation to the point where they could scarcely open their eyes. Chapter 80. The triumvirate confrontation. An incredibly resplendent and pure golden beam of light suddenly pierced down from the gaping hole in the ceiling. As the blinding radiance gradually receded, a figure emerged, bathed in golden luminescence, slowly hovering in midair. He possessed a mane of dazzling golden hair, as if forged from molten gold, and his ruby-like eyes sparkled with an arrogance that seemed to survey the world disdainfully. Every gesture exuded a breathtaking aura of dominance. How dare you, hybrids, perform such a clumsy farce before me? Gilgamesh's voice resonated, dripping with scorn as he surveyed everyone present, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Saber. My treasures. It appears even you will be tainted by these inconsequential mongrels. Shiro Amiya was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping in front of Saber as a shield. However, Rin Tosaka seemed to have lost her awareness of the outside world. The unparalleled pressure emanating from Gilgamesh did not sway her in the slightest. At that moment, her universe consisted solely of Kiritsugu Amiya and the bitter hatred born from a decade of deception. The truth of her father's brutal demise gnawing at her sanity like a dagger. 10 years, a full decade of deceit. Rin Tosaka's voice, distorted by extreme anger and sorrow, echoed as her fingers tightly gripped the gem, which shimmered with an increasingly dangerous light. Unable to endure any longer, her pent-up fury erupted in an instant. Multiple gems were simultaneously activated with her magical energy, a torrent of power surging forth like a tempest aimed at Kiritsugu Amiya. With a leisurely grace, Kiritsugu easily evaded the direct onslaught of the gems. Anger will only blind you, Rin. Such recklessness is not what your father would have wished. Rin, deaf to his words, was consumed by the flames of vengeance that nearly engulfed her. She unleashed her magical energy without restraint, exhausting gem after gem as the brilliance of her sorcery flickered wildly within the confines of the small church. Silence. You have no right to speak of my father. Shiro projected dual swords, gripping them tightly, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Rin, be careful. Kiritsugu regarded Rin's fury with an air of detached amusement, his expression remaining calm, as if he were witnessing a captivating performance. Lancer, deal with those bothersome nuisances. Si Chulin, unable to contain his battle fervor any longer, gripped his crimson spear tightly upon receiving the command. Like a leopard, he surged forward, ignoring the close proximity of Rin and heading straight for Saber. For it was the clash between servants that truly captivated him at this moment. Simultaneously, Archer drew his bow and released an arrow forged from magical energy, attempting to intercept Si Chulin's advance. With a slight shift of his body, Si Chulin deftly sidestepped the projectile, his pace momentarily unperturbed. In such a confined space, archery proves to be less effective. Archer assessed the battlefield, letting his bow dissipate, only to project dual swords once more. Gilgamesh's gaze fell upon the weapons wielded by Shiro and Archer, reminiscent of a king surveying mere ants, his eyes brimming with unabashed contempt. Imposters, mere imitations. Daring to flaunt such crude replicas before me? Golden ripples suddenly surged behind him, from which countless weapon tips emerged. It was the fabled treasury of the hero King Gilgamesh, a repository of all prototypes of legendary artifacts throughout human history. Prepare to perish, mongrel. Gilgamesh's arm swung down with ferocity, unleashing a torrential downpour of treasures that rained upon Archer and Shiro Amiya. Saber stood resolutely, brandishing her ethereal sword to deflect the majority of the onslaught. Yet, several artifacts breached her defense, striking the walls and floor of the cathedral with tremendous force, leaving the interior in utter devastation. Si Chulin nimbly leaped back, evading the range of the assault and creating distance. The chaos within the cathedral escalated perilously. Rin Tosaka, seemingly at the eye of the storm, relentlessly attacked Kirai Kodomine, pouring her magical essence without regard for her own depletion. Archer's gaze fixed intently on Gilgamesh, feeling an oppressive aura weighing heavily upon him, making him acutely aware that the hero king before him surpassed any servant he had encountered thus far. Rin, this cannot continue. We must retreat. Archer attempted to counsel his master, who had succumbed to madness. Rin Tosaka remained oblivious, not even glancing back, her voice imbued with a resolute death wish. No, I shall not flee. Even if I perish here today, I will avenge my father with my own hands. Archer observed Rin's silhouette, sensing the indomitable will radiating from her. Understanding that at this moment, she could not heed rational counsel. You, Archer turned to the slightly dazed Shiro Amiya beside him, protect Rin. Though your strength is negligible, it is the least you can do. Shiro furrowed his brow, displeased by Archer's harsh demeanor, yet recognizing that this was not the time for argument. He silently gripped his twin swords, determination in his gaze. Archer's eyes returned to Gilgamesh, a spark of provocation igniting within them. Hero King, is this the extent of the power of your so-called treasury of the king? Does your vault truly harbor any strength worthy of admiration? Before Gilgamesh could respond, Archer resolutely began his incantation, a deep voice resonating throughout the cathedral. I am the bone of my sword. As crimson magic spread forth, warping the air and shaking the fabric of reality, the boundaries of existence were torn asunder. Unlimited blade works. With Archer's declaration, a battle cry echoed through the cathedral. As he and Gilgamesh were engulfed in a blaze of red light, their forms becoming indistinct, Gilgamesh's golden pupils contracted, surprise swiftly replaced by a more intense fury. How dare this mongrel drag me into your illusion? Shiro Amiya suddenly felt a powerful tug, attempting to strip him from the realm of reality and pull him into another dimension. It was the call of Archer's inherent domain, a resonance emanating from the depths of his soul, an irresistible allure of such strength that he found himself utterly powerless against it. What is this? Shiro struggled against the sudden onslaught of this force, only to find it a futile endeavor. Saber, protect Rin. In the final moment before being engulfed, Shiro shouted with all his might towards Saber, his figure vanishing entirely into the distorted space. Upon hearing Shiro's last command, Saber's expression grew solemn as she resolutely nodded. She turned, her gaze fixed upon Si Chulin, her invisible sword pointed firmly at him. Lancer, your opponent is me. Si Chulin sensed the fierce battle intent radiating from Saber. Licking his lips in excitement, and without hesitation, he swung his crimson spear, charging once more towards Saber. The spear tip sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, as the red lance clashed violently against the invisible sword. Meanwhile, Kirai Kodomine noticed Medusa emerging slowly from the shadows, and his expression finally turned grave, a flicker of wariness passing through his eyes. Would you like to know more about your father, Rin? Kirai retreated, gesturing towards the entrance leading to the basement, where the true truth lies. Having spoken, he turned and strode directly into the darkness of the basement, his figure disappearing into the shadows. Clearly, it was a trap, lying in wait for its prey to ensnare itself. However, for Rin Tosaka at that moment, the flames of vengeance had consumed all her reason. The truth had long since transcended safety, becoming her sole obsession. Don't even think about escaping. Rin shouted furiously, charging in without hesitation. Her petite figure also submerging into the darkness. Medusa followed closely behind Rin, her chains poised to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy at any moment. Medea's voice resonated directly in Medusa's mind. Collaborate with that girl and eliminate the priest. In the church hall, the battle between Saber and Siyu Chulin intensified. The clash of spear and sword echoing like a torrential storm, with Siyu Chulin's spear techniques ferociously targeting vital points. Saber, relying on her combat instincts and exceptional swordsmanship, expertly parried and countered, refusing to yield. In the basement, Rin pursued Kirai swiftly, disregarding any potential traps. Kirai's voice echoed once more from the depths of darkness. Laced with pleasure, the expression on your father's face just before his death was so beautiful. The despair of being betrayed by the one he trusted most. The confusion that he couldn't believe until his last breath. Such pure and intoxicating despair is what I have ever witnessed. Chapter 81. The world of swords. As the intense pull dissipated and the sensation of dizziness lingered, Shiro Amiya abruptly opened his eyes. The scene before him instantly captivated his entire being. An endless expanse of desolate land stretched to the horizon, while the sky bore an unsettling hue of yellowish gloom, punctuated by enormous, rusted gears suspended in the air. Most striking of all were the countless swords, a bewildering array beyond measure. Some were tarnished and seemed to have weathered countless storms, while others remained sharp and gleaming, reflecting a cold light. They were densely embedded in this barren wasteland, resembling not merely a graveyard of swords, but rather a sorrowful forest woven from steel and unwavering ambition. In the distance, where the horizon met the sky, a dim and indistinct sun cast a feeble glow, draping the entire lifeless world in a shroud of melancholy and grandeur. What is this place? Shiro croaked. His throat parched, murmuring to himself. Unlimited Blade Works. The cold voice of Archer resonated, as if this name alone contained all the explanations necessary. Shiro surveyed the desolate expanse, feeling the weight of this strange yet inexplicably familiar world. Every inch of land, every sword seemed to whisper to his soul. He could not fathom the source of this profound understanding, as if this landscape had long been imprinted deep within his essence, alien yet hauntingly familiar. This is Archer's inner world, the truest manifestation of his soul. Shiro suddenly turned, his gaze traversing the hill strewn with blades, and beheld Archer standing atop a slightly higher mound, his back to him, facing the imperious king. The heroic King Gilgamesh, clad in resplendent golden armor, shone even in this oppressive, yellowish light, reflecting a blinding brilliance that clashed with the realm surrounding him. The customary disdain on his face was momentarily replaced by astonishment, but it was swiftly supplanted by the fury that narrowed his golden-slitted eyes, soon transformed into a more intense arrogance and murderous intent. Half-breed, how dare you? How dare you defile this king's vision with your filthy inner world? Gilgamesh's enraged voice echoed across the vastness, condemning this world filled with inferior imitations for daring to present itself before him, an utter affront to his dignity. Archer remained impassive, empty-handed. Yet Shiro could distinctly sense that the entire world resonated with him. Every sword embedded in the ground was a manifestation of his will and weaponry. In this realm, the rules are dictated by me, Archer stated calmly. Heroic king, your treasury lies here, and you shall lose your advantage. Gilgamesh let out a derisive snort, filled with mockery. Arrogant half-breed. What resides in my treasury are the prototypes of all treasures in existence. They are real. Do you dare to equate these shoddy replicas born of your clumsy projection techniques with the genuine articles? It's utterly laughable. No sooner had he spoken than golden ripples suddenly unfurled behind him, denser and more magnificent than in the church, nearly obscuring half of the sky. Countless weapon tips protruded, shimmering with diverse glimmers, each exuding an ancient and formidable aura of magical energy. Let your demise serve as penance for your arrogance, you wretch. With a command from Gilgamesh, in an instant, dozens of streaks of light tore through the dim sky, raining down upon Archer like a torrential downpour. Archer raised one hand, and in that moment, the myriad blades embedded in the ground around him began to tremble and hum, rising from the earth to meet the oncoming torrent of noble phantasms. Projection, commence. A deep incantation resonated, conjuring more swords that materialized at his will, mimicking the approaching treasures and boldly confronting them with equal fervor. The clang of metal echoed, sparks flew. Fragments scattered, only to plummet and vanish upon this barren plain of swords. Shiro Amiya stood at a distance, utterly astonished by the cataclysmic spectacle before him. Is this the true power of Archer? The ability to infinitely replicate and wield any noble phantasm he has witnessed? No, it is not merely replication. He can even analyze and recreate the means to combat. Moreover, what shook him to his core was the realization that he could effortlessly discern the structure, history, weight, and even the underlying convictions of the whirling, colliding weapons, as if that knowledge inherently belonged to him. Do not linger there, obstructing my path. Archer's icy voice thundered in his ear, shattering his thoughts. Either flee to the ends of the earth or be crushed by the aftermath. This brusque reprimand startled Shiro. instinct for survival overwhelming his chaotic thoughts. Almost instinctively, he extended his hands, a torrent of magical energy coursing through him with unprecedented fluidity. Resonating with the pulse of this world, synchronization, commence. Magical energy surged forth, light radiating. A pair of strikingly contrasting short swords swiftly coalesced in his grasp, Do Jian and Moxia. This instance of projection surpassed any previous attempt in both speed of formation and the tangible quality of the entity. Oh, two fakes, you say? Gilgamesh took note of Shiro's actions, intrigued, immensely so. This king has never encountered such similar yet equally displeasing fakes.